Chapter 1 Automatically Cultivate Overlord Color and Domineering Chi Naval Headquarters Base. Roja took off the overcoat inlaid with the major's rank and walked to the hangar in front of the window to hang it up. A group of recruits shouted slogans and ran past the window, sweating all over the place. The cool sea breeze slowly blows into the house, taking away the heat of summer. Roja stretched himself, turned around and lay down, resting comfortably on his arms, drowsy. It's been almost 3 years since you've traveled through this world. In a daze, the experience of the past 3 years appeared in his mind. Back then, we crossed over to this world of One Piece out of nowhere. He was really panicked to death. You know, this world is very unfriendly to civilians, full of pirates everywhere, and most of them are vicious pirates who kill people when they disagree with each other. Kind pirates like Straw Hat, Luffy are rare animals. In order to protect himself, Roja joined the Navy and later entered the Naval Academy. After 3 years of training, he finally had some ability to protect himself and also accidentally awakened a special power. Overlord is domineering. This kind of power that can only be possessed by one person among a million people caused a sensation in the Navy headquarters. As a result, Roja was directly promoted from second lieutenant to lieutenant commander, but what surprised him the most was not the promotion of military rank or even the awakening of domineering look. It's the opening of the system. Ding. The automatic training system has successfully bound the host. Raw 6 styles, shaving, ability strength elementary, overlord color domineering, ability strength elementary level. On the day when he unexpectedly awakened the overlord's color, the system's mechanical reminder sounded suddenly in his mind. As a time traveler, Rohan naturally knew what was going on. He suppressed his excitement, returned to the residence calmly, and then began to carefully check the system functions. Automatic training system. As long as you master a certain ability or meet the prerequisites for cultivating a certain ability, can you establish a corresponding cultivation project and start the automatic cultivation mode? Besides, can events triggered by accident also establish a practice project? After reaching the full level of ability training, you will also get a mysterious reward. Roja's eyes lit up. The abilities he has mastered can not only be cultivated automatically, but there will also be mysterious rewards waiting for him after the cultivation reaches the full level. Where can I find such a good thing? System, tell me quickly, do I have a practice project that I have established? Roja asked eagerly. The system responded quickly and gave the answer directly. The current training items that the host has established are 6-style shaving training items, domineering color, and domineering training items. Both of these are abilities that I have mastered. Roja nodded. His talent is average, and he has worked hard for 3 years before he can barely master the shaved and finger guns in the 6 styles. It seems that we have to work harder in the future. Master the other 5-style abilities as soon as possible. Roja clenched his fists and made a silent decision in his heart. Since that day, he redoubled his efforts in training, and finally, after more than 3 months, he successfully mastered all the 6-style abilities and all reached the intermediate level, and the Bawang color domineering, which was the first to start automatic cultivation, also reached the intermediate level a few days ago and can be freely controlled. According to the system's explanation, except for a few special abilities, the strength of most abilities are divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, top, and full level. The automatic cultivation speed of each ability is related to the strength of that ability. It only takes about 1.5 months for the 6-style ability to reach the intermediate level, but it takes more than 3 months for the overlord color. The other 2 of the 3-color domineering, the armed color and the knowledge color, I don't even know the specific cultivation method. Roja got up a little irritably, and the drowsiness completely dissipated. He knows the training principles of armed color and knowledge color domineering, but he doesn't know the specific systematic training methods. Both of these abilities need to be led by a master. What's more, his own talent is average, and it is very difficult to comprehend it by himself. We must find an opportunity to learn these 2 kinds of arrogance. Roja thought to himself while looking at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Outside on the playground, recruits who have been in the army for less than a year are still running back and forth to practice under the scorching sun. Roja was also one of them 3 years ago. Wow! Suddenly, a recruit in the playground rushed hundreds of meters like teleporting. This is I have practiced the 6-style shaved. Roja looked at the ecstatic new recruit outside and couldn't help being shocked. There's really no reason to talk about talent. He practiced hard for 3 years before he could barely master 2 of the 6 styles. Others train in the army for less than a year, and they have mastered the 6 styles shaved. This is probably a genius, right? It doesn't matter. What about geniuses? As long as I successfully establish a practice project, even geniuses will be surpassed by me. Instead of being discouraged, Luo Yafei became more motivated. At this moment, The system's mechanical reminder sound suddenly sounded in my mind. The host was stimulated by a genius, and his fighting spirit rose sharply. The 6 style abilities are infected by the fighting spirit of the host, and are determined to practice even harder. Ding! The automatic training speed of all 6 style abilities has been increased tenfold. Roha was taken aback for a moment. Then he felt that the strength of the 6 style ability in his body was constantly increasing. Originally, he couldn't perceive this subtle change. This is obviously the effect brought about by the tenfold increase in the speed of 6 style ability training. What's the situation? The ability is infected by my fighting spirit. Could it be that they also have thoughts and feelings? Roha was overwhelmed with surprise and hurriedly inquired about the system carefully, only to find that these abilities have basic emotions and can also feel changes in the outside world. When the external stimuli they receive reach a certain level, their emotions will fluctuate, which will trigger various unexpected events. The increase in cultivation speed is one of them. If the sky has love, the sky will also grow old. This is really incredible. Roha said happily. The ability to have emotions means that he will have many opportunities in the future, so that the speed of ability cultivation will continue to increase. You can try to stimulate the domineering look again. Roha, who had tasted the sweetness, immediately started to play the idea of domineering and domineering. This is the strongest ability he has so far. If you have cultivated the overlord color domineering energy to a very high level, you can use the overlord color entanglement. Its power far surpasses the armed color. Entanglement, pity. No matter how much he tried, stimulated, the domineering look still did not respond. Maybe it's because the overlord's rank is too high, so there won't be any emotional changes easily. Roha frowned and guessed, and just when he was racking his brains to think about how to stimulate overlord color, there was a shout from outside the door. Major Roha, Lieutenant General Garp wants to see you. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Garp is fancy, let's cast with armed colors. Cap wants to see himself. Roha's first reaction was of course surprise. After all, Capna is the strongest navy in the legend. Instead of trying to figure out how to stimulate the domineering ability here, it's better to meet Garp. Perhaps Garp may also become an opportunity so that he can get the promotion of domineering. Isn't it necessarily? Okay, I'll come right away. Thinking of this, Roha agreed without hesitation, opened the door and walked out. Guided by the sailor who came to pass the message, he soon came to the lobby of the Navy headquarters. In the hall, dozens of sailors lined up in unison, and the scene was quite shocking. Among them, Garp, who was full of white hair, was standing in the center, eating a pack of senbei in his hand, and there were 2 young men standing beside him. Ha 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 ha. You are Roha, right? The old man heard that you have awakened the domineering look and the 6 styles. Garp walked towards Roha while eating the senbei, with a smile on his face. Don't look at Garp's hippie smiling face now, but Roha can still feel a kind of coercion from Garp. Perhaps this is the innate aura of the strong. Yes, Lieutenant General Garp. Roha didn't hide anything and replied with a straight salute. Very good. It really is a good seedling. Garp walked around Roha, looked up and down, nodded with a satisfied smile, and said, before Roha could speak, Garp said decisively, Roha, come to my ship. It just so happens that I still lack a captain on board. As soon as Cap said this, immediately, all the sailors in the hall were shocked and began to discuss. You must know that the threshold for Lieutenant General Garp to select his subordinates is very high. Moreover, many people have become famous after entering Garp's command. Even the current Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters was once Garp's subordinate. No way, Lieutenant General Garp actually recruited him directly as the captain. This is really rare. This kid is really lucky. However, now that Roha is appreciated by Garp at such a young age and directly promoted to the captain of Garp's ship, he must have a bright future in the future. So these sailors are more envious and admire besides jealousy. Even Roha himself was stunned. At the same time, the sound of the system also sounded ding. Host was favored by the legendary Navy hero Garp. His fame skyrocketed, and he came here to vote for his domineering armed look. Congratulations to the host for starting the armed domineering automatic cultivation project. Hearing the system prompt, Roha was immediately pleasantly surprised. So you still have the ability to invest in such a thing because of your reputation? It's almost the same as a famous general in the 3 kingdoms defecting to the Lord. Really, Garp was an opportunity. Although he didn't get the automatic cultivation of domineering color, he accidentally started the training project of domineering color. This is definitely a surprise. Thank you, Lieutenant General Garp, for your appreciation. Roha, who was immersed in joy, did not forget to salute Garp and thank him, Sudden, and many more. One of the young men who had been with Garp just now came over. Lieutenant General Garp, this is against the rules. I asked this person really that good. I and KB are not bad. Why promote him directly? The young man glanced at Roja and turned to question Garp. Belyamibo. Come on, please. Another young man rushed over to persuade him, and he didn't forget to apologize to Carp. I'm sorry, Lieutenant General Carp. Belyamibo was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. These two people are KB and Barum member. Were you kidding, Lieutenant General Garp? I'm serious. I don't believe he is really that good. I want to compete with him. Belyamibo is aggressive. Even after a period of experience under Garp's command, he still can't get rid of his arrogant and domineering character of a rich kid. After finishing speaking, Belyamibo immediately turned his head and taunted Roja. How about it? Do you dare to compare with me? Okay, I promise you. Not giving Lieutenant General Garp a chance to teach Belyamibo a lesson, Roja agreed directly. It just so happens that the 6 styles and domineering chi that I have mastered have not been really used in actual combat. Now the opportunity has come. First, I can test my own strength, and second, I can rely on my own strength to be more convincing. Okay, then you two will have a competition, Belyamibo, and let the old man see how well you have trained. Seeing the fighting spirit of the two young people, Garp also complied with their request. Don't worry, Lieutenant General Garp. Humph. Let me tell you, I was trained by Lieutenant General Garp. Look at the trick. Belyamibo snorted coldly, then drew out 2 sabers from behind and confidently attacked Roja. 6 styles, iron block. Facing Belyamibo's offensive, Roja was very confident. He didn't intend to dodge at all, but directly used one of the 6 iron blocks. With a crisp sound, the 2 sabers seemed to be chopped on a piece of hard steel. After all, Roja's current 6 forms have all reached the intermediate level under the 10 times of the system's automatic training. How can a guy like Belyamibo, who can't even use arm domineering, hurt Roja, who uses iron blocks? Assent. What? This is impossible. Your iron block has been cultivated to such an extent. Balumeb was full of surprise. 6 styles, finger guns. Roja didn't talk to him and launched the finger gun move in the 6 moves again, mercilessly piercing Belyamibo's left arm, and a trace of blood spattered bang. As the 2 swords fell to the ground, Belyamibo knelt on the ground and wailed in pain, clutching his bloody left arm at this moment. The envy of all the sailors watching the battle towards Roja turned into shock. All of them stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them, all of them. Never expected Roja's strength to be so terrifying, and he knocked down the opponent with just one move of a finger. As for Garp, he was still eating his senbei leisurely. Obviously, he was not surprised by this result at all. At any rate, he is also a student taught by himself. He clearly knows that Belyamibo has not even mastered the 6 styles, let alone the arm domineering style. What about Roja? Sure enough, the system is awesome. This intermediate level 6th form, which has been cultivated automatically by 10 times, has already reached such power. It's a pity this kind of minion doesn't give me any stimulation at all, and the system doesn't trigger rewards at all. Roja muttered to himself. Belyamibo. KB immediately ran up to help Balumeb and yelled at Roja, "You bastard, what did you do to my friend? Don't worry, I won't die." Roja didn't take it seriously at all, and waved his hand lightly and said, "Damn it, you bastard. Repaying my friend with such a heavy shot, Lieutenant General Garp, I beg to compete with him." Faced with Roja's attitude, KB roared angrily. When Garp heard it, not only did he not stop him, but he nodded to express his acquiescence. Chapter 3, KB's Challenge. Belyamibo. KB immediately ran up to help Balumeb and yelled at Roja, "You bastard, what did you do to my friend? Don't worry, I won't die." Roja didn't take it seriously at all, and waved his hand lightly and said, "Damn it, you bastard." Faced with Roja's attitude, KB gritted his teeth angrily, but Roja didn't pay attention to him. Originally thought that this matter should end like this according to Kebe, who has always been timid and cowardly, but Kebe suddenly spoke up and said, "Lieutenant General Garp, I will challenge him this time. I want to know what I have mastered. What kind of level has the 6 forms reached? It is good." Garp nodded and looked at Roja and asked, "What about you?" "I'm fine." Roja nodded. "Very good, KB, you fight Roja just to test how far you have mastered the 6 styles." Garp said this time in an orderly tone. "Yes, Lieutenant General Garp." Kebe responded immediately. After following Garp for a period of time, KB has mastered the 6 forms now, and no wonder Garp wants him to compete with him, and his strength must be higher than that of Belyamibo. Tio put it bluntly, this is not a test for Roja, but to test the current strength of his disciple. Just right, Roja has already thought of how he should make a move followed by. KB immediately became serious and had already entered a fighting state. 6 style, shave. KB let out a low shout, stepped on the spot, and disappeared in front of Roja in an instant. It's not bad, I have mastered shaving, but unfortunately, it's still too slow. Roja didn't panic at all and even sneered. Even though Roja hasn't mastered the domineering aura yet, he can easily judge KB's position. As predicted, as Roja expected, KB had already appeared behind him and was ready to attack. But Roja didn't intend to use the 6 forms to fight back, but stood still with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Followed by a huge invisible coercion erupted from Roja's body. Seeing that KB was about to hit Roja, his eyes suddenly turned white, and he fell to the ground with a plop and passed out. Not only that, many of the sailors watching the battle also fainted on the ground in the same state as Kebe. Even Garp, who was going to watch the show, frowned involuntarily. This guy, it's only been more than 3 months since he awakened his overlord color. Can he reach this level of free control? What's going on? Hey, wake up, why did you faint? This is the domineering arrogance of the overlord. The rest of the sailors who were still awake began to talk about it. Yes, what Roja showed just now is exactly the domineering arrogance he has mastered. Is this the power of domineering color? If I can cultivate the overlord's color domineering to a very high level, I can use the overlord's color to entangle. The power of the overlord's color entanglement is truly terrifying and powerful. Roja was also surprised by the power of his domineering color. After all, this was the first time he used it in actual combat, and the power had completely exceeded his expectations. Garp ordered the medical soldiers to come and send Kebe and the sailors who were stunned by Roja's overbearing domineering look to treatment. At tea this time, only Roja and Garp were left in the huge hall of the Navy headquarters, and there were only a few sailors here. Roja, to be honest, how long has it been since you awakened your domineering aura? Garp asked. About 3 months or so. Roja replied straightforwardly. It took about 3 months to cultivate the awakened domineering look to be able to use it freely. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Garp was very surprised and looked at Roja with a face full of disbelief. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Roja touched his head and said with a smile, "Don't dare, Lieutenant General Garp. It took more than 3 months." Garp didn't continue to speak, but just took a deep breath, and his brows formed a Sichuan character. You know, Garp, as one of the few masters in the world of One Piece, knows very well the difficulty of cultivating domineering overlord color. Then in Garp's judgment, if it is true what Roja said, it can only mean one thing, that is, Roja is a genius. Garp felt very lucky that such a genius appeared in his Navy team. Otherwise, once Roja and his 2 unfilial sons and unfilial grandsons became the Revolutionary Army and pirates after that, he will definitely become the most difficult figure in the Navy. Therefore, Garp immediately made a decision. Roja, you are simply a genius. This old man likes you very much. I will serve as your teacher for the time being and teach you how to use arrogance. You can't live up to this old man's kindness. Garp patted Roja on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Really, that's really great, Lieutenant General Garp." Of course, Roja would not refuse. Although Roja has a system, Capna is a legend in the Navy, and his strength can be said to be at the ceiling level. If he can guide the domineering use, coupled with the automatic cultivation of the system, it is simply icing on the cake, so how could Roja refuse? A few sailors in the hall were envious again. You know, if you can get the guidance of Lieutenant General Garp, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the future. Suddenly, the system sound rang again. Ding. The host was favored by Garp, the legendary naval hero, and his reputation in the world of abilities skyrocketed. Congratulations to the host for starting the self-cultivation project of knowledgeable domineering. This allowed him to master the 3-color domineering. At this time, Roja couldn't find any expression to describe the joy in his heart. I thought it was over. As a result, the system sound rang again, shocked by the domineering power released by the host in actual combat. Information color domineering and armed color domineering, not to be outdone, determined to practice hard. Ding, congratulations to the host. The automatic training speed of knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering has increased. After hearing this, Roja was immediately excited. It is already a happy event to gain knowledge and domineering this time. He never expected that the 2-color domineering spirit would be stimulated at the same time, and the speed of automatic cultivation would be increased. What is this called? You can't experience the systematic happiness, let alone the double happiness that the system gives you directly. Okay, Roja, come to see the old man tomorrow morning. The study will officially start, so the old man will take a step ahead now. Garp finally ordered. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp, see you tomorrow. Roja nodded. Chapter 4 Garp teaches the domineering power of naval heroes. Navy headquarters. In the marshal's office, Zhanghua had finished processing the tedious documents, got up and walked to Garp's side, and snatched the package of crackers from his hand. "Ah, Sengoku, you old bastard, you stole my senbei." Garp suddenly stood up and angrily yelled. Seeing Garp's angry appearance, Sengoku didn't take it seriously at all, but sat on the sofa leisurely and ate senbei. Garp, is what you just said true? That sailor named Roha is really what you said. He was able to use the domineering color freely in just over 3 months. Warring States asked. After saying goodbye to Roha just now, Garp came here immediately and told Sengoku about Roha. Warring States, what do you want me to say about you? You were the admiral of the Navy. Didn't the sailors under him inquire about it? I really don't know how you become the admiral. Garp quickly snatched it back from the hand of the Warring States. He even started to mock his bag of crackers. You still know that I am a marshal? How many sailors are there in our Navy headquarters? Besides, there are so many practical affairs that need to be dealt with. Each of my sailors can clearly know that you are capable of being the marshal. Warring States raged back. I don't want it. I'm a lieutenant general. Look how free and comfortable I am now. I don't look like you. My hair's obviously white, but I deliberately dyed it black. I'm a lot of age. Can you stop being so pretending to be Warring States? Garp continued to taunt with strength. To shut up. You're an immortal too. Garp, since that Roha is a genius, then you have to teach him well. Our Navy is counting on these new generations. After Sengoku finished speaking, he reached out again to grab the senbei bag in Garp's hand, only to find that Garp had eaten all of it. Suppressing his anger, Sengoku calmed down and asked, By the way, Garp, have you heard about that pirate in the East China Sea recently? Early the next morning, according to the agreement, Roha came to Garp's training ground, but the first one to see was not Garp, but Kebi and Baru Meber. Brother Roha. Hello, my name is Kebi, and this is my friend Belyamibo. I apologize to Baru Meber for your recklessness yesterday, and I am really very sorry. Kebi took Baru Mebo and bowed to Roha to apologize. Kebi's attitude was still very sincere, but Baru Mebo seemed unwilling. It's okay. How's it going? Are you all okay? Roha also said politely. Brother Roha, I heard Lieutenant General Garp say that the power you defeated me yesterday was domineering and domineering. Only 1 out of 1,000,000 people can have the power of one person. You are really amazing. Kebi said, the face fan said excitedly. Humph. Belyamibo on the side is still unconvinced. Isn't it just domineering and domineering? I must have it too, but I haven't awakened yet. For Baru Mebo, Roha dismissed it and didn't take it to heart at all, but started chatting with Kebi. After a while, Cap came. What are you doing here? Don't you need to train? Garp scolded severely. Lieutenant General Garp. Roha and Kebi shouted respectfully. Kebi, Baru Meber, the performance of the two of you yesterday was too disappointing for me. Today's training is doubled. No, doubled. If you can't finish it, don't even think about eating and sleeping. Garp roared. Kebi and Belyamibo couldn't refute at all, so they had to go to training resentfully. Roha, you come with the old man. Garp said to Roha. Roha nodded, didn't say much, but followed Garp's pace and walked out together soon. Garp took Roha away from the Navy headquarters to a barren hill. Although he didn't know what Garp's intention was, Roha didn't ask and just followed Garp here. Roha, your aptitude is very good. It is really rare to be able to master the overlord color and domineering freely in just over 3 months. However, domineering arrogance is innate and cannot be obtained through later training. Therefore, we use the other 2 types of arrogance more widely in battle. These are knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering. Today, I brought you here mainly to demonstrate and explain these 2 kinds of arrogance to you. Garp explained to Roha very seriously. Of course, Roha definitely knew these basic knowledge, but he didn't interrupt him. After all, he should give some respect accordingly. First of all, it's the arrogance of knowledge. You look after it. Garp said as he picked up a huge rock and lightly punched it into a pile of gravel, then picked up a piece of cloth, wrapped it up and threw it all on the ground. Into the air, seeing the pile of rubble falling from the sky. Garp closed his eyes instead, acting extremely calm. Without exception, with the help of Garp's knowledgeable domineering, these stones that fell like a torrential rain did not even touch Garp, and Garp easily avoided them. Roha was not surprised by this performance, because he had already mastered the arrogance of knowledge, and the system also turned on automatic training for him. After a night of automatic training, Roha believed that he could easily reach this level. This is the basis of knowledge and knowledge. If you can cultivate knowledge and knowledge to the extreme, you can predict the short-term future. As for this, I won't show it much. Garp explained. The next step is armed domineering. The first is the package of armed domineering. In addition to strengthening one's own strength, armed domineering can also be used to deal with natural fruit ability users and capture their entities. Garp held the iron fist he was proud of, and suddenly, the fist was completely blackened. Yes, it was the domineering covering and winding of the armed color. Of course, this is also the most basic, just to give you a demonstration. What's next? This old man is going to show you what kind of power the armed color is released after the armed color domineering cultivation reaches the top level. Garp smiled confidently. He walked slowly towards a hill in the distance. He put his fist to his mouth and breathed while walking. After a little preparation, Garp faced the hill directly, fist away, followed by bang with a loud noise. The entire mountain collapsed and cracked. Garp's fist didn't touch the mountain at all, but an invisible breath suddenly rushed out of his fist and hit the mountain, dismembering the entire mountain in just a second. What the hell? Is this the power of the legendary naval hero? End of this chapter. Chapter 5 3-Color Domineering Practice Speed Up. Roja was deeply shocked by Garp's performance just now. Although he knew that armed arrogance is indeed a powerful force if it can be cultivated to the extreme, he never expected that Garp's demonstration would be so terrifying. Just when Roja was still dumbfounded, the sound of the system rang. The host is stimulated by the domineering demonstration from the legendary naval hero Garp. Information color domineering and armed color domineering were hit hard, determined to practice even harder. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic training speed of knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering has increased tenfold. Currently, the automatic training speed of knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering is 12 times. Hearing the notification sound of this system, Roja's heart was already filled with joy. So that's how it is, affected by external emotional changes. These skills I have mastered can continue to increase the speed of automatic cultivation. Roja was overjoyed, as if he had opened the door to a new world. In the joy, Roja did not forget to experience the 2-color domineering strength in his body. The 10 times the cultivation speed stimulated by itself yesterday has already brought about the same qualitative leap. Now the 2-color domineering has increased to 12 times the speed of cultivation, which makes Roja feel like a fish in water. And his confidence doubles. Lieutenant General Garp, you are really good. Roja involuntarily gave Garp a thumbs up. For Garp's power, Roja really felt sincere admiration in his heart. Thank you for the prize. I'm just showing you a small demonstration. I don't dare to make such a big noise, or that old guy from the Warring States period will trouble me again. Garp laughed and left come over to herd here. Roja took a deep breath, leveling a mountain with one punch. Is this a small demo? How strong is Garp's true strength has always been a mystery. After all, even the Tianlong people dare not touch him. Of course, the reason why Tianlongren didn't move him must be not only because of strength, but also for other reasons, but it's not something Roja should consider right now. Next. With Capre's aggressive character, he doesn't talk nonsense to Rojado. He started training directly on him, and since Roja had already mastered the 2-color domineering, he soon showed it at this moment. Garp can only describe Roja as talented and intelligent, and he didn't expect Roja to easily master and use the 2-color domineering in just a short period of time. But thinking about Roja being able to use the overlord color freely in more than 3 months is also relieved. What's more, knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering can be cultivated. The day after tomorrow, everyone can practice. It's just a matter of time. But therefore, in the next few days, Garp has been teaching Roja how to use the 2-color arrogance. Since Roja has already mastered the method of use, he is teaching Roja how to use the 2-color arrogance in actual combat. Roja, who already had times the speed of automatic training, also got started very quickly. At the same time, he also mastered a lot of fighting skills under Garp's teaching. In this process, Garp naturally also integrated the 2-color domineering into the 6 naval styles to guide Roja step by step. They even recruited a lot of powerful sailors to practice for Roja. Without exception, they must have won all of them. After all, Roja has an automatic training system. Coupled with Garp's careful guidance, his strength must have risen rapidly. Have to say, Garp is still very talented as a teacher. The attribute of Luffy, who can never be killed and will return blood, is not the attribute that Garp trained him since he was a child, and the dragon, I am afraid that he was tortured and taught by Garp when he was young. For Roja's performance, he has reached this level in just a few days. Garp is very pleased. At the same time, Garp also asked Roja to choose a fighting style, such as fighting the world with his fists like Garp, or practicing swordsmanship, or even finding a devil fruit to eat. Of course, Garp prefers Roja to choose the same pure body skills as himself. After all, he defeated the legendary big pirate Rocks with a pair of fists back then. However, Roja did not choose the same path as Garp in the end. Lieutenant General Garp, I've already made up my mind. I want to choose Kendo as my main fighting method. Roja said his decision. For Roja, he has already mastered the 6 styles, and with the blessing of his own automatic training system, his physical skills basically won't have too many problems. But if he wants to go to a higher depth, Roja personally thinks that relying solely on physical skills is not enough, so he chose the way of swordsmanship to ask for eating a devil fruit and becoming a power user. Roja doesn't think about it for the time being, and he is not allowed to think about it, after all. After eating a devil fruit, he will be cursed by the sea and become a landlubber who can't swim. Swordsmanship. This reminds me of an old friend, Cap said thoughtfully. What? Who did Lieutenant General Garp think of? Roja asked. It's okay, your boy's physical skills, because of the help of the 6 styles, there is no problem, and it is also good to choose a swordsmanship, but the old man is not proficient in swordsmanship, but the old man has been fighting for many years. Many top swordsmen have fought against each other, but I still know the basics of swordsmanship, so I will teach you the basics of swordsmanship first. And then I will find some people who are proficient in swordsmanship from the Navy to teach you. Garp shook his head and explained. Okay, then I will trouble Lieutenant General Garp. Roja said. Then Garp found 2 swords and began to guide Roja to learn swordsmanship. As he said, he is not proficient in swordsmanship, but for Garp, who has experienced many battles, he still knows the basics. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Automatic Swordsmanship Training starts. That's it, another few days passed. Under Garp's guidance, Roja has learned the basics of swordsmanship. It just so happened that Garp was recalled to the Navy headquarters for a meeting today, so he asked Roja to practice on his own, did not expect. It turns out that sword skills and so on are much more demanding than physical skills. It seems that I must redouble my efforts and establish a swordsmanship training program as soon as possible. In that case, I will become the world's #1 swordsman within a short time. I don't talk about Hawkeye. Even if Roger is still there, I won't pay attention. After practicing for a while, Roja stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead, began to think, and worked hard to strengthen himself. At the same time, the host's desire for kendo power and the fighting spirit to pursue has deeply infected the swordsmanship. Swordsmanship decided to train himself day and night. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic training of swordsmanship has started. Okay. This is okay too. System, I love you so much. Since the automatic training of swordsmanship was activated, Roja gradually felt that the power in his body began to rise even more. System, look at the cultivation project I'm building now. Roja asked the host. Roja Navy 6 styles, ability strength intermediate, 10 times automatic training. Information color domineering, ability strength intermediate, 12 times automatic cultivation. Armed color domineering, ability strength intermediate, 12 times automatic cultivation. Swordsmanship strength, ability strength swordsman level automatic training. Swordsmanship is divided into swordsman, great swordsman, world's great swordsman, corresponding to other abilities, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top. Overlord color domineering, ability strength intermediate automatic training. After reading the system prompt, Roja was very excited. In addition to the current strength of swordsmanship, the cultivation items I have established have reached 5 items, and except for the swordsmanship I just obtained, several other training items have reached the intermediate level under the automatic training system. For this situation, Roja is very satisfied. However, even so, Roja did not slacken his cultivation because he knew that he must become stronger. After all, in the world of One Piece, this is a world where the weak prey on the strong. Everything is based on strength. If you don't have strength, your life may be in danger at any time. Therefore, in order to gain a firm foothold in this world, Roja has only one goal, and that is to make himself stronger. So, relying on his faith, Roja began to practice hard day after day. More than 4 months have passed in a blink of an eye. Training every day can give Roja a different improvement. Time flies so fast. Now my Navy 6 style has reached the top level. The knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering have reached the advanced level. And the strength of swordsmanship has also reached the intermediate level. In this world, I already belong to the swordsman level. The most important thing is that my overlord color domineering energy has also been greatly improved, and now I can completely control the overlord color domineering energy to cause substantial damage. Roja felt his own strength and muttered in his heart. The power of swordsmanship has reached the level of a swordsman, which makes him quite satisfied with the result. In fact, the reason why knowledge color domineering, armed color domineering, and the 6th naval style have improved so quickly, of course, the biggest credit is because the system has turned on 10 times the automatic training speed. As for the improvement of domineering aura, it can cause substantial damage in just these few months, which can be regarded as an improvement of the same quality. But for Roja himself, this power is far from enough. At least it needs to be reduced to the top level of knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering. It seems that we still need to find out if there is a chance to stimulate this 2-color domineering cultivation speed. After enjoying the benefits brought by the system's automatic cultivation, Roja's immediate reaction was naturally this. Roja, who was thinking seriously, didn't even notice that Garp had arrived. "Roja, what are you in a daze for?" Garp came over and asked. Roja, who came back to his senses, glanced at Garp. When he saw Garp, Roja turned his head and seemed to think of a way. "Lieutenant General Garp, I have a request. Can you treat me as an opponent and let me test how far my strength has reached during this time?" Roja asked. Although Garp often guides Roja, he has never had a substantive battle. So Roja's idea is to try to see if he can stimulate the two-color domineering and increase the speed of automatic cultivation through the battle with Garp. After all, the last time Garp showed himself the two-color domineering power was when he increased his automatic training speed by 10 times. That's why Roja came up with the idea that maybe Garp could be used to stimulate and increase the speed of cultivation, which is not necessarily the case. The old man thought it was something. It turned out to be this matter. "No problem, then let the old man test to what extent your strength has reached during this period of time." Garp did not refuse this time, but readily agreed. Seeing that the opportunity came, Roja was overjoyed and soon entered the fighting state. Facing the legendary Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy, Roja didn't intend to keep his strength and immediately exploded. First, he used iron blocks to strengthen his body, and then covered the sword in his hand with an armed color wrap, and then shaved off the spot with one of the top 6 naval moves, and attacked Garp fiercely. Facing Roja's attack, Garp didn't panic at that time, relying on his knowledge and arrogance to easily block his attack, and punched Roja's fist with a fist wrapped in armed arrogance. The iron block made Roja back steadily, as expected. Is Garp with such superb power? However, Roja did not admit defeat so easily and launched an offensive again. This time it was different. Roja chose to directly use the high-level armed color domineering. When Roja's sword tip was about to stab Garp, Garp didn't take it seriously. Because Garp knew that with his domineering strength, Roja's sword should not be able to hurt him. But what he never expected was that the Bingjian that was supposed to stab him in his plan unexpectedly erupted with an invisible force and directly charged toward him. A loud muffled sound. Even the domineering Garp was shocked back 2 steps by the power released by Roja. That's right. This is the power of the advanced armed color. Because the domineering advanced armed color can already achieve an external effect. I didn't expect you guys. In just a few months, you have already cultivated your armed color to the point where you can release it outside. This old man is really a bit careless. Garp actually praised Roja. "Thank you, Lieutenant General Garp, for your compliment." Roja responded. However, there are 2 spectators not far from the side, that is KB and Belyamibo, who just came with Garp. Both of them were dumbfounded. "Since that's the case, the old man is going to make a move. Watch," Garp said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, Garp shot. I saw him clenching his fists and suddenly soaring into the air. The cloak with the word justice on his body was blown up with the wind, and the pressure of a strong man suddenly approached Roja. At this moment, under the perception of the domineering aura of knowledge, Roja also reacted quickly and decided to wrap his whole body with a domineering aura of armed color, at least to have a defensive effect. In the end, Roja really managed to hold the punch. Chapter 7 Exceptional Promotion to Rear Admiral. After all, Roja's arm domineering has reached an advanced level, and Garp's punch just now is only hardened by using the armed color, so Roja didn't feel surprised. At the same time, Roja looked for a neutral opportunity by relying on his domineering perception and following this opportunity. He raised the sword in his hand and counterattacked Garp without hesitation. It was only a little bit short of hurting Garp, but it was a pity that Garp escaped in the end. After all, Garp is a top powerhouse with the most top-level 2-color domineering. Similarly, Garp was not to be outdone and waved his fist again. That's it. Roja and Garp were fighting back and forth, and the scene was hearty. KB, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, exclaimed again, "Brother Roja can fight Lieutenant General Garp for so many rounds without losing the wind. In just a few months. How terrifying is Brother Roja's promotion?" On the other hand, Belyamibo didn't dare to speak. His whole body was trembling. Maybe he was recalling that he was bold enough to challenge Roja a few months ago. Fortunately, Roja at that time just taught him a little lesson. Otherwise, he there may not even be alive. After several rounds, both Roja and Garp retreated to their positions, their eyes facing each other. "My boy, I didn't expect that in just a few months, you have cultivated the 6 styles and the 2-color domineering to such an extent. It really surprises the old man. Since this is the case, then the old man will not show mercy." After Garp praised him, he saw a strong aura erupting from Garp's side, as if he was really going to show his true skills this time. That being the case, Roja is not to be outdone and is ready to show all his strength. Even the domineering look is ready. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Garp disappeared in front of Roja. The speed was so fast that he was a different person from just now. At least 10 times faster. Roja's eyes widened, and he immediately activated his informative arrogance to capture Carp's position and attack method, but he found that there was no effect at all in the next second. Before Roja could react, a powerful fist hit his chest, a muffled sound. Roja flew out and didn't stop until he hit the wall. This is the legend of the Navy, Garp's strength. Roja, who could feel the domineering power of Garp's top-level weaponry, couldn't help admiring it. Roja quickly reacted and stood up quickly. With the domineering blessing of high-level armed color, he only suffered a little injury, which did not affect his combat power at all. Originally, Roja was going to continue to attack, but Garp stopped and said, "Okay, Roja, your strength has grown tremendously, so you don't need to continue. You really surprised me. You were able to in just a few months." He has cultivated two-color domineering to this level. It seemed that Roja had lost to Garp, but in fact, Roja had already won Garp's respect. "I still want to thank Lieutenant General Garp for his teaching," Roja said modestly. "This contest is over, but Roja has something very curious. That is, after feeling Garp's powerful armed force, the training items he owns were not stimulated. Hard to do. I guess it because he has already been stimulated by Garp once, so the stimulation in the same way does not take effect." The only explanation Roja could think of was this. Before Roja had time to think about it, Garp came over. "By the way, I was almost forgotten by your kid. I came to tell you that Zhonghua wants to see you. Let's go. I'll take you to see Zhonghua." Garp said, "The Warring States Marshal wants to see himself." To be honest, Roja was surprised when he heard the news. After all, I'm just a small major now, and it stands to reason that a big man like the Marshal of the Warring States period would not know about himself, and even if he knew, he would not be able to summon him. However, now that Zhonghua wants to meet him, it must be that Garp has said a lot of good things about him to Zhonghua behind his back. Don't look at Garp and Sengoku, who are always arguing and arguing, but these two people have that kind of relationship. Garp really wants to introduce one or two newcomers to Sengoku. That's not a word thing. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp. Although he didn't know what was going on in the Warring States period, Roja would definitely not refuse. Garp nodded and said, and then took Roja away to the Marshal's office. Before leaving, he arranged extremely strict training programs for Kebe and Belyamibo, Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office. "You are Roja, right? That guy Garp has mentioned you in front of me a lot. You are really the first young man who can make Garp serious." As the Marshal, Sengoku spoke very firmly. Sure enough, as Roja imagined, the reason why Warring States sought him must have something to do with Garp. But more than 4 months have passed. Why did the Warring States summon him now? When Roja thought about it, he felt that things must not be that simple. "Major Roja, given your performance and strength, you have been exceptionally promoted to Rear Admiral of our Navy headquarters. From now on, you are Major General Roja, and you can report to me directly for everything in future." Speaking of this, Zhonghua turned his head to look at Garp, smiled, and said, "If Garp hadn't been strongly recommending you, I would not have promoted you exceptionally. I hope your performance is worthy of this extraordinary promotion." Hearing this, before Roja could speak, Garp, who was eating senbei beside him, burst out laughing. "Roja is on par with the old man. This strength is enough to serve as a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters." Warring States was taken aback immediately, and he didn't believe it. But seeing Cap's resolute and affirmative expression, he knew that his old friend had not deceived him. Roja has only been in the army for less than 4 years, right? His talent is unbelievably high. Warring States couldn't help but sigh in surprise. At this time, Roja on the other side was still a little confused. The sudden promotion caught him by surprise. But I also want to understand one thing. Why Garp agreed to compete with him so readily just now. It turned out that it was to test whether he was capable of being a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The final result was naturally approved by Garp. "Thank you for your compliment, Marshal of the Warring States period." Roja is not a hypocritical person. Since he was promoted, he immediately responded with a military salute. "Marshal of the Warring States period, you didn't just ask me to be a Major General, did you?" Roja asked himself. "Major General Roja, you are indeed, as Garp said. You are a smart person. Yes, there is a task for you now." Zhonghua glanced at Roja, nodded, and said, "Really, it is definitely impossible to give Roja a promotion for no reason. Naturally, there is a task assigned to him, which is also expected. Please order, Marshal of the Warring States period." Roja nodded in agreement. "I need you to go on a great route, which is specifically related to 2 pirates." Warring States said, "Great route? Are you going to catch 2 pirates?" Roja was a little curious. "Which 2 pirates are they?" "I don't know if you have heard of it. The captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace." Sengoku said. Hearing this name, Roja was stunned for a moment. Portgasted Ace, the son of One Piece Roger, the sworn brother of Straw Hat, Luffy, the godson of Whitebeard. How could Roha not know? But at this time, he still pretended not to know, showing a puzzled expression. Without waiting for Roha to ask the reason, Sengoku continued, the other pirate is also a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach. Chapter 8 Accept the task of prisoner Ace, Marshal Teach. Isn't that Blackbeard? And many more Ace and Blackbeard. Garp went to the Great Channel again at this time, which means that the place Garp is going to is the capital of water, and he is looking for Luffy. While Roha was still thinking, Sengoku continued to talk. 2 days ago, when the Navy headquarters held a meeting with Shichibukai to discuss the vacancy of Crocodile Shichibukai, the ghost security officer, Lafitte, suddenly appeared and recommended Marshal Teach, and he still has a bargaining chip in his hand. That is, they captured Fire Fist Ace alive. And besides being the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace's other identity is actually Roger Lynn, the Pirate King, the only child before death. When he said this, the expression of Warring States gradually became dignified. I understand, Marshal of the Warring States period. What do you need me to do? Roha nodded. Lafitte is here to spread the word for Titch. They have established a Blackbeard Pirates, and he wants to use Ace as a bargaining chip to trade with us. First, he wants the position of Shichibukai, and second, he wants 1 billion Baileys. This matter has been discussed and passed at the meeting, and it is also required that people with the rank of Lieutenant General and above are not allowed to pass. Otherwise, they will refuse to trade with us, so I need you to bring 1 billion Baileys to make a deal with Tiki, and successfully Firefin Ace was escorted to Jinjin City. Warring State said in a deep voice that it seems that it is very likely that the decision to trade with the pirates was not agreed by the Warring States, and it is probably decided by someone higher up. Billion Bailey. Roha was startled when he heard this number. You know, in this world, except for those rare and special varieties of devil fruit, a common devil fruit circulating in the black market is only about 1 million Baileys, so wouldn't 1 billion Baileys be able to exchange for 10 devil fruits? No problem, Warring States Marshal. I promise to complete the mission. Roha said solemnly. Well, remember, you must complete the mission. That Ace is very important to our Navy, and you have to be careful of this Blackbeard Pirates, especially their captain, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. Fire Fist Ace's strength is not simple. He must be very powerful if he can be captured alive. Warring States began to order. Okay. Roha nodded. Well, then you are ready to go, and you will set off later. The billion Baileys have also been arranged. The trading place is on Dabanaro Island in the Great Channel. Remember, you must be careful. These pirates they are insidious and cunning guys. Zhangguo finally ordered. It didn't take long for Roha to leave the marshal's office. The office door was pushed open again. Ouch, the Blackbeard Pirates of Kauai are so scary. A cynical voice came in. That's right. The person who came was none other than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Huang Yuan. Marshal of the Warring States period. Are you sure you only let that boy Roha go by himself? He's a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. It's so scary. What should I do? Should I let the old man go with me? Huang Yuan said with a smile on his face. No, if I could let you go, I would have let you go. Blackbeard Titch's request said that no one above the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters is allowed to go there. Only a Major General can take a warship there, and this is also the meaning of the above. Warring States immediately rejected and explained. That Blackbeard is quite cautious. Huang Yuan chuckled. There would be nothing wrong with Roha. He is now a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Tiki is smarter. He will definitely not fight with him. Palyasolino, I have something to do with you, Sengoku said. Soon Roha came to the port with a Navy headquarters parked the warship. Major Admiral Roha. Hello. The warships and sailors are all ready, waiting for you to give orders. A sailor greeted Roha immediately when he saw Roha's arrival. Okay, let's go now. Roha ordered. Set sail. Afterwards, the warship that Roha was on slowly left the port of the Navy headquarters and quickly disappeared at the end of the endless sea in the distance. The number of sea soldiers assigned to Roha by the Warring States period was not too many, less than 100 sea soldiers in total, but Roha didn't care. Instead, he cared more about why Blackbeard wanted the billion Baileys. By the way, where is the 1 billion Bailey arranged by Marshal of the Warring States period? Roha asked immediately. Major General Roha, please follow me. A sailor led Roha into the cabin, and the cabin was filled with bags of golden Baileys. Report to Major Roha, all the billion Baileys are here. The sailor who led the way saluted respectfully. Okay, you go out first. Roha waved his hand. Looking at the billion Pele in front of his eyes, Roha fell into deep thought. In fact, what the Warring States period said is correct. Pirates are insidious and cunning people, and this Blackbeard Tiki has brought out all the advantages of pirates to the fullest. At the same time, Roja is also very clear that Blackbeard Tiki just wants to use Ace to exchange for Shichibukai's position, so that he can easily enter the advancement city to recruit troops, and then carry out the subsequent evil plan. But Roja didn't figure it out, so why did he want another billion Baileys? Although I can't figure it out, but Roja has already started to have a small calculation in his heart. After several days of wandering at sea, Major General Roja, we are about to arrive at Bonero Island. Roja was still looking at the navigation map in the captain's room, and suddenly a sailor came in to report. Okay, I see. Roja nodded. Walking out of the cabin, he stood on the deck of the warship and looked, as expected. The warship he was on was about to arrive at an island. There was still a boat made of several pieces of wood parked beside the island, and there was a picture of a pirate hanging on it. The flag is Blackbeard's pirate flag, and the island was full of smoke, not to mention that the roads were all barren, and even many plants were withered and yellow. There is no doubt that all of this must be done by Blackbeard, and their Blackbeard pirates may have slaughtered and plundered the entire island. But Roja is not moved, because this is the cruel reality after pirates everywhere. Roja paid the most attention to the few people who were already standing on the edge of the island, and these guys are Badgers, Van Orca, Lafitte, Poison Q, and Blackbeard Titch, and Ace, who is bound by Halushi. Ha 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 ha. Little ones, their warships have indeed come. Our billion Pele will be available soon. The Blackbeard standing in the middle opened his arms and grinned sinisterly, revealing his incomplete teeth. Chapter 9, The Arrogant Blackbeard Pirates. Ja, Captain, can we get rid of that broken raft? Blackbeard Pirates crew, Champion Badgers, asked with a sinister smile. That's really great, so we don't need to sit on this broken raft and be swept away by the waves. The Champion Badgers said excitedly. Of course. Except for the billion Baileys, the warship is also ours. Blackbeard Titch said confidently. Obviously, all of this seemed to be planned by Blackbeard. The reason why he asked warring states to assign only one warship was definitely not just for the 1 billion Baileys, but also because of the idea of this warship. After all, the next place Blackbeard Titch and the others are going to was Push City, and they definitely couldn't get there with their current raft, unfortunately. This time it was Roja who came here, on the deck of the warship. Major Admiral Roja, those are members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Are we going to get closer now? A sailor asked for Roja's opinion. Close to the past. Roja gave the order very decisively. Okay, according to Major General Roja's arrangement, let the ship approach immediately. The sailor commanded. By the way, Major General Roja, do you need to move out the billion Baileys now? Haibing continued to ask. Billion Bailey? Who said they were going to give them a billion Baileys? Why move out? Roja said with a smile. Obviously, Roja had no intention of giving Blackbeard 1 billion Baileys to him at all. Just as the Warring States period told him, these pirates are all insidious, cunning, and greedy guys, especially for Blackbeard. Major General Roja, this is against the rules. Isn't this Marshal of the Warring States period? Before the sea soldier could finish speaking, Roja interrupted him directly, glared at him sharply, and said, Is it against the rules? No, Major General Roja, you have the final say. The sailor trembled involuntarily. After all, Roja is a major general and the leader of this mission. Naturally, he didn't dare to refute, but he couldn't figure out why Roja would do this. You must know that the other party is extremely vicious pirates, but since Roja has said so, then they only need to be responsible for executing the orders. Soon the warship docked. All the sailors disembarked one after another and lined up in 2 complete teams to greet Roja disembarkation. The scene was no less. Then the appearance of generals and lieutenants. Listen, Blackbeard Pirates, this is our Major General Roja. A sailor walked in the front to deliver a message. You guys are finally here. I'm getting impatient with waiting. I didn't expect it. You became a rear admiral at a young age. It seems that the Warring States period thinks highly of you. Blackbeard laughed and said his attitude was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take Roja seriously at all. This is also the official character of Blackbeard Tiki, arrogant and conceited, and these words are somewhat provocative to Roja. At the same time, Blackbeard Titch and the other crew members escorted Ace, who was put on the shackles of the sea tower stone, and slowly came over. Ace, who was full of scars, had disheveled hair, bowed his head and said nothing, facing Blackbeard. Roja didn't talk nonsense with him, but raised his head high with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Blackbeard, mock me? Then wouldn't I give you a blow? Just got off the ship. Roja, who was walking slowly and confidently, burst into a domineering arrogance. A burst of invisible coercion quickly oppressed Blackbeard and his group. Roja is now proficient in mastering the domineering aura of the overlord color. Not only can he release the domineering aura of the overlord color on the selected target, but he could even use the materialized physical attack of the overlord color. However, he didn't release it with all his strength, and he didn't use the power to substantively overlord. But even such an overlord color of ordinary strength is enough to shock the Blackbeards. The overlord is domineering. This GUI is not simple, and the overlord's color of this intensity is close to the upper level. The Blackbeard, who was still smiling at first, suddenly became gloomy, and his brows began to be furrowed. Regardless of the fact that Blackbeard was just an ordinary crew member on Whitebeard's ship, he was actually a master at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The reason why he stayed on Whitebeard's ship was to wait for the dark fruit. The moment he felt Roja's domineering aura, his intuition had already told him that Roja's strength is definitely not simple, but there may be a doubt. In his heart, why this Roja looks so young, but already able to master such a powerful domineering arrogance. Even Blackbeard's other crew members were equally nervous, if it weren't for the fact that they, a group of villains, still had some strength. Otherwise, they might have been stunned by Roja's domineering arrogance. Not only them, and the dejected Ace also had his eyes wide open with an unbelievable look, and muttered to himself, "This GUYIS he also domineering." As the only son with the blood of Roger the Pirate King, Ace has already awakened the overlord-like domineering when he was young, so he is very sensitive to the overlord-like domineering. And the other side, the naval soldiers who came on the same warship with Roja simply cast their admiration on Roja. Click. Blackbeard crewman Van Oka immediately raised a rifle in his hand, aimed the gun at Roja, and was ready to go. And many more. Van Oka, don't make a move. This man is not simple. Blackbeard Titch hurriedly stopped him. If Roja hadn't shown his overbearing arrogance, it is estimated that without Van Oka and others, Blackbeard Tiki would have violently attacked himself. But for the insidious and cunning Blackbeard, since he knew that the opponent had great strength, it was naturally impossible for his side to make a rash move. What's more, his purpose today is not to kill all these sea soldiers like Roja, but the main purpose is to get the title of Shichibukai and the Billion Baileys. Before completing the next major conspiracy plan, he will not easily turn against the Navy. Major General Roja, right? Your strength is very good, and I quite like you. Let's get straight to business. The ace that your Navy wants is here. You should also bring the Shichibukai position and 1 billion Bailey that I want, right? Blackbeard was very direct and asked directly, "Of course, but according to the agreement, you have to give us Fire Fist Ace first." Roja nodded. "Okay. Badgers, bring Ace there." Blackbeard ordered. "Got it, Captain." Badgers walked over to the bound Ace, and several sailors hurried up to take over. After confirming that Ace had been successfully escorted to the warship, Roja glanced at Blackbeard Tiki and slowly took a few steps forward. "Tichi, your title of Kawehi has been approved by our Navy headquarters. As for the billion Baileys." When Roja said this, he deliberately put on a trick and said with a half-smile, "The people above promised to give it to you, but I didn't promise to you." Chapter 10, Swallowing a Billion Alone. Blackbeard furious. I heard what Roja said. Blackbeard Tiki's expression became solemn in an instant. His fists were gradually clenched, and there seemed to be a trace of killing intent in his eyes, because Roja's actions had completely deviated from his own plan. Originally, Blackbeard Titch specified that no Navy above the rank of Lieutenant General would be allowed to come over. The purpose was to avoid any conflict with the Navy. After all, he has just assumed the position of Kawehi. If he kills people above the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters at this time, then the Navy headquarters will definitely hold him accountable. Completing what you want to do may not be so smooth, relatively speaking. Yet now, Ace has already let the sailors escort them to the warship, so it can be said that he has no bargaining chips at all. If this is the case, then Blackbeard will definitely make a move. It's just that Blackbeard is a scheming guy, so naturally he wouldn't act rashly like this, but began to think about Roja's character. Why do you Navy people also learn to play rogues? Or do you have a personal opinion about the billion Pele? How about this, Ro? I think your strength is very good. You leave the Navy and join us. How about we conquer the world together? Blackbeard Titch spread his hands again and laughed arrogantly, and also extended an invitation to Roja, because in the view of Blackbeard Titch, Roja is very likely to be a greedy and ambitious man like himself. Otherwise, based on his understanding of the Navy, as long as the 1 billion Bailey that the Navy headquarters has promised is not may renege, then there is only one explanation, that is, Roja and himself are of the same kind. After all, no matter in any world, there will be such people. Even in the world of One Piece, S.O. Blackbeard Titch immediately figured it out, combined with the domineering power shown by Roja just now. If he is really the same kind of person as himself, then why not just win him over so that when the time comes, there will be no more people on board, just one more power result. Roja waved his hand disapprovingly and said casually, "Not interested." Now the face of Blackbeard Tiki really turned dark, and the endless killing intent was gradually aroused by anger, because it was obvious that Roja wanted to swallow the billion Baileys that originally belonged to him. Click. Van Oka, who was standing beside Blackbeard, once again raised his spear and aimed it at Roja, and this time Blackbeard did not continue to stop him, which seemed to mean that Blackbeard's default thought was want to fight with Roja. However, none of the Marines around Roja were terrified. After all, they were all professionally trained Marines from the Navy headquarters. It was their responsibility to fight against pirates. Seeing that there were signs of fighting, these sailors also rushed. He raised his gun. Hundreds of guns were all aimed at everyone in the Blackbeard pirates, and the two sides faced each other like this, and the scene was extremely spectacular. "Roya, I'll give you one last chance to hand over 1 billion Baileys. We won't mess with each other. Otherwise, you won't even think about leaving this island." Blackbeard Titch's eyes were full of murderous intent. Roja didn't speak, but waved his fingers in the depths, which meant to tell Blackbeard not to think about it. Now Roja completely angered Blackbeard. I thought that Blackbeard would attack immediately, but the fighting champion Badgers, who was standing next to Blackbeard, suddenly jumped up. His thick arms clenched his fists tightly. Badgers also yelled, "Captain, let me teach this guy a lesson for you." While speaking, he had rushed out, and his right fist hit Roja heavily with all his strength. This so-called champion Badger suddenly exploded, and Roja had already foreseen it with his knowledge and domineering aura. Knowledge color domineering is to predict the opponent's actions by sensing the emotional changes of the biological breath. Ha. At this time, Roja only curled his lips in the face of Badgers and sneered dismissively. Afterwards, Roja directly used the armed color hardening to cover his arm. Watching the moment when Badger's fist was about to hit, Roja made a move. Also fist to fist. Boom. Click. After a muffled sound, there was a crisp sound of bone fractures. 1 hit kill. Roja's strength directly shattered the bones in Badger's arm. What? With a plop, Badgers fell to the ground like a dog eating shit, screaming frantically and painfully while covering his arm with shattered bones. Everyone present was stunned, including Blackbeard Titch. After all, Badgers is his crew. He knows what kind of strength Badgers is. No matter how strong Roja is in front of him, he can't kill Badgers in one blow. But the result was different from what he had imagined. Is this guy really that strong? Blackbeard Tiki murmured in his heart at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Van Oka, who was beside Blackbeard, took the lead in shooting at Roja. Relying on his high-level domineering ability, Roja easily dodged at the speed of the bullet. Now that the Blackbeard pirates had already fired, it meant that the battle had officially started, and all the sailors couldn't bear it anymore. They pulled the triggers and started shooting. Immediately, there was a hail of bullets throughout the battlefield. Although the sailors here are not very strong, they are also sailors from the Navy headquarters, and they are more or less powerful. More importantly, they have a strong will to fight, and they are not the kind of soldiers who are easily afraid of running away. They fought bravely and successfully dragged down Van Oka, Lafitte, and Poison Q, several Blackbeard members. Only Roja and Blackbeard Titch were left standing in a hail of bullets, facing each other. "Roja, your strength is really good. Don't you really think about joining us? As long as the two of us work together, this world will definitely be ours. Ha. How about it, Roja? I'll give you one last chance to consider whether you want to join us." In the current situation, Blackbeard Titch still didn't forget to pull Roja into the group. Obviously, he didn't pay attention to the other sailors at all. I said, "I'm not interested." Roja shook his head. Since this is the case, then I want to show you what is the power of darkness. Blackbeard, who was rejected again, was furious. Chapter 11 Defeat Blackbeard Tiki, followed by Blackbeard Titch spread his hands, and two streams of dark matter quickly filled his hands at the same time. Behind Blackbeard Titch, there was another dark substance like a water column rising into the sky. Major General Roja, my power is the most powerful natural devil fruit in history, the dark fruit. Since you are so ignorant, I will show you the power that can swallow everything in the world. Little one, step back quickly. Blackbeard shouted confidently. Looking at the performance of Blackbeard Titch, Roja knew very well that what Blackbeard Titch released now was the power of the dark fruit he had obtained. It is precisely because of the power of this dark fruit that Ace, who was once recognized by the Navy because of his strength, was defeated miserably. Come on, the captain is angry. He's going to mess around. That's right, if we don't leave, even we will be implicated. Van Oka carried the injured Badgers and quickly left the battlefield with Lafitte and Poison Q. Suddenly, the dark matter that soared into the sky like a water column all fell to the ground and began to spread on the ground like a raging tide. What is this? Luo Major General Roja, what shall we do? Because the dark matter released by Blackbeard Titch was really unbelievable, many sailors were at a loss for what to do. All your sailors, quickly retreat to the ship. Roja immediately gave an order. Roja knew that this Blackbeard Titch was not a good man and a good woman. If he really let people go, he would definitely kill all the sailors. What's more, instead of letting these sailors get in the way of him here, Roja might as well let them all go back to the ship. These sailors did not hesitate. After all, they had seen Roja's overbearing arrogance just now. Since Major General Roja told them to retreat, they believed that Roja must have a way to deal with Blackbeard, so in those dark matter, when they were about to spread to their feet, they all began to retreat. After all the sailors had evacuated, the dark matter released by Blackbeard Titch had completely covered the area around the island. In the surge of this dark matter, countless stones and trees began to sink slowly as if being swallowed. Roja also stepped in this dark matter, but these dark matter did not pose any threat to him. Come on, let me show you the real power of darkness. Liberation. Blackbeard let out a loud shout. Immediately, the dark matter began to gather together, gathering together on Blackbeard's head. In just a few seconds, the stones and trees that had just been swallowed hit Roja like a hail of bullets. Roja didn't panic, his sharp eyes moved, and the domineering arrogance was released instantly with a loud noise. The stones and trees that were like a rainstorm of pear blossoms were instantly shattered. It was as if it was blasted to pieces by artillery in an instant, and the substantive domineering look continued to castrate, smashing stones and trees and colliding with a large cloud of dark matter released by Blackbeard all the way forward. Chief. The substantive overlord color impact temporarily blocked the dark matter that could devour everything. This scene left the sailors on the warship stunned. Major General Roja, so strong. Without moving, the attack of Blackbeard's terrifying fruit ability was resolved. Even the few members of the Blackbeard pirates who were hiding aside were amazed. Is this Rear Admiral really that strong? The captain will not lose to this guy, will he? What are you thinking? Didn't you see that the captain hasn't used his full strength yet? Fire Fist Ace is not the captain's opponent. Do you think this Rear Admiral can do it? You bastard. Have you cultivated your domineering look to such an extent? Blackbeard Tiki was a little shocked. In the eyes of others, it may not be clear what power Roja just displayed, but Blackbeard Titch is a master who has been hiding on the Whitebeard ship for many years. He used to be able to hurt the red-haired four emperors without the dark fruit. They could see the power that Roja just showed at a glance. That is the power of overlord color materialization. Is the overlord color of the same level as the four emperors' red hair shanks? What? Did my arrogance scare you, Blackbeard? Roja sneered and mocked. Hear this. The Blackbeard Tiki on the opposite side suddenly jumped violently. Stinky boy, if you had agreed to join us, then we would definitely be able to subvert this world. It's a pity that you chose to reject me. And your performance really surprised me. Since you can't become a partner, you will definitely be my worst enemy in the future. So here today, I'm going to kill you first. The sharp eyes of Blackbeard Titch are full of murderous intent, and while speaking, he has once again released, Blackbeard, have you heard word? Roja asked leisurely. What? Blackbeard wondered. The villain died of too much talk. The voice just fell. Roja disappeared without a trace. Okay. Blackbeard frowned tightly, and when he just reacted, Roja had already appeared in the sky above him, followed by Roja's legs swayed, and several sharp knife lights fell from the sky and directly chopped on Blackbeard's body. Just for a moment, Roja showed 3 types of 6 styles, shaving, moonstep, and haze feet combined together at the same time, and also combined with domineering covered with armed colors, directly causing fatal damage. With just one move, Blackbeard's body was covered with blood, and after a plop, Blackbeard fell into a pool of blood and writhed in pain. Although the dark fruit ability possessed by Blackbeard Titch is very strong, it has many shortcomings. One of them is that it cannot be elementalized as a natural fruit, and the second is that the pain of being hurt is twice as much as that of ordinary people. See this result. All the onlookers were shocked. So strong. Rear Admiral Roja has practiced our Navy's 6 styles to such an extent. With just one move, the pirate named Blackbeard fell down here. This Blackbeard is a man who can defeat the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, they looked at each other with extremely ugly faces. Why didn't they expect their captain to be defeated just like that? And their only thought now is to find a way to run away with their own captain. How? Blackbeard Titch, is this your strength? I haven't come up with my special skills yet. Roja took out a sword and slowly walked towards Blackbeard Tiki while being full of murderous aura. Wait, don't kill me. I'm Chiwohai now. As long as you don't kill me, then I don't want that billion. Blackbeard resisted the pain and lay down on the ground and begged for mercy. Chapter 12 Defeat Blackbeard Tiki. Shichibukai. So what? Rojas sneered. This identity can indeed make most of the sailors afraid. After all, their Kueihai identity is a legal pirate authorized by the world government. In the world of One Piece, it was once known as the world's three balanced combat forces, the four emperors, the navy, and the Kueihai. Only Chiwuhai's identity can indeed bluff other sailors, but for Roja, there is really no such fear. Roja is also very clear. How could a villain like Blackbeard Tiki, who is so insidious and cunning, start begging for mercy so easily? There must be a conspiracy in it. What's more, how could it be possible to easily kill the leader of the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard Tiki, who subdued Ace, and really fall down in just 2 strokes? As predicted, IT was the same as Roja judged. Taking advantage of this time, the black-bearded Tich quickly stood up, quickly pulled out 2 pistols from his waist, pointed them at Roja, and pulled the trigger to boom. Boom. The 2 bullets swooped towards Roja like a tiger. How could Roja, who possessed a high level of knowledge and domineering aura, be hit by these 2 bullets? He dodged easily. Blackbeard Tich, who has seen Roja's strength, naturally knows that it is impossible to kill Roja with just 2 bullets, and this is just what it means. Dark water. Blackbeard Tich stretched out his dark materialized right hand and yelled at Roja. Okay. Immediately, Roja felt his body lean forward in an instant, flying towards the position of Blackbeard's palm as if uncontrollably. For a moment, Roja was caught by Blackbeard's palm, and then Blackbeard Tiki hit Roja's abdomen heavily with another fist. Have you felt it? This is the power of darkness. In addition to being able to swallow everything, darkness can also manipulate gravity. Of course, you are not a Devil Fruit ability user. If you are a Devil Fruit ability user, in front of my dark water, all the fruit abilities will be wiped out. Blackbeard thought he had the upper hand, and his words became a little arrogant. See this scene. The sailors on the Navy warship were all stunned. The members of the Blackbeard pirates who originally planned to escape have now regained their confidence in their captain Blackbeard Tiki. Oh. Although Roja suffered a punch from Blackbeard Tiki, there was no wave as if it was tickling, and he was still mocking. So what? It turned out that under the perception of Roja's advanced knowledge color, he already knew that Blackbeard was coming, and at the moment he was attracted by the dark gravity, Roja activated his advanced armed color combining domineering defense with the iron block of the Navy's 6th form. Blackbeard Tiki's punch is just a tickle for him. To be honest, Roja deliberately let the dark gravity be caught. The purpose is to test the power of Blackbeard Tiki. As a result of such a comparison, it was discovered that the strength of Blackbeard's fist was much weaker than Garp's. At that time, Garp knocked himself into the air with 1 punch. Perhaps it can also be said that the current Blackbeard Tich is too confident in his dark fruit ability and has developed a kind of dependence. What? You have nothing to do. Blackbeard was surprised. Roja didn't talk nonsense with Blackbeard Tiki. He raised the sword in his hand and struck Blackbeard's chest. Such a close distance. Even if he reacted, he couldn't resist it. There was a chilla sound. Bloody wound quickly appeared on Blackbeard Tich's chest. Due to the double pain, he could only let go of Roja, and Tintang took several steps back. Hoo. Blackbeard Tich covered his injured wound and kept panting. The blood on his body dripped down on the ground, but soon Blackbeard covered the wound with the dark matter emitted by his dark fruit ability. Not to mention that the dark fruit of Blackbeard Tiki cannot be elementalized to counteract attacks like other natural systems. Even if it can be elementalized like that, it is useless, because every time Roja takes a shot, it will be covered with his armed domineering. In the face of armed domineering, it is useless for you to be able to elementalize naturally, unless you can be as powerful as the admirals, predict the opponent's attack and elementalize in advance. Otherwise, in the face of armed domineering, pointless. Damn it. Brat, you really piss me off. This time, I really can't let you go. Blackbeard Tich roared again, and it seemed that he was thoroughly irritated this time. Dark cave. Dark water. Blackbeard once again released dark matter to cover the earth. This time, the scope was larger than the initial scope just now. It seemed that he wanted to wrap Roja in darkness. The other side, knowing Blackbeard's strength, Roja didn't feel very good, so he didn't have the heart to continue spending time with him. So Roja decided to end this battle. Although Blackbeard's dark water can manipulate gravity to suck people in, it's not impossible, as long as your knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering are strong enough. Therefore, the same moves are of no use to Roja. I saw that Roja's body forcibly resisted the gravitational force of the dark water, and then he continuously cut out several sword chi, and the dark matter of the dark acupoint was cut open like tofu. The sword energy cut through the darkness and rushed all the way to Blackbeard Thump. Blackbeard Titch fell to the ground directly. His body was covered with wounds and blood was flowing. Major General Roja, you have won. Major General Roja actually won. It's terrifying, this power. All the sailors were amazed. When they first set off, they were still worried, fearing that Roja, the rear admiral, would not be able to hold back Blackbeard Tiki. But now they have completely respected Roja, Captain. Several other members of the Blackbeard pirates shouted nervously, wanting to rush over to rescue their captain Blackbeard Tiki. Result: Roja turned his head back, glared fiercely with his fierce eyes, and a strong domineering coercion rushed over. This is a stronger overlord color than before. Plop plop. Poison Q and others were stunned and fell to the ground one after another. Substantial domineering, the real power is revealed, is not something they can resist. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Because Blackbeard Titch was crushed and defeated by the host, the Dark Fruit ability is deeply ashamed of Titch's performance, so I come here to seek refuge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dark Fruit ability and starting the automatic cultivation project of the Dark Fruit ability. Chapter 13 Perfect Version Dark Fruit Ability. What the hell? Dark Fruit Ability attracted by fame. And this kind of divine operation. Hearing this prompt from the system, Roja was completely dumbfounded. However, Roja immediately had doubts and quickly asked the system, I have obtained the Dark Fruit Ability. Doesn't that mean that I have become a devil fruit-capable person and become a landlubber? In the world of One Piece, people who eat devil fruits, without exception, will be cursed and abandoned by the sea, and will no longer be able to swim in the sea. Thinking of this, Roja still has a headache, so it is better to ask clearly. Host, what you get is only the corresponding ability, not directly eating the devil fruit, so there is no need to worry about the curse of the sea brought by the devil fruit. There is such a benefit in fruit ability casting. That's really great. Roja was very excited, followed by Roja, who was still in a state of excitement, heard the sound of the system again. Ding. Due to the astonishing swordsmanship shown by the battle host just now, it successfully stimulated the sixth form of the Navy. Navy 6 Styles decided to catch up with all efforts, determined to practice even harder. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic training speed of the Navy 6 forms has increased tenfold. Currently, the automatic training speed of the Navy 6 forms is 20 times faster. Really good. Unexpectedly, the 6th form of the Navy also increased the automatic training speed again. According to his current speed, then he believes that he can cultivate to the top level soon after he has cultivated to the advanced level, and after the top level, he will reach the full level. When the ability is cultivated to the full level, he will also get the system's mysterious rewards. Although he still doesn't know exactly what the mysterious reward is, he thinks it won't be bad. Now I still have the ability of the Dark Fruit, which is like a divine help. You must know that the ability of the Dark Fruit can completely restrain the Devil Fruit ability. But at this time, all the subordinates of Blackbeard Teach came towards Roja one after another. No, we must save the captain. They had just recovered from the awe of the domineering look, but the physical impact was still there, and it was very inconvenient to move. But even so, Badgers, Van Orca, Lafitte, and Poison Q still rushed towards his side regardless of their own safety, trying to rescue Blackbeard Tiki from Roja. Roja will not let them get what they want. IT will take a little effort to deal with Blackbeard Titch. But dealing with these guys is not easy. 3 times. 5 divisions and 2 divisions, Roa. Easily control them all, and then arrange for the sailors to come over and handcuff them all with sea stones and bring them to the Navy warship, ready to take them. Then they return to the Navy headquarters together. On the return journey of the Navy warship, the news that Roja defeated all members of the Blackbeard pirates on Bonero Island has been reported by the accompanying sailors to the Sengoku Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Navy headquarters, large conference room, because the highest naval meeting is being held. Besides the Marshal of the Warring States period, there are also the top 3 admirals of the Navy and all the lieutenant generals present here. Okay, I see it, and I'll arrange for people to meet you at the port immediately. Also, press this matter down and don't let the news media report it. Marshal Warring States put down the phone bug in his hand. After putting down the phone bug, Marshal Sengoku showed astonishment at first, but it didn't take long for Sengoku's expression to change from surprise to helplessness and headache. Marshal Sengoku, what happened? General Akainu noticed the change in Sengoku's expression and asked in doubt. Well, Sakaski, it seems that the content of our meeting today will have some minor changes. Warring States nodded and said all the admirals who participated in the meeting did not speak, but looked at Warring States one after another. A while ago, Blackbeard Marshal Teach captured Fire Fist Ace. I believe everyone here should be very clear about it. According to Blackbeard's request, I dispatched a newly appointed Rear Admiral Roja to take over Fire Fist Ace and escort Fire Fist Ace to advance to the city. But the sailors who just followed Major General Rojas sent back news that things have changed. The Warring States Marshal said while covering his forehead, "What did Blackbeard do anything to our navy? I just said that we cannot agree to the demands of these pirates. It is our justice to kill all these pirates," said Admiral Akainu. "No." Marshal Warring States shook his head. "Sakaski, don't jump to conclusions so early. The real situation is this. Our Major General Roja, who defeated everyone in the Blackbeard pirates, is now working with Fire Fist Ace to escort them back to the Navy headquarters together." What? A newly promoted Major General actually defeated the Blackbeard pirates, who were able to defeat the Blackbeard pirates. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Hearing the news from the Warring States period, all the admirals in the conference hall were shocked. Although many of them may not know the true strength of Blackbeard, but they are very aware of the strength of Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace was once invited to become the Kiwakai. They are naturally very clear about how strong the pirates who could be invited to become the Kiwakai are. Except for the general, it can be said that most of the lieutenant generals present are unlikely to be opponents of Fire Fist Ace. Then Blackbeard Tiki, who can capture Fire Fist Ace, must be stronger than Fire Fist Ace, and so none of them thought that Roja, a newly promoted Major General, would defeat the newly promoted Shichibukai Blackbeard Tiki, which is simply unbelievable. "Oh, this Major General Roja, is he so powerful? It's really scary," the General Huang Yuan said with a smile. Except for him, everyone else was silent in shock. Sengoku waved his hand again and said in a deep voice, "Now is a special period. We must make good use of the fighting power of Kuei-hai. Therefore, the news about Blackbeard Tiki's defeat is temporarily blocked, and it is absolutely not allowed to spread. In addition, the situation in the New World Sea area needs to be discussed again." The first half of the Great Route. After several days at sea, the naval warship led by Roja has returned to the port of the Navy headquarters. However, Roja did not disembark, but let some sailors escort the Blackbeard pirates to disembark, and the order he received was to continue escorting Ace to the submarine prison to advance the city. It doesn't matter to Roja anyway. Staying in the Navy headquarters is boring, so it's good to see what the world's largest submarine prison, the Propel City, looks like. Unexpectedly, the Empress Hancock did not disembark, but still followed Roja. This inevitably made the sailors on board guess. It's a pity that Hancock kept his face cold, and he couldn't guess what was in his mind soon. The warship that Roja was on set sail again, and the next destination is to advance to the city. Chapter 14: The Evil Pirates on the 6th Floor Underground. On the way to Advanced City, Roja felt the changes in himself after several days of training. Thanks to his own hard work and the blessing of automatic cultivation, at this time he has cultivated the innate fruit ability to the intermediate level ability strength from elementary to intermediate. The time required for cultivation is relatively the shortest. System. Look at the cultivation project I'm building now. Roja asked the host. Roja Navy 6 styles, ability strength top level, 20 times automatic training. Information color domineering, ability strength advanced, 12 times automatic cultivation. Armed color domineering, ability strength advanced, 12 times automatic cultivation. Sword power, ability strength swordsman level, automatic training. Overlord color domineering, ability strength advanced, automatic training. Dark fruit ability, ability strength intermediate, automatic training. Looking at the training project he established again, Roja obviously calmed down a lot. Well, it's not enough. We need to become stronger. Roja secretly made up his mind. At this moment, a sailor came to report. Major General Roja, we have passed through the Gate of Justice and are about to reach the City of Advancement. After the battle with Blackbeard and the others, Roja's status skyrocketed, and these sailors who followed Roja admired Roja even more. The voice of the report at this time was full of respect. "Okay, I see," Roja responded, walking out of the cabin, standing on the deck and looking at the past. The majestic building of the City of Propulsion came into my eyes simultaneously. Outside the gate of the advancing city, Magellan, as the administrator, personally led a large number of jailers to wait here. After all, this is to imprison Fire Fist Ace. The Navy headquarters is already arranged with Magellan. Any mistakes are absolutely not allowed. Moreover, according to the degree of danger and threat of Fire Fist Ace, the order of the Navy headquarters is to detain him. He was imprisoned in the Infinity Hell on the 6th basement level of the city. In the Infinite Hell on the 6th floor underground, all the vicious pirates are imprisoned. The warship docked, and Magellan greeted it. "Major General Roja, I already know the purpose of your visit. Let our people take over the prisoner of Fire Fist Ace," Magellan said coldly. The jailers around Magellan also prepared new high-loose stone shackles. "Yes." Roja nodded, and then signaled to the sailors behind him to escort Fire Fist Ace down. With Roja and Magellan present in person, There's no accident in the entire handover process. Soon, the jailers escorted Ace and started walking towards the city. Okay, Major General Roja, this prisoner will be handed over to us to be imprisoned in the city, and you can go back. Magellan waved his hand and said, Wait, Warden Magellan, according to the Warring States Marshal's order, I need to go in with him and make sure that Fire Fist Ace has been imprisoned before I go back and report to them, Roja said. Don't worry, our advancing city is a fortified wall. As long as the criminals come in, it is impossible to escape. Magellan said confidently, but still nodded. But since the Warring States Marshal has requested, then Major General Roja, you can come with me. Originally, when he heard Magellan say that no criminal could escape, Roja wanted to complain about that golden lion Shurji. However, apart from this legendary big pirate, no prisoner has ever successfully escaped from the prison in the history of Advanced City. The next moment, Roja followed Magellan and the others into the City of Advancement, and the warship temporarily parked at the simple pier of the City of Advancement. Along the way, Magellan was quite enthusiastic and introduced the structure of each floor of the city to Roja, but his tone was a little cold, and he felt like he was thousands of miles away from others. After entering the promotion city, the first floor is the first floor of the sea, which is the place after the prisoner enters the gate. There are no prisoners on this floor. Then they pass through the Red Lotus Hell on the first basement level, the Beast Hell on the second basement level, the Hunger Hell on the third basement level, and the Scorching Hell on the fourth basement level. The first two floors were all prisoners with less serious crimes and average strength, so under the introduction of Magellan, Roja was not particularly interested. As for the third and fourth underground floors, that's okay after all. They are in the Scorching Hell of the fourth underground floor, but Roja still doesn't have any interest in each corresponding level of hell. These prisoners have been tortured to the point of death, and when they saw Magellan, they didn't say a word until they reached the extremely cold hell on the fifth floor underground. The prisoners here are all bounty pirates with a bounty of over 10 million. At least they can be regarded as small people in the world of One Piece. Finally, they have successfully reached the sixth basement floor, Infinite Hell. The people who enter this level of Infinite Hell are some extraordinary people. They are either death row inmates or life imprisonment. The criminals imprisoned are monster pirates, who are too vicious and have been erased from history. The prisoners on this level are all near legends. People at the top level will end up in the death penalty or in prison for life. Because the prisoners at this level commit a lot of crimes, some incidents that exceed the level of cruelty are covered up by the government, and even the newspapers deliberately conceal them. And after coming to this layer, even if these prisoners saw Magellan, they were not as afraid of him as the prisoners on the previous floors, but they kept mocking him. However, many of these people exclaimed after seeing Fire Fist Ace. The criminals at this level are all heinous, especially those who were held incommunicado. Back then, there was a lot of trouble, and some people even had their traces of existence wiped out. Magellan spoke in a deep voice, raised his finger and pointed to each cell, introducing them one by one. The prisoner at the end of the road is Douglas Barrett, known as the descendant of ghosts and gods. He almost made your Navy's demon-slaying order fail. In the separate cell on the right is Red Earl Redfield, who is a strong contemporary of your naval hero Garp. Back then, his reputation was as fierce as that of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. There's only one person in the huge cell in the innermost cell, the giant battleship San Juan Wolf. Few of the big pirates with great reputations are known to the outside world. Hancock, the Empress, who followed Roja into the City of Advancement, had heard these people's names. His cold face gradually changed, and there was a hint of shock in his beautiful eyes. Sure enough, just like the rumors, all the people imprisoned in the Infinite Hell on the sixth floor below the city are all monsters. She thought with shock in her heart. Beside Roja, as a traverser, naturally knows the names of these great pirates, but these guys have become prisoners one by one. What else is there to be afraid of? However, with the ferocity of this group of big pirates, it is no wonder that they are not afraid at all and even dare to challenge Magellan. Hey, Magellan, why are you free to come to this floor today? Yo, and brought a beautiful chick. Huh? Isn't this the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace? Why was he also arrested? Ha ha ha, this is a good relationship. The person who dared to catch the Whitebeard Pirates is still the captain of the second division. The Whitebeard will definitely not let these Navy people go. Maybe if Whitebeard makes a big fuss in the city, will we have a chance to run out together, brothers? The vicious and vicious criminals on this level spoke presumptuously, and they all started laughing. But for Magellan, he was already used to it, so he didn't care too much, but turned his head to Roja and said, Major General Roja, we've arrived. This is wireless hell, the Warring States period said. Ace is going to be in prison, it's here. After hearing these words, the prisoners all turned their attention to Roja. Why is there a rear admiral here? Why did he subdue his Fire Fist Ace? What are you thinking? That's Fire Fist Ace. Can someone without the strength be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? That's right, this Major General is probably just an errand dog's leg. What can a Major General do? Do you think he will be very strong? These prisoners began to target Roja with ridicule. This group of people is too noisy. Roja frowned and looked up at the surrounding prisoners. Sudden, Roja shot violently, stared sharply, and burst out the domineering arrogance directly. Chapter 15 Overlord Color suppresses the audience. The substantive domineering arrogance burst out suddenly. The powerful momentum rushed in all directions like a hurricane boom. After a muffled sound, what followed was the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. The domineering aura released by Roja this time is not only a mental suppression, but also a direct materialization, which directly caused harm to these prisoners. At this time, Roja's use of Overlord Color Domineering is even more exquisite, and he is already a superior, advanced Overlord Color Domineering. Overlord Color Domineering. Interesting. Barrett was the first to be interested. He felt the power of Roja's Overlord Color Domineering, and a slight smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the people in the Navy have improved a lot. The small Major General has already mastered the domineering look. Red Earl Redfield also laughed. The same is true of the other notorious big pirates. Even Magellan looked at Major General Roja with a look of surprise on his face, with a feeling of admiration. To be honest, Magellan's attitude towards Roja was at the beginning, even though he introduced him all the way. It was just showing his kindness to the landlord. Magellan, like everyone else, thought that Roja was just a rear admiral at the beginning, and his average strength was justified. But, judging from the domineering arrogance that Roja released just now, it really has made him look at it with admiration. And Magellan also sighed. Is this group of young navies so strong now? Such a young rear admiral can have such a powerful domineering look. Most of the prisoners were already intimidated by Roja's strength and did not dare to make trouble, so the next time Ace was imprisoned was also very smooth the result. Headed by Barrett, there are still some prisoners who are still dissatisfied. And sneer, isn't it just a domineering? Is it amazing? In the new world, there are more people who can master domineering. It's just that you're lucky, and you've cultivated the domineering aura to a point where it can be substantiated. But it's a pity. What can just a domineering aura prove? After all, the prisoners who can be imprisoned on the floor of wireless hell are not ordinary people. Although most of them are convinced, there are still some who are not convinced, and of course, these dissatisfied prisoners must also be the strength is strong, and it is very likely that he has been imprisoned here for many years, and he may not understand the outside form, so he still started to mock. So, you are very dissatisfied? Roja sneered. So, you are very dissatisfied? Roja sneered. That's right. I just don't accept it. What can you do? Isn't it just a domineering look? Do you really think of yourself as a general? Not waiting for Roja to speak, this time it was Magellan's turn to act. Magellan activated his poisonous fruit ability and used the venom to condense into 3 purple dragons behind him. In just a split second, the poisonous dragon rushed over, and one of the extremely unconvinced prisoners immediately corroded with poison. Oh. The prisoner immediately fell to the ground and began to howl in pain. If there is no antidote, then the firefighter can only wait to die in pain. Unfortunately, Magellan will never give him the antidote. Seeing Magellan's shot, these prisoners were quiet, and they had no doubt about Magellan's strength. Even Roja was slightly shocked when he saw the power of Magellan's poisonous fruit, however. Roja didn't intend to let Magellan steal the show. It just so happens that here I can show off my dark fruit ability that I have cultivated to the intermediate level. While thinking, Roja has already started to act. Dark matter erupted instantly in his body, and in just a few seconds, all the dark matter had spread and completely covered the entire infinite hell. What is this? Just when most of the prisoners were amazed by Roja's dark fruit ability, the dark matter began to stir like a tide, and all the prisoners covered in darkness seemed to have stepped into a swamp, and their hands and feet could not move freely at all, can only wait slowly to be swallowed up by these dark matter. Roja, who has cultivated the dark fruit to the intermediate level, the range and effect of this trick dark cave has far surpassed that of Blackbeard Tiki. After a few minutes, Roja withdrew his dark fruit ability. At this moment, a large number of prisoners have fainted because they were swallowed by the dark fruit's ability, and some of them even suffocated to death. He's still a fruit ability user. It's too scary. What kind of ability is this? The few remaining prisoners were terrified again, and this time, they were really convinced, and they didn't dare to continue mocking anymore, because they knew that the Roja in front of them was not only powerful, but also murderous. He was decisive. Once he continued to mock him, he would be the one who died. This moment, Magellan looked at Roja completely frowning with an unbelievable look and thought to himself, "This guy, what kind of ability is this when the dark matter covered me just now? It even made me feel a chill behind me. If he wants to devour me, coupled with his domineering performance just now, he can almost reach the strength of the three generals. It's too terrifying." At this time, Magellan began to recognize and admire Roja's strength from the bottom of his heart, and even had a terrifying sense of threat. Well, the ability of the dark fruit is not bad, but unfortunately, it is still not strong enough. It seemed that we have to work harder. Roja felt the power of the dark fruit release just now. Although the performance just now has shocked everyone, Roja is still not satisfied, because what he pursues is to be stronger. Just at this time, the system sound rang again. Your performance of suppressing the prisoners on the 6th floor of the basement stunned the ability of the poisonous fruit. The ability of the poisonous fruit thinks that you are its true son, and comes to seek refuge regardless of anything. Ding! Congratulations to the host for launching the automatic cultivation project of building poisonous fruit ability. Your domineering color domineering performance just now greatly stimulated the knowledge color and armed color domineering. Information color and armed color 2 color domineering. Not to be outdone, determined to practice even harder. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic cultivation speed, the knowledge-colored and armed-colored 2-color domineering has increased tenfold. Currently, the 2-color domineering speed of knowledge color and armed color is 22 times. Your knowledge-colored and armed color domineering are too diligent, but 1-color domineering is very dissatisfied with this. Overlord color domineering thinks that he is the overlord, and is determined to practice even harder. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The speed of automatic training of domineering color has increased tenfold. Currently, the training speed of Overlord color domineering chi is 10 times. Chapter 16 New Mission Summoned Doflamingo. Here are a series of prompts from these systems. Roja couldn't help but be overjoyed. I never expected that I could get such a harvest when I came to this promotion city. In addition to obtaining the poisonous fruit ability, even other cultivation items were stimulated to practice even harder, especially domineering color and domineering chi, which has finally opened up 10 times the speed of cultivation. Now Roja's domineering aura is already at the advanced stage, and now he has opened up 10 times the speed of cultivation, so I believe he will be able to break through to the top stage soon. Once the Bawang's domineering breaks through to the top stage, it means that his strength will be improved to a higher level. Magellan, since it is confirmed that Ace has been imprisoned, I will go back first. Roja said goodbye. Now that the goal has been achieved, he is not willing to stay here any longer. Okay. Magellan nodded. Looking at the back of Roja leaving, Magellan couldn't help but fell into deep thought. In his opinion, with Roja's strength, there will definitely be new storms on the sea in the future. Leave the booster city and return to the warship. Roja arranged to return to the Navy headquarters, at least to make a report with Sengoku. In the cabin, Roja still has doubts. System? You said that I already have the ability of the dark fruit, and now I have the ability of the poisonous fruit. Isn't this a conflict? In the world of One Piece, everyone can only eat one devil fruit. Ding. Host, what you get is only the corresponding ability. There is no side effect of the fruit, and the conflict of fruit ability is also one of the side effects. I see. Roja nodded. Immediately afterwards, Roja began to feel the newly acquired ability of the poisonous fruit, which was indeed a bit subtle, and he could feel that he had now obtained the ability of the poisonous fruit, and he himself was more immune to poison. After all, he could be regarded as a master of poison at this time. At the same time, the sound of the system ranting. Your dark fruit ability feels that the poisonous fruit ability has been cultivated too hard, which is greatly stimulated. Dark fruit ability is not to be outdone, and is determined to practice even harder. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The automatic training speed of the dark fruit ability has increased by 5 times. Good guy. Unexpectedly, the dark fruit was also stimulated. That's good too. The time required to upgrade the dark fruit's ability will be greatly reduced. A few hours later, Roja returned to the Navy headquarters smoothly. Navy headquarters in the Marshal's office. Roja has come here and informed Sengoku that Fire Fist Ace has been imprisoned in ultimate hell. Other than that, Roja also unreservedly said that he had clashed with Blackbeard before and defeated Blackbeard. Except, of course, about the Billion Pele thing. Okay, Roja, you did a great job. Marshal Warring States affirmed Roja. The affirmation of the Warring States period is not just a simple recognition of Roja's ability to complete the task and successfully imprison Fire Fist Ace in the City of Advancement, but more of Roja's strength. After all, Blackbeard defeated Fire Fist Ace, and Roja was able to defeat Blackbeard, and his strength even greatly exceeded the expectations of the Warring States period. Roja, you did a great job this time, so you will definitely be able to do the next one. Zhangguo smiled and nodded. Originally, this task should at least be carried out by the Vice Admiral. However, due to the news of Fire Fist Ace's arrest, the situation in the sea area of the New World is very tense at present. The 3 generals and most of the lieutenant generals have been assigned to monitor the movements of the 4 emperors. At the same time, you also understand that Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Regarding his arrest, Whitebeard will definitely not let it go easily. There will be a head-on conflict with the Whitebeard Pirates. That's why we promised Blackbeard the title of Kuei-Hai. He has become Kuei-Hai, so he will accept our call and become our combat power. Marshal Warring States explained. In fact, Roja understood all of this, but since Warring States wanted to say something, he just listened to it and just nodded in agreement. So, the Warring States Marshal continued. In order to fight against the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors, we still need the power of Qi Wuhai at present. The lieutenant generals left behind in the headquarters have already set off to summon Qi Wuhai, and your next task is to go to the New World Germany. Resarosa summons Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the Shichibukai. No problem. Roja nodded in agreement. Since there is no problem, then you can go now. Zhangguo nodded first and then urged, be careful. Da Flamingo is a very difficult guy, and he is very strong. Roja responded, then turned and left. He was actually a little surprised. In the conversation with Zhangguo just now, Zhangguo didn't mention the Billion Baileys at all. Could it be that he didn't know about the Warring States period? Impossible. Blackbeard Titch was sent back to the Navy headquarters at that time. Besides, so many sailors followed Roja at that time. How could he not know about the Billion Baileys? So why not mention it? Obviously, it was the Warring States that acquiesced to his behavior, which may be regarded as a reward. 1 billion Baileys is a huge sum of money for an individual, but it's nothing for the Navy. Roja thought to himself, if he has a chance to expand his personal wealth in the future. Not long after Roja left, a rear admiral in the Marshal meeting room said to Sengoku with some doubts, Marshal Sengoku, that Doflamingo has been walking very close to the 4 Emperor Kaido recently. In this man I have always disobeyed the orders of the Navy. If only Rear Admiral Roja goes, will there be any problems? Well, I have also heard about Doflamingo's matter, and it is indeed a tricky matter, but this time Roja conveyed the summoning order of the world government, and he is competent. Warring States once again expressed a Roja Fim. Maybe when Garp first recommended Roja to him, Sengoku, who is the Admiral of the Navy, still feels somewhat distrustful. But after Roja's performance these few times, especially the defeat of Blackbeard, in fact, including Roja's performance in the advancing city, he has also received news. Therefore, Warring States is very convinced that it is most appropriate to entrust this task to Roja. A moment later, the Navy headquarters port to Rojas. Warship set sail again. This time, it will enter the New World and head to Dressrosa Island. A few days later, somewhere in the New World. Major General Roja, we are about to arrive at Dressrosa Island, but a sailor broke in panting and reported. But what? Roja asked. We found a pirate ship at the port of Dressrosa Island. The Navy soldiers said in a panic. It's just a pirate ship. What's all the fuss about? Roja was a little speechless. As the Navy of the headquarters, has he never even seen a pirate ship? That pirate ship is quite special. It's Drought Jack's ship. Drought on Jack's boat, one of the 3 disasters under Kaido's banner. Drought Jack, interesting. The corner of Roja's mouth raised a smile. Chapter 17 Confiscation of Artificial Devil Fruits. Get out of the cabin and stand on the deck and look through the binoculars. As predicted, IT really is Drought Jack's pirate ship with the iconic mammoth head on the prow. And Roja also found that the pirate ship was docked at the port, and there were many strange-shaped toys carrying boxes to the ship. In addition, there are a few remaining pirates holding whips and directing these toys to carry them. Drought Jack was not found. I have long heard that Doflamingo has a private deal with the 4 Emperor Kaido, and it seems to be true. Major Admiral Roja, should we not approach the past and report to the Navy headquarters first? Asked one of the sailors. After all, it was a backdoor for one of the 3 Kanban's highest cadres of the 4 Emperors Kaido, and it is understandable that these sailors panicked. But for Roja, there is nothing to panic about. No, let's go to the shore now. After landing, everyone will check what is in the box. If it is a contraband, it will be confiscated. If anyone dares to resist and shoot, they will all be handcuffed. IT is just a subordinate of the 4 emperors. Don't be afraid. Roja decisively issued an order. Yes, Major General Roja. Hearing Roja's order, these sailors also boosted their morale. They have all seen the power of Roja. Since Major General Roja said that there is no problem, they don't need to worry. The warship sailed at high speed and soon approached the port. After the warship docked, all the sailors held weapons and began to act one after another. Of course, Naturally, conflicts inevitably occurred, but they were all ordinary pirates. The Navy had the superiority in numbers, so there was no need for Roja to take action. Not long after, two sailors brought a box and opened it in front of Roja. Major General Roja, inside these boxes are all devil fruits. Roja glanced at the fruits with strange patterns in the box, and they were really devil fruits, but these are not authentic devil fruits, but man-made devil fruits. Doflamingo has always been engaged in underground activities, among which selling arms to various countries is a trivial matter. The main business is to produce artificial devil fruits and sell them to Kaido, the four emperors. All the while, the Navy was simply skeptical with no evidence. But now, the evidence is overwhelming. All of them were not collected, and those who resisted, all of them will be arrested by me. Roja ordered majestically, in the palace of Dressrosa Doflamingo, having a pleasant conversation with Drought Jack. Doflamingo, the number of fruits you have provided is still too small recently. Boss Kaido is not happy. You must increase the production. I want to see more devil fruits in the next transaction. Drought Jack Shen said loudly. Fufurfur. The current number of transactions is already the limit. Want to increase production? Let's talk about it next year. And Jack, don't forget, we are just a cooperative relationship. Don't talk to me in such an orderly tone. Doflamingo sneered with a look of contempt. Although he is a little afraid of Kaido, he will not be frightened by Kaido's subordinates. As for the reckless man, Drought Jack was naturally furious when he saw Doflamingo's contemptuous look. Just when he was about to get mad, a member of Doflamingo's family ran in panting. Young master, it's bad, a warship came to the port, and the Navy on it searched our things as soon as they arrived and confiscated all the goods. What? Hearing this news, Doflamingo and Drought Jack stood up almost at the same time and uttered angrily. There were blue veins on Doflamingo's forehead, obviously extremely angry. Doflamingo, this is your territory. Why did this happen? Drought Jack asked with a frown. Don't worry. Let's go out and have a look. I want to see which Navy is so brave. Doflamingo's tone was full of murderous intent. At the port, all the pirates have been subdued by the Navy, and all the boxes of man-made devil fruits have been confiscated on Roja's warship. As for the toys that were responsible for carrying them, Roja did not embarrass them, but let them go. Who dares to confiscate my things? At this time, Doflamingo's angry voice came from a distance. It was Doflamingo and Drought Jack who arrived, and they came with them, as well as the cadres of the Don Quixote family under Doflamingo. It came just fine. Roja stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Doflamingo, I am Rear Admiral Roja of the Navy headquarters. I am here to call you Shichibukai. Back to the Navy headquarters. Come with me. As long as you are willing if you cooperate, then I can consider not to pursue your violations here. When Doflamingo, who was already extremely angry, heard Roja's words, he almost jumped violently. What is his identity as Doflamingo? When will it be a little Rear Admiral's turn to tell him not to hold him accountable? This is simply a shame for Doflamingo, who has always had a good face. Not to mention that Kaido's subordinate Drought Jack is still beside him, however. Doflamingo is not the kind of impulsive and irrational reckless man. You are Roja. I've heard of you, and I also know why Warring States asked you to come and summon me. It's because your Navy arrested Fire Fist Ace, and you're worried about going to war with Whitebeard, right? Doflamingo said, these things cannot be hidden from Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo is an undercover agent in the Navy headquarters, not to mention some policy decisions of the Navy, or Roja's name. Doflamingo already received the news. However, there was another reason why Doflamingo didn't act rashly. Because he had heard about Roja's strength, he was able to defeat Blackbeard Tiki, who was able to capture Fire Fist Ace as soon as he became a Rear Admiral, and his strength was extremely strong. If there is a direct conflict, both parties will definitely suffer. For Doflamingo, he just wants to ensure that these artificial fruits can be taken away by Drought Jack, so that he will not be angered by Kaido, and his own interests will not be affected. Loss. Otherwise, once the four emperors Kaido's anger poured out, Doflamingo was not sure that he would be able to withstand it. But if he is only facing the Navy's questioning, he has a way to solve it. After all, his identity is not just as sure Chibu Kataso. What? Doflamingo thought of a way, and proposed to Roja that he wanted to make a deal. Roja, I will make a deal with you. As long as you return my goods to me, I will return to you immediately Admiralty. How is it, trade? You, Doflamingo, have created artificial devil fruits without permission, which is already in violation of the regulations. You still want to negotiate a deal with me? I refuse. To be precise, you are not qualified to negotiate a deal with me. Roja's answer was decisive. Chapter 18: The Awakened Power of the Line Fruit. This is true. Doflamingo's behavior has indeed violated the Navy's regulations. As a Rear Admiral, Roja can not only refuse the deal proposed by Doflamingo, but even arrest him. Then you are shameless. Doflamingo sneered. Doflamingo, you are selling arms and making man-made devil fruits without permission. All of these are against the regulations. In this country, these toys, if I'm not wrong, they should all be residents of Dressrosa. Did you make them like this? So in view of your serious crimes, your kawaii status has been cancelled. Roja sneered angrily, at the same time glanced at the little loli next to Doflamingo. That little loli is Granu, the cadre of the Don Quixote family, a person with childlike fruit ability, and the toys of the entire Dressrosa kingdom are all masterpieces of her fruit ability. Only you? Want to revoke my kawaii status? Doflamingo threw back his head and laughed wildly. Even the cadres around Doflamingo laughed wildly together. Where did this Navy brat come from? Why are you talking so loudly? I don't know how many Navy brats like you will crush in a year. Drought Jack on the side didn't pay much attention to Roja. Not only will I cancel your Shichibukai status, also you have to come with me, but this time, not to the Navy headquarters. It's Push City, and you Drought Jack. On the contrary, Roja's attitude became even more arrogant. I want to catch Lao Tzu. Are you dreaming? At this time, Doflamingo laughed louder and louder and walked over with a step that did not recognize his relatives. Boy, do you really think I'm just as simple as Chi Wuhai? If you tell me my true identity, you have to kneel down. Doflamingo started threatening. Someone will kneel down for a while, but that person is you. Roja sneered. Damn it, how dare you talk to our young master like that? Do you know who our young master is? Our young master is the king of Dressrosa, and even has the blood of Tianlong people. Young master, you don't need to take action. We will help you teach this short-sighted guy a lesson now. Diamante, Toribel, and Pica, the three top officials of Don Quixote, said angrily, and at the first moment, they each launched an offensive, attacking Roja brazenly. Since the opponent made the first move, Roja was naturally not used to it. I saw Roja's eyes froze, and he directly released the domineering arrogance. An invisible domineering power burst out from Roja's body quickly, a loud bang. The whole scene was shocked and turbulent for a while. The members of the Don Quixote family in the distance were directly stunned by Roja's overbearing arrogance. Even the cadres of the Don Quixote family were overwhelmed by the overlord's look and fell unconscious, and Diamante, Toribol, Pica, the top cadres of Don Quixote, although not unconscious, were also suppressed by this powerful domineering aura, staying in place, unable to move for the time being. This navy actually possesses domineering, and this kind of domineering strength. Drought Jack frowned. At that moment just now, he seemed to feel that he was facing the boss Kaido. On the other side, Diamante, the top cadre of the Don Quixote family who couldn't move, was terrified. This guy, the domineering look, seems to be stronger than the young masters. That's right, Doflamingo is also a person with domineering arrogance. But just like what Diamante said, Roja's domineering aura is stronger than Doflamingo's arrogance. Enough, stop. Doflamingo shouted, facing Doflamingo's yelling. Instead of responding to him, Luoya increased the power of the domineering arrogance released. The original deterrence has been directly transformed into substantial harm, just less than a second, bang. Accompanied by the domineering arrogance released by Roja, it sounded like a muffled thunder. Diamante, Toribol, Pica, and the other cadres all fell down and fainted on the ground. Not only that, because of such a large-scale domineering look, even some cracks appeared in some surrounding buildings and ships in the port. Even Doflamingo and Drought Jack trembled involuntarily. Substantialization, he can use the overlord's color to such an extent. Doflamingo was taken aback. Drought Jack also had an extremely ugly face. This guy's domineering look. Does he already have the strength to fight against Boss Kaido? At the same time, Drought Jack also put on a fighting stance. Roja, you are very strong. I didn't expect you to cultivate the domineering look to such an extent. Do you think that in this world, only domineering is the strongest? Seeing his cadres fall down one after another, Doflamingo roared again, and the blue veins that were already angry began to surge, obviously completely insane. Next moment, Doflamingo raised his hand, as if he was controlling something remotely. Immediately afterwards, the ground in front of him turned into strands of white lines and began to squirm. Okay. Seeing the changes in Doflamingo, Drought Jack nodded. I see, Doflamingo has already awakened. Drought Jack, who originally wanted to fight, immediately restrained himself. Although he thought Roja was very strong, now that Doflamingo has developed the power of Fruit Awakening, it must be more than enough to deal with a rear admiral. At this time, The awakened string fruit ability of the enraged Doflamingo spread under his feet, and those white strings rushed to Roja's feet. Oh. Roja sneered. The fruit awakens power. Do you think you can win? Suddenly, Doflamingo unleashed his armed arrogance, entangled in those white threads. His whole body rose directly into the air, and the ground that turned into white lines also rose into the air, forming sharp lines and piercing towards Roja. Doflamingo is going to kill Roja with one blow. Unfortunately, it is not that simple to kill Roja. The awakened string fruit attack directly smashed a big hole in the place where Roja was, but it didn't hurt Roja, because in that split second, Roja had already used one of the 6 moves to quickly dodge the attack, followed by Roja appeared in front of Doflamingo in the next second. What? Before Doflamingo could react, Roja's domineering fist, covered in armed colors, directly landed heavily on Doflamingo's face. Chapter 19 beat Doflamingo. Boom. This punch passed. Doflamingo fell to the ground hard and spit out a mouthful of thick blood. Hateful. Why is he so fast? Obviously, I also use the domineering color of knowledge. Doflamingo stood up, stretched out his hand to wipe away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth with an extremely ugly expression. Indeed, just now Doflamingo did have the blessing of knowledge and knowledge. Logically speaking, with his knowledge and arrogance, he should be able to dodge such an attack, but he never expected that Roja's speed is so fast. It has surpassed the speed of his knowledge and perception. This GUI that I asked very strong. Drought Jack, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes with a surprised expression. Brother Doflaming, you are not my opponent. Now I will give you one last chance. You kneel down and beg for mercy. I will not make things difficult for you, as long as you follow me obediently. Roja said coldly. Kneel down. I am a world noble with the blood of the Tianlong people. If you want to kneel, you kneel down for me. Doflamingo roared again. The next moment, he shot again, using his string fruit ability to fly into the air. 16 holy murder bullets, God punishment. With Doflamingo's roar, 16 domineering waves of high-strength armed lines rose from the ground and pierced Roja at an extremely fast speed. The whole scene was extremely shocking, and even Jack felt the extreme danger of Doflamingo's move. However, Roja still stood where he was, with a surprisingly calm expression, seeing that the 16 huge waves and white lines entwined with armed domineering chi were about to hit Roja. A dark substance erupted from Roja's body and blocked him. This dark matter seems to be like a black hole, directly resisting the 16 huge waves of domineering armed white lines. In addition, it is still slowly devouring the fruit of the Doflamingo line the power of. What's going on? Could it be that this guy is also an ability user? No, Virgo never said he is an ability user. Doflamingo was shocked. That's right. Roja used the dark fruit ability, and on top of it, he was also covered with the blessing of armed domineering. After the two forces stalemate with each other for tens of seconds, the 16 huge waves and white lines entwined with armed domineering energy broke directly and fell to the ground like glass shards. Same. Doflamingo in midair fell heavily to the ground again. However, this time, Roja didn't intend to continue talking nonsense with him, but stretched out his hand directly, and the palm of his hand quickly activated the dark fruit ability. Just like Blackbeard teach smooth dark water, a strong gravitational force quickly attracted Doflamingo to the vicinity. Then Roja released another dark stream, hitting Doflamingo directly, and the latter suddenly felt that his fruit ability seemed to be out of order. The next moment, Roja squeezed Doflamingo's arm hard. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The other hand had already clenched his fist, and he punched down suddenly. Doflamingo had no way to escape, so naturally, he could only bear the punch obediently. But Doflamingo was also considered a ruthless person. Although he was attacked, he didn't say a word, and even tried his best to break away from Roja's control. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't use the power of the qualifying fruit. Doflamingo suddenly opened his eyes wide and was stunned. This MY fruit ability. Your fruit ability is useless in front of me. Roja sneered. Impossible. How is it possible? You used Hailu stone. No, if it's Heilushi, you can't use the fruit ability. It's not Hailu stone, but it can limit my fruit ability. What is your ability? Doflamingo roared angrily. Do you want to know? Then you get a beating before you talk. Roja grabbed Doflamingo tightly and then started the beating mode. To be honest, this Doflamingo is indeed extremely dependent on the ability of the devil fruit, which leads to the fact that he can only be beaten non-stop when he can't use the string fruit. This guy, what kind of devil fruit ability does he have that can almost have the same effect as Heilushi, making other people's devil fruit abilities invalid? Even Jack, who was standing beside him, couldn't figure out why. After all, as a reckless man, he wouldn't go out of his way to memorize the devil fruit illustration. Little Lord, damn it, what did you do to our young master? Let go of the young master. Those top cadres like Diamante, Toribel, and Pica, who were just stunned by Roja, have gradually begun to wake up, seeing Doflamingo's tragic situation. They were furious and swarmed up, wanting to save Doflamingo from Roja. Unfortunately, will Roja give them a chance? Of course not. Another strong domineering look was released directly, and it was more powerful than before. Once again stunned all the cadres like Don Quixote. Damn Roja. Doflamingo wanted to say something, but Roja didn't give him a chance to speak, so he just beat him up. After just a few minutes, Doflamingo had passed out completely, without any consciousness. Seeing this, the sailors following Roja quickly ran over with Halushy handcuffs, not only handcuffing Doflamingo, but also the other cadres, seeing that Roja was about to take Doflamingo and the others away. Drought Jack finally couldn't bear it any longer, and the man worth $1 billion with a bounty stood up with a cold face. Stop for me. Who allowed you to take him away? This guy is not saying that he must help Doflamingo, but he knows that once Doflamingo is arrested, it means that their man-made devil fruit of the beast pirates will be cut off. Once the confession is broken, Kaido, the four emperors, will definitely go crazy. If Kaido goes crazy, no one can stop him. And so, how could Drought Jack let Roja take Doflamingo under his nose? Oh yeah, I forgot about you guy. Roja turned to glance at Drought Jack. The three plagues of beast pirates, Drought Jack, you too. Follow Doflamingo. Go to Push City. Let's advance to the city together. Who do you think I am? Drought Jack's face completely gloomy. Chapter 20 Drought Jack with a bounty of $1 billion. That's a talking room. Drought Jack drew his proud shorter knife directly from the back of his neck, which were two weapons shaped like a straight knife on the lower body and a sickle on the upper body. After covering the arm domineering, I saw Drought Jack yelled and slashed towards Roja with lightning speed. But Roja is not a good stubble. I saw him draw his sword quickly, and the blade was also covered with high-strength armed color. Domineering to meet the Drought Jack slash. Bang-a-bang. First, there was a crisp sound of swords colliding with each other, followed by a thunderous explosion. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a violent shock wave erupted across the audience, causing many people around them to lose their heels and fall to the ground. The naval soldiers farther away retreated one after another, and at the same time tried their best to resist the power of the shock wave in the battlefield. Although Drought Jack, who possesses the ancient mammoth fruit, is very powerful, it has little effect on Roja. I saw Roja push away the two scimitars of Drought Jack and took the sword in his hand to slash at Drought Jack's chest. The distance between the two was so close that Drought Jack had no way to dodge. After enduring the attack of Roja's sword, Drought Jack couldn't help but backed up a few steps. 1 billion bounties, the famous Drought Jack, that's it? Roja sneered. Damn things. I'm going to kill you. Drought Jack roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, his body began to change rapidly. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant elephant in the form of animal, elephant fruit, ancient species, and mammoth. As the roar of Drought Jack resounded across the sky, the two weapons held in his hands were once again entwined with arm domineering, with a change of half-beast shape. The position of Drought Jack was crushed by the power under his feet. Ground. Not only that, the roar of the mammoth Jack, the drought, and the waves near the port began to roll. My God! Is this the strength of the three disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates with a bounty of 1 billion? Due to the tumbling waves, the warships parked in the port were shaking violently with the turbulent waves, and many sailors were frightened by the powerful power displayed by the Drought Jack in the form of mammoth. But Roja didn't panic at all. Looking at the mammoth form of Drought Jack, his eyes were full of jokes. Boy, die to me. Drought Jack yelled loudly. His huge elephant feet were wrapped around arm domineering, and he attacked Roja fiercely. However, this time Roja didn't play around with him anymore. He also opened fire with full firepower, and the sword in his hand was also entwined with arm domineering and rushed over directly to Boom. Drought Jack hadn't even touched Roja before he was sent flying a few meters away. How is this possible? Are you Luing? Drought Jack froze. That's right. The official armed color used by Roja just now is domineering. In the Wano country controlled by their beast pirates, this kind of armed domineering is called Luian. In Wano country, anyone who can master and skillfully use Ruizakura can already be regarded as a strong party. If they can master the domineering power that can cause internal destruction, then it is basically the kind of Odin that can completely compete against Kaido level, the strong one. Although Drought Jack acts recklessly like a reckless man, he is not a fool, so he was deeply shocked once again by the power Roja used. This guy has the overlord-like arrogance, and he has cultivated the armed arrogance to such an extent as he really just a little rear admiral. Drought Jack muttered in his heart. At tea this time, Drought Jack came running a few figures, among them Sips Hyde, who is the real fighter of the Beast Pirate, persuaded. Boss Jack, why don't we retreat first? Go back and report the arrest of Doflamingo. Make another plan for Master Kaido. Originally, it was good not to mention Sip's head, but when he mentioned it, Jack became even more angry. Drought Jack's remaining hesitation disappeared immediately, and he turned his head and glared at Sip's head viciously. Retreat? Were you kidding? Let someone else take Doflamingo under my nose, and I will run away by myself. If I go back like this, not only Boss Kaido will punish me, but even Brother Gene and Brother Quinn will laugh at me. Who do you think I am? This battle, I've decided. Drought Jack became furious again, releasing all the domineering arrogance in his body, so frightened that Sip's head, who was still persuading him just now, fell to the ground with a plop, trembling so that he dared not speak any more. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the principle that a hero does not take immediate losses, but does not work for a reckless man like Drought Jack. If he flees under such circumstances, it will be the greatest shame in his life. Of course, even if he wanted to escape, Roha would not be able to let him do so. Before Roha could react, Drought Jack began to attack again. This time, he knew that Roha was not that easy to deal with, so Drought Jack could be said to have used all his strength. The huge elephant trunk bombarded the ground violently, coupled with the entangled arm domineering, making Drought Jack look like a devil who came out of hell. Although every attack can be dodged skillfully by Roha, every attack of Drought Jack will leave big holes on the ground. It really deserves to be called Drought Jack, and there is really no grass anywhere. It's interesting, this is a bit like a billion pirates. Even Roha couldn't help sighing, and those sea soldiers watching the battle and the minions of the 100 Beast Pirates were all dumbfounded, and Doflamingo, who was tied up, was sitting on the deck of the warship. He had come to his senses and looked at Roha and Drought Jack, who were fighting, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Why? Why does this Roha have the qualifications of a king? Could it be that the overlord is so worthless now? Doflamingo frowned and muttered, only 1 in a million people will have the domineering look, also known as the aptitude of the overlord. After a round of Drought Jack's attack, Roha gradually felt bored. Drought Jack, do you only have this strength? Can you have some new gadgets? Roha mocked. If you don't have any new gadgets, then I won't show mercy. Chapter 21. The poisonous fruit shows its power. Bastard. Faced with my attack, the guy who just dodges blindly. Why is he so arrogant? Use out the ability you just defeated, Doflamingo. Otherwise, you will definitely not be my opponent. Drought Jack took Roha's joking words just now as a bluff. It really is a reckless idea and behavior. And maybe in Drought Jack's opinion, the reason why Roha was able to defeat Doflamingo, who had awakened the fruit ability just now, was due to his strange ability. For Drought Jack, who possesses the ancient mammoth fruit ability, he is extremely confident in his own brute force. After all, it is an ancient sea fruit that is rarer than the natural type. On the other hand, Roha already wanted to activate the ability, but he didn't want to activate the ability of the dark fruit, but planned to try the ability of the poisonous fruit. After all, after getting the poisonous fruit in automatic training for a period of time, Roha has not specifically used the poisonous fruit ability in actual combat, so he plans to use Drought Jack as the first tester of his poisonous fruit ability. Humph, you are extremely arrogant. Go to hell with me. After Drought Jack yelled, he once again launched an offensive towards Roha with high-intensity arm domineering. In contrast, Roha didn't talk nonsense anymore. He took back his saber at will, and then released a purple liquid substance from both hands, which is the highly poisonous substance produced by the poisonous fruit ability, facing the onslaught of Drought Jack. Roha first used the ability of the poisonous fruit to create a poison barrier to easily block the attack, and then repelled it. With the arm domineering that could be released, and the next second, Roha changed from passive to active. With one wave of his hand, the poisonous fruit ability that originally formed a barrier turned into a king cobra-like posture and swooped towards Drought Jack. Past. Okay. Facing the poisonous snake that was rushing towards him with long fangs, Drought Jack was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened, but he still subconsciously crossed the two weapons in his hand, and then used the domineering entanglement of the armed color to forcibly resist Roha's attack. After finally resisting the attack, Drought Jack found that the purple venom he had resisted was flying around him. Moreover, the venom that fell on the ground actually had a corrosive ability, corroding the ground one by one hole after another. Seeing such a scene, Drought Jack was really frightened. Why are you different from the fruit ability just now? Do you have two devil fruit abilities? But how is this possible? Drought Jack was shocked, deeply doubting the strength shown by Roha, because he discovered that the ability of the poisonous fruit that Roja released just now is completely different from the ability shown when dealing with Doflamingo. Therefore, it is only natural that Drought Jack was surprised. Of course, not only Drought Jack, but even Doflamingo, who was tied up on the warship, looked surprised, because he had personally experienced the ability of Roja's dark fruit just now. But now that Roja has shown another ability again, he can naturally distinguish it clearly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that this guy ate 2 devil fruits and has 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time? Doflamingo's face was extremely ugly. You must know that if a person who has already eaten a devil fruit to gain abilities will die if he eats another devil fruit, it is absolutely impossible for a person to have 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities at the same time. After all, he himself is the fruit ability, or he still knows this basic common sense. In the same way, the Drought Jack who fought against Roja also had the same idea. However, what they didn't know was that Roja was not a devil fruit, that he ate it all. It's just that Roja doesn't need to explain to them, let alone let them know about himself. Who the hell are you? Drought Jack frowned. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Roja? Roja was very calm, followed by Roja stopped talking nonsense and once again displayed the poisonous fruit ability. Just like Magellan's skill Poison Dragon, he uses the poison fruit ability to release from his body and transforms into the shape of a dragon. It's just that the poisonous dragon released by Roja was originally more powerful and domineering than the one released by Magellan. Facing Roja's poisonous fruit, Drought Jack felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and crisis. It was too late to be amazed, and Drought Jack could only put on a defensive posture for the first time. Facing such a huge dragon, he felt uneasy at this moment. Suddenly, with a fierce attack, Roja directly smashed down the poisonous dragon transformed by the ability of the poisonous fruit. At the very beginning, Drought Jack also forcibly used his arm domineering to resist. He looked good and could resist for a while, but with Roja's strength behind him, he also armed the huge poison dragon with domineering winding. Finally, after a bang, Jack couldn't bear the drought and was directly overwhelmed by the dragon. After the poison gradually dissipated, I saw that Drought Jack had returned to his human form. His knees were completely kneeling on the ground, his eyes were rolling, and he seemed to have lost consciousness, but his body was still shaking, twitching. And the venom left on Drought Jack's body seems to be slowly corroding his body. After all, without the protection of armed domineering. 1. Major General Roja defeated Drought Jack, the big pirate under Kaido's $1 billion bounty. This strength is too terrifying. The sailors on the warship exclaimed one after another. As for Doflamingo, his face turned pale, and he didn't know what to say at all. Seeing this, Sips Hyde and Rami Kim, the true fighters of the Beast Pirates, shouted and hurriedly stood up, trying to save Drought Jack, but when he approached, the venom that fell on the ground sizzled, breathing thick smoke. The extremely terrifying look immediately dissuaded the two of them. Master Sips Head, Lord Jin Rami, Boss Jack has fallen. What should we do? The other pirates on the boat shouted in panic. Retreat. Let's retreat. Go back and tell Master Kaido about this. Sipshead and Kim Rummy hesitated for a while, and then made a decision, followed by the pirate ship was quickly turned around by the pirates and fled. Chapter 22 The Six-Style Shaving has reached the full level. Mystery reward appears seeing the pirate ship run farther and farther. A lieutenant commander hurried over and asked, Admiral Roja, those pirates are about to run away. Should we go after them? Run? Don't even try to run away. Sink their pirate ship. Roja gave the order firmly. Because these sailors were impressed by the strength shown by Roja, the morale of Roja's order was soaring, and all the sailors got busy. For the rest of these minions, Roja was too lazy to make a move or even bother to make a move. Instead, he was feeling the 2 abilities released just now. The first Dark Fruit ability, the current Dark Fruit ability has reached the intermediate level, and in his use, he discovered that there are still many mysteries in the Dark Fruit. As for the second Poisonous Fruit ability, Roja also prefers this ability. After all, once this ability is released, it can indeed cleanly kill the enemy, which is very powerful. I just mastered the ability of the low-level Poisonous Fruit, and I was able to use the skill of Dragon to instantly kill Drought Jack. It is conceivable that once the ability of the Poisonous Fruit is cultivated to the extreme, and even the fruit is awakened, then what a terrifying existence it is in battle. On the other side, under the order of Roja, the soldiers controlled all the cannons on the warship, and all the guns were aimed at the pirate ships of the Beast Pirates fleeing in the distant sea. Boom, boom, boom. What followed was the bombardment of countless shells. Under the bombardment of countless shells from warships, no matter how hard the Beast's pirate ship was, it was blown apart. and the whole ship sank to the bottom of the usse. No, most of the pirates on the ship ate man-made devil fruits. Even if these devil fruits are man-made, they also have the curse of the sea of devil fruits. So these landlubbers fell into the sea and had no way to save themselves. I can only wait silently to dine. The few pirates on the ship who have not eaten the man-made devil fruit are not strong enough and have no chance of surviving after falling into the water. It can be said that the members of the Beast's pirates led by Drought Jack were basically wiped out. As for Drought Jack, after the poisonous gas from the poisonous fruit on his body dissipated, he was also handcuffed by the sailors on the Hailu Stone and brought back to the warship. Not only that, but also Doflamingo's Don Quixote family all. The cadres were arrested along with Doflamingo. According to the arrangement of the Warring States period, they should have come to summon Doflamingo, who is Shichibukai, back to the Navy headquarters. But unexpectedly, Roja met Drought Jack, who was conducting an underground deal with Doflamingo. Originally, Roja didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but who knew that Doflamingo was provoking him with this Drought Jack, so he couldn't blame him for taking action. So what Roja has already decided on the next destination, not the Navy headquarters, but the Advanced City. That's right. Go straight to Advanced City to imprison Shichibukai's Doflamingo and Drought Jack. If you talk about it, you must do it. If you say you want to imprison them in the City of Advancement, then they will be imprisoned in the City of Advancement. Return to Roja on the warship. Doflamingo looked at him and said mockingly, Fufur, do you think you can really lock me into the City of Jean? I know a lot of things, and the people above will definitely let me out, is it? Roja just glanced at him and sneered. That's your business. Anyway, I will imprison you in the City of Jean. If you have the ability, then you can come out of it. But I will see you once in the future. Send you go in once, and I'll see how many times you can come out. Roja, don't go too far. You have to know, it's not me that you offended this time, but also the 100 Beast Pirates. You dare to catch Drought Jack? Let me tell you clearly, Kaido will never let you go. Don't think you can deal with Kaido just because you beat us. That's the 4 Emperors. Doflamingo, who has always had a good face, roared angrily. Roy had ignored him and waved his hand directly, and then Doflamingo and the others had already brought them in and locked them up. That's it. Roa led the warship and galloped in the vast sea again. 4 Emperors. Is it strong? So what? Roja didn't care. At the same time, the sound of the system ran ding. Your overlord looks domineering and thinks that a real overlord should be like this, fearless. Your overlord color domineering resonance has increased significantly. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through the overlord's color ability and gaining the power of overlord's color entanglement. Ding, your 6th style shaving ability was stimulated by the breakthrough of the Bwank's domineering. In order not to hinder the Bwank's domineering ability, finally broke through the last shackles. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the full level of the 6th style shaving. What? The domineering arrogance that has never been broken through has actually broken through. His domineering aura was able to achieve a substantial attack before, but now after breaking through, he can already do it like an armed domineering aura and carry out external winding. You must know that among the powerhouses with the domineering aura of the overlord's color, there are very few who can master this kind of power. The most important is, the 6th form of the Navy has even broken through to the full level. In the entire pirate world, Roja is probably the only person who can practice the 6th form of the Navy to the full level. After all, others don't have the help of the system. Just as Roja was still in joy, the system sound rang again. Congratulations to the host. The 6th style shaving has reached the full level. The automatic training project has been completed, and the system has unlocked mysterious rewards for the host. Ding. The mysterious reward this time is different dimension lottery draw. Do you need a lottery now? Start the lottery draw immediately. Roja confirmed without hesitation. I didn't expect this mysterious reward to be a different dimensional lottery draw. If I don't draw now, when will I wait? As the saying goes, don't take advantage of the bastards. The lottery is in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and getting the world pupil skill ability of Naruto, White Eyes. Congratulations to the host for establishing the automatic cultivation project of White Eyes ability. When hearing this award, Roja's first reaction was bewildered. Blind eyes. Roja wondered, isn't this thing one of the 3 pupil techniques in Naruto world? Have you crossed the stage? Or did you get the wrong script? In fact, no system introduction is required. As a veteran comic fan in his previous life, how could he not be aware of Bayan's ability? Bayan is actually a clairvoyant eye that can clearly see the meridians, acupuncture points, and chakra flow of the human body and can see through things. A telescopic eye that can see into the distance, and an inside eye. With strong observation power, the white eyes of the clan members have a 360-degree viewing range without blind spots. This thing doesn't mean much to me in the world of pirates, Does it? If you want to talk about perception and insight, the top-level knowledge and domineering can predict the short future. If you want to talk about the strengthening of strength, then you still have the arm domineering, and the domineering can still be wound. What's more, let's not talk about the Navy 6 and 2 kinds of devil fruit abilities that will be full level in the future. Unless this white eye can evolve. The more Roja thought about it, the more he felt that this white pupil technique was rather useless. It's useless to keep it, and it's a pity to discard it. Suddenly, the system sound rang again. Ding. Your pupil technique, white eyes, was despised, and you felt the power of domineering and domineering abilities. IT was deeply stimulated, and you were so depressed that you wanted to commit suicide. Congratulations to the host for starting the Pupil Technique Reincarnation Automatic Training Project. Chapter 23 heard here. Roja was suddenly surprised. The white eyes that he disliked just now suddenly mutated into Tensian. This could be regarded as a big surprise. You know, Tensian is in the world of Naruto, the ultimate pupil technique that can only be opened by combining the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. IT has the power of destruction and creation. With the ability to control gravity and repulsion, it is so powerful that it can even control the moon. So now all of my domineering abilities and the 6 types of Navy and 2 fruit abilities, plus this Samsara Eye, it is simply like a divine aid. After getting excited, Roja began to practice, accompanied by warships galloping on the sea for several days. Roja just stopped practicing and planned to take a rest. As a result, the sound of the system rang ding. Congratulations to the ability of the host poisonous fruit to break through to the intermediate level. Ding. Congratulations to the host Ananya for breaking through to an advanced level. Good guy. Both fruit abilities have been boosted at the same time. That IT can be regarded as double happiness, but the system prompt did not stop there. Followed by ding. Your poisonous fruit was stimulated by the breakthrough of the dark fruit. In order to become one of your many powerful abilities, the poisonous fruit decided to work harder. Congratulations to the host. The poisonous fruit's automatic cultivation speed has increased by 5 times. Good guy. Can this be stimulated too? But this is also very good. Roja expressed his satisfaction and praised the system. Major Admiral Roja, we have arrived at Advanced City. A sailor came to report. It is good. Roja responded and walked out. When they got off the boat, they ordered the sailors to bring Drought Jack and Doflamingo down. Only IT was not Magellan who greeted Roja, but a small jailer. Stop. What are you doing here to advance the city? We don't seem to have received a notice from the Navy recently that they will escort the prisoners. The jailer came to stop him. This is true. There are also the rules of the City of Advancement. Even if the prisoner needs to be escorted, it needs to be notified. Although Roja was a rear admiral, it was true that there was no announcement when he came here. Let Magellan come out. You just say that Roja is here. Roja glared at the jailer. The jailer was intimidated by Roja's eyes, and the person who could call Magellan's name directly must be someone he couldn't offend, so he hurried in to report it with great interest. Not long, Magellan ran out in a hurry with his men. Major General Roja, what wind brought you here again? Magellan said with a smile, but the smile on his face was a little awkward, as if it was forced out. Since Magellan saw Roja's power last time, his attitude towards him has changed a lot. Otherwise, according to Magellan's temperament, if the General Navy comes, whether you report or not, how could it come out to greet you so quickly, let alone give you a good face? But Roja is different. Magellan knew that Roja's strength was unfathomable. For Magellan, getting acquainted with such a powerful person as a friend would only benefit him and not harm him. Regarding Magellan's attitude, Roja also nodded with a smile in response. Major General Roja, I don't know what you're going to do this time because of Fire Fist Ace. Don't worry, Fire Fist Ace is here with me. There is no problem at all. Magellan said. It's not about Fire Fist Ace. Roja shook his head, turned around, and looked at Doflamingo and Drought Jack behind him. I brought a few prisoners today, and they need to be imprisoned in infinite hell. Prisoners in infinite hell. I haven't heard from the Navy headquarters. Magellan was a little puzzled. Oh no, the people who can be imprisoned in the infinite hell of Advanced City are all famous big pirates. If this is the case, then the Navy headquarters will definitely contact the Advanced City in advance, just like Fire Fist Ace did before. But this time it didn't. However, when Magellan looked at Doflamingo and Drought Jack, he was stunned. Shichibukai Doflamingo and Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates. Magellan's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Are the two of them going to be imprisoned in infinite hell? Magellan can figure out that they will be imprisoned in infinite hell. After all, these two guys are really big pirates and dangerous people. Point one is Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, and the other is a reward of 1 billion Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of Jinns, 4 emperors, and 100 beast pirates. What Magellan couldn't figure out was that if these two big shots were arrested and imprisoned in Fuel City, then he would have received the news in advance. Not only did he not receive the news in advance, but he also expressed doubts about Roja. Magellan looked at Roja with a surprised look, and his eyes were full of doubts. That's right, I arrested them. Originally, I went to Dressrosa to summon Doflamingo, who was the Kawaii, but I found out that he was secretly dealing with the four emperors, which is already illegal. I just arrested them. Roja saw through Magellan's doubts at a glance and explained calmly, arrest them easily. Are you kidding me? These two people, one is Chiwuhai, and the other is the three disasters under the banner of the four emperors. You actually just arrested them with a casual sentence? How sarcastic you are. This was what Magellan had in mind. Most importantly, Magellan had to admire Roja's strength even more at this moment, Doflamingo and Drought Jack, these two guys are both famous big pirates in this world, and their strength is naturally one of the best. Seeing that Roja is not injured at all, Magellan is real. I believe that with Aloha's strength, he really arrested them smoothly, followed by, they don't have too much nonsense. That's the warden, Magellan, since people have already brought criminals here, no matter how powerful you are outside, as long as you enter the city of advancement in his eyes, you are nothing more than a prisoner. That's it. Roja once again followed Magellan to the Infinite Hell on the 6th floor underground. After coming to Infinite Hell, the big pirate inside saw that Roja was coming again, and his expression became tense. When they saw the arrested Doflamingo and Drought Jack, these big pirates were even more stunned and didn't even dare to speak. Chapter 24 Trembling Navy Headquarters. How famous are Doflamingo and Drought Jack? That's at the level of a big pirate, especially Jack the Drought. That is one of the three famous disasters of the Beast Pirates, and he is Kaido's top cadre. So how could the many big pirates imprisoned in this untitled hell not know? They had already seen Roja's power before, and now Roja has actually arrested them all and sent them to the city of advancement. What kind of terrifying power is this? Even if the Navy headquarters sends out generals, it's impossible to arrest these two guys so easily, right? Therefore, the big pirates inside could only be surprised again and again, and didn't dare to say anything more at all. Seeing that Doflamingo and Drought Jack had been imprisoned, Roja nodded in satisfaction. Magellan, leave these two to you, and I will leave first. Roja said, okay, don't worry, Major General Roja. Magellan nodded, followed by Roja left, and returned to the Navy headquarters. Roja was immediately summoned by Warring States. I in the office of the Sengoku Admiral of the Navy headquarters. In addition to Roja, who just arrived here, Lieutenant General Garp and General Kizaru, who has returned from outside, are also here. See, Roja's first reaction is snapped. Warring States patted the table heavily and stood up. Roja, what's the matter with you, boy? I asked you to call Doflamingo back to the headquarters. Why did you imprison him in the promotion city? And Drought Jack of the Beast's pirates, why did you provoke them? Warring States' performance looked very angry, but more still seemed a little helpless. Oh, it's so scary, You actually imprisoned these two scary guys in the city of advancement. You are even more terrifying. Huang Yuan teased. Marshal of the Warring States period. I don't think my actions are wrong. It is already illegal for Doflamingo to privately trade artificial devil fruits with Drought Jack. Could it be that because Doflamingo is Shichibukai, or because of the Drought Jack is under the four emperors Kaido, we have to indulge them? Roja said plausibly, and Roja had been prepared for a long time and ordered the sea soldiers to move the man-made devil fruits he had confiscated here. Anyway, these man-made devil fruits are not of any interest to Roja. Seeing these man-made devil fruits in front of him, the expression of the Marshal of the Warring States period has obviously become dignified, and there seems to be thousands of thoughts in his heart, actually. How could the Navy not know about the man-made devil fruit and the underground deal between Doflamingo and Kaido? It's just that there has never been any evidence. What's more, if other navies don't understand, don't the Warring States themselves not understand? In fact, many times, his admiral still has to bear a lot of pressure. However, he was very angry with Roja's behavior this time, regardless of his appearance. But in fact, his righteous heart also supports and acquiesces to Roja's behavior. If not, that's the admiral of the Warring States period. When Roja arrested Doflamingo and Drought Jack, he was on his way to Advance City. He could have notified Roja by phone, but he didn't. It's not because he has acquiesced to Roja's behavior this time. Garp stood up beside him. Ha. Roja, you did a good job. I support you. Keep up the good work. Go directly to Kaido's lair next time and imprison Kaido in Push City. Garp laughed and gave a thumbs up, praising Roja. Even General Huang Yuan expressed his support for Roja's actions. I think so too. Roja did a good job. Roja stood here and shrugged nonchalantly. Okay, Garp, Palyasalino, you two guys don't make trouble. I don't mean to blame Roja, it's just that the occurrence of this incident has affected our original plan. Not to mention, now Roja also provoked the 100 Beast Pirates. Sengoku said worriedly. Warring states, I know what you're thinking. Garp suddenly became serious. Are you worried that Whitebeard has not yet ushered in, but another 4 emperors, Beast Kaido, came first, right? Garp said. Sengoku looked at Garp, but didn't speak. These two old comrades in arms seem to have a tacit understanding. This is true. The reason why the Sengoku itself asked Rohai and the generals to go out to summon the Kueihai is nothing more than to respond to the upcoming big event. And this big event is also related to the 4 emperors, that's Whitebeard. However, now because of Roha's actions, their navy has fallen into another relationship with another 4 emperors, that is Kaido of Beasts. Because of the Fire Fist Ace incident, the Whitebeard pirates must have secretly prepared to mobilize their combat power. The reason why the War Council asked them to call all the Shichibukai and the elites of naval branches around the world is actually to deal with the 4 emperors Whitebeard. But what we may have to face now is not just Whitebeard. Very likely, before Whitebeard arrives, we have to face Kaido first. Warring State said thoughtfully. Roha as a rear admiral not only imprisoned Drought Jack of the Beasts pirates into the city, but also disrupted the artificial fruit trade between Kaido and Doflamingo. Breaking off the artificial devil fruit deal between them is undoubtedly weakening the source of power of the Whitehead pirates. Then according to the character of Kaido, the 4 emperors and beasts, he must be going crazy. Beast Kaido, that is called the strongest creature. Kaido has been defeated 7 times, was arrested 18 times when he challenged the Navy and the 4 emperors alone, was tortured more than 1,000 times, and was sentenced to death 40 times. Even if he is hanged, the chains will be torn off. Even if he is guillotined, he will be able to smash the guillotine. And even if he is stabbed by a long spear, it will end in the rupture of the spear. He has sunk as many as 9 huge prison ships, and no one has ever been able to kill him, not even himself. And so, when I heard the name of Beast Kaido from Sengoku, everyone present was stunned for a moment, including General Huang Yuan as well. But Roha didn't take it seriously. Beast Kaido. So what? Roha is very confident in the power he currently has. The Kaido really comes. I really don't mind trying a few tricks with him. Kaido, let him come. Garp also laughed, and no one was worried at all. That result, just at this time, there was an earth-shattering roar from outside the Navy headquarters. Chapter 25 Kaido Strikes. Give me Jack and Doflamingo, otherwise I will destroy your Navy headquarters. This roar, the resounded across the sky, and even the office where Roha and the others were located trembled. It was like experiencing a small earthquake at the same time. Along with this roar, Roha and the others felt the aftermath of a powerful domineering look at the same time. This power. Shocked suddenly, Zhanghua frowned tightly, as if he had already judged something. Even the General Huang Yuan frowned tightly, followed by another roar came in. Sengoku, Garp, come out. This time, there was a faint dragon roar in a roar. Garp walked to the side of Sengoku, wiped his fists, and said calmly, I didn't expect this Kaido. Just talking about him, he really came here. After all, this is not the first time Kaido of the Beast has come to the Marine headquarters to provoke Marin Fando. Garp and Sengoku have fought against him, so naturally he recognized Kaido's breath immediately. And so what? The two of them immediately recognized that this powerful aura belonged to Beast Kaido. Sure enough, it's still here. But this Kaido, is it really easy for us to break into the Navy headquarters? This time, we have summoned the naval elites from all over the world, as well as all the power of the 7 martial seas, in order to face the 4 emperors. Since Whitebeard didn't wait, but Kaido came first, then it's an early rehearsal. Looking at Garp standing beside him, Sengoku also recovered from his surprised expression and said with a smile, and the tone of Warring States is full of enthusiasm, and there is no sense of being afraid of Kaido at all. Oh, it's so scary, Mr. Zhanghua. I'll go out and have a look first. General Huang Yuan said, and then changed into a light and disappeared in place. Garp, Roha, let's go out too. Sengoku said, go. Garp and Roha nodded at the same time. Garp asked Roha, how about it? Kaido is here now. Do you regret arresting Doflamingo and Jack? Regret? It's very regrettable. I regret not killing them both. Roha said calmly. You have the same idea as the old man. The old man really likes you more and more. Garp said with a big laugh. Naval headquarters on Marinvento Square. There was a huge green dragon hovering in the sky above, and the scene was extremely shocking. But here in the square, countless sailors have assembled. Huang Yuan stood in the middle, and some lieutenant generals headed by Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel were also here to ask for the 2 generals. Akakanu and Akiji are still performing missions outside, and they are not at the Navy headquarters at this time. Therefore, there is only one general in the Navy headquarters, Huang Yuan. Oh, yo, what about the giant dragon, Kaido the 4 emperors? It's so scary. The General Huang Yuan teased jokingly. Not only that, because in response to the Navy's call, all the Shichibukai who were summoned were also present. Hawkeye Mihawk, Empress Hancock, Tyrant Bear, Moonlight Mariah, Blackbeard Tiki, these Shichibukai are all here, and they are all feeling the beast Kaido in the form of a dragon in the sky. Kaido. The one who hated Kaido the most was Moonlight Mariah the first time he saw Kaido. This is Kaido, the four emperors known as the strongest creature. Empress Hancock frowned and said, "Jia, Jia, Jia, Jia. Whitebeard hasn't come yet, but a trouble came first. It seems more and more interesting." Blackbeard Tiki smiled sinisterly. Only Hawkeye Mihawk and Tyrant Bear stand here very calmly looking up at Kaido in the form of a blue dragon. Soon, Warring States brought Roha and Garp also appeared here. All Chi-Wuhai also cast their eyes on Sengoku and the others for the time being, and paid more attention to Roha who followed Sengoku after all. The news that Roha imprisoned Doflamingo and Drought Jack in Advanced City had already spread to the Navy headquarters. In addition, Shichibukai still maintained a curious attitude when he saw Roha. Only Blackbeard Tiki. We saw Roha, he couldn't help but frown. In fact, Blackbeard Tiki hated Roha in his heart, but he didn't show its for Roha. He knew Blackbeard Teach was nearby, but he didn't even look at him. In Roha's eyes, there is only Kaido hovering in midair. Is Kaido, the four emperors, really that strong? This is the only thought in Roha's mind. We saw Sengoku, and they all came out. Kaido roared again, and a terrifying dragon's breath spewed out of his mouth. Warring States, hand over Doflamingo and Jack to me, by the way, and the Major General named Roha, hand them over to me, otherwise today I will definitely destroy your Marlon Vanduo. After roaring, it was the terrifying dragon's breath that spit directly on the open space of Marin Vanduo Square, and there was an explosion in an instant, and a big black hole was blasted out of the ground. Kaido, long time no see. It seems you missed the old man's fist, don't you? Before Warring States could speak, Garp immediately stood up and shouted. Although Kaido has indeed come to the Navy headquarters to challenge many times, and the Navy has indeed failed to kill him, but every time it is inevitable that he will suffer flesh and blood. Garp, do you really think you can kill me? Looking at Garp, Kaido laughed heartily. Facing the legendary Marine Lieutenant Admiral Garp, he didn't mean to back down at all. Really? Let's try again then. Garp was gearing up, and it seemed that he really wanted to do it. Garp, you are just a remnant of the old era. What do you really think of yourself? I'll say it again for the last time. Hand over Doflamingo and Jack to me, by the way. And the Major General named Roha, hand it over to me. Otherwise, today I will definitely destroy your Malin Van Moor, slaughter all your navies. Kaido is so arrogant that he doesn't take Sengoku and all of them seriously. Kaido, don't be arrogant, but also slaughter our navy. Our Navy headquarters can't tolerate your presumptuousness here. Your request, I will not agree to you. Marshal Sengoku rejected Kaido's request with dignity. Chapter 26, The Strongest Creature, Kaido the Four Emperors. Since it was so flatly rejected by the Warring States period, then Kaido, who has always been a violent guy, naturally couldn't help it and started roaring again and raised his head to gather the dragon's breath. This time, the dragon's breath gathered by Kaido shocked everyone standing in Marin Vanduo Square. Simultaneously, Kaido's goal this time is directly at the Navy headquarters building. It seems that he really wants to destroy the entire naval headquarters. Oops. This Kaido is really crazy. His move is powerful enough to destroy an entire island. If Kaido succeeds, then our Navy headquarters will really be destroyed by him. The Warring States Marshal's expression froze, and he clenched his fists tightly, as if he was about to make a move after all. As the Admiral of the Navy, how could he watch a pirate destroy the naval headquarters? Mr. Warring States, leave it to me. Before Warring States could make a move, General Huang Yuan made the first move. After he said a word seriously, his whole body transformed into a ray of light and flashed out at the same time. But Kaido's dragon's breath has already been fully charged, and he spit it out at the Navy headquarters, and its power is self-evident. But at this time, the General Huang Yuan had also flashed into the air. After clasping his hands together, a dazzling laser cannon directly hit the dragon's breath, followed by boom. The laser light of the yellow monkey directly detonated Kaido's dragon's breath, and the two powerful forces collided with each other, resulting in a violent explosion. After a loud noise, it was accompanied by a strong coercion that broke out in the entire Marin Vanduo Square. Many sailors couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. Is this the power of the four emperors and the general? Everyone was surprised. Even all the Shichibukai were astonished, followed by the General Huang Yuan didn't talk nonsense and launched an attack again, and saw the General Huang Yuan soaring into the air again. The next second, a huge flash lighted up, and after the General Huang Yuan photon flew into the air, with hands crossed, Countless dazzling rays of light seemed to make people unable to open their eyes and look directly. Bachi Kyungyu. This is a move that General Huang Yuan is proud of. It can launch countless dazzling light bullets at the target, which is a large-scale attack move. Kaido is still in the form of a huge blue dragon at this time. The volume is too large. Coupled with the speed of the General Huang Yuan shining fruit, ordinary people really may not be able to keep up. Therefore, in Kaido's huge body, all the light bullets of the 8-foot Shiongoyu move by the General Huang Yuan were directly concentrated. Boom. Boom, boom. One bang after another, a burst of thick smoke rose from where Kaido was. General Huang Yuan's attack worked. It seems that Kaido, the Four Emperors, is nothing more than that, and our admiral is the best. Seeing this scene, many sailors in Marin Van Duo Square cheered. Except for them, the Navy above the rank of Lieutenant General still frowned, as if they didn't think the situation was so optimistic. The same is true for the Kawaii, including Hawkeye Mihawk and Empress Hancock. No. The opponent is Kaido, the Four Emperors, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. How could it be possible for him to be harmed by just such an ordinary attack by the General Kizaru? After all, it is not the first time Kaido has come to the Navy headquarters to make trouble. If he could be defeated so easily, then why would Kaido come to the Navy headquarters to make trouble again and again? And this time he even threatened to destroy the entire Navy headquarters. Really, IT is the same as judged by all strong men. After the thick smoke faded, without any accident, Kaido appeared in front of everyone unscathed, but it still amazes many people. Is this the defensive power of the Four Emperor Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature? Empress Hancock was the first to be surprised. Even Hawkeye Mihawk, who has always been taciturn, said, Kaido, the Four Emperors, is really strong. The same is true for the other Kiwis. The attack just now was the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, and the attack of General Huang Yuan may not be easily followed by ordinary people without any damage. As for those elite navies, needless to say, they have been completely shocked by the horror of Kaido, the Four Emperors. Poor Salino, I haven't seen you for so long, and your kid's strength hasn't changed at all. What's the matter, Tickle Me? Facing General Kizaru Salino, Kaido didn't pay attention to him at all, and even provoked him with rude words. Oh, as expected of the Four Emperors, it's really scary. General Huang Yuan laughed, followed by General Huang Yuan strikes again, and at midair, the yellow monkey, who was constantly photonized in Kaido in the form of a blue dragon, kept fighting. The whole scene was extremely shocking. It's not just the amazement of the sailors, including Sengoku and Garp. All the powerhouses of Kibahai are also amazed. Even Roha showed a hint of excitement. Is this the strength of the general and the Four Emperors? It's interesting. Roha also seemed to feel eager to try. Originally thought that the two of them were evenly matched, but gradually, General Huang Yuan finally lost the upper hand. Inadvertently, Kaido directly shot down the General Kizaru to the ground, taking advantage of the victory to pursue. Kaido swooped down directly, and his huge body fell directly to the ground. Boom. Another puff of smoke rose into the sky. But Kaido's huge blue dragon form disappeared after landing. Just when everyone was wondering, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Only a loud shout came from inside. Thundering gossip. It turned out that at that moment, Kaido had returned to his human form, and he was still holding his mace in his hand. Boom. The yellow ape, who was already at a disadvantage and shot down, had no time to react, and was covered with an armed and domineering mace in the middle of the front door, and his whole body was directly sent flying tens of meters away. Of course, Huang Yuan also reacted quickly, and once again photonized and returned to Zhongguo's side. But at this time, Huang Yuan was panting and had many scars on his body. Worrying. For Emperor Kaido, it's really that scary. General Huang Yuan said out of breath. Poor Salino, you have done a good job, said Sengoku. Warring States is very aware of the strength of the General Kizaru, but there is no way to let him face Kaido, the Four Emperors, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Salino's defeat was actually in his expectation. Just at this time, clang. There was a crisp sound of drawing a sword. Everyone's eyes turned to Hawkeye Mihawk, one of the 7 Marshalseas. Chapter 27 Kaido, the Four Emperors versus Shichibukai, the Emperor except for Chi Wuhai's identity. Hawkeye Mihawk has another title. That is the world's #1 swordsman. Seeing the eagle-eyed Mihawk ready to move, everyone was shocked. Is the world's #1 swordsman about to make a move? Many people were exclaimed. Even Zhongguo was surprised. This guy, is he going to make a move? Jia. Mihawk, I didn't expect that you would actually take action against Kaido. The black beard on the side said in a strange way that no Hawkeye Mihawk, as the world's #1 swordsman, has always been a loner. Even if he is the Shichibukai, he will respond to the call of the Navy, but it is difficult for him to help. However, this time, Hawkeye Mihawk actually wanted to take the initiative, as so everyone couldn't believe it. Don't think too much. I just want to test whether my slash can have any effect on the defense of this strongest creature. Hawkeye Mihawk said coldly, followed by Hawkeye Mihawk took off and jumped out. He held the black knife tightly with both hands and slashed down vigorously. Suddenly, a huge green knife light spewed out, pointing directly at Kaido, who had turned back into a human form. Eagle-eyed Mihawk really deserves his reputation. Seeing this sword slash for Hawkeye Mihawk, even Warring States could not help but praise. I'm afraid that if Kaido can't stop this slash, not only Kaido himself will be split in half, but even the entire Marin Fando will be split. There were other vice admirals who all sighed. Humph, eagle-eyed boy, you don't think you can hurt me just by doing this? Kaido laughed arrogantly. Facing such a violent sword aura, Kaido didn't panic at all. He swung the mace in his hand, and there was a muffled sound when it cut through the air, and accompanied by bursts of red lightning covering the mace. Eagle-eyed Mihawk's sword energy is already in sight. Result. After a bang, it was easily resolved by Kaido. Overlord color domineering winding. Everyone exclaimed, that's right. What Kaido used just now is the highest state of domineering and domineering, winding the domineering and domineering. You know, in the feature film, there are very few people who can master the domineering aura, and there are only a handful of people who can cultivate the domineering aura to this level. But Mihawk didn't seem surprised by this result, but took advantage of this gap and rushed straight towards Kaido, followed by, after the two of them fought back and forth for several rounds, Hawkeye Mihawk finally lost the wind, and Kaido, who was entwined with the domineering look, was repelled tens of meters away with a stick. I thought this battle between the four emperors and the Kawaii was over. Result, the huge black shadow has quietly appeared behind Kaido. Kaido, go to hell with me. With a loud shout, the shadow quietly appearing behind Kaido turned into countless bats rushing towards Kaido. That's right. It was another Shichibukai who made the move, and that was Moonlight Mariah. Moonlight Mariah himself had grievances with Kaido, and also experienced a big battle. Although Moonlight Mariah was defeated in the end, he survived and was invited to become Shichibukai. But now, when facing his old enemy Kaido, how could Moonlight Moria miss any chance? So he took advantage of the time gap between Kaido and Hawkeye Mihawk just now, and slipped onto the battlefield quietly. Moonlight Mariah, it's you again. You don't have a long memory at all. You really are. Facing the swarms of bats released by the Moonlight Moria shadow fruit, Kaido didn't panic at all, and even smiled contemptuously. Next second, boom. I saw that Kaido didn't move a bit, just released the domineering aura and shattered all the bats in groups, followed by it was Kaido's mace that Moonlight Mariah was facing. Thundering gossip. This time, Kaido was also entwined with domineering arrogance, and with a direct stick, Moonlight Mariah's entire huge body flew out, until he fell to the ground and fainted. Dark Cave did not expect Blackbeard Tich even made a move. Directly in front of Kaido, he released his proud dark fruit ability to wrap the four Emperors Kaido heavily. For Emperors Kaido. Let me see if the four Emperors' strength is so terrifying. Blackbeard Tiki smiled sinisterly. Dark water. Blackbeard Tiki didn't continue to talk nonsense and used the gravitational force of the dark fruit to suck Kaido into his hand. However, Beast Kaido's huge body was actually sucked by Blackbeard Tiki, and he held it tightly with his hands. This time, all the people watching the battle were stunned. What kind of ability is this? He even captured Kaido, the four emperors, into his own hands without any damage. Kaido, did you see that? This is the power of my dark fruit. He can be able to. Just when Blackbeard was proudly trying to pretend to boom, Kaido's fist, which was both armed and domineering, slammed into the face of Blackbeard Tiki. Except for any point, Blackbeard Tiki was sent flying out at once. After all, the dark fruit can indeed deal with those strong people who completely rely on the devil fruit, but it seems to be of no use to someone like Kaido who has cultivated domineering to the highest level. Not to mention that Kaido's fruit ability is only animals only. The same time, Kaido did not forget to spit and mocked. What the hell? It's all gaudy. Because this punch hit the cheek, Blackbeard Tich actually lost one of his few teeth. See this scene. Everyone was shocked again. Is this the four Emperor Kaido, the man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air? The three Shichibukai are not his opponents. At this time, of the five kings present, Shichibukai, 3 have already fallen, and the remaining 2, Empress Hancock and Bartholomew Okumur, have not made a move yet. But the 2 of them didn't seem to intend to make a move, because they knew that even if they did, the result would be the same. After all, Kaido, the 4 emperors, is really strong. Huh, what kawaii? Is it at this level? It seems that your Navy headquarters really doesn't have the strength to show it off. Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, his tone extremely rampant. Chapter 28 Garp and Sengoku join, forces to fight Kaido, damn it. It's so presumptuous in our Navy headquarters. All elite navies, come on, defend the dignity of our Navy. Many lieutenant generals could no longer tolerate Kaido's arrogance and rushed out in a swarm. Seeing that the lieutenant generals are so high-spirited, these naval elites who have been summoned from all over the world are naturally not to be outdone, and they all followed the lieutenant generals and began to attack. Bring it on. You ants. As many as you come, the result is the same. Facing countless vice admirals and naval elites, Kaido, as the four emperors, was just alone, not only not in a hurry, but also a kind of excitement, followed by there was chaos in the entire Marin Vanduo square, and Kaido killed all the marines with a mace alone, so there was no one left at tea this time. Several of their princes, Shichibukai, were also indifferent, as if they no longer had the desire to join the battlefield. After all, Hawkeye Mihawk just wanted to test Kaido's defensive power, not really want to fight him, so he is now watching the battle as if nothing happened. As for Blackbeard Titch and Moonlight Mariah, these two guys have already been seriously injured, so naturally they don't want to fight. Even General Huang Yuan was slightly injured, and he also knew that even if he joined the battlefield again, there was no way to change it, unless the three generals of the Navy headquarters are all here at the same time, and there is still a glimmer of life. Therefore, in this melee, Kaido has always had the upper hand. Countless sailors have felt Kaido's terrifying strength. At this time, Garp, who had been taciturn all this time, took off the Navy robe on his body, reached out and unbuttoned his chest. His expression became serious. Warring States. Garp yelled seriously. As his old comrade in arms, Warring States immediately understood Garp's action. He also took off his clothes, moved his hands, and said with a smile, Garp, how long have you said that we two old things have been together? Haven't been active. Yeah, what's the matter? I'm afraid you can't do it yourself. Garp said with a smile. I'm afraid you're going to die, Garp. Sengoku also laughed. That's right, these two are about to make a move. All the Navy were shocked when they saw this scene. You know, the cooperation between Warring States and Garp dates back to more than 20 years ago. IT was also in the Navy headquarters. The two of them teamed up to defeat the legendary big pirate Golden Lion, shocked the whole world. Go ahead. Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal Warring States are about to attack. The two legends of the Navy have made a move. We must win. All the navies began to cheer and jump up. Even Roha, who had been watching the battle without saying a word, was shocked. You know, he knows Garp's power, and now with the power of Marshal Sengoku, maybe this Kaido really can't handle it. Roha smiled slightly, ready to wait and see this battle. Followed by Garp and Sengoku jumped to Marin Vanduo Square in a tacit understanding at the same time. The navies who were still fighting made way for the two of them, and in this way, Garp and Sengoku walked towards Kaido with the same steps. The scene and the momentum are beyond words. Garp, Sengoku. Looking at the two of them, Kaido's eyes seemed to tremble for a moment. You know, Kaido has fought against Garp and Sengoku, so he knows their strength. Although it is not enough to kill him, he still has a way to suppress him. Kaido. Originally, the old man didn't want to make a move. But you are too presumptuous. This is the headquarters of the Navy. How can you let you mess around? Cap said solemnly. That's right. Kaido, this time, don't think about running away. Warring States also showed fierce eyes and said domineeringly, Garp, Warring States, just relying on you two remnants of the old era. Old guys want to threaten me. I thought Kaido would restrain himself no matter how powerful he was in the face of Garp and Sengoku, but I never thought it would be even more arrogant. In that case, the old man will teach you a lesson today. Garp showed a fierce look on his face, and his clenched fists were immediately wrapped around the domineering power of the strongest weapon, and he slammed towards Kaido with a loud shout. Facing Garp's punch, Kaido seemed to feel a little threat, and he became serious and then waved the mace in his hand. Boom. The fist and the mace collided with each other, forming a strong coercion which shocked everyone present and fell down. The two of them just stood in a stalemate for less than half a minute before each took a few steps back, followed by Marshal Warring States also shot. The opponent is Kaido. The four emperors and Marshal of the Warring States period naturally didn't hold back and directly used his fruit ability, the fruit of everyone, the Phantom Beast, and the Buddha form. I saw Sengoku instantly turning into a huge golden Buddha statue with one hand forming a palm, sending out a powerful shockwave towards Kaido. The violent shockwave directly pressed Kaido, and Kaido couldn't move. Boom. After another bang, Kaido's location has been blasted a big hole by the shock wave of the Warring States period, and suddenly thick smoke is everywhere. Just when many navies believed that martial Warring States attack worked, Kaido's arrogant laughter came from the position of the thick smoke again. Ah. Carp, Sengoku, you two remnants of the old era. Is your strength just like this? As soon as Kaido's arrogant words fell, Kaido jumped out suddenly, holding a mace tightly in his hand, and then struck towards Sengoku. This moment, Carp didn't sit still and once again clenched his fist to attack. That's at point 3. Ridiculously powerful people launch an earth-shattering battle here. Everyone around looked dumbfounded. Even Hawkeye Mihawk and Empress Hancock and their Lord Shichibukai held their breath. Is this the strongest power? Hawkeye Mihawk secretly asked Ati this time. The Blackbeard who had just been knocked down had already stood up, covering his face with an extremely ugly expression. Ooh, for emperors, navy. Sure enough, it still doesn't work now. I must complete my plan. I must get the Jinjin fruit. Blackbeard Teach, out of breath, swore to himself. Chapter 29. Overlord looked domineering. Who can't? At this moment, the battle between 3 of the world's top powerhouses. That scene can only be described as earth-shattering. All the elite navies present were dumbfounded, and after hundreds of rounds of battle between the 3 of them, Kaido, the 4 emperors who faced the 2 naval legends alone, did not lose the wind at all, and he was even able to remain unscathed. As expected of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, such a powerful defense is indeed rare. Hancock, the proud 7 martial empress, couldn't help being surprised. This is the true strength of the Emperor of the Sea? Even Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye, muttered to himself. His eyes instantly became extremely sharp like those of an eagle. Finally, under a violent impact, the positions of the 3 of them were also separated. Ah, I've said it all. Relying on you 2 remnants from the old era. I'm not afraid at all. How about it? Do you want to continue? Garp Sengoku. Unscathed, Kaido raised the mace in his hand and roared to the sky, his tone extremely arrogant. Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal Sengoku looked at each other. Although neither of them had any injuries, they understood that even if they continued to entangle with Kaido, they would not get any results. Warring States. Cap hesitated to speak, as if he wanted to say something. Just at this time, Roha stood up and quickly came to Garp and Sengoku by using the Navy 6-style shaving and uabu. Lieutenant General Garp, Marshal of the Warring States period. You 2 rest first. Let me try it next. Roha volunteered, with a confident smile on his lips. Roha, don't make a fuss. Go back. This is the 4 Emperors Kaido. You can't be the opponent. Marshal Warring States immediately refuted him. Even though he had experienced Blackbeard Tish, Doflamingo, and Drought Jack, Sengoku recognized Roha's strength. But just as he said in front of him, this is Kaido, the 4 Emperors. Known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. It is even a powerful existence that Marshal Warring States and Lieutenant General Garp can't hurt at all. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku naturally couldn't just let Roha, a young sailor with such potential, suffer harm. Result. Garp unexpectedly said, Warring States, let him try. Garp, you. Sengoku was very angry at first, but seeing Garp's firm eyes, he could only nod his head in agreement. Roha, you can try his strength, but don't force yourself to know. Cap ordered. Okay, Lieutenant General Garp. Roha responded with a smile, and then walked forward with big strides. See Roha's self-confidence. Everyone present was stunned, and there was a lot of discussion. Who is this guy? Are you dying? Look at his military rank. He is just a rear admiral. This is a company. Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Garp can't shake Kaido. The 4 Emperors. Is he sending himself to death? Hawkeye Mihawk of Shichibukai, Empress Hancock, and Bartholomew Okumur also looked at Roha and did not speak. Only Blackbeard Tiki, who saw Roha who was about to make a move, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Roha, are you finally going to make a move? Blackbeard Tiki whispered. After all, as Blackbeard Tiki, who has experienced the power of Roha and Kaido, he has the most right to speak. Is there no one in your navy? You let such a little furry boy out. Smelly boy, report your name, and tell me how you want to die, by the way. Seeing Roha walking towards him, Kaido laughed contemptuously, not paying attention to Roha at all. Kaido, aren't you here just to find me? I'm out now. Roha sneered. You are the Roha who captured Doflamingo and Jack. Kaido's expression changed instantly, and as his anger continued to soar, the ground he was on also cracked. Kaido is here. It was entirely because Roha arrested Doflamingo and Drought Jack, and now that the culprit had appeared, Kaido became furious on the spot, followed by Boom. Kaido directly erupted a domineering look like a darkness covering Roha, and Kaido, who was entrained with anger, had obviously raised the domineering look to the extreme this time. With the release of Kaido's berserk domineering aura, countless sailors couldn't bear it anymore and fell down one after another. Exactly what I want. After Roha sneered, he suddenly raised his head and also burst out his domineering arrogance. Unlike Kaido, the domineering aura released by Roha is full of killing blood, not inferior to Kaido in the slightest. Point 2 Berserk Overlord color domineering and domineering collide crazily, evenly matched, domineering side leakage, magnificent momentum. These two domineering and domineering auras are just like the Shura field. The first person who was surprised was the Empress Hancock. Even the Lieutenant General and the other Shichibukai had a trace of cold sweat on their foreheads, and they could clearly feel Kaido's domineering and domineering violent power, and the faces of the three generals, Warring States, and Carp also showed solemn expressions. At this moment, Roha and Kaido, in the eyes of everyone, seemed like two dark demon kings from hell. Extremely terrifying. Boy Roha, his strength seems to be stronger than before. Garp couldn't help sighing. It took a while for the two strands of arrogance to disintegrate, leaving the remnants of the two strands of overlord-like arrogance permeating the air. But Roha and Kaido are still unscathed. Are you also domineering and domineering? Do you want to be king too? Just rely on you. This world doesn't need so many kings. Kaido roared angrily, resounding through the sky like the roar of a dragon. Next second, Kaido swooped over holding his mace tightly, and his violent domineering arrogance was already wrapped around the mace, and he wanted to hit Roha in the head. Roha sneered again. Facing the crazy Kaido without any panic, he quickly drew out his own sword. Same. Roha, who's already reached a high level of Overlord color domineering, also unlocked and opened the external winding of Overlord color domineering. Bang! The sword and mace collided with each other, forming a crisp, muffled sound. Following, the entire Marin Vanduo square began to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred, and the two intertwined domineering auras collided with each other, which was dozens of times stronger than the aura that just released the domineering aura just now. Chapter 30 Kaido's Dragon Form. This time, more sailors rolled their eyes and fell down. These are all naval elites summoned from all over the country, each of whom is strong enough to serve as the head of a naval branch, at least at the level of a naval colonel. They were still stunned. It is conceivable how powerful these two overlords are. Sky. It seems to be cracked. Eagle-eyed Mihawk looked up. His words were already a little restless. That's right. The domineering aura released by Roha and Kaido at the same time not only caused an earthquake in entire Marin Vanduo, but also changed the color of the sky at the same time as lightning and thunder. The complete clouds in the sky seemed to be it was generally cut open. The scene is extremely infiltrating. What kind of strength is this that the sky is actually cracked? Could it be that this guy is stronger than Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal of the Warring States period? Seeing this scene, the Flying Squirrel, who was the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, was stunned and murmured nonstop. Roha. Blackbeard Titch clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Garp, do you really understand Roha's true strength? Sengoku asked. At first, the old man thought he understood, but now the old man doesn't know either. Garp shook his head in response, and he didn't know whether the vicissitudes of his face was full of sadness or surprise. At the beginning, Garp knew that Roha had awakened the domineering look, and he really valued him. After several months of teaching, Garp also witnessed Roha's rapid growth. But now Garp felt that he had just met Rohirrim. Warring States was also surprised. It was already unbelievable that such a young man could defeat Blackbeard Tish, Doflamingo, and even Droughtjack. But now, Roha's strength can be evenly matched with Kaido, the Four Emperors. Perhaps in the heart of Zhangguo at this moment, apart from surprise, there is actually more worry. Boom. The shaky collision between Roha and Kaido had lasted for several minutes, and in the end, with a violent explosion, the two separated and retreated to their own positions. You can already do the domineering and domineering winding. Kaido's expression was obviously a little surprised. In this world, only one person in a million people can awaken the domineering arrogance of the king's color, but the ability to reduce the arrogance of the domineering color to the extreme, that is, the power that can be entangled, is only a handful among the strong who have mastered the arrogance of the domineering color count. At least in Kaido's eyes, Roha is so young. It is absolutely impossible to reach this point. However, he did it just now, and his strength can still compete with him, which is completely beyond Kaido's expectation. After all, Garp, the so-called legendary naval hero, can't do anything against him. Roha felt a deep sense of fear, originally. It's enough to surprise me that you can master the domineering look. I still wanted you to come over and be my subordinate, but now it seems that you, Roha, must die. Kaido started to get angry. He knew that Roha already had such terrifying power at such a young age. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would eventually become an incomparable opponent even himself. Therefore, Kaido will kill all those who might threaten him. The cradle, is it? Perhaps you can think about it. It's not me who must die, but you. Roha mocked with a sneer. Humph, don't be arrogant. Listen up, brat. Let me say it again. In this world, there is no need to have so many aptitudes for kings. Kaido started to growl. Thundering gossip. Followed by, Kaido directly held his mace and beat Roha with a domineering aura of winding overlord at an extremely fast speed. Roha is well aware of the power of this move, so it is naturally impossible for him to hit him. Therefore, Roha also raised the sword in his hand and started the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of flashes of swords and swords as fast as lightning were accompanied by explosions and roars everywhere, and the battle between the two of them began, in the blink of an eye. There have been hundreds of rounds of fighting, and the already unbearable Marin Vanduo Square is even more devastated. What speed is this? What kind of power is it? Countless people watched the battle with their mouths wide open in astonishment. In these hundreds of rounds of confrontation, Kaido not only did not occupy any advantage, but under Roha's sword, he gradually had a slight disadvantage. Kaido, is this your strength? Roha even mocked. To shut up, stinky boy. At this time, Kaido's eyes were completely red, and there was only one most important thing in his mind, that is to kill Roha. Subsequently, Kaido jumped back, and his already huge body turned into a huge blue dragon again. This is not over yet. Kaido's dragon's roar still did not stop, and the huge body of the blue dragon began to change again. That's right, Kaido used his strongest dragon form. This guy finally wants the dragon form. Martial Warring States was surprised. It seems that Kaido is really angry. Garp said, frowning tightly. Kaido in the form of a dragon is standing here, and his aura is even more terrifying and penetrating at this moment. Just now, Kaido was not forced out of his dragon form in the battle with Garp and Sengoku, but now he actually showed his strongest dragon form in front of Roha. Obviously, the fight has reached a point where it's either you or me. That's right, that's what makes it interesting. Roha laughed, and even stretched out his hand to make a provocative gesture. Zhang Sanshur Yanaluo. The red-eyed Kaido didn't talk nonsense to Loyadu, and directly jumped into the air with the entire huge dragon body, spun his iron rod, wrapped the domineering arrogance around the iron rod, and then attacked like a meteorite falling towards the iron rod, with Roha knocking down. Use big moves as soon as you come up. Obviously, Kaido was really cornered. Kaido's speed is too fast. It is too late to dodge. It seems that he can only carry it hard. I saw Roha raise the sword in his hand. This time, it was not only the entanglement of domineering aura, but also the entanglement of arm domineering boom, a loud bang. The ground of the entire Marin Vanduo Square has been cracked, and a big hole has been blown out of Roha's position. Countless thick smoke is rising, and no one can clearly see Roha's position at this time. See the scene here. Everyone who watched the battle was gripped. Chapter 31. The Golden Wheel is reborn, and everyone sighed. Is this the strongest strength of the dragon form, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air? Just one move can completely cause the effect of shaking the earth and mountains. It's simply terrifying. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the deep hole like an abyss completely caught everyone's eyes. However, no one found Roha. Only Kaido stood beside him. It seems that it's over. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air really lives up to its name. Hancock, the Empress of the Seven Martial Seas, frowned tightly. It's a pity, a good seed in the Navy. Even Hawkeye Mihawk shook his head with a sigh. The only one was Blackbeard Titch. He kept gritting his teeth and said, Humph, don't underestimate that kid, Roha. Blackbeard Titch had a deep understanding of Roha's powerful power, coupled with Roha's performance just now. Blackbeard Titch concluded that when Roha defeated him, it was very likely that he only used a part of his strength. I said, there is no need for so many kings in this world. Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed, as if declaring his own victory declaration. Kaido, I am going to kill you. Garp clenched his fists angrily. After all, Roha can be regarded as half of Garp's disciple, and he also agreed to let Roha fight against Kaido just now. So Garp seems to feel a sense of guilt at this moment, and many more. Just as Garp was about to make a move, Martial Warring States interrupted him and said, Garp, look, Roha seems to be fine. Just when everyone was talking about it, a pair of hands were exposed on the edge of the abyss-like pit. That's right, it's Roha. In the next second, Roha climbed up into the air and flew up. After landing perfectly, it can be clearly seen that Roha's body is only a little damaged, and there is almost no obvious trauma. What? This guy is fine. How is it possible? With such a violent attack just now, even if the three generals work together, they may not be able to retreat completely. Even Lieutenant General Garp and Marshal Waring States couldn't take that blow abruptly, right? Countless vice admirals and naval elites all opened their mouths wide in surprise. Even Shichibukai Bartholomew Okumer, who hadn't spoken from the beginning to the end, spoke. This guy is a monster. And in Bartholomew Big Bear's heart, he had another thought. It seems that it is necessary to tell the dragon about this guy. This kid really has a hand. Carp also laughed. How is it possible? How can you still stand up? Kaido was dumbfounded looking at the unscathed Roha. It is obvious that he is very confident in his unique move just now. At least for so many years, there are only a handful of people who can withstand his move, and even the peak powerhouse. It is impossible to be able to do it when facing his own move. Get out of the way. So Kaido's face was full of disbelief. Kaido, is this your strength? I don't feel so good either. Roha reached out and patted the dust on his body, looked at Kaido with disdainful eyes, and there were endless provocations in his words. Actually, Roha also really felt the terror of Kaido's power, but the reason why Roha can still provoke so arrogantly is that he has already thought of countermeasures. According to Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, the defensive power is absolutely unquestionable, and Roha does not deny this. Therefore, if you want to really defeat Kaido, it is not enough to rely on domineering or poisonous fruit or even dark fruit. Therefore, Roha has decided to use this opportunity to try the power of Tensiken. Roha! The irritated Kaido roared again and then waved the mace in his hand to attack again. Facing Kaido's attack, Roha didn't panic, closed his eyes slowly, and skillfully avoided Kaido's attack with the help of knowledge and arrogance. Subsequently, Roha suddenly opened his eyes, and the original black pupils had now turned into blue Tensiken. Followed by Roha's body burst out with a wave of green energy covering his whole body, even if Kaido's domineering mace entwined with the Overlord's color. Hit Roha's body, he didn't move at all. This is exactly Tensiken chakra mode. Followed by, Roha started to fight back. I saw Roha spread out his hands, release the gravitational force, and all the gravel in the entire Marin Vanduo square floated up, and then quickly smashed all of them towards Kaido. What power is this? Kaido froze for a moment, then backed away again and again. But in the end, Kaido was still buried by these chaotic rocks. Roha is an ability user. Marshal Waring States asked. It stands to reason that it shouldn't be. Garp shook his head. After all, Garp had taught Roha the basics of arrogance for several months, and he really didn't know that Roha had such an ability to, of course, at this level. It is natural that Kaido will not be able to cause any substantial harm to Boom. Kaido, who was buried by the rubble, burst out again and knocked all the rubble away, and the huge dragon figure appeared in front of everyone again. But before Kaido was furious again, everyone watching the battle exclaimed again. What is this? What a terrifying power! Countless sailors still exclaimed. Eagle-eyed Mihawk frowned and looked at all this in front of him, and then he began to say meaningfully, slash. And Kaido also became curious, looked up, and above his head, there appeared a dazzling light shining on him like a scorching sun, and the shape of this light was like a giant sword. However, it is Roha who manipulates this dazzling sword. The Golden Wheel is reborn. It is the skill of turning eyes. The Golden Wheel reincarnated and exploded. Without the slightest hesitation, Roha yelled, and the great sword slashed towards Kaido. The whole scene seemed to be shaking, and even the sky trembled. What? This power? Kaido's eyes widened. This time he had already felt the threat deeply. Kaido knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him to follow up abruptly, so he had to avoid it, unfortunately. In addition to its great power, the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion is extremely fast. Before Kaido could dodge, this great sword had already been chopped down. Boom, a loud bang. The entire Marin Vanduo was directly divided into two halves. Chapter 32, The Battle is Set. Final Blow. Because of the fact that Marlin Vander was suddenly split in half, the ground began to tremble, and many people lost their feet and fell, and some even almost fell from the split ground. However, at this time, Roha still maintained the posture of casting the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion and suspended in midair gradually. Stabilized by Marin Fando, who was divided into two, Roha looked down. Whirring. At this time, Kaido was gasping for breath, forcibly supporting himself with a mace with one hand, while covering his chest with the other hand. Damn it, you brat! Kaido gritted his teeth, and there was still a trace of blood seeping through and dripping on the ground where his chest was covered with his hands. Looking at the blood on his body, Kaido's face was extremely ugly, and he instantly remembered the strong man who could hurt him once. That's right, Kaido was injured. Known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido who even the legendary Garp and the Sengoku Marshal failed to injure him, was injured. What? That slash just now actually hurt Kaido. The first person who was surprised was Hawkeye Mihawk at Tiono. At the very beginning, Hawkeye Mihawk fought against Kaido. He's known as the world's #1 swordsman, and none of his strongest slashes could hurt Kaido, who is known as the strongest defense. Instead, Roha was actually injured now. What kind of power this guy possesses, the AI family can't understand. Empress Hancock was also surprised. Oh, Major General Roha, it's terrible. It's incredible. Even the General Huangyuan has fully recognized Roha's strength. As for the other sailors, there was even more discussion, and they were more envious and cheering than surprised. Well done, Major General Roha wiped out Kaido in one fell swoop. That's right, Major General Roha annihilate Kaido. Countless sailors began to cheer and shout. What a terrifying power this is. The one who commented on Roha was Marshal of the Warring States period. Warring States? Even Garp's brows have become a word of Sichuan. Tell me this guy Roha's move, even if we two old guys use all our strength to resist it. I'm afraid there is no way to resist it, Bar. Garp, who has always been upright and forthright, seemed to have something in his words, but he didn't say it clearly. As his old comrade in arms, Zhanghua, already understood, he nodded and said, Yes, Garp, I know what you are worried about. I'm also worried. You said that the body of this kid Aloha has just released. He hold on to such a powerful move? Warring States couldn't help worrying about Roha. How is it, Kaido? How's my strength? Roha taunted. Worrying. Stinky boy. Don't be complacent. Such a powerful move has consumed all your strength, right? It's a pity. If you can use it again, then I will definitely not be able to bear it. I guess you can't use it a second time. At this time, Kaido was still panting, but as the four emperors, he did not admit defeat, and his arrogant tone did not change at all. In fact, Kaido just now felt the endless fear, and he has already used his fastest speed to dodge, but unfortunately, he never expected Roha's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion to be so fast. Although Kaido had tried his best to avoid it at that moment, he was still hit and injured instantly. Kaido knew very well that if the blow hit him completely just now, he would definitely be severely injured. However, Kaido still does not believe in evil. He felt that since Roha used such a powerful move, he must have exhausted all his strength. Therefore, Kaido is betting that Roha no longer has the strength to release the second Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Zhang Sanshur Yanaluo. Kaido didn't talk too much nonsense. He endured the pain in his body and held the mace tightly, jumped into the air again, and the same strongest move was used again. Since you insist on betting with your own life, then I will satisfy you. Roha sneered and gathered his strength again, and the terrifying golden giant sword appeared in the sky again. This time, all the people watching the battle held their breath, and no one spoke. They were engrossed in watching the final battle. The Golden Wheel is reborn. Roha used the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, which collided with Kaido's most powerful move. This time, in addition to the earth shaking, mountain shaking, and sky changes, two unreachable forces collided with each other, which is no less powerful than a small atomic bomb. Not good. All sailors, quickly retreat and find a safe place to hide. Warring States immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately shouted orders. It's a pity that this reaction has been slow. Boom, 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 boom. Originally, because of the distance, there was no fluctuation to the Navy headquarters building. But now, under the collision of these two forces, the Navy headquarters building, which is still some distance away, can no longer bear it. It seems that it is experiencing an earthquake of more than 10 magnitudes. The whole building began to collapse continuously. None of the sea soldiers present were spared, and they all began to flee, following the orders of the Marshal of the Warring States period to find a safe place. Only the Warring States Kapu Kinazuru and all the Shichibukai are left. These few real strongmen are still standing here completely still, just to watch the final showdown, facing Roha's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. At the beginning, Kaido seemed to be able to hold it with his strength, but it was only for a moment. When Roha exerted his strength again, Kaido's domineering arrogance had been completely broken, and the golden sword hit Kaido directly. No, impossible. At this time, Kaido seems to have seen death in his eyes. With Kaido's roar, he had already been cut to the ground, and the blood flowing out of his body quickly stained the surrounding ground. Kaido was lying in a pool of blood, completely exhausted, and changed from the dragon form back to the human form. This time, Kaido carried the blow abruptly. The Golden Wheel reincarnated and exploded. The entire chest had been scratched, and the bone was visible deep in the wound, which was extremely ferocious. However, Roha also released the Tensiken form and fell to the ground. But at this time, Roha did not give up the attack. As the saying goes, Cutting grass must be eradicated. Roja, who had just landed, directly used the Navy 6-style shave and came to Kaido, who fell to the ground at lightning speed. The moment Roja was about to make up the knife, Kaido yelled, and many more. I submit. I surrender. Chapter 33, locking Kaido in the City of Advancement. Because of this sentence, Roja, who was full of killing intent, stopped. That's it for Emperor Kaido. Roja mocked, facing Roja's ridicule. This time, Kaido didn't even have any dominance at all, and he still said, I lost, I surrender. That's right. Kaido throws in the towel. Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, felt the call of death on Roja. Kaido knew very well that if he did not surrender decisively, then his life would be over. Of course, in addition to Kaido's surrender to save his life, there are other conspiracy. Kaido originally thought that with his own strength, he believed that in time he would definitely be able to conquer the world. But now that he saw Roja's strength, he was deeply shocked. And a plot randomly appeared in his mind. That is the power of Roja, however. Although the restlessness of the entire Marin Fando has subsided, but everyone boiled up. Kaido actually surrendered. Oh my god, Major General Roja actually won. This. Empress Hancock was stunned. Roja, this guy is too scary. Eagle-eyed Mihawk said, frowning. Luoya is terrifying. No, I must complete the plan, otherwise. Blackbeard Tiki was completely afraid of Roja, and once again strengthened his own thoughts. Hearing that Kaido voluntarily surrendered, Marshal Sengoku walked over immediately and nodded to Roja in affirmation. Roja, well done. Facing the affirmation of warring states, Roja smiled and did not speak. Subsequently, Marshal Sengoku turned his head to look at Kaido. Kaido, you are willing to surrender to our navy. This is the most correct choice for you, in view of you. Marshal Sengoku said solemnly. Result. Without waiting for Sengoku to finish speaking, Kaido immediately restored his sharp eyes and glared at Sengoku. Sengoku, do you think I surrendered to your navy? Don't be naive. Are you worthy? I didn't surrender to your navy. I just surrendered to a real master like Roja. What does it have to do with you? Kaido didn't give the slightest face and directly angered Sengoku. Warring States was instantly blushed by Kaido, and in the end, he could only order other sailors to come over with Heilushi handcuffs and handcuff Kaido firmly. This time, General Yellow Ape Polysolino flashed over by using the ability of the shiny fruit. Marshal of the Warring States. Kaido's crime. How should we deal with it next? Should he be executed publicly or imprisoned in Jincheng City? Asked the General Kizaru Polysolino. This is indeed a problem. Logically speaking, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for their navy if the four emperors Kaido could be executed publicly. It's a pity that although Kaido was defeated, it is still difficult to really execute him unless the executioner is Roja. After all, only Roja can defeat Kaido. It's just that their navy still has the original plan to carry out, and it is somewhat inappropriate to execute Kaido at this time. Therefore, the Marshal of the Warring States made a decisive decision. Roja, if possible, you can escort Kaido to Jincheng City. What do you think? Sengoku looked at Roja. This time, Sengoku's tone was not like a leader's order to his subordinates, but a tone of discussion. This is the symbol of strength. Although Garp on the side didn't speak, he nodded. All of them are very clear that Kaido is a scheming guy. If he is escorted by ordinary people, he may run away halfway. So if he really wants to detain Kaido, the only one who can suppress him, Roja, is gone. Okay, Marshal of the Warring States. I don't care. Roja said that he really doesn't care. Anyway, he is familiar with advancing to the city. For Roja, no matter where he is, he can't get rid of automatic cultivation after all. Hearing that he was going to advance city, Blackbeard Tiki's eyes lit up immediately. Marshal of the Warring States. Since Kaido is going to be escorted to Jinjin City, why don't we Shichibukai accompany us? Blackbeard Tichi suggested. That's right, let's go together. Moonlight Mariah also ran up, speaking viciously at the bound Kaido. In fact, the two guys, Blackbeard Titch and Moonlight Mariah, have their own ghosts, thinking that they really want to help the Navy so kindly, but they just have their own purpose. I'm just here to see the power of the four emperors. I'm not interested in advancing the city. Hawkeye Mihawk turned his head and left. So is Aijia. The same is true of Empress Hancock. That as for Bartholomew Daxiong, he didn't speak, turned his head and left with a book in his hand. Warring States glanced at Blackbeard and Moonlight Moria, thought for a moment, and was about to agree to their request. As a result, Roja interrupted Warring States directly, saying, I don't need them, I am enough alone. In fact, Roja knew what Blackbeard Titch and Moonlight Mariah were thinking. He was not interested in their thoughts and did not want to stop them, but he was just too lazy to let them bother him. Roja, don't think you. Moonlight Mariah was upset. What did you say? Roha was not used to him either. He turned his head and stared at him sharply, and the domineering aura that erupted deterred him. Seeing this, Moonlight Mariah trembled, sweat dripping down from his forehead uncontrollably, and he didn't dare to say anything more. The same is true for Blackbeard Titch with a stern face. He doesn't dare to say anything more after all. Roha is the one who can beat Beast Kai to the point of surrender. Now they are not opponents. Roha really gets mad, don't say. The last two moves, I am afraid that they may not be able to carry Roha's one move, can live. Okay, that's the decision, and Roha will escort him personally, and then we can set off. Warring State said. That's it. Kaido was escorted to the port of the Navy headquarters. Before leaving, Kaido left a wild statement. Sengoku Garp, do you think you can imprison me by advancing the city? One day, I will definitely come back and crush your naval headquarters. The warship escorting the 4 Emperor Kaido has set sail. This time the incident is considered to be over. Roha was in the cabin, reminiscing about the battle with Kaido just now. This Tenseekin is really powerful, but it's a pity that the current level of ability strength is too low. Roha sighed. This is true. If the power of Tenseekin can be exerted to the extreme, then the move Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion can even split the moon. However, when fighting against Kaido, although Roha used the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, its power was far from enough. No, you have to become stronger. Roha clenched his fist and swore to himself. Chapter 34 shocked Magellan. Just as Roha just made the oath, followed by, the long-lost system sound also sounded, ding. The swordsmanship practice was deeply stimulated by the terrifying power of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, and he felt ashamed that he had dragged the host back, and the speed of swordsmanship practice increased by 10 times. Ding! During the battle with the 4 Emperors Kaido, the armed color domineering was deeply stimulated by the terrifying power of the 4 Emperors Kaido. In order not to drag down the power of the host, the armed color domineering cultivation speed increased 10 times. Ding! A series of system beeps sounded. Except for the sharp increase in swordsmanship training and arm domineering training, all other training items have received a 1 to 3 times increase in training speed. Even Roha's Taiensian has doubled his cultivation speed. Yes, system. It really surprised me a lot. Roha couldn't help laughing and praised the system. However, because these training items all increase the speed of training, they can also stimulate Roha's desire to become stronger. At the same time, Roha also sighed. I have to say that Kaido's physique is really abnormal. If I can have the same physique. The voice has not completely fallen yet. The sound of the system sounded again, a ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of the battle with Kaido, the 4 Emperors. Has a deep understanding and self-awakening of physical fitness, just to be able to contribute to the host's road to becoming the strongest in the world. Physical training has been turned on to 5 times the automatic training speed. Good guy. It's really physical training. Not only did he come to Vo directly because of his reputation, but he also directly activated 5 times the speed of automatic cultivation. God help me, too. Roha shouted excitedly, followed by Roha wasn't overwhelmed by joy either, and began to practice crazily with a reckless and energetic will. Advance the city. Roha's warship came here again. This time the gatekeeper was smart. Seeing that it was Roha's ship, he immediately went to report to Magellan. After all, they have all seen Roha personally arrest several big pirates and come to advance the city. Even their warden Magellan wants to give Roha some face. How dare he neglect? Therefore, when Roha's body was about to dock, Magellan had brought many jailers to greet him. Major General Roha, have you caught some big pirate again? Why do you catch big pirates every day? Magellan came up to greet him and asked, arguably, the news that Roha defeated the 4 Emperors Kaido has already been spread, but because the news received by the city of Jinjin may be a little slower, and this time, there is no time to say hello to Roha and the Navy headquarters. Oh, Magellan naturally had some doubts. Magellan, we meet again. This time, I brought you a surprise. After several meetings, Roha was able to joke with Magellan as well. Surprise? What surprise? It won't be another billion-dollar pirate, right? Magellan wondered. Magellan was not surprised by this kind of behavior. After all, Roha was able to catch Drought Jack, who was offering a bounty of 1 billion. You'll know if you see for yourself in a while. Roha smiled and said, come on, bring that guy down for me. Followed by dot boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps came from that warship, and following the sound of these footsteps, the warships parked in the port shook accordingly, and there were even bursts of coercion. A huge black figure appeared in front of everyone. The character this time seems to be very simple. This was Magellan's first thought, but then when the face of that black shadow appeared in front of everyone, it completely overturned Magellan's thinking. With his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, he shouted in fear, for Emperor's Kaido. Whoa, Hearing Magellan's panic, countless jailers were also surprised. Really, Kaido, the four emperors. No way. This rear admiral actually arrested the four emperors, Kaido. Looking at the appearance of our warden Magellan, it should be, what kind of strength is this rear admiral? No matter how slow the news from Jinjin City is, it is impossible for someone to be unaware of the four great sea emperors in the world. So after confirming that the arrested person was the four emperor Kaido, all the jailers started talking about it. How about it? Are you surprised? Roha looked at Magellan with a smile. This guy, you arrested him. Magellan couldn't believe his eyes. Of course, Roha did not deny it. He shrugged indifferently to express his acquiescence. This moment, Magellan was dumbfounded, and his mind was completely messed up. Roha, what kind of monster are you? This was the only thought in Magellan's mind. And many more. Magellan carefully noticed the indelible wound on Kaido's body. Major General Roha, did you cause Kaido's injury? Magellan asked tentatively. Oh, you said that wound. Yes. Is there any problem? Roha said lightly. Any questions? Your part-time job sentence is sarcastic. Magellan has nothing to say. You know, the four Emperor Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. There are only a handful of people in this world who can hurt him, let alone cause such a huge wound to Kaido. This time, Magellan really admired Roha from the bottom of his heart. Ah, Roha kid, do you think it's over if you imprison me in Push City? Let me tell you, we'll meet again soon. Kaido, who was bound by Hylu's stone locks in various ways, laughed wildly. Maybe Kaido was right with his power. Pushing the city really might not be able to lock him up. Obviously, this guy has a conspiracy, but nothing to do with Roha. So what if you have a conspiracy? None of my business. At worst, I'll beat you up the next time we meet. Won't it be over? Shut up. Roha stared at him with sharp eyes. As predicted, Kaido really didn't speak anymore, but there was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Magellan, I'll trouble you to bring this guy in. I won't go in with you this time. I'm a little tired and I don't want to bother, and I want to take a rest. Roha turned around lazily and left. Looking at the back of Roha leaving, Magellan thought to himself, this time the whole world will be turned upside down again. Chapter 35 advanced the city. 6 floors underground, infinite hell. The big pirates on this floor were all unusually quiet. After all, they were all famous big pirates in the past, and each had their own arrogance, so naturally they ignored each other. But when Magellan came here, everyone shouted in surprise. What's the situation? How did this guy come here? No way. Why did he even come here? Look quickly, the scar on his body. What a terrifying force can it be caused? Could it be that the three admirals of the Navy and Garp Sengoku have all taken action? It can't be them. Look, his scar is a sword wound. Countless big pirates were dumbfounded. Of course, what surprised them was definitely not Magellan, but Kaido, the four emperors who followed Magellan. Kaido. Doflamingo was stunned. Even Jack, who was in the prison on this floor, was stunned. Boss Kaido, why are you here? As for the other big pirates, such as Barrett and the others, although they didn't talk about it, their expressions were extremely ugly. After all, Kaido belongs to and even surpasses their powerhouse. Who can match the strongest defense of the strongest creatures in the sea, land, and air? But now, there is a terrifying wound on his body, but this wound seems to be caused only by inhuman power. Could it be that Roger came back from the dead? This was Barrett's first thought, but soon Barrett's rationality told him, it's impossible for Roger to be resurrected. The injuries on this guy's body, even Roger back then, might not be able to cause him such a degree, right? For Barrett, his lifelong wish is to surpass Roger. So in countless challenges, Barrett is naturally aware of Roger's strength. Similarly, he is also aware of Kaido's power. After all, how could it be possible for a man who can become the four emperors not to have a bit of hard power? In addition to Barrett, even the Red Earl Redfield, the giant battleship, San Juan Wolf, and other big pirates who are so frightening when they hear their names all showed the same behavior as Barrett. Seeing the dumbfoundedness of these big pirates, Magellan has already guessed their thoughts. Indeed, with such a judgment alone, it is impossible to judge who caused such an injury to Kaido. But Magellan was very clear that all of this was done by Roha. I don't know why, when thinking of this, Magellan actually had a slight sense of superiority in his heart. Perhaps for Magellan, if he was able to get acquainted with a strong man like Roha, he would naturally follow suit. But Magellan didn't intend to tell the other big pirates about it, so let them guess for themselves. Seeing his subordinate Drought Jack, Kaido didn't say anything, just snorted coldly, and didn't give him any good looks. Subsequently, Kaido turned his head and saw Doflamingo. His face changed drastically, and his sharp eyes seemed to be full of killing intent. Doflamingo! Kaido roared. Although Kaido's body is full of the shackles of Heilushi, his roar in this life still made the entire infinite hell tremble. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo couldn't help but frown, and his body trembled instinctively with fear. But Doflamingo didn't say anything, and he may have been able to figure out some reasons, although he didn't know the specifics. He knew that Kaido must have pushed all the blame for this incident on him. Doflamingo, Roja at this time, the naval warship he was on, had left the Gate of Justice and was heading back to the headquarters of the Navy. This time Roja did not continue to practice, but chose to rest. Since this period of time, I have been maintaining high-intensity training and fighting against countless strong men, but I haven't had a good rest, so I can take advantage of this time to give myself a good rest and a good rest. However, Roja, who fell asleep right away, didn't know that the whole world had undergone drastic changes because of him. Navy headquarters, there are already countless sailors and workers in the Marin Vanduo Square who are stepping up to repair the island that was split in half by Roja. Many sailors are reconsolidating their defensive weapons. After all, their navy may have to face bigger incidents to happen again. However, this time, the Marshal of the Warring States period did not stay in his own marshal's office, but came to the office of the General Marshal's office, which was empty of Steel Bones Kong. The former Admiral of the Navy headquarters is currently the Commander-in-Chief of the World Government Army, Warring States, and Gangu Kong sat here and chatted freely. Kong, that's how it happened. After Zhanghua finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Original. When Kaido made a fuss about Marin Fando in the Marine headquarters, Steel Kong was still in a meeting with the 5 old stars and Marie Joya, so he was not able to witness all this at the scene. But when he heard that Kaido was attacking the Navy headquarters, Steel Kong rushed back as soon as possible. After all, as the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, he has more experience than the Warring States. Period. How could he not know how powerful Kaido is? Just unexpected. When he returned to the Navy headquarters, the results had already been separated, and even Kaido had been sent to Advanced City. Therefore, in order to find out what happened, Sengoku appeared here. As the party involved, Sengoku unreservedly informed Steel Kong of the entire process of the Kaido incident. Steel Kong was the first to be taken aback for a moment after hearing what had happened. To be honest, at first Steel Kong thought it was Garp and Sengoku who subdued Kaido, but he never expected that the one who subdued and hurt Kaido was actually a young Major General. Can't believe it. But after getting along for so long, Gangu Kong knows the character of Zhanghua, so it is impossible for him to be deceived by such things. What's more, he rushed back from Marie Joya in a hurry, and he did hear that many sailors mentioned Roja's name along the way. Major General Roja. I didn't expect that at such an age. I already have the power to defeat Kaido. Sure enough, you are awesome. Warring States, your proposal is very good. I accept it. Also, you have to deal with the follow-up matters for our Navy and even for the whole world. It is a matter of leeway. Steel Kong is worthy of being the Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, and he still maintained his reason after being surprised. Well, you don't need to say it to the Admiral of the Navy. I will definitely take care of this matter. I've already arranged people. The Admiral of the Warring States nodded. Chapter 36. 2 major news that shocked the world. On this endless ocean. Sunny sky. Whether it's the East China Sea, the West Sea, the North Sea, the South China Sea, the Great Channel, or even the waters of the New World, countless posters spread the big news of today all over the world. Look at today's headlines. The 4 Emperor Kaido made trouble in the Navy headquarters and was defeated and voluntarily surrendered. What? This is simply big news. The 4 Emperor Kaido was defeated, surrendered, and imprisoned in the City of Advancement. Residents of countless islands all over the world read today's news in newspapers, and they all cheered and jumped for joy. After all, in the eyes of the common people, most of the pirates are evil, and they burn, kill, and loot when they come to every island. For a long time, these common people have hated the pirates. Huang Kaido was defeated and arrested, and the civilians were naturally very happy. However, the civilians were happy. But many pirates, or people who were about to become pirates, were terrified. Because of the headlines on the news section, in addition to the information that Kaido voluntarily surrendered and was arrested, there's another news headline that shocked the world. That is the new 4th General in the Navy headquarters. A 4th General has been added to the Navy headquarters. The one who subdued Kaido is none other than the 4th General of the Navy. Did you see it? Because in this incident, the 4th General Roja was seriously injured and arrested by the 4 Emperors Kaido, so he was able to be promoted exceptionally. What? Someone who can seriously injure Kaido? Then how terrifying is the strength of this 4th General? Kaido of the 4 Emperors is the man known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Even if the 3 generals of the Navy join forces, they may not be his opponent. How terrifying is this Roja's strength? Can Kaido be injured and even Kaido surrender people That's all. The shock all over the world has also attracted countless topics. At the same time, Roja's name resounded throughout the world, with admiration from commoners and fear from pirates. The waters of the New World were even more restless. On an island in the New World, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates is docked on the shore, and gathered on the shore, officially Whitebeard Edward Newgate. At this time, he had already finished reading today's newspaper, and his face was full of sorrow. Fourth Admiral of the Navy. Unexpectedly, such a difficult person appeared in the Navy, and he was able to hurt Kaido like this. Whitebeard said with a frown. After all, Whitebeard and Kaido had been on the same pirate ship before, and Whitebeard has no doubts about Kaido's strength. Therefore, he never thought that Kaido would be defeated by Roja. Father, what about our plan? Margao, the phoenix beside him, asked. The plan remains unchanged. We must rescue Ace. But looking at the situation now, we seem to need to recruit some more people. Whitebeard said domineeringly. Cake Island and the 10,000 kingdoms controlled by the 4 emperors Big Mom pirates. Inside the castle, Siwang Big Mom is sitting on the throne and enjoying the food, until the eldest son Charlotte Perispero ran in a panic, still holding today's headline newspaper in his hand, with a nervous expression, panting and shouting, "It's not good, Mom. Something serious happened." Okay. How dare you interrupt my dessert? What big event can be as important as me eating this delicious dessert? Big Mom glared at Perispero viciously as if warning him, then picked up another piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Perispero was naturally taken aback by Big Mom's warning, but after he calmed down, he still said, "Mom, it's Kaido. Kaido made trouble at the Navy headquarters. Kaido was seriously injured by the Admiral, and Kaido he voluntarily surrendered and was imprisoned in the City of Advancement. Admiral seriously injured Kaido and asked Kaido to surrender. Are you kidding? Do you think those guys can cause damage to Kaido? Is it Payasolino or Kazan or Sakaski?" Big Mom said disdainfully. Obviously, she may not be saying that she has doubts about the strength of the 3 admirals of the Navy, but that she fully confidently recognizes Kaido's strength. Not them. It's the 4th General of the Navy, Roja. Mom, I have today's newspaper here. I think you should read it. Perispero also presented the newspaper while speaking. Disapprovingly, Big Mom took the newspaper and glanced at it. His expression changed drastically, because in this newspaper report, in addition to the clearly written headline, there are also scenes of Kaido being defeated at that time and photos of Kaido's wounds. Seeing Kaido's penetrating wound, Big Mom immediately realized that the strength of Roja, who is called the 4th General, must not be simple. Roja, shit 4th General. I'm going to kill you. Immediately afterwards, Big Mom began to roar. While roaring, Big Mom actually released the domineering arrogance, causing the whole Cake Island to suffer a violent coercion. After a long time, Big Mom stopped roaring, looked at Perispero full of killing intent, and said, "Arrange the boat immediately. I'm going to the City of Advance. I'm going to rescue Kaido." Yes, Mom. Perispero didn't dare to disobey Big Mom, so he had to follow Big Mom's order to make arrangements. Somewhere in the New World, a brilliant pirate ship is sailing. It is the Red Foss of the 4 Emperors red-hair pirates. After the red-haired Shanks finished reading the newspaper in his hand, he picked up the bottle and drank it down. His face was a bit ugly, as if he was worried, and next to the red-haired Shanks, there are Ben Beckman, Jesus Boo, and Lagilu. Roja, the 4th General of the Navy. It's not easy to hurt Kaido like this. Jesus Boo was a little shocked. Boss, are you worried that the strength of the 4th General will pose a threat to us? Lagilu asked while chewing on a chicken leg. This newspaper is the big news that Kaido surrendered and was arrested today. No, I'm not worried about that. As pirates, we still have the awareness to face the Navy. Actually, I'm worried about another thing. Red-haired Shanks shook his head and explained. This time Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the red-haired pirates, walked to the side of the red-haired Shanks, lightly lit the cigarette on his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said calmly, "Shanks, I know what are you worried about. Regarding the matter of Fire Fist Ace and the Whitebeard pirates, even without the appearance of the 4th General, the situation is very serious." Well, I see. The red-haired Shanks glanced at Ben Beckman, made up his mind, and said, "Go, let's meet Whitebeard in person." Chapter 37 The 4th General of the Navy Roja. Except for the turmoil of the 4 emperors in the New World, the other 2 generals who were sent to monitor the movement of the 4 emperors also knew about this matter. Admiral Kazan, who was originally riding a bicycle on the sea, also stopped and was reading today's newspaper. Wow, this Roja is really amazing. This guy is too powerful. He can actually cause such damage to the monster Kaido, the 4 emperors. Sure enough, it's definitely not easy to be picked by Carp, Kazan said with some surprise. After all, Kai's appearance after being injured was clearly printed on the newspaper. In the eyes of these strong men, the clues of strength can be seen at a glance. Only, isn't it too casual that this guy was promoted so quickly? Kazan began to ponder. After all, the Navy headquarters has always maintained the position of the top 3 generals. This time, Roja's extraordinary promotion, which even the generals of the Navy headquarters who are still performing missions do not know, is indeed a bit hasty and casual. Never mind him. The reason why Zhanghua and Kong made such a decision must have their reasons. In the future, there will be one more general. Maybe the work will be easier. After pondering for a long time, Kazan put away the newspaper without thinking too much, got on his bicycle, and continued to walk on the sea. But on the other side, Admiral Akainu Sakaski's exclusive naval warship to sizzle. After reading the newspaper, Sakaski pinched the newspaper in his hand and was instantly melted into pieces by his magma fruit. What the hell is Warring States doing? At that time, Roja was exceptionally promoted to Rear Admiral, but now he is directly promoted to General. The original 3 generals have become 4 generals. It's really ridiculous. Sakaski's face was full of anger, and he was extremely unhappy with Sengoku's decision to promote Roja to become the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Wait for me to return to the Navy headquarters. I really don't believe it anymore. Is this Roja really qualified to be the 4th general? I want to try his strength myself. Sakarsky said, very unhappy. Navy headquarters. Roja, who escorted the 4 Emperor Kaido, has returned. The first thing I did when I came back was to be summoned by the Warring States period. Of course, Roja did not refuse and went straight to the Warring States office. On the way to the office of the Warring States period, there were actually quite a few navies saluting him. Even some navies at the rank of Major General and Lieutenant General saluted him. This made Roja a little unexpected, but he didn't think much about it and still went to the office of the Warring States period. As soon as he walked into the office of Marshal Warring States greeted him immediately. General Roja, this is your costume. You will wear this in the future, and your exclusive warship has been arranged for you. Marshal Warring States handed a cloak representing the status of a general to Roja. To be frank, when Roja heard the Warring States call himself a general, Roja was indeed a little confused. But at random, he quickly thought that it must be related to the incident of defeating Kaido at that time, but he didn't expect that he would be promoted to a general so quickly. First, he thought he would be promoted to a lieutenant general at most. And judging from the cloak and the exclusive warship, the title of general is really inevitable for him. Maybe it was because he was worried that Roja would refuse to become a general like Garp, so he acted first. But if it comes, it will be safe, and there is no need to refuse it. Therefore, Roja took over the general's cloak and truly served as the 4th general of the Navy headquarters. Roja, since you have become a general, I will not hide anything from you. This time we called all the Shichibukai and naval elites from all over the world back to the Navy headquarters. The target is not the 4 Emperors Kaido, but another 4 Emperors, Whitebeard. Warring States said solemnly. Before Roja could speak, Sengoku continued, as the son of One Piece Fire Fist Ace, our Navy has decided to execute him publicly. At that time, Whitebeard will come to rescue Ace, so our goal is the 4 Emperors, Whitebeard pirates. In fact, even if Sengoku didn't explain all of this to Roja, Roja knew it very well. But Roja doesn't care and doesn't want to care. For him, only the improvement of strength is the most important thing. These things have nothing to do with him. Some specific things, let me tell you slowly. Sengoku pulled Roja and started a long speech. In the next short period of time, Roja finally got peace. But even so, Roja never slacked off his cultivation for a day. After several days of practice, Roja's control over power has become more exquisite. System, check my current training items. Roja woke up the system. Host. Roja Navy 6 styles, ability strength top level, 23 times automatic training. Information color domineering, ability strength top level, 35 times automatic cultivation. Armed color domineering, ability strength top level, 45 times automatic training. Swordsmanship training, ability strength advanced, times automatic training. Overlord color domineering, ability strength advanced, 13 times automatic cultivation. Dark fruit ability. Ability strength advanced, times automatic cultivation. Poison fruit ability strength advanced, 15 times automatic cultivation. Reincarnated eye ability strength elementary, doubling automatic training. Physical training, ability strength elementary, 5 times automatic training. After this period of practice, among them, the training items that have been improved are mainly poisonous fruit ability and swordsmanship training. The speed of this swordsmanship practice is still not enough. It seems that we still have to work hard to find a way to speed up. Roja shook his head, slightly dissatisfied inside. After all, You need to be strong to strike iron. You can't use Tensiken every time you encounter any character in battle, right? So Rojas still hopes to improve his swordsmanship to another level. Sudden, a sailor broke in panting. Admiral Roja, it's not good. Something big happened in the Chambord Islands. A pirate beat the Tianlong people. Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Garp are discussing this matter nervously. The sailor reported anxiously, Chambord Islands? Pirates beat Tianlong people. Isn't that the Straw Hat Pirates? It's okay, you step back. Roja didn't take it seriously at all, because he knew that the warring states sent General Huang Yuan Palyasolino to deal with the Tianlongren incident in the Chambord Islands, and it had nothing to do with him, so he might as well be honest. He continued to practice his swordsmanship. Result. Roja's exclusive phone rang at this moment. Chapter 38 Supernovas of Chambord Islands. Roja glanced at the phone bug, and it turned out to be from the Warring States period. It's not right. At this time, shouldn't the Warring States be arranging for the General Huang Yuan to go to the Chambord Islands? Why would you call yourself? Confused, Roja connected the phone bug. Roja. The supernova pirates of the Chambord Islands attacked the Celestial Dragon. The incident has seriously fermented, and a general must go to support it. Before Roja could speak, Sengoku spoke in a hurry. Going to the Chambord Islands. Isn't the Yellow Ape Palyasolino going there faster? Roja asked back. Because Kaido was arrested, in order to prevent the riots of the Beast Pirates in the New World, Palyasolino has been sent out to monitor them. Kazan and Sakaski are still on their way back from the New World. The time is running out, you have to take action, and the scientific troops have already led the pacifists there first. Warring States quickly explained. Roja froze for a moment. Is this the timeline being changed? It's just a few supernovas, and the pacifists can take care of it, so there's no need for the generals to take action. Roja said lazily, which actually meant that he had already rejected the Warring States period. After all, Roja is not interested in the supernovas of the Chambord Islands at all, mainly because they are not strong enough. Instead of wasting his time in the past, it is better to stay here and learn more advanced swordsmanship. Not to mention, as for the shit like the Tianlong people, do you want to protect them by yourself? Ruh, you are a general now. Warring States was really impatient this time. This time, Roja was already a little impatient. He just wanted to hang up the phone and let it go. Anyway, he also knew that although he is now an admiral, and the Marshal of the Warring States is his immediate boss on the surface, but if something really happens, the Warring States can't really lose his temper with him. This is the importance of one's own strength. Sudden. Roja thought of one thing, etc. Chambord Islands. Isn't Raleigh the former vice captain of One Piece right there? Pluto Rayleigh used to be a master of swordsmanship. If I can find him and make a few tricks, maybe I can stimulate my swordsmanship again to improve my speed of practice. Thinking of this, Roja directly agreed. Okay, Marshal of the Warring States period, I will go to the Chambord Islands now. After receiving Roja's response, Sengoku was stunned for a moment. Originally, he wanted to have a sugar-coated meal, but he didn't expect Roja to agree so quickly. Okay, then the Chambord Islands will be handed over to you. Remember, you must ensure the safety of the Tianlong people. Before the Warring States instructions were finished, Roja hung up the phone directly. Guarantee the safety of Tianlong people. It's none of my business. Roja just wanted to go to Pluto Rayleigh. That's it. Roja put on a general's cloak, boarded his exclusive warship, and began to head to the Chambord Islands. The naval headquarters is not particularly far from the Chambord Islands. Less than an hour. Roja, who is the 4th Admiral of the Navy, has already arrived on the Chambord Islands. At this time, the Chambord Islands are full of smoke of war. After all, because the Straw Hat Pirates beat the Tianlong people, it is naturally impossible for the Navy to sit idly by. Before Roja arrived, they had already sent a lot the elites of the Navy and the peace elites of the science troops developed by Vegapunk. How will the auction in this area go? Roja looked around after landing on the island. The purpose of Roja's coming here is very clear, not to save the Tianlong people, nor to arrest these supernovae, but just to fight against Pluto Rayleigh. However, Roja had just landed on the island, and countless pirates had discovered him. This the Admiral. The 4th General of the Navy. Roja, it's the 4th Admiral of the Navy, who seriously injured Emperor Kai. Then why are you still standing there? If you don't want to die, run. Countless pirates began to flee. After all, Roja's photo made headlines at the time, so these pirates recognized him at a glance. These pirates would run away even if they encounter a pacifist, let alone an admiral. However, there are 2 supernovas in this area who also noticed Roja. That's X-Drake and Ergi the Monk. The 2 of them had just worked together to get rid of pacifist, and they looked a little bit out of breath at this moment. Why is it so unlucky? It's Roja, the 4th General of the Navy. Drake frowned. Yeah, this is a man who can seriously injure the 4 Emperors Kaido. He's not an opponent. Erki is also the same. Both of them are very self-aware. Even if they are in their prime, they cannot be opponents of the admiral, let alone they have experienced a battle with pacifists. Therefore, the two of them chose to retreat quietly, try not to disturb Roja as much as possible. However, under Roja's knowledgeable and domineering power perception, he has already discovered the existence of the two of them. But Roja doesn't bother to talk to them at all, but is still looking for the location of the #1 auction venue. However, because the fleeing pirates also spread the news that Roja, the 4th Admiral of the Navy, had arrived at the Chambord Islands, magician Basil Hawkins, one of the official supernovas first to get the news, he immediately took out his own card for divination. Battle win rate is 0. Life threat is 0. It doesn't look like it's coming for us. Hawkins did the divination calmly, and he felt relieved when he got the result. However, because the news spread quickly, other supernovas, Apu, Bonnie, Becky, and others also received the news one after another. What? The 4th General of the Navy is dispatched. It seems that this general is heading towards auction house #1. Come on, let's go and see. The other side, the supernovas who also received the message were Eustace Kidd and Trafalgar Law, and Kira, this moment in front of them lay a broken pacifist. The 4th General of the Navy, the man who injured Kai so much. Interesting. Hearing the arrival of Roja, the 4th Admiral of the Navy, Eustace Kidd seemed a little excited. The 4th Admiral of the Navy, it seems that they should be heading for the Straw Hats. Trafalgar Luo said, Kidd, let's go. This general seems to be very difficult. Kira persuaded Beppo, who was beside Trafalgar Law, also persuaded him. Captain, let's go too. Now is not the time to confront the general. Chapter 39, The Crushed Supernova's Result. Eustace Kidd and Trafalgar Law answered in unison. Don't go. I want to see how strong this general who can defeat the 4 Emperor Kaido is. The two said in unison. Then they looked at each other viciously, and no one said a word, turned around and walked back in the direction of #1 auction house. Looking at their two captains who were not at ease, Kira and Beppo, who were the crew members, could only helplessly follow the pace of their respective captains. The area not far from auction house #1. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates had just worked together to get rid of a pacifist, and they all stood there panting. Obviously exhausted as for Nami, Usopp, Chopper, they also gently wiped off their cold sweat at the same time. Roja also successfully found a location and came here just in time to see Straw Hat Luffy and the others. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Roja recognized them at first sight. Find them, which means that you will soon be able to find Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. So Roja walked forward slowly, intending to ask them if Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, was here. However, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates also recognized Roja immediately. 4th Admiral of the Navy, Roja. Nicole Robin was the first to be surprised and shouted, What, the 4th General? Is it the general who was seriously injured by Emperor Kai some time ago? Frankie also exclaimed, Nanana, don't run fast, Luffy, run fast. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, the timid trio, all showed the same terrified expression at the same time. Admiral, it's scary. My eyeballs are about to fall out, even though I'm boneless and have no eyeballs. Oh. Brooke also screamed, but Luffy didn't intend to run away. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy said seriously. Hearing Luffy calling his name, Zoro and Sanji knew each other instantly. Zoro wrapped his turban again, biting the words of Hidao in his mouth, and Sanji patted the dust from his suit and lit a cigarette. Just at this time, the other two supernovas also arrived here. It was Eustace Kidd and Trafalgar Law. Sure enough, the Straw Hats really started fighting with the Admiral. Trafalgar Law said, Kira, you are going to try the power of this general. Kidd glanced at Kira beside him. Kira didn't speak, just nodded, then threw out the 2 scimitars in his arms and ran towards Roja. Devil's Foot, 3-sword style. 3,000 worlds. Not much to say, Zoro and Sanji of the Straw Hats took the lead. Facing Admiral Roja, they didn't dare to slack off at all and immediately used their big move. Similarly, Kira, who hurried over here, also shot at the same time. Hey, I just want to ask you about someone, as for. Roja shook his head helplessly. In the next second, Roja suddenly raised his head, staring forward with sharp eyes. Boom. Powerful overlord-like arrogance erupted from Roja's body. In just a moment, the 3 people who were about to approach Roja seemed to hit a hard barrier and were directly ejected tens of meters away. Is this the power of the 4th General? It's terrifying, as expected of someone who can hurt the 4 Emperor Kaido and make him surrender. What should I do? Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and their timid trio have been frightened by Roja's strength. Domineering and domineering. What a terrifying domineering look. This 4th General, Roja, is really just like the rumors. In fact, in this area, there are far more than the Straw Hats and their supernovas. Hawkins, Apu, Drake, Bonnie, Becky, Ulki, all the famous supernovas gathered together. It's just that they didn't plan to make a move, but watched the fourth general of the Navy in front of them from a distance. Seeing Zoro, Sanji, and the others fall, Straw Hat Luffy could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, "You dare to attack my companions? I don't care what general you are. I will blow you away." Third gear. Elephant gun. Luffy jumped up in the air, bit his finger and blew hard, and immediately used the third gear. Room. Slaughterhouse. Immediately afterwards, Trafalgar Law also launched his surgery fruit ability, trying to release room to cover Roha, turning this place into his own battlefield. Mechanical giant arm. Now that everyone has started, Kid, who is eager to win, will naturally not miss this opportunity. Using his magnetic fruit, he quickly becomes a giant mechanical arm. The only goal of the three of them is Roha. I'm talking about you guys. Can you be a little bit more moral when you meet for the first time? You will do it without even saying a word. Roha seemed a little angry. Since he chose to do it, Roha will naturally not be used to them. Facing Luffy, Luo, and Kid, the three supernovas with outstanding strength this time, Roha still didn't move at all, but burst out with a domineering look that was several times stronger than before. The domineering arrogance that erupted this time, full of killing blood, exploded immediately, boom, after hearing a loud noise. The abilities of Luffy, Luo, and Kid were instantly released, and they fell heavily to the ground. Not only Luffy and the others fell directly to the ground, but even the supernovas who watched the battle from a distance were not spared. They were all implicated by Roha's domineering arrogance, and all fell to the ground one after another. What kind of power is this? It's amazing. Because of the side effect of the rubber fruit, Luffy, who has used the third gear, has turned into a villain at this time, and the strength he showed in the face of Roha has already sighed. Domineering and domineering, he is cultivated to such an extent. Kid, who was lying on the ground, frowned tightly. Even Luo is the same. No wonder you can defeat the four emperors Kaido. They never imagined that the fourth general Roha would be so strong, and now they knew that they couldn't be Roha's opponent. Of course, Roha is not interested in arresting them or even taking their lives. Otherwise, relying on the strength of these supernovas, if Roha really has any thoughts about them, he can instantly kill them with just one move instead of suppressing them. Live them. Chapter 40 Pluto, Rayleigh. The sword is not old. Hey, I said, can you be normal? Straw Hat Luffy, I'm asking you for someone. Roha walked up to Luffy. Shit. Luffy is about to be captured by the Admiral. What should I do? Everyone go together. Nami and Robin all shouted. It seemed that facing such a powerful Admiral, this group of people seemed to be deaf, and they didn't hear what Roha was saying at all. Yet at this time, not far away, there was a domineering aura coming towards Roha. Relying on the domineering aura of knowledge, Roha also reacted quickly and also released the domineering aura again to collide with him. In the process of the collision of these two different domineering colors, IT formed a more terrifying aura for you and once again suppressed Luffy, Luo, and Kid, all of them. Has it appeared? Roha raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. Regarding the appearance of this domineering aura, Roha can roughly guess who it is, followed by whizzing. A white figure like lightning galloped forward, followed by a flash of swords and swords. Facing this fierce sword light and sword shadow, even Roha was forced to retreat again and again. After a short time, after the sharp sword light stopped, a white-haired old man with a scar on his eye, an old cloak, and a sharp long sword in his hand appeared. In front of Roa, Luo, and Kid, as well as the supernovas who were watching the battle from a distance, were stunned when they saw the old man. This is Pluto Raleigh. Everyone was shocked. When Luffy and his group saw the old man, they all smiled. Rayleigh, Luffy shouted excitedly. That's right. The person who came was Raleigh, King of Pluto. The domineering arrogance just now and the sword move that can force Roha back are officially the masterpiece of Hades' King Rayleigh. Luffy, take your companions to leave first, and then meet in a safe place, and you little fellows too. It's up to me to stand up here. After Rayleigh finished speaking to Luffy and the others, he turned his head and looked at Roha. The fourth general of the Navy, the strength is really strong. No wonder even Kaido is not your opponent. Looking at Roha, Rayleigh laughed. Pluto Rayleigh. It really lives up to its reputation. Roha also started a business bragging with Rayleigh with a smile. At the same time, Roha also pulled out his saber. As for Luffy and his group, under the cover of Pluto Rayleigh, all of them started to flee. Roha didn't intend to embarrass Luffy and the others. After all, the reason why he agreed to come to the Chambord Islands this time was to find Pluto Rayleigh. However, now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to embarrass Luffy and the others. I've heard about Nether King Laylee's swordsmanship for a long time, and I just want to learn about it. Roja said while holding the sword in his hand, at the same time released his arm-domineering energy to wrap around the sword. I haven't used a sword for a long time. It seems a little rusty. Laylee also raised the long swordsman and said something, followed by Roja rushed over suddenly, and the tip of the sword reached Laylee. Facing such a ferocious attack from Roja, Laylee also became serious and resisted as quickly as possible. After a crisp sound, the swords in the hands of Roja and Laylee had already collided, although neither of them used the domineering color domineering. Just the confrontation of arm domineering color can cause a strong impact on the surrounding environment. Roja didn't intend to say anything. Instead, he withdrew the sword in his hand and attacked Laylee again. This time Raleigh also changed from passive to active attack. That's it, the swordsmanship duel between Roja and Rayleigh officially began. Both of them fought back and forth, and they continued to send out huge impacts that caused damage to the surrounding environment. Rayleigh is so strong. Fortunately, Rayleigh appeared. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to escape at all. Luffy, who kept running and fleeing, looked back at the battle situation at this time, and they kept sighing. Is this the battle between the strong? It's too strong. If we didn't leave, the battle between the two of them would definitely affect us. Even Luo and Kid couldn't help frowning and sighing. As for the other supernovas, they also fled crazily. After all, they have all seen the power of the fourth General Roja. Even if Pluto Rayleigh is delaying him now, in order to save their lives, they can only give up. Watch this battle of the century. However, dozens of rounds of sword fighting came down. Roja couldn't even gain the upper hand, but was still slightly suppressed by Laylee. Of course, it's not that Roja can't defeat Laylee, but in the battle against Laylee, Roja didn't use other powers, but kept fighting with swordsmanship. After all, Roja's purpose is to experience and learn about Nether King Laylee's swordsmanship and to increase his own swordsmanship practice. If he uses other abilities, it is obviously a bit unkind. Sure enough, he is indeed the right hand of the One Piece, Pluto Rayleigh, and his strength is powerful. For the strength of Pluto Rayleigh, Roja not only sighed in admiration. Roja, you are really strong. This old man is a little bit powerless now. Raleigh said it indeed so. Although Laylee had a slight advantage in this swordsmanship competition, Roja could still clearly feel that Laylee's physical strength had declined. Even so, just relying on swordsmanship can still beat Roja. It's hard to imagine how strong Pluto Rayleigh would have been if he was young and at his peak. Happy, Pluto Rayleigh, continue. Roja said excitedly. Okay, I haven't had such a good time for a long time. Raleigh also laughed, because the reason why Laylee shot was nothing more than to save Luffy and the others. But now Luffy and the others have already run away, and Laylee did not feel a heavy killing intent on Roja. Then, the two of them once again launched an earth-shattering swordsmanship competition. After a long time, the two separated from the entanglement. At the same time, the system sound ranting. Swordsmanship practitioners feel the powerful threat from Pluto Rayleigh. They never imagined that a remnant party in the old era could have such powerful swordsmanship. Swordsmanship practitioners vowed to become stronger and must surpass all swordsmanship experts in the world. Swordsmanship, the speed of cultivation has increased tenfold again. Chapter 41, Stepping on St. Charles Rose. Good job. Roja couldn't help but praise. Really, as Roja expected, feeling the stimulation of the powerful swordsmanship of Pluto Rayleigh, his swordsmanship practice also increased the speed of practice again. Having gained 10 times the speed of automatic training again, Roja began to feel the changes brought about by his swordsmanship training. That's it, Roja didn't attack Laylee again, but quietly felt the joyful experience brought by the speed of swordsmanship training to his own strength at the same time. Although Laylee didn't understand why Roja didn't continue to shoot, Laylee also took advantage of this free time to turn around and quickly left. Laylee is very aware of his current physical strength. If he continues to entangle himself, he will definitely suffer a loss. Moreover, he also understands that Roja didn't use his full strength at all in the battle just now. Once Roja really used his full strength, then this pair of old bones of oneself really may not be able to bear it. Now that his plan to rescue the Straw Hats has succeeded, he can retreat. Seeing that Rayleigh had already retreated, Roja did not continue to catch up. Anyway, Laylee's goal has been achieved, and Roja's own goal has also been achieved. Didn't he come to the Shamboard Islands to use the Pluto King Layleigh to increase the speed of his swordsmanship practice? Now that the mutual goals have been achieved, then why embarrass the other party? Therefore, Roja has been here to feel the pleasure brought by the speed of swordsmanship training. Of course, although this battle scared away all the supernovas, but there is still one person watching the battle, and that is one of the Shichibukai under the king, Bartholomew Okumur. In fact, during the battle, Roja had already discovered him, although Bartholomew Big Bear hid it well. He couldn't escape Roja's powerful perception of domineering power after all. It's just that Roja knows what Bartholomew Bear will do next, and since he didn't interfere with him just now, there's no need for him to trouble him. Chambord Islands 13. Inside Xiaqi's blackmail bar, Luffy and others have already returned here and are anxiously waiting for Rayleigh to return. At last, Rayleigh opened the door and walked in. Uncle Rayleigh, are you okay? Thanks to you. Unexpectedly, Uncle Raleigh, you are so powerful. You must have defeated the Admiral, right? When he saw Rayleigh, Luffy greeted him immediately. This Roja is very strong, and I am not his opponent at all. The main reason is that he didn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise, my old bones are really not enough to look at. Riley sighed. Hear what Rayleigh said. Everyone was amazed. You know, Raleigh is the right hand of the former Pirate King Roger. If even he can't beat the opponent, then how terrifying is the opponent's strength? However, at this time, Luffy is no longer careless. After experiencing Roja's strength just now, Luffy already knew that his strength was far from enough. If Rayleigh hadn't appeared in time just now, maybe he would have lost his partner. Luffy, the admirals are here. This time the incident is more serious. So for the sake of safety, you have to spread out and try not to attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. I will put your wear film on as soon as possible and let you leave here as soon as possible. Riley said seriously. In the end, the Straw Hats also obeyed Rayleigh's arrangement and began to disperse and flee. At this time, Roja has already returned to the range of the Navy's station in the Chambord Islands. Senmomaru, who controls the Pacifist, is also here. General Roja, you are back. Have you captured the Straw Hats? When Jantawan saw Roja, he walked up immediately with a very respectful tone. After all, the current Roja is the 4th general of the Navy, and he has a powerful force capable of defeating the 4 Emperors Kaido, so everyone in the Navy respects Roja very much. Oh, I didn't catch it. I ran away. Roja didn't care at all, but shrugged and said indifferently, What? You let them run away? What a cunning guy, General Roja. Don't worry. I will take PX-1, and they will continue to search in a while. They can't leave so quickly. I will definitely catch them. Jantawan said a little angrily. Roja glanced at Jantomaru and smiled and didn't say much. After all, he knew what would happen later. Result. Just at this time, the ugly guy with serious scars on his face and a snotty nose walked up to Roja with a gun in his hands. Why don't you bring them back? Didn't you see they beat me up? You are such a waste. If you don't catch them back, you will die for me. The ugly guy's tone was extremely arrogant. The gun in his hand was already on the trigger with his finger, and the muzzle was aimed at Roja. The surrounding sailors became nervous and all lowered their heads, not daring to look at this person. That's right. This is exactly the celestial dragon King Charles Rose who was beaten up by Straw Hat Luffy. Go away. Roja warned with a gloomy face at tea this time. All the sailors were stunned. St. Charles Rose is a celestial dragon, not to mention the 3 generals. Even the Marshal of the Warring States period would not dare to talk to the Tianlong people like this. Never thought that Roja would dare to speak to the Tianlong people in such a tone. This is a serious crime punishable by death. Jantawan on the side was very surprised. Others are afraid of the celestial dragons, but that doesn't mean that Roja should also be afraid of them. Seriously, Roja felt disgusted when he saw the face of St. Charles, but this guy still pointed a gun at himself. Isn't this an act of courting death? What did you say? I'm a celestial dragon. St. Charles Rose was also taken aback and quickly moved out of his proud identity to threaten Roja again. Roja didn't say a word of nonsense to him. His sharp eyes suddenly wrinkled. Suddenly, the powerful domineering aura was immediately released by Roja. The St. Charles in front of him had white eyes and fell down in front of Roja with a plop. Next second, Roja directly stepped on the head of St. Charles, who was stunned by the domineering arrogance. Twittering, "You rubbish is really annoying. Tell you to go away. Can you understand people's language?" Roja spat and cursed impatiently. See this scene? The eyeballs of all the sailors present were about to pop out, and then their whole bodies could not stop shaking from fear. Chapter 42. Things are serious. What kind of bullshit Tianlong people? A waste. Roja stepped on the head of St. Charles and trampled hard. General Roja, don't do it. The opponent is a celestial dragon. At this time, the legs of all the sailors who saw this scene were trembling, and some sailors wanted to persuade them. But more people's psychology is that if they can, they would rather run away now. After all, this is a dragon man. In their eyes, Tianlong people are all supreme people. However, Roja, as an admiral of the Navy, should have served the Tianlong people, but he dared to attack the Tianlong people, and even stepped on the head of the Tianlong people. This can be said to be a shocking event in the world. It is not mentioned that some daring pirates dared to fight Tianlongren, but the people in the Navy dared to fight Tianlongren, and the one who did it was the 4th general of the Navy. This kind of thing is unheard of, so in addition to being afraid, many sailors have already rushed to report the news. After all, beating a Tian Longren is a felony, even if you are an admiral. Charles Sane. After Charles Rose was beaten by Luffy, he immediately dispatched several bodyguards. Seeing their master being beaten, these dog-legged bodyguards immediately ran forward to attack Roha. Roha, who had a bad temper, was not used to them. When he raised his head suddenly, another burst of domineering aura erupted, which directly stunned these bodyguards. General Roha, absolutely not. You are the admiral of the Navy headquarters, and St. Charles Rose is a celestial dragon. If Jean Taoan also rushed forward to persuade him immediately. Before Jean Taoan finished speaking, Roha immediately turned his head and glared at Jean Taoan. What if? I'll do it. What can I do? What about the Tian Long people? Isn't it just a waste? What's the matter? Is the so-called justice of the Navy just to be a dog to the Tian Long people? Roha said majestically, his eyes filled with terror. These few words directly choked Jean Taoan and dared not speak. Of course, the most important thing was to be afraid of Roha's strength. If it were General Huang Yuan here, Jean Taoan might dare to refute a few words. But facing Roha, Jean Mamoru really didn't dare to refute, after all. Roha is the one who can defeat the four Emperors Kaido and make him surrender. In addition, Roha's body is full of murderous aura at the moment. If you are really so ignorant, wouldn't you be making yourself unhappy? Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office. The sailors in the Chambord Islands have reported back that Roha had beaten St. Charles. Snapped. The Warring States Marshal, who hung up the phone bug, stood up abruptly, slapped the table heavily, and then the table fell apart. Roha, you bastard. Let him deal with the pirates who beat the Tian Long people in the Chambord Islands. How could he beat the Tian Longren himself? It's just nonsense. Zhangguo's face turned green from anger, and he yelled at him without even caring about his own image. Roha, you can do it. He actually beat up that trash with his hands. Cap on the side laughed out loud. Cap, you can still laugh. Do you know how serious this matter is? If it were you, would you attack the Tian Long people? Warring States angrily turned to Garp. Indeed, as Sengoku said, in the entire Navy, apart from Roha, Garp is probably the only one who really dares to disobey the orders of the Celestial Dragons and call them trash. But no matter how upset Garp is with the Celestial Dragon, if he doesn't listen to the arrangement of the Celestial Dragon, then he can't beat the Celestial Dragon. As Garp, a legendary Navy hero. Once he really hit the Tian Longren, the nature of everything has changed, as predicted. Garp also gradually darkened his face. That's true, Roha is too impulsive, so tell me what to do next, Warring States, Garp said. This time we all have to go in person. But before that, in order to prevent Roha from really killing Tian Longren, otherwise, it will really be out of control. I will let Sakaski, Palyasalino, Kazan they go there first and try to stop Roha as much as possible. Sengoku said anxiously with his teeth clenched. At the same time, the three admirals of the Navy who were on missions abroad all received orders from the Warring States. Kazan, who is still riding a bicycle at sea, will soon receive the news. Oh, this guy is really not simple. He dared to attack the Tian Long people. Although I'm already on my way to the headquarters, what should I do if I'm a bit lazy and don't want to go? Forget it, let's go, or Mr. Zhangguo will criticize me again. Kazan accelerated the speed of his bicycle, and all the seas he passed were frozen. Even some sea kings who didn't have long eyes and wanted to attack Kazan turned into ice sculptures one after another. Akainu Sakaski here. He's also on the way back to the Navy headquarters. When he heard the news that Roha had beaten the Celestial Dragon, he almost didn't let his magma fruit burn the entire warship. Roha. Humph. The old man is going to the Chambord Islands now. This old man wants to see how capable you are. Even if you have great abilities and you touch the Tian Long people, then this old man can still do it to you. Sakaski clenched his fists and said, originally, Sakaski was thinking of going back to the Navy headquarters to find an excuse to fight with Roha to see what kind of strength he has to be promoted to the 4th General of the Navy. It's all right now. There is no need to find any reason. Just relying on him to do something to the Tian Long people has enough excuses to do it. However, the nearest general, Palyasalino, the Yellow Ape, has arrived in the Chambord Islands after receiving the arrangement of the Warring States. Masamoxi. Jean Taoan, are you there? Palyasalino pouted while holding the phone bug and shouted. Not long after, the phone bug got a response from Jean Taoan. Master, are you here? We are. Senmomaru informed Palyasalino of the detailed location. After getting the exact location, Palyasalino hung up the phone bug, glanced at the direction, and then disappeared in place after elementalizing like a ray of light. Naval station here. Roha is still stepping on St. Charles, but at this time he is already sitting on a chair, and the Navy around him are all watching tremblingly, not daring to move or speak. Oh, General Roja, you are really scary. Not far away came the voice of General Kizaru Palyasolino. Chapter 43, the voice just fell. Dazzling light flashed through everyone's eyes. General Yellow 8 Palyasolino appeared directly in front of Roja. It's General Huang Yuan. General Huang Yuan is here. I hope to persuade General Roja. Seeing the arrival of Admiral Azalea Palyasolino, many Marines were relieved a lot. After all, Roja beat the Tian Longren with his hands and kept stepping on the head of the Tian Longren with his feet. This is a great shame for the Tian Longren. If no one comes to dissuade Roja, then all the Navy will be punished by the Tianlong people. However, they didn't have this ability anymore. So when they saw Palyasolino coming, it seemed that a glimmer of hope had been ignited. Kazuna, what are you doing here? Are you also here to persuade? Roja glanced at the yellow ape with disdain and asked. Although Roja is also an admiral, he hasn't communicated with other admirals, so he's naturally not familiar with them. Yes. This behavior of yours is terrible. Dio, you know what terrible consequences there will be. What's more, Ra, you are an admiral now. Palyasolino said, General, could it be that the generals of the Navy headquarters are all Tianlong people's dogs? Roja didn't listen to persuasion at all, but mocked instead. It seems that persuasion is useless. General Roja, do you know what the order I received is? Although I know you are very strong, but have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Palyasolino pouted and said a few words. Next second, Palyasolino really raised his leg, turned into a dazzling ray of light and kicked towards Roja. I saw a ray of light shot out from Palyasolino, like a laser cannon, but it didn't hit Roja, but the powerful ray directly blew up a big tree. Now the arrogance of Roja's knowledge has reached the top level, and he can already achieve the effect of foreseeing the short future. So no matter how fast Palyasolino's shiny fruit is, with the blessing of knowledge and arrogance, it is not so easy to hit Roja. The moment Palyasolino kicked out just now, Roja directly used the top-level Navy 6-style shave to avoid it and came to the side of Palyasolino. Poor Solino, are you sure you want to fight with me? Roja asked with a sneer, but actually held his long sword in his hand. Tiansong Cloud Sword. Palyasolino's default has already given the answer. He turned around and distanced himself slightly from Roja. His fists and palms came together, and a dazzling ray of light condensed on Palyasolino's hand and formed a sword of light as a weapon. Without saying a word, he slammed down towards Roja. Roja blocked Palyasolino's Amakongan sword. As expected of the General Yellow Ape who can match Lei Li's swordsmanship, there is still something. Roja thought to himself, but since he had already chosen to fight, Roja naturally didn't get used to him, and directly started a fierce offensive against Palyasolino. Immediately, this place became the battlefield of the two admirals. Run! The two generals are starting to fight. If you don't want to die, stay away from the battlefield of the two generals. Hearing someone shouting first, many sailors fled, and even St. Charles Rose, who had been in a coma, was quietly rescued, as predicted. The battle between Roja and Palyasolino intensified, but gradually, Palyasolino still lost the wind. 8-foot mirror. As a last resort, in order not to be hit by Roja, Palyasolino could only use the ability of the shiny fruit to escape to the side, and at the same time he did not forget to give Roja a laser beam. Unfortunately, Palyasolino's laser attack was easily split in half by Roja Boom. The laser light that was split in half exploded around Roja, forming a strong shock. Even the sailors who had tried to hide as far away as possible were still implicated, and fell to the ground without standing on their heels. No way. After dozens of rounds, the old man has no advantage at all. It's the first time I've seen the old man being suppressed and beaten like this. Is this the man who can severely injure the 4 Emperors Kaido? General Roja. Jean Tamaru, who was carrying a big axe beside him, said dumbfounded and surprised. This is true. This battle between the two generals, in the eyes of some Navy minions, is at most evenly matched. In fact, in the eyes of Jean Mamaru and others who are slightly stronger, in the countless times of sword confrontation, Palyasolino really didn't have any advantage at all, and was beaten instead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this shiny fruit ability to get away in the end. It's scary. General Roja, your strength is just like a monster. Palyasolino also said with his eyes wide open. In fact, Palyasolino knew that he could not be Roja's opponent. After all, Roja's real strength had not yet been revealed. But there is no way, as the Admiral of the Navy, he must act. Palyasolino, do you want to continue fighting? If you want to continue, show your true skills. Roja actually mocked Palyasolino. Okay, General Roja, I just want to test how big the gap between this old man and a monster like you is. This Palyasolino really didn't show mercy at all. The photons flashed into the air, His hands were folded together, and a dazzling light flashed. Bachi Kyungyu. Pagliusolino shouted loudly, and countless rays of light like raindrops shot down on Roja. Facing Pagliusolino's powerful and wide-ranging moves, Roja grinned at the corner of his mouth, followed by the knowledge-colored armed color, the overlord color, and the three-color domineering aura are activated at the same time. And the aura of the entire venue changes shockingly with the activation of Roja's three-color domineering aura. Facing such a crazy attack, Roja was unscathed, and even at the last moment, Roja suddenly raised his head, and the domineering arrogance that could already be substantiated charged towards Pagliusolino like a tiger. But at that moment, Pagliusolino was lucky to be elementalized in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely be knocked down to the ground by Roja's domineering arrogance. After a while, Pagliusolino then photonized and resynthesized and stood in front of Roja. Just when I was about to say something, Ice Cube, 2 thorny spears. 2 ice spears flew across the sky from not far away quickly. Not only that, Ming Dog. A lava arm also hit Roja's face at a very fast speed and extraordinary power. Chapter 44 Tianlongren. Die. Facing such a powerful and violent attack, Pagliusolino, who saw this scene, also spread his hands and fired a laser beam at Roja. However, Roja was unmoved and even lowered his head and sneered. The red dog, the blue pheasant. Are the 3 generals all here? Interesting. Roja sneered. Subsequently, boom. After a loud bang, the position where Roja was located was filled with sparks and thick smoke. Akainu Sakarsky and Akiji Kazan also appeared in front of everyone immediately. It's Sakarsky and General Kuzan. The 4 generals are all complete. Many sailors began to talk about it. However, after waiting for the thick smoke to dissipate, Roja still appeared in front of everyone unscathed. Of course, this result is not surprising to their 3 generals. How to say Roja is also a strong man who can defeat Kaido of the 4 emperors. If he can't even bear this kind of attack, how can he have such terrifying strength to defeat Kaido of the 4 emperors? General Roja, it's the first time we meet, and you really deserve your reputation. It was General Kuzan who spoke first, but Kuzan looked lazy, probably because he was forced to work overtime to make soy sauce casually. Kuzan, you're pretty good too. Roja smiled and boasted to each other commercially. Roja, don't think that you can be promoted to admiral just because you beat Kaido. Even if Sengoku recognizes you, I don't recognize you. Akainu Sakarsky shouted at Roja. Originally, Sakarsky had always been very upset about Roja's promotion to admiral, so it was natural for him to raise this matter first when they met. How? Are you very unconvinced? If you're not convinced, go and beat Kaido. What a big deal. For Sakarsky's questioning, Roja completely ignored it and even mocked it in reverse. Immediately, Sakarsky's face darkened, and his clenched-fisted hands instantly turned into hot magma, obviously angry. General Roja, enough fighting is enough. Should we stop? Pagliusolino persuaded again. However, this time, St. Charles Rose, who had just been rescued, had come to his senses and walked forward angrily with his bruised nose and swollen face. Sakarsky, there's also Kuzan and Pagliusolino. You're here just in time. Hurry up and kill this guy. He dared to hit me and stepped on my head with his head. You guys should kill him quickly. I'm from Tianlong. As long as you kill him, I will definitely reward you a lot. This pig-headed St. Charles Rose relied on the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters to be here, and St. Charles Rose became arrogant and domineering and threatened to kill Roja. It's just that Sakarsky and the 3 of them didn't match Richard Ross Saint. Although I don't know if they hate the Celestial Dragons, they are indeed serving the Celestial Dragons, even though they didn't do anything. They didn't intend to take orders from St. Charles. They were just afraid of Rojas' strength. Because in this situation, if you act rashly, it will not only affect the sailors here, but also the civilians in the Chambord Islands. I don't know what Sakarsky thinks, but Kazan and Pagliusolino probably don't want to hurt civilians. Otherwise, Pagliusolino would definitely use his full strength to fight against Roja just now. Maybe he was worried that once he used his full strength, if Roja also used his full strength, it would definitely hurt a lot of thoughts. Residents of the Bodhi Islands, after all, Pagliusolino has seen Roja's golden wheel reincarnation explosion with his own eyes. It is a power that can cut the entire Marin Vander in half. Roja can really use it, wouldn't it be here? Is the whole Bodhi Islands going to sink in the sea? Roja, give you the best chance. Do you choose to fight us or choose to surrender? Sakarsky asked again, this time in an obviously aggressive tone. Of course, for Sakarsky, he naturally wanted to fight Roja, because from the beginning to the end, he still did not believe that with Roja's strength, he could defeat Kaido and be so exceptionally promoted to become 4th Admiral of the Navy. Surrender. Do you think it's possible for me to surrender to such a waste as Time Longren? This fight is settled, but before we start the fight, I have to settle one thing first. Roja shook his head and said, "What to solve?" Just as Sakaski was about to ask, Roja suddenly disappeared in place. After seeing this scene, everyone was amazed. Even Kazan couldn't help frowning. This guy. Oh, it seems that something terrible is about to happen. Palyasalino said. Next second, Roja appeared, but the location where he appeared surprised everyone. What do you want to? Let me tell you, I'm a celestial dragon. St. Charos looked at Roja, who appeared in front of him with horrified eyes, and said nervously. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out on his face like a pig's head. That's right. Roja used one of the top 6 shaves to flash in front of St. Charos, and the sharp blade of the sword Roja held in his hand was against the neck of St. Charos. Roja, stop it for us. Sokolsky, Kazan, and Palyasalino shouted with wide-eyed eyes at the same time. General Roja, don't. Even the other sailors shouted. If it is said that beating the Tianlong people is a serious crime, if it is really killing the Tianlong people, it is a capital crime. After all, now that Luo Yagüe is an admiral of the navy, he has arrested so many big pirates, and even the 4 Emperor Kaido was imprisoned in Jinjin City by himself. It was only because he beat up the Tianlong people. Then at least he could win a lighter treatment, but once the Tianlong people are killed, the meaning will be completely different. Unfortunately, Roja doesn't care at all. Sakaski and his 3 generals immediately wanted to rush over to prevent Roja from making a mistake. Dragon people, so what? You are too noisy. It's a pity that before Sakaski and the other 3 generals reached Roja's position, Roja left a few words and started directly. Whoa, hands up and down, clean and neat. Then there was a splash, and St. Charos, the celestial dragon, fell directly into a pool of blood and died. That's right. Roja killed the celestial dragon. All the sailors stared wide-eyed and couldn't believe that everything they saw with their own eyes was real. Roja, you made a big mistake. You know that. In this situation, no one can protect you. Akainu Sakaski roared. Chapter 45. Are you lackeys of the Tianlong people? After Sakaski's roar, that was a huge magma fist smashed towards Roja. When it was about to reach Roja, the magma fist turned into the shape of a dog's head and bit Roja. The dog bites the red lotus. It was Sokolsky who made the move. Humph. Roja snorted coldly, turned around at random. The sword stained with the blood of the Tianlongren was covered with armed domineering, facing the menacing magma dog without any stage fright, and directly resisted it. Oh, sizzle, a loud explosion sounded, and Roja had already resisted the magma dog, and a lot of magma splashed out on both sides of Roja. When a magma fell to the ground, it instantly melted the ground. Although Roja blocked the trick of dog-eating Red Lotus, he also took 2 steps back, so the power of Akainu Sakaski, who is an admiral of the navy, is still something. Not bad, Sakaski, Roja said with a smile. Result. Before Roja can react, Kazan had already come behind Roja. He stretched out his hands and hugged Roja directly. Freezing time. I saw, Kazan said indifferently, and ice silk spewed out of his mouth. In an instant, Roja's whole body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Is Kazan's proud frozen fruit ability. General Roja. No way. General Roja was actually frozen by General Kazan. Wait, look, the ice sculpture of General Roja is actually smiling. The surrounding sailors exclaimed. In fact, there are still many sailors who hope that Roja will not lose. Of course, there are more sailors who have been following Roja on missions, because they knew very well that they had been on several missions with Admiral Roja, and the big pirates they defeated were obvious to all. Not to mention that Roja defeated the 4 Emperors Kaido and Marin Fanduo with their own eyes. So in their hearts, they sincerely admired Roja. As for the fact that Roja killed the Tianlongren, they were naturally surprised at the beginning. After all, everyone was afraid of the Tianlongren, but the fear in their hearts doesn't mean that they don't hate these Tianlong people in their hearts. Theo put it bluntly, the reason why many ordinary people dare not disobey the Tianlong people is simply because they are not strong enough. So at the moment when Roja killed the Tianlongren just now, apart from being shocked, many people were more secretly delighted. However, what they said was not wrong. Roja, who was frozen into the shape of an ice sculpture, was indeed smiling, followed by Palyasalino also made a move, sending out several fierce laser beams from his fingers to attack Roja directly. Seeing that Palyasalino's attack was about to shatter Roja, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, in an instant, with a few clicks, the ice on Roja's body began to crack, and Roja, who was intact as before, appeared again in front of everyone. Boom. This time, without further ado, Roja unleashed his domineering arrogance, not only offsetting Palyasolino's attack, but also knocking Kazan flying away. Similarly, because Roja released the domineering arrogance, none of the surrounding sailors were spared. Most of the sailors who couldn't bear it rolled their eyes and passed out. Has this guy's overbearing arrogance reached this level? Kazan couldn't help frowning at Roja's overbearing arrogance. After all, with Kazan's strength, there are not many people who can really knock him back. However, Roja can easily knock himself into the air just by releasing the domineering aura, which is indeed beyond Kazan's imagination. Since you have chosen to start the fight, then I'll have a good fight with you. The smile on Roja's face gradually froze, leaving only seriousness. Okay, Roja, then I will fulfill you. It was Sakaski who was the first to bear the brunt. He himself was very unhappy with Roja's promotion. Since he had already killed the celestial dragon, he would be able to attack Roja smoothly. Suddenly, Sakaski's magma fist hit Roja in the face. Although Sakaski's power is very domineering, but in front of Roja, he can easily block the attack of this punch. Seeing that Roja easily blocked his attack, Sakaski must not be outdone. Stepped back several steps, and then turned his arm into a huge lava fist made of lava. Meteor volcano. After Sakaski let out a low growl, his fists produced a large number of huge lava fists in the form of lava and launched them into the air. And then the magma fist would continue to fall from the sky like a meteor shower. This move can completely turn the entire land into a sea of lava and fire. You are too dangerous. You must not be kept. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. Sakaski shouted righteously. Oops. Everyone run. General Sakaski's attack can destroy the entire building. Countless sailors shouted in panic again and fled one after another, not just in Navy shock. Even the pirates who are still hiding in some corners of the Chambord Islands have noticed the battle here. All the pirates look to the sky in this area. What happened over there? What a terrifying force. Who seems to be fighting over there? I really want to go and have a look. Are you crazy? If you go to watch a battle of this level, will your life be lost? All the pirates who have been hiding in the Chambord Islands and haven't escaped to sea have all paid attention to this side, which naturally includes Straw Hat Luffy, Trafalgaro, Captain Kidd, and the others. Of course, some pirates who are not afraid of death began to approach the pass slowly, just to witness this earth-shattering battle. Kuzan, is it true that this guy Sakaski is messing around like this? I can't stand his attack here. It's rare to see General Huang Yuan get serious. Really? This guy Sakaski is really messed up. Kazan looked at the magma that was about to fall, and after shaking his head, he jumped up in the air. I saw Kazan in midair release the cold air all over his body into a huge range of freezing, and quickly surrounded the positions of Roja and Sokolsky, which was equivalent to Kazan's shot, which was to create a frozen battlefield. Facing Sakaski's move, Roja didn't take it seriously at all, and even put away the sword in his hand. So you like to use the fruit ability, right? Who doesn't seem to have it yet? Roja spread out his hands and began to use the dark fruit ability. The dark matter shot up from behind Roja like a water column and quickly formed a dark net. Those of Sakaski, all the magma that fell from the sky was absorbed by Roja's dark matter. Chapter 46, The Battle of the Four Generals. What? Are you also a capable person? Seeing this scene, Sakaski froze for a moment. Even Palyasolino was surprised when he saw the dark fruit ability displayed in Roja's hand and muttered, "Oh, what a terrible ability, but why does this ability feel familiar?" Roja didn't talk nonsense with him. He raised his hands like a circle of Tai Chi, and the dark matter that absorbed countless magmas also rotated until it formed a terrifying black hole facing Sokka's base. Next second, countless boulders were suddenly released from the terrifying black hole, and all of them smashed towards Sakaski. Boom, boom, boom. Facing countless boulders, Sakaski frowned and quickly turned on the elementalization of the magma fruit to avoid these boulders. In fact, these boulders are exactly the magma that Sokolsky just created, but they were attracted by the dark fruit ability and covered up the hot magma, so they turned into boulders. Although Sakarsky avoided these boulders, but the ice wall created by Kazan couldn't bear it. Facing the bombardment of countless boulders, these seemingly hard ice walls were still pierced by the boulders. Roja didn't care about it either. Instead, he took advantage of the victory to pursue and spread his hands out again, a move of dark. Water changed the gravitational force here. Sakaski didn't have time to react at all. He just felt his body inexplicably moving towards Roja's hand past. Just as Sakaski was about to activate his magma fruit, he was caught by Royan's palm, covered with dark matter. Because of the ability of the dark fruit, he couldn't use the fruit at all. The ability. What's the situation? Sakaski looked unbelievable. However, the answer to Sokolsky was Roja's fists covered with arm-domineering colors. Boom. Sakaski flew out and didn't stop until he hit the ice wall. Akainu, is this all your strength? Roja taunted. Damn, What kind of ability is this? Why can't I use my ability? It stands to reason that if I was elementalized just now, even if this guy uses arm domineering power, he wouldn't be able to hurt me. Kuzan, Palyasalino. Are you two guys just looking at it like this? Let me tell you, Roha killed the Tian Longren. Once the higher-ups blame you, don't think about it. Sakaski reached out and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He really felt Roha's powerful strength, so he could only turn his head and shout at Kazan and Kizaru and away. Now that Sakaski said so, it would be unreasonable for the two generals to let Roha do nothing. After all, they all saw Roha kill the celestial dragon with their own eyes ever since. Kuzan and Palyasalino both shot at the same time. At this moment, Roha is facing the three generals and is constantly bombarded by the three fruit abilities of Magma, Ice, and Light. That IT does look extremely ferocious, but under Roha's dark fruit ability, all of them can be easily resolved without exception. A boom, boom, boom. After a series of intense fighting, the ice wall battlefield created by Kazan has already been completely shattered. Not only that, the location where the four of them were, and the other two small islands around them were all shattered by the fierce battle between them. Oh no. The Chambord Islands itself is made up of the largest mangrove tree in the world, the Archman mangrove. Since the roots of the tree are always exposed to the water, the Chambord Islands are formed. The entire island consists of 79 trees, and they are all numbered. There are towns and facilities on every tree, so people call the archipelago composed of 79 islands the Chambord Islands. On the contrary, because the four generals of the Navy headquarters fought here, 3 small islands in the Chambord Islands have sunk into the SEA. It is precisely because of this. It also caused many sailors and even most of the residents of these buildings to be unable to escape the disaster. Horror. It turned out to be a battle between the 4 Navy generals. The battle between the 4 admirals of the Navy actually destroyed 3 small islands. If this battle continues, won't the entire Chambord Islands be history from now on? That is Roha, the 4th general of the Navy. He is indeed a man who can defeat the 4 emperors Kaido. Facing the combined attack of the 3 generals, he still looks like a normal person. How terrifying is this strength? Some pirates who were not afraid of death watched this earth-shattering battle nearby and expressed surprise, even fear. Even those navies are no exception. My God, the power of the 4 generals is so terrifying. However, in my opinion, General Roha is stronger, and he is still not at a loss in the face of the other 3 generals. But they can't be allowed to fight anymore. Who will stop them? Otherwise, the entire Chambord Islands will be gone, and even we will be buried in the sea. Countless navies were anxiously discussing. Of course, they all understood the truth, but none of them dared to come forward to stop the 4 generals. Roha, I have to admit, you are really strong. Alone, even in the face of the joint attack of the 3 of us, we didn't lose the wind at all. Unfortunately, you have no justice in your heart and cannot be used by our Navy. If you are allowed to go on, your power will definitely bring chaos to the whole world. Sakaski said, Haha. Justice, Sokolsky. What is justice you keep talking about? Is it a dog for the Tianlong people? Roha sneered and questioned it. This is true. This Sakaski has been using killer moves ever since the celestial dragon was killed by Roha, so it is understandable for Roha to raise such a question to Sakaski. As for Kazan and Palyasalino, neither of them spoke, especially Palyasalino. In this battle, Roha didn't use his full strength at all, but he knew very well that the 3 generals were all using their ultimate moves, so they couldn't help Roha. After all, Palyasalino saw the battle between Roha and Kaido very clearly that Roha's Tenseiken is still useless. Once Roha gets serious, the 3 generals really don't care. It must be able to bear it. Stop insisting on being unreasonable here. Sakaski shouted and released his magma fruit ability again. It seems that another round of battle is about to begin. Result. At this moment, a majestic voice came from not far away. Roha, Sakaski, you guys stop. Chapter 47, the situation is serious. You will be imprisoned in Jinjin City. Came to shout. It is the Admiral of the Navy, the Warring States period. It was Carp who walked side by side with Sengoku. Great. It's Marshal Warring States and Lieutenant General Garp. They're all here. All the Navy's eyes were on Sengoku and Garp, and they began to cheer excitedly as if they saw hope. Oops. The Warring States Marshal and the legendary Navy Garp are here. It seems that this battle will not be fought. If you don't want to be caught by the Navy, go. The pirates who were still quietly watching the battle also started to flee when they saw the arrival of Sengoku and Garp. Same. I saw the arrival of Sengoku and Garp. Roha and Sakaski also stopped intending to continue fighting. Sakaski, Kuzan, Palyasalino. What's the matter with you 3? I asked you to dissuade Roha, who told you to do it, and destroyed 3 small islands. The first time the Warring States Marshal came over, he gave a severe reprimand to Sakaski and the 3 of them. Garp walked to Roha's side. Before Garp could speak to Roha, this fellow Sakaski spoke viciously. Marshal of the Warring States period. Is this the 4th general you have personally selected? How dare you openly kill the Tianlongren? Sakaski said. What? Hearing this, both Sengoku and Garp were shocked at the same time. Subsequently, when Sengoku turned his head and looked at the body of the celestial Dragoman Charo saint who was still protected by many sea soldiers, he was dumbfounded. Originally thought that Roha just beat up the Tianlong people, but never thought that things would have fermented to this point at this time. The Warring States really frown. If it was just beating the Tianlong people, maybe the Warring States still had a way to convince the people above to be lenient towards Luo Yawang. But once Roha killed the celestial dragon, then the matter would definitely not be so simple to solve. Roha, you bastard. Zhanghua, who had turned into a bitter face, glanced at Roha, hesitating to speak but not knowing what to say. Roha, you really are. Why do you want to kill the Tianlong people? Karp asked. Dragon people, just these scumbags, so what if you kill them? Roha didn't think he did something wrong. Haha, what you said is absolutely right. The old man wanted to beat them many times. However, you don't need to kill them, just use your arrogance from a distance. These trash can't hold it. Ha 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 ha. Instead of blaming Roha, Karp laughed, and even joked with Roha, completely ignoring this matter. Garp. Sengoku was about to be blown up by Garp. Roha. No matter what the reason is, if you kill the Tianlong people, it will definitely arouse the opinions of Mary Joya. You know, our navy is a subordinate of world conquest. This behavior of yours completely violated your responsibilities as an admiral. Warring States taught Roha a lesson. Marshal of the Warring States period. Is it true that as an admiral of the navy, his responsibility is to serve as lackeys for the Tianlong people? If that's the case, then I'm not the admiral. Without the slightest hesitation, Roha resolutely replied. Anyway, for Roha, being an admiral is simply dispensable to him. It's just that he became a navy when he traveled to this world, and he just walked down. Now Roha's own strength has been improved by leaps and bounds, so it doesn't make any special sense whether the navy can wait or not. Warring States originally wanted to teach Roha a lesson, but suddenly his phone rang. Seeing the phone bug ringing, Zhanghua immediately frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he ran to the side to answer the phone. Don't think about it. It must be Mary Joya's side. Wu Laoxing blamed it. Cap suddenly became serious. Glancing at Roha, he continued, Boy, you really got into big trouble this time. Facing Garp, Roha just smiled and didn't speak. 5 old stars. So what? After a long time, Sengoku, who hung up the phone bug, returned to Roha with an extremely dignified expression at this time. Warring States. Garp wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Sengoku. Garp, don't say anything. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku turned to look at Roha. Roha, your situation is very serious. However, I still want a chance for you, and now I will temporarily imprison you in the City of Advancement. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, Prison me in Push City. What if I say I don't want to go? Roha smiled. Suddenly, a strong overlord-like arrogance in Roha's body is like a beast coming out of the cage. If it is not suppressed in time, it will explode completely to seriously. If Roha is unwilling, everyone present here, including Karp, Sengoku, and the 3 generals, will not necessarily be able to stop Roha, seeing that the situation was wrong. Garp quickly stretched out his hand to put it on Roha's shoulder, and first shook his head to signal to Roha. In fact, whether it is Karp or Sengoku, they all know very well that if Roha really wants to turn against them, everyone here may not be able to suppress Roha. Roha calmed down. The old man believes that the Warring States has won the greatest opportunity. In addition to the Warring States period, I will do my best to help you with the follow-up matters. And the old man will use his lifetime reputation to assure you that our navy is absolutely impossible to be the running dog of the Tianlong people. Garp patted his chest confidently and said, That's right. Roha, don't worry. I'm just going to push the city for a while, and I will definitely find a way later. The attitude of the Warring States is the same, obviously. Both Sengoku and Garp are very fond of Roha. After all, whether it is the Navy now or in the future, it needs a strong new blood flow like Roha to ensure the status of the Navy. After all, they have all seen Roha's terrifying power with their own eyes. Plus, Roha is still so young, the future is definitely immeasurable. Seeing the swearing expressions of Sengoku and Garp, Roha finally restrained his breath, then shrugged his shoulders with a look of indifference. Okay, then I'll give you face. Let's go to the city to play for a while. Roha said. Chapter 48 Triggering the Big Draw Against C. Sakaski hurried up to show off. "Come here, bring the Halushi handcuffs and handcuff him," Sakaski shouted, followed by IT with several sailors who walked in front of Roja holding Halushi handcuffs. However, the sailors hesitated. Looking at Roja with complicated eyes, he said, "General Roja. To be honest, how dare they attack Roja after all? Relying on Roja's strength, it is a terrifying existence that can kill them with a snap of the fingers. You want to torture me?" Roja sneered, glaring at them with sharp eyes. Frightened by Roja's eyes, these sea soldiers retreated steadily. To be frank, the reason why Roja chose to compromise was mainly because of the heartfelt attitude of Sengoku and Garp. Warring States had personally told Garp to handcuff Roja. Roja might not have any objections. After all, Roja has a powerful three-color domineering, and these Halushi handcuffs will have no effect on him. What's more, his dark fruit ability and poisonous fruit ability will not be affected by Halushi in any way. It's a pity that this sentence came out of Sakaski's mouth, so it is naturally impossible for Roja to let him show off like this. Hateful. "You bastards. I'll come by myself." Sakaski angrily stepped forward to grab the Halushi handcuffs and rushed towards Roja angrily. "Sakaski, stop it." Karp immediately came up to stop Sakaski. "There's no need to handcuff Roja. I'll take care of the problem," Garp said while standing in front of Roja. "Cap." Sakaski frowned and looked at Garp, obviously displeased with Garp's behavior of protecting Roja, gnashing his teeth as if he wanted to do something to Garp. "What, Sakaski, do you want to fight with me?" Karp said aggressively. Facing Karp, Sakaski was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't dare to really shoot Karp. After all, Garp is a legend in the Navy, and his strength is beyond doubt. However, just now Sokolsky had used up so much energy to fight Roja, not to mention that Sokolsky would not be able to fight Garp. "All right. No need to handcuff Roja. Just let him go to the City of Advancement. Sakaski, Kazan, Palyasolino, and Karp. The four of you will go with me to Marie Joya." As a marshal, Warring States directly issued major orders. Now that the Warring States marshal had given the order, Sakaski naturally didn't say much, but just glanced at Roja with a very unhappy expression. "Roja, do not impulse. I and Jean Guo will definitely find a way." Garp patted Roja's shoulder and said solemnly, "Yeah." Roja nodded. "That's it." Under the arrangement of the Warring States marshal, Roja was sent to a warship, which was responsible for escorting him to Advanced City. But in this warship, not only was Roja not restrained, there was not even a guard at the general level. In fact, to put it bluntly, the Warring States period is very clear. Even if Roja is restrained or even 3 generals are dispatched to guard Roja at the same time, as long as Roja really wanted to escape, it was only a matter of minutes. With it, then it would be better to let things take their course. Zhanghua also believed that Roja is a person who keeps his word. Now that he has agreed to his own affairs, he will certainly not go back on his word. So there is no need for Zhanghua to do more actions to anger Luoya. Because the Warring States knew that in the days to come, not only the Warring States needed Roja, but the entire Navy needed Roja's power. The warship responsible for escorting Roja left the Chambord Islands and drifted across the ocean. However, the sailors responsible for escorting Roja did not treat Roja like a prisoner. Instead, they also honored Roja as a general and offered him all the food and drink. In fact, for these sailors, they sincerely admire Roja's strength from the bottom of their hearts. "Haha. It's just killing a waste, Tianlong. Is this how you want to imprison me in the City of Advancement? There is really no fairness in this world." Roja shook his head with a sneer and complained. "And I was thinking in my heart, is my choice right? Or just run away? How boring is it to go to Advanced City?" But thinking of this, Roja thought again that he had promised Garp and Sengoku. He was a person who kept his promise. Since he had promised others, he would definitely do it. Sudden, the sound of the system rang ding. Knowledge color domineering, armed color domineering, and domineering color domineering were outraged by the host's unfair treatment and vowed to seek justice for the host. The speed of all 3-color domineering cultivation increased by 20 times again. Hearing the sound of this system, Roja was stunned. The speed of cultivation has skyrocketed by 20 times. What is this concept? I didn't expect that a small choice of mine would get such a big surprise. Roja exclaimed. So far, Roja has no regrets about his choice. Otherwise, how would he get the rewards of this system? Followed by, the sound of the system didn't seem to stop to ding. Navy 6 Styles finger gun felt extremely angry about what happened to the host and achieved a breakthrough after turning grief and anger into strength through crazy practice. Congratulations to the host Navy 6 Style finger gun for breaking through to the top. At this moment, Roja was already extremely excited. Following the breakthrough of the Navy 6 style shaving to the top level last time, now even the Navy 6 type finger gun has broken through to the top level. The most important thing is that Roja knows that once he has the ability to break through to the top, then the next thing he will face is the mysterious big draw. The last mysterious lottery made him get supercilious and mutated into Tenseiken. Then what kind of surprise will this mysterious lottery draw bring him? System, hurry up, is there any big lucky draw? This time, Roja was the first to ask the question. Reply to the host, yes. Congratulations to the host, who has won the top training item of Navy 6 style finger gun. The system has opened a mysterious lottery for the host. Do you need a lottery now? Draw a lottery. Do you still need to think about this? In the lottery, ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and gaining the ability Armed Overlord Color Coil. Chapter 49 just killed the celestial dragon, Armed Overlord Color Winding? Roja was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand the meaning. The system is more considerate and even answered Roja's answer. Armed Overlord Color Entanglement, as the name suggests, is a combination of two domineering. You can wrap the Overlord color on the external armed color for a stronger attack. After listening to the system's answer, Roja suddenly realized it. That is to say, now that I have the Armed Overlord Color Entanglement, even if I face someone with a natural fruit ability in the future, I can directly hit the entity with only the Overlord Color Domineering aura. Roja asked. The main reason is that Roja had conceived and tried when he was fighting against the three generals and their thorny natural fruits, but in the end it was all in vain at that time. Roja wondered if the entanglement of the Armed Overlord color did not exist. As a result, the system gave him such a surprise. Reply to the host, your understanding is correct. There are only a few people who can master this ability in the entire pirate world. After listening, Roja could no longer suppress his excitement. Roja fought Kaido before. As the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Kaido is also the emperor of the sea, and he is also one of the top powerhouses in the world of pirates. But Kaido, who also possesses the domineering look of a king, could not achieve this level. If Kaido at that time could achieve this level, even if Roja used Tenseiken's ability, it would be quite difficult. Maybe there are only a few people in the whole pirate world mentioned by the system who can master this kind of power. Maybe only Roger the Pirate King back then, and even Rocks who can have Whitebeard, Kaido, and the four Emperor's subordinates at the same time. After that, Roja has been silent in joy. Advanced to the city, Magellan, who was still happily going to the toilet, received another notification from the jailer. Director Magellan, another Navy ship is here to escort the prisoners, and this time you're also designated to receive the prisoners. Hearing the jailer's notification, Magellan was stunned for the first time, thinking silently, why did another prisoner come over? Because according to the rules, even if the Navy wants to escort the prisoners, it will be in batches, unless there are really vicious big pirates. Then if it is to escort the big pirate over again, the first thing Magellan thought of was Roja. Okay, I see. Magellan replied to the jailer. Then Magellan started talking to himself. Could it be that Roja caught some big pirate again? Magellan was not as surprised that Roja was able to capture the big pirate and send it to the city. After all, Roja is a strong man who can defeat even the four Emperor Kaido, Roja's opponent. It's just that Magellan was curious about what kind of big pirate Roja caught this time. However, after thinking about it, Magellan got up and walked out, advanced to the gate of the city. Magellan has come here to wait. And soon the warship also docked. Under the escort of the sailors, Roja also got off the warship smoothly. General Roja, what big pirate did you catch this time? Magellan immediately went up and asked. Because it has been a while since Roja took up the post of general, not to mention the overwhelming publicity of Roja's appointment at that time, so it naturally spread to Magellan's ears. No, this time the prisoner is myself. Roja looked indifferent, shrugged and said. Immediately, Magellan's complexion changed drastically, and he looked carefully at Roja's body, but he didn't find that he was bound by any shackles. How could he look like a prisoner? So Magellan said with a smile, General Roja was joking. How could you be a prisoner? Result. The Navy beside Roja said, Director Magellan. General Roja, I is indeed the prisoner this time. The Navy said tremblingly, and after he finished speaking, he glanced at Roja timidly. He knew that this kind of thing must be said, but after he said it, he was afraid of being blamed by Roja, so he was still very nervous, tangled. Yes, I am indeed the prisoner this time. Not only did Luo Yafei not blame the Navy, but he admitted it again. Hearing what Roya said, the Navy breathed a sigh of relief. How is it possible? What did you do? Magellan still didn't believe it. After all, Roja is now the fourth general of the Navy headquarters. How could he commit a crime? Even if he committed a crime, he would generally be forgiven. Oh, it's just killing a trash celestial dragon. Roja said something lightly. What? Not just Magellan, but all the jailers were taken aback. Killed a waste time longer. Just paid it off. Are you kidding me, dude? In this world, are there any people who dare to attack and even kill Tianlong people? Followed by Magellan's exclusive phone bug rang. Magellan, who was surprised, connected the phone bug, and the other side of the phone bug informed Magellan of Roja's crime this time, and asked Magellan to keep Roja under strict supervision. However, Roja noticed that IT was not the bosses of the Navy headquarters who notified Magellan, but the bosses at the top. After hearing the news, Magellan was completely dumbfounded. But after being dumbfounded, Magellan became serious. Originally, he thought that Roja was joking with himself, but he didn't expect it to be true. He never thought that Roja would dare to kill Tianlongren. As the director of Advanced City Prison, Magellan is also well aware of Roja's terrifying strength, and with Roja's crime, Magellan has already figured out where Roja will be imprisoned in his heart. Come here, bring over Halushi's handcuffs and anklets, Magellan ordered. Excuse me. Roja, I didn't expect you to kill the celestial dragon. Your behavior has already committed a heinous crime. Since you have become a criminal, and I, Magellan, as the director of the City of Advancement, I will never let you go. Magellan walked up to Roja and said solemnly at the same time, Halushi's handcuffs and anklets were also sent over, and Magellan put them on for Roja himself. Roja did not resist, but obediently cooperated with Magellan. Only, Roja said with a sneer, Magellan, tell me if I want to leave. Can this city of yours hold me? Chapter 50 The 5 Old Stars of the Holy Land. Mary Joa hearing Roja's words, Magellan's face suddenly changed, and the poisonous fruit in his body seemed to be ready to go. Because this sentence also deeply aroused Magellan's anger, this is true. I am in the process of progress. The case of someone successfully escaping from prison has long been broken, and that is the Golden Lion Shurji back then. However, that incident was a shame for Magellan, and he would be angry when he thought about it.as4. Roja's strength, Magellan has also seen it for all to see, and it will definitely be above the Golden Lion Shurji. So Magellan really cannot deny what Roja said. Will not. As long as I'm in Advanced City for one day, no criminal will be able to escape. With anger, Magellan said loudly. See this expression on Magellan. Just kidding with you. Don't take it seriously, Magellan. Let's go. I want to see where you want to lock me up. Roja laughed out loud, not taking it seriously at all, acting extremely relaxed. Seeing this, Magellan also restrained his breath, but he didn't say anything to Luo Yadwa, turned around and said indifferently, follow me. Even though Magellan restrained his breath, he was still very vigilant in his heart, and secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely keep Roja under strict supervision, and he was determined not to have anything like the Golden Lion Shurji happen again. Roja didn't think too much and just followed Magellan's footsteps into the City of Advancement. The moment he saw Roja slowly stepping into the city, General Roja! Countless sea soldiers shouted and saluted Roja neatly, and Roja didn't stop, but just waved his hands being handcuffed by Hailusher, Holy Land Mary Joa, Sengoku, and Karp, as well as Sakaski, Kazan, and Paisalino all brought them here, and the body of Charles Luoxing, who was killed by Roja, was also brought back. On the sofa in front of Warring States, Karp and the others, all 5 old men sat majestically, all with dark faces. That's right, they are the highest 5 old stars of the Tianlong. People, Warring States, and Sakaski all had a respectful attitude in front of the 5 old stars, but only Karp, with a look of disdain, even found a stool and sat down, as expected of a naval legend. Even the 5 veterans dare not embarrass Karp, but these 5 old stars did not embarrass Karp, but turned their heads and glared at John Gua with fierce eyes. Warring States. As the Admiral of the Navy, don't you know what mistake Roja made? That's right, the mistakes he committed should be executed on the spot, instead of being imprisoned by you in the City of Advancement. The 3 old men among the 5 old stars began to reprimand, and their faces were full of anger. Even the old man in kimono with glasses, who was the only one among the 5 old men who was not wearing a suit, reached out to hold his sword hilt. See this scene. Sengoku's expression turned pale, as if he had a bad premonition. Master Wu Laoxing, please calm down. There is a reason why I did this. Warring States squeezed a handful of sweat on his forehead and said hastily, Humph, Warring States, then I'll give you a chance. You explain it well. What's your reason? The one who spoke this time was an old man in a dark blue suit, with long straight white hair and a long beard. That's right, Warring States, you better be able to give a reasonable explanation, said the old man in a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left face. Lord 5 Old Stars. Now our Navy is about to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, which also means that our Navy will usher in a big battle with Whitebeard. Now is the time when our Navy employs people, and Roja's power can defeat Kaido of beasts. If we can use Roja's strength in the battle with Whitebeard, then our Navy will definitely win a complete victory against the Whitebeard pirates. And since Roja entered our Navy, he has always made great achievements in battle. Warring States carefully explained in front of the 5 old stars, and there was more or less an element of pleading for Roja in his words. After all, what Warring States said is correct. In a short period of time, Roja first completed the transaction with Blackbeard and successfully escorted Fire Fist Ace to the City of Advancement, and then solved the 2 problems of Doflamingo and Drought Jack. Big Pirate. The most important thing is that when Kaido came to the Navy headquarters to make trouble, Roja blocked Kaido by himself. If Roja didn't block Kaido, the consequences would be unimaginable. If many reasons are stacked up, Roja can indeed be counted as a great military exploit. Otherwise, Warring States and Kong would not be able to promote Roja to become the 4th general. However, this time, it was time for Wu Laoxing to calm down and think. Sakaski actually stood up with a cigar in his mouth, as if he was defiant. Lord 5 Old Stars. It's true that Roja's power is very strong, but he has committed a serious crime. If it is spread to let the world know that our Navy needs a criminal to help our Navy, wouldn't it be a big laugh? Isn't it just the Whitebeard pirates? Sakaski can do it myself. Don't I want to lose face? Sakaski aimed at Roja everywhere. Sakaski, pay attention to your words. Your face is worthless in front of us. Back off. It's not your turn to speak here. Wearing a dark green suit, balding, with a 2 horizontal beard and a birthmark on his forehead, the old man stood up and reprimanded Sakaski mercilessly. Sakaski's complexion turned bad in an instant, and an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. But looking at Wu Laoxing, he finally suppressed his anger and subsided. As for Kazan and Palyasolino, they looked leisurely on the sidelines, waiting to clock in and get off work. Warring States. You don't need to talk about this. Roja's crime, that killed us Taiyan Longren, which is equivalent to a challenge to our supreme right. No matter how strong he is, he must die. Wearing a dark blue suit, an old man with long straight white hair and a long beard made a decision, and the other 4-5 old stars also agreed. But Warring States heard the decision of the 5 old stars and couldn't help becoming nervous and quickly wanted to explain again. As a result, Garp stood up. 5 old stars. Is the old man's face useful? The old man personally begs you to let Roja survive. Garp said. Chapter 51-inch Cap. Saw Caps coming forward. The 5 old stars all frowned. Compared to Sokolsky, Garp obviously has more face. Garp, it's really rare. You have never begged us for others. Wearing a white Taoist robe, bald, wearing glasses, the only one among the 5 old stars who didn't wear a suit and grow a beard, and the old man with a knife in his hand looked at Garp and said, Yes, this old man has never begged for any kindness from you. But the old man has to come forward this time. Please save face. Cap said resolutely. After all, Garp had promised Roja, so he had to come forward to intercede, and Garp knew very well that if it wasn't for his promise, Roja would not be captured obediently and sent to the City of Advancement. Unfortunately, although Garp has some face, he is a legendary hero of the Navy after all. But this time Roja's behavior really can't let Roja go easily just because of someone's face. Cap, we can promise you other things, but this time, no. Because this is related to the reputation of our Tianlong people, our reputation is more important than your face. The old man with a long beard said firmly. That is to say, if Roja only took action to teach that Taiyan Longren, everything would have turned around. But the fact now is that Roja did take action to kill Taiyan Longren, and he did it under the watchful eyes of everyone. Even if the mouths of those sailors can be blocked, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Once it is leaked, it will be a shame to the Tianlong people, to the whole world. That's right. This matter concerns the reputation of all our Tianlong people. And what Sakaski said just now is correct. Your Navy belongs to our world government. When will our world government need to use this power? The other 5 old stars also expressed their opinions one after another. Now, it is indeed doomed that no one can keep Roja. That means there's nothing to talk about, right? Okay, the old man knows. Garp's face was heavy, and he turned his head and left after leaving a word. The attitude of the 5 old stars is very firm. Even if Garp continues to entangle, it will be meaningless, so naturally there is no need to stay here. Garp himself was very unhappy with the attitude of these Tianlong people. This is also the reason why he refused to be promoted several times. If he hadn't agreed to Roja's matter, Garp probably wouldn't come here to see the 5 old stars. Jean would turn his head to look. At Garp's leaving back, his eyes were a little complicated. Garp, Submarine Prison Advanced City. There is no doubt that according to Roja's strength and crimes, he must be placed in the 6th level of extreme hell. Roja, who has been here a few times, is also familiar with the way. But Magellan did not take Roja to imprison him in a prison full of big pirates, but locked him in a closed room alone. In this room, there are no extra prisoners, only Roja in the pitch-black space. There is a constant terrifying aura, and Roja can feel that everything in this room, whether it is the walls, the shackles, or even the prison door, are all made of indestructible sea stones. Moreover, there are layers of thick dust in this dark room. It seems that it has not been used officially for many years. However, Roja has never been to this room, but he is very clear that this is indeed the 6th underground floor of ultimate hell. Director Magellan, are you sure you want to use this room? This room is... Seeing this, Hannibal, the deputy director of the city, rushed to Magellan's side and asked curiously, "That's right. He must be imprisoned in this room." Magellan said firmly. Hearing the conversation between them, Roja became interested in this room, but he didn't speak. But Hannibal wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Magellan directly. "Okay, Hannibal here, I have made a decision, and I will leave all the affairs of the city to you during this period. I will stay here around the clock for the rest of the time." Hearing what Magellan said, Hannibal was stunned, completely unaware of why Magellan did this. But after some ideological struggle, Hannibal naturally agreed. "Okay, Hannibal, go get busy." Magellan finished speaking and sat directly outside Roja's cell door. "Wait until after Hannibal leaves." "Magellan, don't you think highly of me? I was thinking this room should not be used by ordinary people, right?" Roja finally asked his doubts. "That's right. This room has not been used in many years. In this room, all the people who were once imprisoned were famous and legendary pirates, including Roger the Pirate King and Shurji the Golden Lion." Magellan didn't hide it and said it very readily. In fact, for Magellan, he has no malice towards Roja personally. It is just his duty. As long as the prisoner enters the city of advancement, he has the right to strictly guard him, let alone an inhuman like Roja. Monster. Perhaps he really took Roja's words seriously after all. He knew better that once Roja really wanted to escape from prison, even if he tried his best, he might not be able to stop Roja. But well, when Roja heard that Magellan said that this room had imprisoned a series of legendary pirates such as One Piece King Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, etc., Roja was also surprised at the first time. After being surprised, Roja laughed. "Magellan, don't you think highly of me? What's the matter? Are you really afraid that I won't be able to escape from prison?" Roja said jokingly, "Yes. No matter what, as long as you come in, you are a prisoner. I don't care what mistakes you have made. But since you are a prisoner, then I have the right to guard you. So, don't even think about escaping from here." Magellan was very honest and answered directly. Roja smiled again and said, "I still say the same thing, Magellan. If I really want to go out, do you think you can stop me? Do not know. But you can try." Magellan took it very seriously. Roja smiled and did not continue talking. Chapter 52. The next day, the routine patrol inspection in the prison of Advanced City was conducted by Hannibal, deputy director of Advanced City. After all, Magellan had already arranged for him yesterday, and in the next period of time, all the affairs of advancing the city will be handled by him. As for Magellan, he has been guarding outside the cell where Roja is held alone. Hannibal was also proud, and he kept showing off from patrolling the 1st floor to the 5th floor, until the 6th floor of the basement. Hannibal's arrogance no longer works at this level. "Hey, Hannibal, why are you here on patrol today? Where is Magellan?" Magellan didn't fall into the cesspit, did he?" "Don't ask. It must be." "That's right. Otherwise, why would Hannibal come to patrol?" Countless prisoners began to laugh. Quiet. What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel?" Hannibal wanted to stop them and kept knocking on the cell door with his weapon. But no matter what Hannibal tried to stop them, the laughter from these people never stopped. In fact, this is also quite normal. After all, the prisoners here are all top pirates, and Hannibal, who is weaker, naturally doesn't pay attention. What's more, they would not dare to be so rampant when Magellan was around. Now that Magellan is not here, why not hurry up and seize the opportunity to revel? "Boy, I suggest you let Magellan come. Otherwise, you think it depends on you, relying on this submarine prison. Can you really hold my anger?" That's right. It was Beast Kaido in the dark corner who spoke. Since being imprisoned, Kaido's injury has gradually improved, and then there was a small disturbance every day. But every time he was suppressed by Magellan. The main reason is that in it, Kaido's whole body is bound by the shackles of Heilushi, so Kaido has no way to use his fruit ability. Even so, Kaido's own power is not blocked. It's a pity that under the limitation of Magellan's poisonous fruit ability, Kaido can still be suppressed. If Magellan didn't have some real skills, Then the other big pirates, such as Barrett, the Red Earl, etc., who had a restless reputation, would have already rioted. Therefore, these big pirates didn't see Magellan's arrival today, so naturally they cheered happily. You. Hannibal almost vomited blood from anger. Then Hannibal's mind turned, and he immediately laughed. Humph. Director Magellan has no time to deal with you now. Because a prisoner stronger than you bastards came yesterday, and even the dusty little black room of the ultimate hell has been reopened, and we, Director Magellan, will personally guard it. So, just relying on you bastards. Is Director Magellan coming here in person? There was a bit of arrogance in Hannibal's words, and even a taste of infinite mockery. But after hearing what Hannibal said, these big pirates actually fell silent, and they all looked dumbfounded, especially Barrett. His expression is extremely ugly. These big pirates have been imprisoned here for many years. Although they can't walk around at will, they can still hear about the little black room on the 6th floor underground. How is this possible? What kind of criminal can be locked in a black room? That's right, it's been so many years. No one has ever been imprisoned there. That's right, the one who was in prison last time, I remember correctly, should be the Golden Lion Shurji. Then who will it be this time? Could it be the white beard of the 4 emperors? Don't be stupid if it's Whitebeard. Then think about why Kaido, who is also the 4 emperors, is locked up with us. Immediately, the big pirates on the 6th basement floor began to discuss lively again, guessing what kind of person would be locked in that room, and Magellan would personally guard it. Boss Kaido, who do you think it is? Could it really be Whitebeard? Drought Jack asked. It can't be Whitebeard. Is Lao Tzu worse than Whitebeard? If Whitebeard can be imprisoned there, isn't my identity and my strength not worthy? Kaido was very angry, which seemed to be a kind of disapproval of him. Although it is said that the people who can be imprisoned in the city are all prisoners, there is almost no difference. But don't forget, these people are all top pirates. How can they not have the spirit of fighting for power? Yeah. It's really interesting, Kaido. I can probably guess who it is, can't you? Doflamingo said with a sinister smile. To shut up. Doflamingo. Kaido roared angrily, and then glared at Doflamingo viciously. Looking at Kaido's appearance, Doflamingo naturally didn't dare to continue talking. It seems that Kaido's anger toward Doflamingo has not changed at all after being imprisoned together these days, followed by, "Shut up, all of them." Accompanied by a roar, a suppressed domineering arrogance lingered in this level of prison. It was Barrett who spoke. Seeing Barrett open his mouth, the other big pirates didn't dare to continue the discussion. Hannibal, tell me, who exactly will be locked in that room? That's the room where Roger was locked up that I'm not even qualified to go in. I really want to see who it is. Could it be that his strength is comparable to Roger's? Barrett yelled at Hannibal. His fierce eyes were not afraid of Hannibal at all, and he was bound to ask an answer. Because Barrett has been pursuing the ultimate in strength all his life, in order to surpass Roger and become the strongest in the world. Barrett's famous quote, "My strength exists so that only I can win." So when Barrett learned that someone could be locked in the same room as Roger, whom he most wanted to surpass, his anger welled up involuntarily. Hum. Just let you guess. You will never be able to guess. I won't tell you. Actually, it was that Marine Roja back then. Hannibal put his hands on his back and said proudly, only to realize that he had slipped his mouth at the end, so he quickly covered his mouth. Oops, no, it's a slip. Chapter 53, The Arrival of Carp. When Hannibal said Roja's name, no one laughed. On the contrary, all the big pirates present were stunned, and there were even quite a few big pirates who were sweating from tension and fear on their foreheads. It turned out to be him. How is it possible? Isn't he in Navy? My God, what the hell did he do? These big pirates started talking again. After all, when Roja came here for the first time, he used the domineering look and dark fruit ability to leave them with a deep sense of fear, coupled with the fact that Doflamingo, Drought Jack, and even the 4 Emperors Kaido were sent in by him. Then its terrifying strength is naturally self-evident, and it is deeply engraved into the hearts of these big pirates. It was him. I understand. Knowing that it was Roja who was locked in that room, Barrett laughed out loud and fell silent, not making any more noise. Perhaps in Barrett's view, Roja's strength should be recognized by him. What? Boss Kaido, it's that kid. Drought Jack said in surprise. As for Doflamingo, he kept sneering and didn't speak, as if he had already expected it. However, this time, even Kaido laughed. I knew that anyone who works for the world government and the so-called Tianlong people will definitely not have a good end. Kaido's words are full of gloating. At the same time, Kaido began to think about his plan in his heart. At that time, Kaido did not surrender to Roja for no reason. He had a purpose, and if he wanted to accomplish this purpose, Roja himself is still needed. Yes, Kaido took a fancy to Rona's powerful power. Boss Kaido, what are you laughing at? No, I must find a chance to be crushed by that brat. That's a place where even our boss Kaido is not qualified to stay. Why should he? Drought Jack, a guy who does things without thinking, began to speak loudly. As a result, Kaido kicked over with one kick, and the Drought Jack who kicked was still a little confused. Humph. If someone else was locked in that room, I would definitely not accept it. But if it's that kid Roha, I'll take it. Kaido said viciously. This is true, because Kaido has a deep understanding of the terrifying power of Roha, and even himself, who is known as the strongest defense in the sea, land, and air, is not his opponent. Can he refuse to accept it? Roha's cell side, Magellan was really inseparable at the door. Because of his stomach trouble, he even asked his jailers to move a special toilet, and just stared at Roha here. On the contrary, Roha didn't care about him, but sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and meditated while the shackles on his body bound him. He was the only one in this cell, and it happened to be happy and quiet, and the practice speed of the practice items that Roha has mastered has also been rapidly improved. So for Roha, such a quiet environment without anyone disturbing him is the best place for him to choose to practice. Several days passed. The strength of Roha, who has been trained, is even more exquisite. Even Magellan, who had been guarding him all the time, saw it and sighed in disbelief. This guy, what kind of monster is he who can continue to strengthen himself in this environment of extreme hell? Seriously, Magellan, who has been watching over Roha, knows very well that Roha sits cross-legged on the ground like this every day, but the power in his body is getting stronger day by day. At this moment, Magellan was very flustered, because he knew that Roha's strength had already surpassed his imagination. If Roha really wanted to escape from prison, even if he tried his best, his chances of winning might not be great. Sudden, a jailer came to report. Report, Director Magellan, Lieutenant General Garp is here, and he wants to see Roha. As soon as the jailer finished speaking, a burly figure appeared behind him. Magellan. The old man wants to have a few words with Roha alone. Can it be convenient? That's right, it was Lieutenant General Garp who followed in. He didn't wait for the jailer's notification at all, and walked here on his own. Anyway, no jailer would dare to stop him along the way. Cap. When he saw Garp, Magellan's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent. Okay, then I'll let you guys chat alone for a while. For some reason, Magellan agreed, and after speaking, Magellan got up and left. It seems that Lieutenant General Garp still has a lot of face. Whether it is placed outside or even in the prison of Jincheng City, Magellan will give him some face. There is no way, after all. Garp is a big man known as a naval legend, and his influence is no less than that of the Marshal of the Warring States period. At this moment, in this dark environment, only Roha and Garp were left. Garp sat cross-legged in front of Roha, separated from him by a fence. Lieutenant General Garp, you came. Roha opened his eyes and said with a smile. He had already guessed that Garp would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Well, the old man is here. I'm sorry, Roha, the old man has tried his best to intercede, but those Tianlong people still refuse to let you go. Garp clenched his fists as he spoke, looking extremely angry. But well, Roha didn't feel angry because of this, but was very happy that Garp was able to intercede for him. After all, with Garp's personality, it is impossible to beg for help under normal circumstances, let alone beg for Tianlongren. Thanks, it's okay, Lieutenant General Garp. For this result, in fact, I have already thought of it, Roha said easily. Damn it. These hateful celestial dragons always think only of themselves. When Garp said this, he really gritted his teeth in hatred, but unfortunately, as a navy, he was a little powerless. Lieutenant General Garp, no matter what, I still have to thank you, Roha said solemnly from the heart. Roha, don't thank me. I promised to help you, but I didn't. Garp shook his head, and after a pause, he suddenly said, Roha, if you want to escape from prison, this old man can help you. Chapter 54 Big Moem starts out here what Cap said. To be honest, Roha was shocked for the first time. It never occurred to him that the matter of helping escape from the prison would come from the mouth of the legendary sea soldier. It is conceivable that Garp attaches great importance to Roha. After all, for Garp, Fire Fist Ace, who was also imprisoned in the City of Advancement, he may not necessarily have the idea of helping escape from prison. However, in Roha's place, Garp actually directly expressed that he would help him escape from prison. To be honest, Roha was really shocked. Roha, don't worry. No matter what you do next, this old man will definitely support you. Seeing that Roha didn't speak, Garp continued to speak. His words became more firm. From this look, once Roha nodded in agreement, Garp probably would really make a move. Lieutenant General Garp, thank you for your kindness. If I want to go out, I will find a way myself, and I can't burden you. Roja said with a smile. For Roja, it is impossible for this city to lock him up. As long as he wants to go out, who can stop him? Not to mention, as a legendary hero of the Navy, Garp has devoted half of his life to the Navy. Now Garp, who's already old, may soon face retirement, a stain. Ugh. Roja, you don't need to worry about the old man. Even if the old man really made a fuss in Advanced City, those guys from Marie Joya can't do anything to me. Cap said with a sigh. This is true. Regarding this point, Roja still believes that Garp has such an ability. However, since Roja has already decided on something, it will definitely not change. Lieutenant General Garp, don't worry. If I want to go out, I can't be locked up here. Roja continued with a smile. After Garp heard it, he was finally relieved. Okay. I believe you kid must have such an ability. Garp laughed. Regarding Roja's strength, Garp definitely has no doubts about him. The Golden Lion Shurji back then was able to escape from the city, so he believed that Roja must be able to do so. After all, if it is really about strength, Roja, their strengths are all above the Golden Lions, and they have even surpassed themselves. Followed by Magellan opened the door and walked in. Lieutenant General Garp, it's been a long time. Don't make things difficult for me. Magellan said. It is good. Garp stood up and nodded. Then I'll leave first. Speaking of which, Garp gave Roja a wink, then turned and left. Wait until Garp leaves. Magellan looked at Roja with a serious expression on his face and said, Roja, although I don't know what you discussed with Garp, I warn you, don't have any wrong thoughts, because I've already ordered during this time. I will stay here and guard you, and if you act delusional, I will kill you as soon as possible. Perhaps Magellan had guessed something and was even more aware of Roja's terrifying strength, so he had to be on guard. Although Magellan also appreciates Roja since Roja is already a prisoner, then a prisoner is a prisoner. Magellan, as the director of the prison in the City of Advancement, his duty is to guard the prisoners, and he must not let any prisoner escape, advance the city otherwise. This will also become a stain on him. Is it? Magellan, tell me, if we really do it, do you have a chance to kill me? A sinister smile appeared on Roja's face. Immediately, Magellan's face hardened. Sizzle, streams of purple venom dripped from his clenched fist to the ground, and the atmosphere was once very embarrassing. Roja, I know you are strong. Although I may not be your opponent, but no matter what, once I really do it, I will definitely stop you with all my strength, even if I need to sacrifice my life. Magellan's tone was very firm. Roja didn't continue to say anything, but started to close his eyes and continue to practice. In fact, if Roja really wants to escape from prison, he can do it now. The reason why Roja is not doing it now is mainly because he feels that his cultivation project is about to break through. After all, Roja is very clear that once he goes out of the city this time, he will no longer be a navy, and thus become the target of the world's public criticism. The only way is to make himself stronger. In the world of pirates, only when the fist is hard enough and the strength is strong enough can one truly move freely in this world. However, Magellan really stayed here as he said, guarding Roja alone. As for Roja, close your eyes and rest, and practice quietly. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the waters of the New World, dozens of pirate ships of the Bigmam Pirate Group have been rampant in the sea. The scale of the Bigmam Pirate Group's dispatch this time is huge. Even the 3 desert generals are dispatched at the same time, and their goal this time is also very clear, that is to advance the city. How long will it take us to reach Propel City? Bigmam asked while eating dessert. Tell Mom that we need to bypass the Navy's surveillance, and it will take about 10 days. It was the eldest son, Paraspero, who reported, Navy. Why is it taking so long? Even if it is the Navy, who dares to stop us? Bigmam is a little angry. Seeing this, Paraspero quickly took 2 steps back, not daring to continue to say anything. The General Katakuri crossed his legs and said, Mom, this is normal. We're going to the city to rescue Kaido now. If we don't bypass the Navy surveillance, once the Navy headquarters gathers all the troops, you don't even have a chance to enter the Gate of Justice, so Mother, don't worry. Bigmam is the 4 emperors, and the Navy will monitor the 4 emperors in batches. After all, the power of 4 emperors is strong enough. Once 2 or even 4 of them join forces at the same time, even the world government, if you make a move, it will be difficult to force it down. It is good. Since Katakuri has said so, let's make this decision. I heard that Roja, the kid who defeated Kaido, was imprisoned because he killed the celestial dragon. It's interesting. Well, Bigmam laughed again. Sudden, Smoothie, who is also a 3rd general, shouted, Mom Jin from the Beast Pirates wants to talk to you. Chapter 55 Big Mom Pirates and the Sea of Beasts. Ember, take it over. Bigmam said with bright eyes. Ember, I didn't expect that you kid would take the initiative to contact me. I know your race very well. How about it? My 10,000 kingdoms still lacks a few races. You are one of them. Oh, you want to come to me? Big Mom asked directly. Do not want. Big Mom, don't get me wrong. I contacted you because of Kaido's boss. I heard that all of your Big Mom pirates have been dispatched. Are you going to advance to the city? Jin's answer is also very direct, not beating around the bush at all. After all, for Jin, Kaido is the boss of their beast pirates. Now that Kaido and Drought Jack have been imprisoned in the city, he must find a way to rescue them. Moreover, Jin also knows a little about the relationship between Big Mom and Kaido, plus some news received by his eyes and ears, so he naturally got in touch with Big Mom. Well, I know your kid's intentions. That's right, we are going to the City of Advancement. This time I must teach that guy Kaido a lesson. He is too messy. Big Mom replied. Okay, Big Mom, Quinn and I have already set off from Wano country. I recently heard that Redhead is going to meet Whitebeard. The navy that watched us before is gone. Now is the best time for us to dispatch. How about we gather at the Gate of Justice? Jin said. No problem. Big Mom did not refuse. At this moment, it can be said that the seas of the New World are experiencing great turmoil. In addition to the dispatch of all members of the Big Mom Pirates and the 100 Beast Pirates, there were also 2 other 4 Emperors meeting, that is Whitebeard and Red-Haired Shanks. It is precisely because of the need to prevent the meeting of the 2 4 Emperors that all the navies became vigilant and were dispatched to monitor the 2 4 Emperors. However, the monitoring of the Big Mom Pirates and the 100 Beast Pirates has been relaxed. After a few days of practice, Roja's abilities have also been upgraded. Ding. The Dark Fruit ability was deeply moved by the hosts for Baron's practice, and he got a breakthrough after hard training. Congratulations to the host and Ann and Fruit for breaking through to an advanced level. Ding. The ability of the poisonous fruit was stimulated by the breakthrough of the ability of the dark fruit. In order to become the strongest ability of the host, he obtained a breakthrough after crazy practice. Congratulations to the host's poisonous fruit ability for breaking through to an advanced level. Ding. The swordsmanship ability was stimulated by the breakthrough of the double fruit ability. In order not to be outdone, he obtained a breakthrough after frantic practice. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to advanced sword skills. Ding. Tenseken's ability was deeply stimulated by the improvement of all other abilities. Out of unwillingness in his heart, he wanted to fight for the most powerful power of the host and obtained a breakthrough after frantic practice. Congratulations to the host Tenseken for breaking through to the intermediate level. After several days of practice, all abilities have reached the advanced level. Even Tenseken's ability has broken through to the intermediate level. At that time, Kaido, who was able to fight with only a low-level Tenseken ability, retreated steadily. But now he has broken through to the intermediate level, and his power is unimaginable. It's still not enough. Regarding the improvement of these abilities, even the improvement of Tenseken's ability, Roja shook his head and was not particularly satisfied. After all, Roja is indeed a little greedy after trying the big lottery after breaking through to the top level. But people, who is not greedy, the main reason is that Roja now feels that some abilities have reached the top threshold. It seems we have to wait a few more days. Roja shook his head helplessly. In fact, these days in Advancing City, although I have been practicing, I am more or less tired of facing this dark cage. What's more, facing Magellan who goes to the toilet crazily every day, it really feels a little boring. Since Roja was imprisoned, Magellan has been here 24 hours a day, never leaving. Forget it, bear with it, it will be fine in a few days. Roja said secretly. That's it, Roja closed his eyes again and continued to practice. Another few days passed. Warning, warning. There are pirates attacking. All the jailers of Advanced City are ready to fight. At this moment, the gate of the City of Advancement has been surrounded by countless pirate ships. Next second, boom, 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 countless shells fell from the sky, pushing the gate of the city into a fire in an instant. That's right, it is Big Mom and Jin who have already come here. Deputy Director Hannibal, it's not good. It's the Big Mom Pirates and the 100 Beast Pirates. The 2 pirates are attacking our Advanced City, and they are about to enter. A jailer hurried to notify Hannibal. What? The Big Mom Pirates and the 100 Beast Pirates. The pirate groups of the 2 Big 4 Emperors are here. Hannibal was immediately frightened into a cold sweat, and he knew very well that this must be aimed at saving Kaido. Yes. Deputy Director Hannibal, what should we do now? Asked the jailer. How to do? Hurry up and notify Director Magellan and contact the Navy headquarters immediately so they can give us support. Hannibal made a decision right away. Although his strength is not very good and he usually acts like a fool, when he actually encountered such a thing, his mind was still very clear. Hannibal knew clearly that with his own strength, it was basically impossible to counter the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, so he had to ask for help. However, the gate of Jinjin City was already bloody at this time. Big Mom and Jin have already killed them. Originally, those prisoners thought they could be saved. But who knows? The Big Mom pirates and the 100 Beast pirates actually started to attack indiscriminately, and many jailers and prisoners were killed by them. Little ones, let's go directly to the 6th floor of the basement. That guy Kaido must be locked up on the 6th floor of the basement. Big Mom shouted with a smile as Napoleon held her in his hand. Chapter 56, The Occupied Advanced City under the leadership of Big Mom. The Big Mom pirates and the 100 Beast pirates are getting more and more courageous, especially Katakuri and Jin. These two are like death gods. If any jailer dares to approach, they will almost all be instantly killed soon. All of them have already broken through to the 2nd basement level. Same. In the face of the dual strength of the Big Mom pirates and the 100 Beast pirates, all the jailers, including the prisoners, are nothing to mention, pushed through the gates of the city. Except for the Big Mom pirates and the 100 Beast pirates, IT also ushered in other unexpected guests. I didn't expect that. I thought the plan was going to fail. This Big Mom and the 100 Beasts pirates teamed up to attack the city. It's really God helping me, too. This uninvited guest is none other than the Blackbeard pirates and the others. The reason why Blackbeard Titch wants to take the position of Shichibukai under the king is nothing more than to use the position to complete his own plan. Of course, coming to advance the city is just the first step of Blackbeard's plan. It's just that because of Roha's appearance before, it did disrupt part of his plan, but after all, the plan was gradually carried out. Captain, do we need to take action now? If you don't make any more moves, I'm afraid Big Mom will go crazy. Lafitte, who was beside the Blackbeard, asked. Yeah. Captain, why don't we do it? We haven't done anything for a long time. Our hands are so itchy. Champion Badgers waved his hands and said eagerly, Little ones, don't worry. If we do it now, there is a high possibility of conflict with Big Mom and the others. At our current stage, it is better not to conflict with the 4 emperors for the time being. Besides, their purpose is also very simple, just to save the 4 emperors Kaido. What's more, the strength of the Magellan in the advancing city should not be underestimated. We just wait and see what happens, and just reap the benefits. Blackbeard Titch had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had already planned everything. As long as the first phase of the plan is completed, when my second phase plan is completed, then we won't be afraid of any 4 emperors. Even Roha, he has to kneel down for me. At this moment, Blackbeard Titch's tone was extremely arrogant. That's it. Taking advantage of the current chaos in the advancing city, Blackbeard Titch led his men into the advancing city in troubled waters, advanced to the basement 5 floors of the city. At this time, Big Mom and the others have already killed here, and Hannibal, who is the deputy director of the City of Advancement, is also guarding here with elite jailers. Where's Director Magellan? Where's the Navy headquarters? Has everyone been notified? Facing the pirate army of Big Mom pirates and Beast pirates coming in front of him, Hannibal has already started to panic, holding his weapon tightly in his hand, and the cold sweat on his forehead can't stop flow down. Report to Deputy Director Hannibal. The Navy headquarters has been notified, and they said they are already supporting. As for Director Magellan, we didn't get any notice at all. Without the permission of Director Magellan, we simply had no way to enter that room. One of the jailers replied, This is true. The cell where Roha is held is specially made, and Magellan also said before that he wants to take care of Roha alone, which is actually very obvious. Damn it. Even if there is reinforcement from the Navy, it's impossible to arrive so quickly. No, since Director Magellan trusts me so much, I must not let him down. Call all the people with me. We must defend this floor. We must not let them enter the 6th underground floor. Even if we are not their opponents, at least it will last until the Navy and their reinforcements. Hannibal gritted his teeth, mustered up all his courage, and shouted. After understanding what Hannibal said, all the jailers mustered up their morale and prepared to fight with their backs. After all, if you really want to wait for the reinforcements from the Navy, it will take at least a while. But during this time, if Hannibal fails to guard the 5th underground floor, let Big Mom and the others enter the 6th underground floor. Then those notoriety will be far away. The Yang's big pirates will. Right, once those big pirates are allowed to riot and leave the promotion city, the whole world will become chaotic, and then everyone in their promotion city will not be able to escape their responsibility. Big Mom. I'm Hannibal, Deputy Director of Propel City. Propulsion City will not allow you to be presumptuous here. Hannibal led the jailers to stand in front of Big Mom. Knowing that he was facing the 4 emperors Big Mom, he had almost no chance of winning, and he couldn't tolerate him admitting cowardly now. Deputy Director Hannibal? Haven't heard of it. At least let Magellan come out. Prometheus, burn them all to ashes. Big Mom dragged her fat body and began to laugh wildly, then called the little son Prometheus beside her. Okay, Mom. Prometheus, who was originally just a cute little son, suddenly turned into a huge ball of flames. In an instant, countless flames began to spread directly throughout the entire fifth floor, engulfing Hannibal and all the jailers in a sea of flames. Zeus, don't let me idle. Big Mom turned to look at Zeus, who was in a small cloud. Okay, Mom. After receiving the order, Zeus also became hideous in an instant, forming a large, terrifying black thundercloud, and countless thunderbolts kept rolling in the black thundercloud. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening thunder resounded throughout the 5 floors underground. Then there was a burst of wailing. In the blink of an eye, Hannibal and the others were all wiped out, and there was no way to fight back. In fact, the guard force of the city is still very strong. It's a pity that this time the guarding force of the advancing city faced the elite forces of the 2 imperial regiments, so they naturally performed much worse. Well, well, well. Little ones, rush for me. Big Mom commanded arrogantly and domineeringly, followed by Big Mom, and the others went directly to the 6th basement floor. Chapter 57, The Confrontation Between the 4 Emperors. Undersea Prison Advanced City. On the 6th floor underground, in a small black room with exclusive single rooms. At this moment, Roja is still cultivating here with his eyes closed, and Magellan has been watching Roja here all the time, knowing nothing about the outside world. Even if Magellan knew the situation outside, maybe he didn't have time to take care of the situation outside, because Magellan knew very well that it was impossible to lock Roja here, and once Roja took advantage of the fact that he was not guarding it himself, he would most likely take advantage of the chaos to escape. Once Roja really escaped from prison, Magellan believed that if he wasn't here, it would be impossible for anyone to stop Roja. Even the presence of Magellan may not be able to stop Roja. Looking at Roja, who has been resting with his eyes closed, Magellan is always worried. Perhaps in Magellan's eyes, Roja is now a sleeping beast. Once this beast wakes up, the consequences will be disastrous. At this moment, Big Mom has broken through to the 6th floor underground. Kaido, you are a guy who knows how to cause trouble. Get out of here. Big Mom, who had just reached the 6th basement floor, suddenly roared. This roar resounded through the entire 6th underground floor, and the entire wall trembled slightly. All the imprisoned big pirates turned their attention to Big Mom. Immediately, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. 4 Emperors, Big Mom. Why is she here? Barrett, Red Earl, San Juan Wolf, Doflamingo, Crocodile, Firefist Ace, and other famous pirates were surprised by the arrival of Big Mom. Even Shirley of the Rain, who had never spoken a word, changed his face drastically. These people are all notorious big pirates imprisoned on the 6th basement floor of the city. As for the other weaker big pirates, they were even more stunned at this moment. Their whole bodies were shaking, and they didn't dare to talk at all. There were 2 emperors of the sea in the cell at the same time. This is simply a shocking story. However, when these big pirates saw Big Mom's surprise, their next reaction was jailbreak. As for who will be rescued from the prison, it's already obvious, because just now Big Mom has called out Kaido's name. Ling Ling, how will you be here? For Big Mom's sudden arrival, Kaido was really surprised. Brother Jin, Brother Quinn. Drought Jack noticed Jin and Quinn behind Big Mom and shouted excitedly. Kaido didn't continue talking. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at Jin, Quinn, and the generals headed by Katakuri, and Kaido instantly understood what it meant. Ling Ling, are you here to save me? You old woman, who asked you to save me? Who do you think this old man is? Do you still need your old woman to save me in this small city? For Big Mom's arrival, Kaido not only didn't appreciate it, but even showed a little anger. Well, well. Kaido, how dare you scold me? Look, I'm not going to clean you up properly. Seeing Kaido's attitude, Big Mom was also extremely angry and dragged his huge body towards the direction where Kaido was being held. Okay. Barrett, the Red Earl. Walking all the way in his cell, Big Mom recognized many big pirates who were famous back then. Little ones, don't act rashly at this level. Once these guys are released, the consequences will be disastrous. Big Mom warned, this is true. The purpose of Big Mom's trip is very clear. That is to rescue Kaido. If you say that the pirates above the 5th floor underground are not worth mentioning to Big Mom, but all the big pirates on this floor have quite powerful, especially Barrett and others, once released, there is a high probability that Big Mom and Kaido will have some unnecessary conflicts with them. So one more thing is worse than one less thing, so Big Mom warned her people. Soon Big Mom came in front of Kaido, using the arm domineering entanglement, and easily opened Kaido's prison door and the shackles on his body. Napoleon, Big Mom shouted. Yes, Mom. The hat on Big Mom's head soared into the air. quickly transformed into a sharp long knife and landed on Big Mom's hand with precision. Kaido, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson, you troublemaker. Big Mom waved Napoleon in his hand and slashed directly at Kaido. Seeing that Big Mom's knife was about to slash at his body, there was a whoosh. Jin waved his wings and flew over before Big Mom made a move and threw the mace that Kaido had scratched on the way down. Boss Kaido, continue. Jin shouted at the same time. Kaido has quick hands and eyes, and he took over his mace immediately and swung it with lightning speed. Kabang. After the crisp sound of the swords colliding with each other, there was a muffled sound, and along with the muffled sound, a strong coercion erupted, directly impacting everyone in the entire 6th underground floor. With this strong coercion, even the entire impenetrable city was shaken violently. That's right, this trick just now. Both Big Mom and Kaido released their domineering arrogance at the same time. This the domineering look of the 4 emperors. It's too scary, isn't it? Countless big pirates who were imprisoned were amazed at the strength shown by the 2 of them. Kaido, Big Mom, unexpectedly, these 2 guys have grown to this point. Could it be that I have regressed after being imprisoned here for so many years? The big pirate Barrett also had a look of disbelief. After all, Barrett is also a strong man who has mastered the domineering aura and was able to dominate one side. He was surprised enough to see Roha's power before. Now he saw Kaido and Big Mom, who were not well known in his era again. Now that he has such strength for Barrett, he seems to have fallen behind a lot. Chapter 58. Big Mom and Kaido team up. Kaido, I warned you before, so you don't mess around. It's a good thing now to admit defeat to a brat. You are really ashamed. Big Mom is still teaching Kaido a lesson. After all, the photo of Kaido conceding defeat made headlines for several days in AROW. In front of guys like Big Mom and Kaido, Roha really looked like a kid. Lingling, you old woman, don't teach me in this tone here. Even if it was you at the time, you would not be much better. Kaido glared at Big Mom, his tone unconvinced. Kaido, I'm your older sister anyway. How do you talk to me like that? Big Mom was also extremely angry. Stop talking nonsense. Do it if you have the ability. Kaido is not used to Big Mom at all, followed by, the 2 started fighting again. The mace and the broadsword collided again, and the 2 violent overlord-like domineering confronted each other again. There seemed to be traces of blood-red lightning around the 2 of them. Immediately, the battle between Big Mom and Kaido intensified, and the prison gates made of Hailu stone around the 2 of them were destroyed a lot by the 2 of them. Even the entire booster city trembled non-stop as if an earthquake had occurred in the bottom of the sea. Terror. Is this the power of the 4 emperors? If no one can come forward to stop them, I'm afraid the entire city will really sink into the bottom of the abyss. Countless big pirates are amazed. The power of the 4 emperors. The strength of the 2 of them seems to be no lower than that of the old man. Fire Fist Ace, who had always been taciturn, spoke. Charlotte Lingling, Kaido. Unexpectedly, you 2 guys have grown to such a degree. Maybe there are more and more powerful people in the sea now. I don't know why, but now I want to go out and have a look. Barrett was not shocked by the battle between the 2, but laughed instead, as if he had a different idea in his mind. It's not just Barrett. Even some ancient pirates such as the Red Earl are a little ready to move. At this time, Magellan has noticed the shock caused by the collision between Kaido and Big Mom. What's the situation? What happened outside? Could it be that Kaido is restless? Magellan stood up suddenly, curious about the constant vibration of the city, and the first reaction was that guy Kaido. After all, in the eyes of Magellan, there are only a few people who can cause such a commotion in the entire promotion city, and one of them is Kaido. Of course, maybe Barrett, who is not bound by the Sea Tower Stone, should be able to dot. Of course, the only first choice is Roha. So Magellan turned his head and glanced at Roha again. It's just that Roha is still closing his eyes and motionless. It seems. Is it really Kaido and the others? Magellan's heart has begun to be a little erratic, and he really wants to go out and have a look. After all, as the director of the promotion city, he is naturally responsible. But when Magellan saw Roha, he frowned slightly. No, Hannibal should be able to solve it. And Hannibal needs to improve himself now, and I'm sure he can. Magellan had made his decision. In Magellan's heart, first of all, he wanted to experience Hannibal, and more importantly, because of Roha's existence. Because Magellan is very confident in the defense of his own advancing city, Kaido and the others want to make trouble for a while. IT is really about to usher in a catastrophe. Magellan's decision is very simple. That is to continue to watch over Roha, Big Mom, and Kaido here. The battle between these 2 guys didn't last long, but the entire bottom 6 floors were already in dilapidated condition. However, the fight between the 2 of them was still measured. Although the place was dilapidated, They did not release these big pirates. Most important, but the two of them have sat down and shook hands to make peace now. Little ones, bring me wine. Kaido roared. Well, well, and me. Big Mom also shouted. Soon, 2 jugs of wine were served directly, and Big Mom and Kaido clinked glasses with each other and drank it down readily. Ling Ling, you came just in time. Going out this time, I want to avenge the Navy and the world government, and I'm going to take people to the Navy headquarters to make a mess. In today's era, strong people emerge in large numbers. If we don't seize the opportunity, the only big secret treasure will really not belong to us. So, how about it, Ling Ling, are you interested in joining forces with me? For the first time, Kaido sent an invitation to Big Mom to join forces. Not only Big Mom was stunned after hearing it, even the great pirates who were still in prison were astonished. You know, the power of 4 emperors is enough to drive half the world into madness. So wouldn't the combination of 4 emperors be enough to overturn the entire world? Of course. The 4 sea emperors currently known as the 4 emperors are not against each other. Otherwise, whether it is the joint efforts of the 4 emperors or the 4 emperors at the same time, how can the small navy headquarters can you bear it? Even if the group of people from Marijoya were to join in, they might not be able to bear it. So what out of tea this time? The big pirates held their breath, not knowing what Big Mom's next choice would be. But for the thinking of these big pirates, there is a high probability that Big Mom will reject Kaido, and then fight again. Result: unexpectedly, Big Mom turned from surprise to a sinister smile, and she agreed to Kaido's request. Well, Kaido, tell me, how many years have we not joined forces? Big Mom said directly with a smile. The intention is already obvious. Big Mom has agreed to join forces with Kaido. This time, not only the big pirates were stunned, but even Jean and Katakuri, the highest fighters of the Imperial Group, expressed their shock. Old woman, it has indeed been many years. But it doesn't matter. This time we join forces, we must first turn their Navy headquarters upside down. Kaido laughed too. Chapter 59, that's it. Big Mom Pirates and Kaido's Beast Pirates. In this way, the 2 royal regiments finalized the alliance in the prison of Advanced City. Go, old woman. As we leave here, I will tell you about my plan in detail. Kaido stood up, carried his mace, and walked out. Well, well. Kaido, you guys really changed a lot, and you actually understand the plan. Big Mom also laughed and left along with Kaido. Immediately afterwards, Jin and Katakuri led their people and gradually left with the 2 emperors. Only those big pirates on the 6th basement level were left here in amazement. In their consciousness, it seemed that they had not yet realized that they had already witnessed the alliance of the 4 emperors. It was indeed somewhat unexpected, however. Blackbeard Titch, who has been hiding in the dark, also knows everything. Interesting. Really interesting. Kaido has teamed up with Big Mom, and their target is also the Navy headquarters. So with the arrival of Whitebeard at that time, wouldn't it be a real-world chaos? The Blackbeard, who was hiding in the dark, laughed arrogantly and domineeringly. His broken teeth were fully displayed in that arrogant smile. The whole scene was extremely ferocious. Captain, then Kaido has teamed up with Big Mom now. Will it affect our original plan? Security Officer Lafitte asked. Why does it affect? It's just what I want. Then let's make our plan stage more grand. At this moment, Blackbeard seemed to be majestic and about to dominate the wind and clouds, and he looked completely invincible. Little ones, let's go. Kaido and Big Mom are gone. It's up to us. With that said, Blackbeard led his crew to the 6 underground floors of Infinite Hell and began to implement the first step of his evil plan. The other side, Magellan didn't know anything about what happened outside. He still stared at Roha intently. However, the long-lost system prompt sounded in Roha's mind. Ding. Naval 6 Moon Step was deeply stimulated by the efforts of the host, and after accompanying the host to practice crazily, he achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations to the host Navy for breaking through to the top of the 6-style Moon Step. That's right, finally, another practice project has reached the top level. The reason why Roha has been waiting for this period of time is actually waiting for this opportunity. Today's Roha, 3 of the 6 Navy styles he has mastered have broken through to the top category, including shaving, finger gun, and the Moon Step that has just broken through. These training items have reached the top level. Course. In addition, the bigger reward is actually the mysterious lottery that will be opened after the cultivation project reaches the top level. System, let's draw a lottery. Roha, who is familiar with the road, didn't wait for the system to ask, and directly issued orders to the system. The system naturally cooperates very much to save face. Congratulations to the host, who has won the top training item of Navy 6-style Moon Step. The system has opened a mysterious lottery for the host. In the lottery, ding, Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and getting the ability Thunder Fruit. Reminder, what you get is only the corresponding ability, not the Devil Fruit, so there is no need to worry about the curse of the sea brought by the Devil Fruit, because the host does not actually eat the Thunder Fruit, so the host will not be affected by the Thunder Fruit weakness effects. Sound Thunder Fruit, the fruit ability of Sky Island God Inolu. This is a good thing. Natural fruits, although not the strongest, are already among the best. Roha secretly rejoiced at the reward he received, adding the ability of the Thunder Fruit obtained now. Roha can be considered to have mastered 3 kinds of Devil Fruit abilities at the same time, including the Dark Fruit, Poisonous Fruit, and Thunder Fruit. The most important thing is that for Roha, this is only a cultivation project ability, not a Devil Fruit that he actually ate. There is no such thing as the so-called Curse of the Sea at all. This is the most exciting thing thinks. It's time. I've had enough of this ghostly place. It's really boring. Suddenly, Roha, who was still practicing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes in an instant. A muffled sound. Roha directly released his armed overlord-colored entanglement power. The Hylu stone shackles that were still binding his whole body were directly blown to pieces by his power, and even the prison door made of Hylu stone was also shattered, was directly knocked out. Roha, had you finally lost your patience? Seeing this, Magellan also began to release his poisonous fruit ability and entered the fighting state. Regarding Roha's behavior, Magellan was not surprised at all. In fact, he had already expected it. Otherwise, Magellan would not have been waiting here. Magellan, are you sure you want to fight with me? Roha looked at Magellan. Roha, actually, I don't want to fight with you. Unless you can obediently return to your rightful position, otherwise, don't blame me, Magellan, for being ruthless. The venom on Magellan was already ready to move. Since this is the case, there is no need to waste your tongue. Roha said with a gloomy face. In an instant. Poisoned dragon. Magellan knew that Roha was very powerful, so he didn't intend to let himself fall into a passive position, but chose to strike first and release terrifying moves as soon as he came up. I saw Magellan releasing 3 huge poisonous dragons from his body, heading towards Roha. Roha, who also possesses the poisonous fruit ability, knows very well that Magellan's dragon, once he touches the poisonous dragon, will be immediately corroded by the toxin, and his whole body will start to rot. Of course, for Roha, who also has the poisonous fruit ability, he is completely immune to Magellan's toxin, but Roha didn't seem to let him attack, and then he jumped up in the air, and the Navy 6 Moon Step was displayed directly, and he easily avoided Magellan's attack. I have to say, now that Roha has mastered the top-level moonwalk, it is more handy to use, and compared to the previous stage, the speed of the top-level moonwalk has increased greatly. Even in the advanced stage, if you really want to do it, if you stay in the air for a long time, you still have to rely on continuous steps to complete it. However, the current top-level moonwalker has actually been able to form a sense of sight of flying in mid-air. Very good. Try the new ability next, Roha said with a smile. Chapter 60. The voice just fell. Sizzle. Countless thunder and lightning emerged from Roha's body. That's right. It is the ability of the Thunder Fruit. The blink of an eye, Roha, who had been staying in mid-air with the moon step, bent over and rushed towards Magellan. During this process, Roha's whole body turned into lightning. The lightning-like Roha appeared directly in front of Magellan. What? Just when Magellan's eyes widened in surprise that Roha's lightning-fast fist has already hit Magellan's body, there's no doubt that Roha's punch must be covered with arm domineering. And so, even if Magellan's poisonous fruit is elementalized, it can't resist Roha's attack. Boom. After a muffled sound, Magellan's huge body took several steps back, and because Roha's punch was too powerful, Magellan felt severe pain in his body. Roha, you are really strong. I know you are a fruit-capable user, but why is the ability you showed different from last time? Magellan frowned and said at the same time. Magellan also remembered the first time Roha came to the City of Advancement and was ridiculed by those big pirates. That time, Roha indeed showed the dark fruit ability to shock everyone. Magellan still remembers this clearly. However, the ability that Roha showed now is another kind, so this has to make Magellan suspicious. However, Roha did not intend to talk nonsense with him, but launched an offensive again. 3,000 million volt Thunderbird. Roha created a large amount of thunder and lightning through the ability of the Thunder Fruit, and then formed a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird to fly towards Magellan at high speed. There was no time for Magellan to think about the problem at all, and the Thunderbird released by Roha had already hit Magellan. Fortunately, Magellan turned on his arm-domineering energy to resist at the critical moment. Otherwise, just this blow to the Thunderbird would be enough to make Magellan uncomfortable. Despite this, Magellan seemed to be struggling to resist the blow. Even though Magellan turned on the domineering armed color at the first time, he still couldn't bear such a powerful force of the thunder fruit. In the end, Magellan released his poisonous fruit ability to wrap his whole body before using the thunder fruit ability. The currents cancel each other out. Roja. Magellan frowned and stared at Roja as if a little powerless. Thunder fruit ability. It's really strong. For Magellan's performance, Roja didn't care at all. Instead, he was immersed in the power displayed by the thunder fruit. Such an effect was quite satisfactory to Roja, and only a low-level thunder fruit could reach such a level. If it can be cultivated to the top level, wouldn't it be able to destroy the world? Followed by, Roja looked at Magellan and did not continue to shoot, but said indifferently, Magellan, get out of the way. You are not my opponent. This point is true. All of Roja's training items have been improved in the same quality, and the shot just now is just to test the power of the thunder fruit ability a little bit. If Roja had used all his strength just now, he would have been able to crush Magellan with just one move. Of course, Magellan is very likely to keep a backhand. After all, as the director of the promotion city, if he didn't have any real skills, he would have been unable to get along. Roja, I admit that you are really strong, but you want me to get out of the way? This is absolutely impossible. Magellan did not intend to let Roja go easily. The voice just fell. Magellan once again released the power of the poisonous fruit and attacked Roja. Similarly, Roja is also ready to face the battle. That's it. Roja and Magellan fought each other for a while, and it seemed that there was a back and forth, but in fact Roja had always been in the upper hand. After a few 10 minutes, eventually Roja got tired of it. It's boring. I saw Roja shaking his head, and suddenly a domineering aura erupted from his body. There was a loud bang. After a fierce battle, Magellan knew that Roja's blow was no small matter, but he was helpless, so he was sent flying by Roja's force. That's right. What Roja unleashes is the armed domineering aura. Magellan, who was knocked into the air, felt that his body was completely out of his control. And he didn't stop until he broke through several iron walls. However, a small passage had been formed in the walls smashed by Magellan. This small passage is also the location leading to the cage where the well-known big pirates are held. It's just that the current extreme hell has become a mess. After all, Blackbeard Tiki's plot has succeeded. After Kaido and Big Mom left, Blackbeard Tiki took his crew in and carried out his plan. That is to let these big pirates imprisoned in the ultimate hell fight each other. And the one who survives in the end can become his partner with Blackbeard Tiki. And the time when Magellan appeared was exactly the time when these big pirates finished fighting. Those who successfully killed other big pirates and survived include Shirlue of the Rain, Evil King Aburo Pizarro, Secret Moon Hunter Katrin Daime, and huge battleship San Hu and Bad Wolf, Big Wine Baschote. Except for Shirlue of the Rain, these are all big pirates who have been imprisoned for many years and were once notorious outside. Shirlue of the Rain was originally the chief warden of the deep-sea prison Advancement City. Because of his bloodthirsty, he often killed prisoners indiscriminately and was sentenced to probation. He also has impressive strength. All of them saw Magellan in a state of embarrassment. Even through the broken passage, he saw Roja's figure slowly walking towards him. Roja. As a defeated general, Blackbeard Tiki, who had seen Roja's terrifying strength, was naturally surprised to see Roja. Of course, apart from surprise, he was more frightened. After all, once Roja takes action against him, all his plans will come to nothing here. Not just Blackbeard Teach, even Shirlue and Katrin, the vicious people who won the battle, frowned when they saw Roja, but Roja, who came over, had no interest in Blackbeard Teach and the others. He didn't even look at them and turned his head to find a place before leaving. Chapter 61. Magellan's rage. Seeing that Roja was not interested in him, Blackbeard Tiki was finally relieved. However, Magellan also slowly stood up from the ground at this time. After getting up, Magellan took a look at the current situation of the 6 underground prisons and found that he did not see Kaido, Drought Jack, and others. He roughly guessed what happened here and immediately Blackbeard Titch turned his head to look at the embarrassed Magellan. I didn't expect Magellan, the director of the dignified Advancement City, to be beaten so embarrassingly by such a brat. It's really embarrassing. Blackbeard Titch, who has always been a character who will not die if he does not die, even ridiculed Magellan. Hearing Blackbeard Tiki's mocking death, Shirlue of the Rain smiled charmingly and then slipped away quietly. Perhaps he had already guessed what would happen later. As predicted, Magellan, who was full of anger, turned his head and glared fiercely at Titch the Blackbeard. "What are you?" Magellan said angrily. "I'm Blackbeard." Blackbeard Titch was extremely displeased with Magellan's attitude and just wanted to introduce himself arrogantly. "I care who you are. Since you're here, don't even think about getting out alive." Magellan directly interrupted Blackbeard Titch's introduction and replied angrily, not giving Blackbeard Titch any favors at all. "Magellan, Who do you think you are? Don't be shameless. Blackbeard was also furious and wanted to continue to mock Magellan. The result is the next second. There was no chance for Blackbeard Titch to speak at all, and Magellan directly released the purple venom on a large scale, directly towards Blackbeard Titch and his group like a wave, and submerged them. The whole army of the Blackbeard pirates headed by Blackbeard Titch was wiped out, and everyone was submerged in this ocean of venom, their bodies twitching non-stop. Not only the Blackbeard pirates and their group, but even the big pirates who were still lingering on the 6th underground floor also suffered. Humph, it's really vulnerable. Magellan snorted coldly and sneered back. Then Magellan walked towards the direction Roja left without looking back, not taking Blackbeard Titch seriously at all. Even though the 6-story underground prison in Jinjin City has become such a mess, Magellan can't spare time to deal with the affairs here. Because Magellan's primary goal now is still Roja, Magellan came to the 5th basement floor, and the first thing he saw was Hannibal lying on the ground dying. Director Magellan, you're finally here, but I'm still too weak. I didn't defend, let Big Mom break and take Kaido away. Hannibal, who was lying on the ground, said with a sense of guilt. After finishing speaking, Hannibal couldn't bear it any longer and passed out. Hearing that Hannibal said that Big Mom led people to break in and take away Kaido, Magellan was shocked on the spot. He never expected that it was Big Mom who was the 4 emperors who came to rob the prison. He thought it was Kaido himself that riots. It seems that this matter is really not that simple. However, for Hannibal's performance, Magellan didn't blame him. After all, the other party was Big Mom, let alone Hannibal. Even if Magellan was present at the time, he might not even be able to change the situation. Hannibal, you've done a great job. Leave the next thing to me. Magellan comforted the fainted Hannibal, and at the same time the anger in his heart burned more fully. However, this time, Magellan happened to see that Roja was slowly preparing to leave the 5th basement level and go to the 4th basement level. Roja, don't even think about leaving the city. Magellan roared. At this moment, Magellan completely burst out all the anger in his heart. In an instant, the giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. Magellan releases the poisonous poison of the skull-shaped giant directly from the body. Unlike the purple poison that is usually released, this trick is especially made bright red poison. Along with the spread of these bright red venoms, a strong breath gradually approached Roja. Roja had to turn his head to take a look. Roja, who also has the ability of poisonous fruit, is very aware of the horror of these bright red venoms. These bright red venoms are dozens of times more toxic than the previous purple venoms. Any substance that comes into contact with them will be infected and gradually spread to corrode everything. As long as a person touches the poison, it will gradually spread until death. And what Magellan released was not just the bright red poisonous paper giant, but the entire ground structure of the 5 underground floors had changed. Rather than saying that these venoms spread on the ground, it would be more appropriate to say that all the ground has been transformed into these venoms. Good guy. Poison fruit ability awakening. I didn't expect that this guy Magellan has already achieved this step. Roja couldn't help but praise Magellan. This is exactly the same scene as Doflamingo's awakening of the devil fruit ability. It seems that as Roja guessed, this Magellan really saved a hand for himself. Despite this, the bright red venom awakened by these fruit abilities can't cause direct damage to Roja. After all, Roja has the top Navy 6-style moonwalk, and he can easily avoid these venomous grounds. Roja, since you can't be restrained in Advanced City, then I just buried you here. Magellan continued to roar. Haha, is it? Magellan, we fought just now. Do you think you have the ability to kill me? Roja was unhurried and even mocked. However, after the next second, Magellan didn't talk nonsense, but released the poison giant soldiers he created towards Roja and attacked. The attack speed of that huge poison giant soldier is very fast. Even if Roja had enough time to react, he didn't have enough position to avoid the blow, so Roja didn't intend to dodge, but chose head-to-head. I saw Roja clenched his fists with both hands and swung towards the poisonous giant soldier violently, while covering it with arm domineering looked a loud bang. The poison giant soldier was blasted out of 2 big holes. Immediately afterwards, Roja did not just sit idle, and once again activated the Thunder Fruit ability. The entire body elementalized and rushed towards Magellan. Chapter 62. It's not just people who have the ability of poisonous fruit facing Roja's lightning-fast attack. Magellan also learned smart this time, and immediately used his awakened poisonous fruit ability to create a shield in front of him, and at the same time covered the venom shield with arm domineering. Otherwise, just the venom produced by the poisonous fruit can easily be broken by Roja's fist that is also covered with arm domineering colors. However, it was just right to resist Roja's attack this time. After all, Roja and Magellan fought for tens of hundreds of rounds just now. so both sides have more or less mastered the opponent's attack method. Magellan, you are really strong. But do you think this level can stop me? Roja, whose fist was still blocked by the venom shield, raised a smile, followed by I saw Roja's arm exerting strength again, and the strong arm domineering was released in an instant. What? Magellan stared wide-eyed, completely unresponsive. Boom. There was a muffled sound. I saw Magellan opening his mouth wide, and his huge body arched. It is the effect achieved by Roja's arm domineering, which directly penetrates the venom shield made by Magellan, and the impact of its powerful arm domineering directly hits Magellan's abdomen. Damn it! Magellan was very dissatisfied. However, Magellan is not surprised that Roja has such power. After all, Roja is a strong man who can seriously injure the four emperors Kaido. How many? After all, when Kaido was sent over, the hideous wound on his body was unforgettable forever. Despite this, Magellan still refused to admit defeat. He still wanted to do his best to keep Roja. Roja, I don't care how strong you are, but as long as I'm still standing here, then you don't want to leave. Magellan roared. Subsequently, Magellan endured the pain and immediately manipulated his poisonous giant to attack Roja. Relying on his excellent knowledge and arrogance, coupled with several top-level naval six forms, Roja naturally easily avoided the attack of Magellan's poisonous giant, and at the same time stayed in midair with the help of the Navy 6-style moonstep. But Magellan didn't intend to let Roja go, but kept attacking aggressively. Every attack was extremely fierce. If Roja's strength was not that strong, he might die if he didn't pay attention at any time. In the hand of Magellan. But well, now Magellan's attacks of this level can't pose any threat to Roja. The main reason is that Roja doesn't want to get serious with Magellan at all. It is precisely because of this that Roja has never fought back against Magellan. On the contrary, the constant avoidance seems like an insult to Magellan's jokes. Roja, are you just going to run away? Take out your true strength, and let me see what kind of ability you have. As predicted, seeing Roja teasing him, Magellan was furious after all. Magellan, I just don't want to fight you. You see, in order to guard me, the entire city of advancement has been messed up to D, but you think it's necessary? It's true that I've stayed here enough. I just want to go out to the outside world. Isn't it possible? Roja said relaxedly. Can't. Because you are a prisoner now. Killed the most evil prisoner of the Tianlong people. As the director of the city, I, Magellan, will never allow such an extremely evil criminal like you to go out and harm the whole world. Magellan said with reason and evidence. Hey, it's this topic again. Isn't it just killing a waste time longer? Is it necessary for everyone to make a fuss? It's fine if you say that the guy from the Navy is. Are you also the lackey of the Tianlong people, Magellan? Forget it. Since you ask for a fight yourself, then I will compensate you and have fun. Roja sighed and landed straight from midair onto the turbulent ground covered in venom. After shaking his head, his entire face darkened, and he became serious. Seeing that Roja had landed on the ground, which was within the scope of his poisonous fruit ability, Magellan said nothing. As if he had seized the momentary opportunity, his poisonous giant soldiers began to launch a fierce attack. Not only that, but the ground where the poisonous fruit's ability awakened like a tide surged behind Roja. Like a sea wave, and such a large area would definitely submerge Roja's whole body. As predicted, in just a few seconds, Roja's whole body was submerged by the venom, and similarly, the bright red venomous giant soldier also completely submerged Roja. If it were someone else, it would probably have been corroded by these venoms, but Magellan was not careless, because he knew clearly that the opponent he was facing now was the fourth general of the Navy, who could seriously injure the four emperors. Kaido, as expected, a powerful aura of domineering gushes out, and the entire underground 5 floors of the city are filled with this terrifying aura of domineering. Even Magellan, who was so powerful, couldn't help but feel a shiver. Bang with a loud noise. The venom that completely submerged Roja was immediately scattered in all directions by the domineering look. Roja then appeared in front of Magellan intact. However, Magellan found that Roja seemed to be a little different at this time because he found that there were obviously venom residues on Roja's body and even dripped on the ground, but there was no sign of poisoning. Although Magellan has been waiting in this city for a long time, he can also clearly know that there are only a few people in the whole world who are immune to the venom he created, and Magellan is extremely confident in the move just now. Even if he is covered with arm domineering to resist his own poison, it is impossible to completely resist it. After all, this is the power of Magellan's awakening of his poisonous fruit ability. Wrong? This doesn't seem to be my venom. Instead, it looks like the venom released by Roja himself. Magellan, who observed carefully, found some clues and immediately guessed. Yes, Magellan. You are not the only one with a poisonous fruit ability. Roja did not intend to make Magellan continue to be suspicious, but directly announced the answer. Chapter 63 Magellan defeated, that's right. After releasing the domineering look at the same time, Roja also activated the poisonous fruit ability to release the venom, so it also created an illusion for Magellan, thinking that the residual venom produced by Roja was caused by himself. But this result was something even Magellan never expected. Of course, word of mouth is useless. Poisoned dragon. Roja imitated Magellan's move, released 3 huge dragon-shaped poisons from his body, and rushed towards Magellan directly. However, Magellan forcibly withstood Roja's attack. After all, for Magellan, who also has the ability of poisonous fruit, the toxin attack released by Roja naturally cannot produce poisoning effect on Magellan. But it is precisely because of Roja's display of this move that it completely overturned Magellan's cognition. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be 2 fruits with the same ability in this world? Magellan stared at Roja dumbfounded and couldn't believe his eyes. Magellan said, "It is impossible for 2 fruits of the same ability to exist in this world at the same time. Of course, if it's just similar abilities, it still exists. After all, the world is so big that there are no surprises. It's just that the power Roja is displaying now, Magellan firmly believes, is absolutely the same as the ability of the poisonous fruit he possesses. What's impossible? Magellan, I've said it all. I didn't want to fight with you in the first place. In the end, you insisted on making fun of yourself. Since you insist on fighting with me, then I'll let you experience what it's like to be beaten down by the same ability as yourself." Royan's firm eyes have already shown his serious attitude. Roja said, since Magellan chooses to be persistent, Roja doesn't need to show him any favors. Just use Magellan's most proud poisonous fruit ability to defeat him. Even Roja was still thinking in his heart, what is impossible? I am not from the same world as you. So is it possible that I have something systematic to tell all of you, originally? Roja didn't intend to show that he also possesses the ability of the poisonous fruit after all. If this is the case, once this kind of thing gets out, it will indeed bring unnecessary trouble to himself. But then think about it, in this dark city of advancement. So what if you show it off? So Roya simply shot with all his strength. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. Similarly, Roja also directly used the poison giant soldier to attack Magellan with the same exact move. However, in the face of Magellan, who also possesses the poisonous fruit ability, he was completely confused. But in the face of danger, Magellan quickly packed up his mood and fought against it. Boom. The 2 poison giants collided with each other, and the whole scene became tense for a while. Roja, I don't care what crooked ways you are doing, but I can tell you clearly, it is absolutely impossible for you to walk out of the city today. Magellan said aggressively. It is good. Then let me tell you, Magellan, I'm leaving here today, and no one can stop me. You want to stop me? It's very simple. I'll just let you lie here. Roja also didn't talk about affection at all. That's it. Roja and Magellan scuffled, and the other side advanced to the basement level of the city. Shiryu of the Rain, who had just left without saying a word, came back with the antidote and had already given it to Blackbeard, Tiki, and the others. Damn it. This Magellan. The detoxified Blackbeard Tiki was out of breath, clenched his teeth, and said, after all, Blackbeard Tich's dark fruit ability has the weakness of doubling the damage he takes, so his pain is far more painful than his other crew members. It's not good for you to provoke anyone. You must provoke Magellan. If I didn't want to go to the outside world to take a look, you would be wiped out here. Shirlu of the Rain said with a smile. Hilly, thanks for having you. Go, little ones. We are about to set off. The next stage is waiting for us. Blackbeard Tich, who had regained his strength, raised his sinister smile again. Soon, Blackbeard Tich and his group arrived at the 5th basement floor. It happened to be here that Roja and Magellan were still wrestling together. Fortunately, Blackbeard Tich reacted quickly and dodged. Otherwise, he would be hit again by the splashed venom, in order to cause unnecessary trouble. Blackbeard and his crew hid in a corner and secretly observed the battle. Impossible. This Roja is actually an ability user. Blackbeard Tich was stunned for a moment because he remembered his previous battle with Roja. That time, Roja didn't show any devil fruit ability, even when Marlon Vander fought against the 4 Emperors Kaido. Not only Blackbeard Tiki, but Shirlu of the Rain was even more shocked. This guy, his ability is exactly the same as Magellan's? What? 2 poisonous fruits. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that Roja has mastered the secret of the devil fruit that even I don't know? Blackbeard Tiki frowned and said, Captain, what should we do now? Are we going to take action? Security Officer Lafitte asked. No, don't make a move. Let them finish the fight. Blackbeard Tiki shook his head and said, The battle between Roja and Magellan did not last long. For Magellan, who has already mastered the awakening of the devil fruit ability, it seems to be slightly better. After all, Roja's control over the ability of the poisonous fruit is only advanced, and he is not able to awaken the ability. But in the duel between masters, apart from ability, the most important thing to decide is the strength of domineering. However, Roja, who has been able to cover the domineering color of the armed color with the domineering color of the king, is naturally far ahead. And when Roja got serious, he wouldn't hold back at all, and every move against Magellan was fatal. And so, the end result was that Magellan was lying on the ground and Roja was victorious. Worrying, I still lost. Magellan, who fell on the ground, panted heavily and said unwillingly. However, Roja didn't even look at Magellan. He turned around and left. In fact, Roja has shown mercy to Magellan. Otherwise, if Roja really wanted to kill Magellan, he would have directly used the power of Tenseiken. Why bother to drag him here for so long? Chapter 64, The Admiration of the Navy. Wait until Roja leaves. Blackbeard Tiki and Shirley of the Rain came out slowly. This time, when Magellan saw Blackbeard Titch and the others, he was already indifferent, because he had exhausted all his strength during the fight with Roja just now. Magellan, I didn't expect you to have today. Shirley of the Rain stepped forward and taunted Magellan. Shirley. Magellan glared at Shirley of the Rain fiercely. He really wanted to do something, but he was powerless. Ha. Captain, are you going to kill this guy? This guy's poisonous fruit ability is very good. Champion Badgers laughed greedily. Indeed, the poisonous fruit is considered very powerful among the superhuman fruits. Blackbeard Tiki was really tempted, but Shirley of the Rain's words immediately dispelled his thoughts. Poison fruit ability. If you don't want to squat in the toilet all day long, then you could try it, said Shirley of the Rain. If you really get the poisonous fruit ability to become a poisonous person, then the breath you exhale is poisonous, and the food near your mouth is also smoke poisonous. So every time you can't stand it because the poison is too strong, you will suffer from it. Long-term diarrhea is also a side effect of the poisonous fruit's ability. After all, not everyone has the same system as Roja, and the abilities obtained through the system will not have any weaknesses and side effects. After being told by Shirley of the Rain, Blackbeard Tiki and the others immediately dismissed their thoughts. Then forget it. And it's just an idea at the moment. No one knows if it can be realized. Let's go, little ones. Let's go to the next stage. And when we get to the next stage, we can verify whether my idea can be realized. Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. He didn't take Magellan seriously at all, and just left with his crew. These include Shirley of Rain, Evil King, Abaro Pizarro, Crystal Moon Hunter, Katrin Dime, Giant Battleship, San Juan Wolf, Big Wine, Baschote, and other notorious criminals, all left with Blackbeard because of the clearance after the Bigman pirates and the Beast pirates broke into the city. Now that Roja is walking all the way, there are almost no jailers in sight, and even if there were, these jailers would naturally not dare to do anything when they saw Roja. Even if they dare to do it, it's not something that a domineering person can easily solve. So what Roja walked very easily soon. Roja walked out of the promotion city. The outside of the gate of Jinjin City was also a mess. The overall scene was chaotic, and corpses were strewn all over the field. This was the masterpiece of Big Mom at that time. Of course, no sign of Big Mom or Kaido has been found now. Obviously, they've already left. After all, Roja just spent so long with Magellan down there. But Big Mom and Kaido have nothing to do with me, really. It's still cool in the outside world. Next, I have to think about where to go. Roja looked at the blue sky and the sea. He spread his hands and breathed heartily, and he was still thinking about where he should go next. After all, he is no longer the 4th General of the Navy, let alone let Roja become a Navy of the Tianlong people. Roja doesn't want to stay at all at the same time. The reinforcements from the Navy headquarters to the city are also long overdue. Dozens of naval warships are gradually approaching and will encircle the sea at the gate of the city. Criminals ahead, listen up. We are the reinforcements of the Admiralty headquarters to the city. You have been surrounded by us. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. Someone on the approaching naval warship was shouting. However, what is the use of such shouting? Roja didn't panic in the slightest and still stood there gracefully, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. After the warship approached, seeing that Roja didn't seem to listen to his warning, all the warships lowered their guns and aimed at Roja and many more. When the gun was about to fire, someone from the leading warship took the lead in shouting, "Isn't this General Roja? Stop it all. This is our General Roja." Someone recognized Roja and started shouting excitedly. The shouts naturally reached Roja's ears. After taking a closer look at Roja, he found that the leading warship was not the same warship that he had been with since he became a general when he was a young man before. Not only the warships, But also the sailors on the warships have not changed in any way. Then when these warships docked, most of the sailors surrounded Roja. Stand at attention. All salute General Roja. One of the sailors with a relatively high rank took command. Immediately afterwards, countless sea soldiers saluted Roja in unison. Seeing this scene, Roja immediately burst into a smile. It seems that the group of white-eyed wolves was really not in vain. After all, the fact that Roja killed the celestial dragon has long been spread in the Navy headquarters, and these sailors who followed Roja were at the scene at that time. They should be very clear that Roja is no longer the fourth general of the Navy. However, they can still honor Roja as a general and salute one after another, which really makes Roja feel more gratified. General Roja. We arrived as soon as we received the call for help from the city. But depending on the situation, it seems that we are already late. A sailor reported, "Well, you are indeed late." Roja nodded. "Admiral Roja, now we have received another message. If the advanced city has fallen, then we are ordered to return to the Navy headquarters immediately." "Admiral Roja, do you want to return with us?" a sea soldier asked. Back to Navy headquarters? Roja thought about it. After all, he is no longer an admiral of the Navy. If he goes back to the headquarters of the Navy, won't some Navy treat him as a heinous criminal who killed the Tianlong people? But, well, that's what it is. What's more, Roja has always done things well from beginning to end. Since he is leaving the City of Advancement, Liang has to say hello to Carp and Warring State. What's more, with his current strength, even if some lackeys of the Tianlong people are not happy with him, if you want to attack yourself, you have to be your opponent. Therefore, Roja readily agreed. "Okay, I will go back to the Navy headquarters with you." Chapter 65, the Navy's strongest lineup. That's it. Roja once again boarded the naval warship, ready to go to the Navy headquarters again. Going back to give Garp and the Warring States an explanation, it can be regarded as a beginning and an end. After leaving the promotion city, looking at the endless sea, everything seems so calm. However, naval headquarters, Marin Fando's side is not peaceful. Because today will be the time for the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Just in the past 2 days, Fire Fist Ace has been taken from the City of Advance to the headquarters of the Navy and has been sent to the execution platform. This is a public execution live broadcast to the whole world. The most important thing is that the viewers who are watching this live broadcast of the world attention know that the main purpose of today is to officially declare war on the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors. After all, Fire Fist Ace is the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, because at this time Marin Vanduo had already deployed a large number of elite naval soldiers. First of all, the three most powerful generals in the Navy, Red Dog Sakaski, Akiji Kazan, Yellow Monkey Palyasolino. Then there are the lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters headed by Lieutenant Generals Garp, Ms. Crane, Flying Squirrel, etc. Among them are the lieutenant generals of the giant race with burly bodies. The most important thing is the legal pirate recognized by the world government, King Shichibukai, Hawkeye, Mihawk, Empress Boa Hancock, Tyrant Bear, Moonlight Mariah, and countless elite sailors called back from the New World and the Great Waterway. It can be said that since the era of great pirates, it is the only time that the Navy has assembled such a powerful lineup. At this time, the Marshal of the Warring States period stood majestically on the execution platform, in front of the camera broadcast live to the whole world. He uprightly announced the true identity of Fire Fist Ace to everyone in the world. That is, the blood of the One Piece King Jewel D. Roger. Because the identity of Fire Fist Ace was revealed, people all over the world were shocked and finally understood why the Navy headquarters wanted to execute Fire Fist Ace in such a grand manner. It turned out that was not just because Fire Fist Ace was the Whitebeard pirate. It's as simple as the captain of the 2nd Division of the regiment. Followed by the phone bug that Sengoku carried with him suddenly rang. "Hey, I'm Zhanghua. Report anything quickly." Zhanghua said, "Marshal of the Warring States period. It's not good. Our first layer of protection has been breached." A sailor's anxious shout came from the phone bug. "Is it the Whitebeard pirates?" Sengoku asked calmly. "It's not the Whitebeard pirates. It's Big Mom Dot and Kaido's beast pirates. They are heading in the direction of Marin Fander now." Just after the report was finished, there was a wailing sound from the phone bug. "Don't. Is advancing city falling?" Big Mom actually brought Kaido out. The face of the Warring States was even more ugly, because he already knew that Big Mom had broken into the city when the city sent a distress signal. So at that time, he immediately dispatched naval warships to support, and the city itself was guarded by Magellan. Warring States believed that it would be able to support it for a while, but he never expected that it would be broken through so quickly. And now, Big Mom is still there. Together with Kaido, they broke through the first layer of protection outside their Navy headquarters. The purpose of all the elite Navy that had been summoned back was to deal with the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors, But now 2 more 4 emperors came, which made the warring states involuntarily tense. Oh no. Just a white beard of the 4 emperors must make their entire navy headquarters do their best to deal with it. However, if there are 2 more 4 emperors now, then their navy's chances of winning can only be lower. Zhangguo, who was still on the execution platform, hurried down and came to Garp's side. At this time, Garp seemed to be preoccupied. After all, he is going to be executed today, but his grandson Ace and even Garp are still thinking why Ace didn't listen to his persuasion. If Ace followed his own words and became a navy, it would be absolutely impossible a situation like this happened today. However, Garp, as an old brother, saw at a glance that Zhangguo was also preoccupied and asked, Zhangguo, what happened? Big Mom and Kaido are coming towards Marin Fando. Sengoku didn't hide anything, glanced at Garp and said directly. Garp frowned upon hearing the news. Garp had also heard about Big Mom's invasion of Advanced City. Like Sengoku, he never expected that Advanced City would fall so quickly. The most important thing is that this Big Mom did not choose to leave after rescuing Kaido from the Booster City, but all came towards the direction of the Navy headquarters. That means, in addition to facing Whitebeard, they also have to face the 2 4 emperors at the same time. As a strong man in the olden days, Garp naturally knew the strength of Whitebeard, and he also knew more about how powerful the combined power of the 3 and 4 emperors was. After all, the 3 guys, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, were once the crew members of Locks. Because of this, Garp remembered the battle with Rocks back then, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. Garp, what do you think of this matter? Warring States asked. Beat. That's the only way right now, isn't it? We can't just watch them destroy our entire naval headquarters, can we? Garp gritted his teeth and said, this is true. Today's execution was being broadcast live all over the world. Originally, it was only intended to deal with Whitebeard and the 4 emperors, but it's not as good as God's calculation. The 2 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, will also come to mix kick, so no matter what for their navy, this is a matter of honor and face. Once their navy is defeated, then for the whole world, the navy will have no prestige from now on. Okay, then I'll tell Sakazuki and the others about this. Warring States said, wait, Sengoku. It's useless for you to tell Sakazuki and the others. It's better. Garp originally wanted to say something to Sengoku, but at this time, the sea surface of Marin Vandun Bay began to become restless. Many navies looked at the past one after another, not knowing what happened. Even Warring States and Garp both looked at a loss. Suddenly, whoosh! 4 huge white whale-like coated ships jumped out of the sea directly from the bottom of the inner bay. It is the famous Mobidi number of the 4 emperors Whitebeard. Chapter 66, The Terror of Whitebeard. Whitebeard saw the coated Mobidi. Sengoku suddenly realized that it was the Whitebeard pirates who came, because Sengoku, who is the admiral of the navy, has already arranged for the control of the sea area outside the navy headquarters in order to weaken part of the strength of the Whitebeard pirates in advance. But there has been no trace of the Whitebeard pirates. It turned out that Whitebeard had already guessed that the Warring States would deploy defenses in advance to weaken part of his own strength. So Whitebeard also made a countermeasure, that is to use the advantage that the coated ship can dive directly from the bottom of the sea to bypass the first layer of defense of the navy, arrive at the inner bay of the navy headquarters. As the Mobidi came to a steady stop, boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of heavy and steady footsteps, at the same time. With the sound of footsteps, the surface of the sea also became restless, and even the shore of the inner bay trembled. The tall man gradually appeared in front of everyone, with a striking white beard on his vicissitudes face, holding a domineering long knife in his hand, and the white cloak on his body fluttered with the sea breeze. This man stood straight on the deck of the huge white whale head of the Mobidi, and the long knife in his hand stood on the ground heavily. Followed by, the man clenched his hands into fists, his whole body was slowly bent and posed, and then he struck hard into the air, causing the atmosphere to shatter, causing a shock strong enough to shake the earth, as if it was really experiencing a severe earthquake. The ground on Marin Fando actually cracked, even a large number of buildings. Whitebeard. It's Whitebeard. My God, what kind of terrifying power is this? Is this terrifying power caused by Whitebeard? It's scary. The ground is about to crack. We're going to fall. Countless sailors who were experiencing the shock all shouted in panic. That's right. This burly man is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the Whitebeard known as the strongest man in the world. That violent vibration is naturally the masterpiece of Whitebeard's superhuman-type vibrating fruit. The ability of this vibrating fruit is called the strongest superhuman-type devil fruit ability. However, is it just a vibration? Obviously not. I saw a confident smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, and the muscular muscles on his arms began to collide quickly, exerting force again, and the atmosphere that had been shattered was shattered again on a large scale, like a piece of glass. Come bang. After a loud bang, the originally calm sea was completely unbearable and quickly formed a tsunami that soared into the sky and hit the entire Marin Vanduo square directly. It was like a natural disaster and a man-made disaster. Weak legs? Tsunami. It's a tsunami. Run. If you don't run, you will be submerged by this tsunami. Countless sailors who approached the shore of Marin Vanduo couldn't bear it anymore. Facing such a huge and monstrous tsunami, their first reaction was naturally to run for their lives, drowned. It's not just these sailors. Even Sengoku and Carp both looked condensed, looking extremely nervous, because they know very well that once no one stops this huge tsunami, an island can be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. Seeing that the huge tsunami wave was about to submerge the entire Marin Fando ice stage, Akiji Kazan, who was originally sitting on the high position of the general, jumped up in the air and then released his frozen fruit ability, instantly freezing a monstrous tsunami into ice and stopped the disaster caused by the tsunami in time. Palyasolino, another admiral of the Navy headquarters, couldn't sit still anymore. A golden flash lit up, and Palyasolino disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared in the distance from the white beard, in the sky not far away. Bachi Kyungyu. Palyasolino used his shining fruit ability to launch countless dazzling and large-scale light bomb attacks at Whitebeard. General Huang Yuan and General Kuzan have made a move. General Huang Yuan's trick is about to hit Whitebeard. Seeing Kazan and Palyasolino's attack, countless sailors screamed with enthusiasm. Facing Palyasolino, Whitebeard didn't even look at him, but sneered dismissively. In an instant, a flying bird with blue flames soared into the sky, crossed the sky, and came directly in front of Whitebeard. The blue flames on its body transformed into a large shield, directly blocking all of Palyasolino's shining fruit ability's S-attack afterwards. The flying bird with blue flames returned to Whitebeard's side and changed back into a human form. One after another, many people stepped out of the boat and stood behind Whitebeard. It's the first team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco, and Diamond Jazzy, Foil Vista, and the others, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing this scene, many naval soldiers shouted again in surprise. That's right, it was all the captains of Whitebeard who stood by Whitebeard's side. Each of them is one of the best in the New World. When all of them stand together, they can indeed give a strong sense of oppression, and once again, dozens of pirate ships emerge from the bottom of the sea one after another. These pirate ships are the pirates under the command of the Whitebeard Pirates. This time, all of them have appeared in Marin Fando here, kneeling on the execution platform at this time. Ace's eyes filled with tears, and he kept shouting, "Father, Marco, and everyone." Warring states, "Long time no see. This time you can be regarded as a hard worker. But today, I have to take Ace out alive." Whitebeard glanced at Ace, but didn't talk to him, but turned his head to look at Marshal Warring States and issued a declaration of victory. Similarly, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates shouted with enthusiasm. "Whitebeard, I'm also putting my word here today. You absolutely can't take Fire Fist Ace away. And all of you have to stay." Warring States also stared at Whitebeard and said viciously, "The atmosphere has become solidified, and the air is already filled with the smell of gunpowder. Once there is a fuse, the two sides are bound to go to war suddenly." Whitebeard, this Navy headquarters, you can't just let you play alone. Chapter 6734 Emperors joined forces. The sound was uploaded from the sea area not far from the periphery. Simultaneously, accompanied by the two laughter, there are also two powerful and penetrating domineering arrogance. Boom. Two powerful overlord-like arrogances came head-on, and countless naval soldiers couldn't bear the simultaneous impact of these two overlord-like arrogances. Some people fell down one after another, and some even rolled their eyes and passed out directly. What power is this? My God, are there any other big pirates coming? Countless Navy soldiers have begun to panic. What's going on? These two domineering arrogance. As one of the 7 Marshalseas, the Empress Hancock knew clearly that it was a domineering arrogance. Very strong. And the breath is a bit familiar. Hawkeye Myhawk said, "Same goes for most of the Whitebeard pirates. Not only does it have an impact on people, but even many ships and even the ground lifted up by the Whitebeard shaking fruit just now are also cracked little by little. It can be seen how terrifying the power of these two domineering colors is. This is the same domineering look as the old man and the red hair." Marco was surprised. Even Diamond George was amazed. Who could it be? It can't be someone from the Navy, right? All the captains of the Whitebeard pirates turned their heads to look behind them, just wanting to know who it was. However, Whitebeard was not surprised, but frowned nervously, feeling very upset. these two guys. Because he is very familiar with these two breaths. Even though so many years have passed, he still remembers them very clearly. Of course, there are two other people present who also know who is coming, that is Warring States and Carp. Both of them. Has it come so soon? Sengoku frowned tightly and said, even Garp, who has always been calm, clenched his fist. That's right. Those who have already received the news know that the two who came this time are exactly Big Mom and Kaido. Oh, what a terrifying power, the yellow ape Polysolino said with a strange expression after returning to the actions of the general. On the side, Sakaski's clenched fist turned into magma, and he clenched his teeth and said angrily, whoever they are, as long as it's not our righteous navy, I will smash them all. Followed by it, a huge green dragon flew across the sky, causing continuous waves wherever it went. In addition, there is also a huge body, holding a big knife in its hand and a cloud on its feet, also rushing towards this side. This moment, everyone could see the faces of the two of them clearly. Among them, the huge green dragon made many Marines in Marin Vanduo Square frightened. That's point 4 Emperor Kaido. How is it possible? Didn't the 4 Emperor Kaido let General Roha defeat him and imprison him in the City of Advancement? Absolutely. That giant dragon is Kaido, the 4 Emperors. Not only the 4 Emperors Kaido, but also the 4 Emperors Big Mom. Countless Navy soldiers began to stare wide-eyed, discussing in horror. In the blink of an eye, Big Mom and Kaido landed next to Whitebeard at the same time, and Kaido, who was originally in the form of a dragon, immediately changed back to his human form. That's at point 3 of the 4 Sea Emperors of the New World stood side by side at the same time, and the scene was extremely shocking. Followed by dozens of pirate ships. It was Katakuri and Jin who led the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, respectively. Father, they. Marco beside the Whitebeard was a little flustered and made a gesture of preparing for the battle. After all, facing the 2 4 Emperors, he did not dare to relax, and even the other captains were extremely vigilant. Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, what are you two doing here? Are you trying to come over and make trouble for me? Compared to Whitebeard, he wasn't in a panic. Instead, he glanced at the two of them, frowned, and said coldly, well, Whitebeard, I haven't seen you for so many years. You still have this attitude. Big Mom laughed loudly. That's right, Whitebeard, you are so annoying. Kaido waved the mace in his hand, as if he wanted to attack Whitebeard. Humph. Kaido, do you want to fight with me, kid? Whitebeard said disdainfully that Kaido's violent temper really wanted to fight Whitebeard on the spot. Suddenly, Kaido directly burst out his domineering arrogance and wanted to oppress Whitebeard. However, how could Whitebeard, who is also the 4 Emperors, let him get what he wanted, and at the same time released his domineering arrogance to contend with it? That's at point 2 domineering auras at the level of the 4 Emperors collided with each other. The sky was raging, the waves were surging, and even the entire Marin Fando shook violently again. Countless people are lamenting how powerful the 4 Emperors are. Fortunately, Big Mom stopped the two of them. Otherwise, Whitebeard and Kaido would really fight if they disagreed. Well, the two of you really haven't changed at all, and you will fight as soon as you meet. But now is not the time for you to fight. Anyway, we used to be partners. Since we are together again today, why don't we join forces and destroy the entire Navy headquarters first? What do you think? As long as we join forces and destroy the Navy headquarters, the whole world will be ours. Big Mom issued a grand invitation to Whitebeard, but Whitebeard is not interested in conquering the whole world. The reason why he came here today is nothing more than to save Ace. I have only one purpose, and that is to rescue Ace, and I don't care about anything else. Whitebeard responded, although he said he had no intention of conquering the world, but he knew very well that the current Navy headquarters convene the most powerful force in history. Relying on one's own strength alone is a desperate thing in itself. But if there are two guys like Big Mom and Kaido who take action to contain these navies at the same time, then their hopes of rescuing Ace and evacuating safely will be even higher. Therefore, Whitebeard's answer can be regarded as a temporary agreement to Big Mom's cooperation. Okay, Whitebeard, then let's work together to destroy this naval headquarters for the time being. I'll have a good fight with you later. Kaido laughed. Chapter 68 3 Generals vs 4 Emperors. That's it. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, the 3-4 Emperors, have temporarily reached a consensus. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido. The 3-4 Emperors agreed to join forces at the same time. What's the situation? I didn't expect the 3-4 Emperors to appear at the same time, but they joined hands together. It seems that this time the Navy really can't do it. Countless people present were amazed, even the crowd watching the live broadcast from all over the world. And in the eyes of these people, The Navy headquarters is facing the last 3 and 4 Emperors. Even now that the Navy has dispatched the strongest combat lineup ever, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand the joint attack of the 3 and 4 Emperors, followed by the 3-4 Emperors pointed all their spearheads at the entire naval headquarters. Sons, let me go. We must rescue Ace. Whitebeard took the lead in boosting morale, of course. Now that Whitebeard has spoken, Big Mom and Kaido are not to be outdone. Little ones, let me kill all these Marines. Big Mom shouted. Overturn the entire Navy headquarters. Kaido yelled, "It is good." All the pirates answered in unison. Then Marco, Katakuri, and Jin, the royal lieutenants, took the lead in attacking, followed by countless pirates. See this scene. As the admiral of the Navy, it is naturally impossible for Sengoku to just let it go and fuel the arrogance of the pirates. All sailors fight. Don't let any of these vicious pirates go. The Marshal of the Warring States period stood at the highest point and shouted domineeringly using the radio phone bug. Immediately, the damaged Marlin Vander has become a chaotic battlefield. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates began to fight each other. Well, well, well. This scene is really spectacular. Looks like it's time for me to make a move. Napoleon, Prometheus, Zeus. Big Mom jumped down directly, bringing Napoleon, Prometheus, and Zeus into the battlefield. Damn it, Ling Ling, don't steal my limelight. The Navy headquarters must be destroyed by me personally. Thundering gossip. Kaido of Beasts refused to admit defeat and directly jumped down with his entire huge body carrying a mace, and then a thunderous gossip knocked out the Navy soldiers on a large scale. Hateful. How can our Navy headquarters let these pirates run amok here? General Akainu Sakarsky finally couldn't sit still and stood up to make a move. Result. Before Sakarsky could make a move, the other 2 Navy generals, Palyasolino and Kazan, took the lead. Their respective goals are one of the 4 Emperors. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. Kuzan chose the 4 Emperors Big Mom and immediately used a deadly move. Although Kuzan's move is very strong, it was still resisted by Prometheus around Big Mom, who turned into a raging fire. Well, well, well. Kuzan, do you want to stop me? Big Mom looked at Kuzan with a weird smile. As the Admiral of the Navy, this is my duty. Kuzan was very indifferent, and as soon as the words fell, he launched an offensive towards Big Mom again. Tiansong Cloud Sword. And Palyasolino chose Kaido, and saw that he flashed a photon in front of Kaido, condensed the photon in his hand, and formed a sword of light as a weapon to directly resist Kaido's fangs. Great. Ouch, Kaido, you are really scary. But you don't want to mess around here. Palyasolino said. Palyasolino, is it just because you want to stop me? Isn't the lesson from the beating last time not enough? Kaido was extremely arrogant, and he didn't regard Palyasolino as an opponent at all. Ming dog. Sakarsky also made a move, and his target was the Whitebeard of the 4 Emperors, known as the strongest man in the world. Relying on the elementalization of his own magma fruit, Sakarsky rushed towards Whitebeard and quickly extended his lava-formed arms to attack the enemy. This move is not only very fast, but also extremely powerful. Unfortunately, such a fierce move was easily blocked by Whitebeard. Magma Kid, just because you want to fight with me? There was a smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, mocking Sakarsky very disdainfully. Whitebeard, I am the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I don't care who you are, a pirate is a pirate. I must kill you and carry out my thorough justice. Sakarsky was aggressive and once again shot. That's it. The 3-4 Emperors fought against the 3 Admirals of the Navy, and the scene was extremely shocking. Whether it was the naval soldiers present or the audience watching the live broadcast of such a magnificent scene all over the world, they all held their breaths and waited for the final battle. Because for them, no matter who wins the battle, it will have a great impact on the whole world. This time, Zhanghua looked at the current battle situation, and for some reason, he started to panic. In fact, this is not surprising. After all, the reason why the Navy summoned the most powerful force in history was to counter the Whitebeard of the 4 Emperors. However, now he has to face 3 and 4 Emperors at the same time. So the Warring States no longer has enough confidence in his heart. Just at this time, Garp walked towards Sengoku. Warring States. In the current situation, I think you should be very clear. Even if you and I both take action, it may not guarantee that our Navy can win a big victory. At this time, Garp's face was also full of sadness. Okay, I know. Garp, what did you want to tell me just now? Sengoku nodded, remembering that Garp did have something to say before Big Mom and Kaido arrived. If it's just Whitebeard, we can still deal with it. But now there are 2 more troublesome guys, Big Mom and Kaido. I think we need that man's power, Sengoku. What do you think? Garp said. In fact, what he meant was obvious. That man was referring to Roha. After all, Roja had defeated Kaido before, and Garp believed that Roja still had a stronger power that he hadn't fully displayed. However, facing such a predicament now, if their navy really wants to win, they really can only rely on Roja. Chapter 69 Step through the iron shoes and find nowhere this is true. For Garp's suggestion, Warring States has actually already considered it. Garp, I understand what you mean. I know what to do. Sengoku nodded and took out the phone bug. Just as Zhanghua was about to dial the phone bug, another phone bug rang first. When he took it out, Zhanghua immediately knew that it was the phone he sent to reinforce the warships in the city. Sengoku, who already knew that Big Mom took Kaido away from prison, did not expect to get any good news, but there is another piece of news that is enough to shock the Warring States period. That is, Roja also escaped from prison and is still rushing to the Navy headquarters on a warship. This news is indeed shocking enough for Sengoku, and is very beneficial for Sengoku's next move. The excited Sengoku informed Garp of the good news in time. Really? Royan is really on his way. Garp showed joy on his face. Although Garp was not surprised that Roja would escape from prison, he never expected that this guy would come back to the Navy headquarters after he escaped from prison. That's right. Boy Rona is indeed on his way back. That's just right. I'm going to contact Wu Laoxing and the others now. The corner of Sengoku's mouth also raised a smile. It seems that as long as Roja arrives, they will be able to see the dawn of their naval victory. Then he directly took out a unique phone bug, which was the phone bug that could directly contact Mary Joya's 5 old stars. That's right. What Warring States and Garp thought was very simple, that is to ask the 5 old stars to grant an amnesty to Roja, so as to use Roja's heaven-defying power to counter the current situation where the 3-4 emperors joined forces. At this time, advance to the sea outside the city. Roja's warship is advancing at full speed. Of course, he is not clear about the fact that the 3-4 emperors attacked at the same time on Marin Fando's side. After all, if we go according to the original timeline, at most it will be Whitebeard and the 4 emperors. But Roja didn't care about these things anyway. He just went back to the Navy headquarters to say goodbye. As for other things, it had nothing to do with him. After a short rest, Roja entered the cultivation state again. For Roja, nothing is more important than his cultivation. After all, Roja's pursuit is very simple, that is to become stronger. After all, in this world of pirates, there is far more than just a strong man like Whitebeard Kaido. Roja stayed in the cabin of the warship to practice. First of all, Roja still began to recall the battle between himself and Magellan not long ago. Although I still easily defeated Magellan with the ability of the poisonous fruit and the power of the 3-color domineering, but at the same time, Roja was also shocked by the poisonous fruit awakened by Magellan at that time. After all, if we really only talk about the power of the fruit ability, then Magellan's power is naturally stronger than Roja's. So Roja is now thinking, can he also cultivate the poisonous fruit ability and even the other 2 fruit abilities into ability awakening? Suddenly, the sound of the system rang to ding. The ability of the poisonous fruit was recalled by the host in the battle with Magellan, and he deeply felt the shame, thinking that he was no longer worthy of the host, and the change of mentality caused the ability of the poisonous fruit to mutate. Congratulations to the host's poisonous fruit ability for awakening the power. What? Has the ability of the poisonous fruit really awakened? This is really nowhere to be found, and it takes no effort to get it. Just when Roja was still complacent, the sound of the system came again one after another. Ding. The ability of the thunderous fruit is stimulated by other powerful abilities in the host body in order not to drag the host's hind legs. The cultivation speed has been turned on 10 times and is being cultivated assiduously. Ding. The swordsmanship ability was stimulated by the assiduous and serious behavior of Shanglegua, and at the same time, he also started to practice hard and got a breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to advanced sword skills. Ding. Physical cultivation ability is also deeply felt that he is not strong enough to bring any practical effect to the host, and he also started to practice vigorously and got a breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the intermediate level. Never expected it. There are so many surprises. With the awakening of the mutation of the poisonous fruit's ability unexpectedly, even the thunderous fruit, swordsmanship, and physique have been doubled and broken through in cultivation speed. This is undoubtedly great news for Roja. System, I haven't seen the training program for a long time. Now check my current training program. Roja said to host. Roja Navy 6 styles, ability strength top level, 23 times automatic training. Information color domineering, ability strength top level, 35 times automatic cultivation. Armed color domineering, ability strength top level, 45 times automatic training. Swordsmanship ability, ability strength advanced, - times automatic cultivation. Overlord color domineering, ability strength advanced, 13 times automatic cultivation, dark fruit ability, strength advanced, dash times automatic cultivation, poison fruit ability strength advanced, 15 times automatic cultivation, thunder fruit ability strength elementary, 10 times automatic training, reincarnated eye ability strength intermediate, doubling automatic training, physical training, ability strength elementary, 5 times automatic training. As predicted, now Roja has more and more training items, which means that his strength is getting more and more exquisite. Maybe now he is not only facing Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, but may even face 4 of the 4 emperors at the same time. It's true. No, that's not enough. I have to become stronger. I have to cultivate all the cultivation items to the top. Roja suppressed his inner pride, worked hard once again, and practiced hard. I don't know how long it took. The warship stopped suddenly, and a sailor knocked on the cabin door, shouting anxiously, "General Roja, it's not good, our warship is blocked." Block the way of the warship? Is it a pirate? Roja was a little curious. His first reaction was to think of Kaido and the others. After all, Kaido had already left before he left the City of Advancement. No, it's also a naval warship. The team led by the other side is the former Admiral Zifa of the Navy headquarters. The sailor reported. Chapter 70 Meeting Zifa by chance. 1. Former Navy Admiral Zifa, Black Wrist Zifa. Roja was a little surprised, because he knew that according to this timeline, the Black-Armed Zifa had not yet left the Navy to form a new force. But why Zifa appeared here, this made Roja a little unbelievable. Even so, Roja still wanted to meet Zifa after all in the entire Navy. There are only 2 people who can truly be regarded as naval legends for Roja, the first of which is Garp, and the other is Zifa. Okay, I know me, Roja said with a smile and walked out. Get out of the cabin. As predicted, several warships were surrounded by the warship Roja was on. On the leading warship, the heroic Zifa stood majestically on the bow, and beside him stood 2 of his favorite disciples, Einbinz and Shiozwa. When they saw Roja's first reaction, Einbinz and Shiozwa immediately became vigilant. After all, the reputation of the 4th Admiral of the Navy has spread far and wide all over the world. So how could they, who are also in the Navy, not know about it? And they also knew that Roja had killed the Celestial Dragon Man and had already been sent to the city to be sentenced to death, but they never expected to meet Roja here. Then there is only one possibility. It was Roja who escaped from prison. Even Zifa couldn't help frowning, his fists clenched tightly, as if full of hostility towards Roja. In fact, this is not surprising. After all, Roja's current identity is a criminal, but if he still escapes from the city, will really become a heinous criminal. However, as a Navy, Zifa has his own justice, and he is naturally obliged to take action against criminals. Only, Roja didn't want to do anything with Zifa. As I mentioned just now, Zifa, like Garp, is a legendary figure in the Navy. Back then, Zifa claimed to have fought countless pirates in his life, but never killed any enemy. Don't kill. Admiral of the Navy headquarters. And when he was in the position of general, he has been serving as the teacher of the Navy soldiers, including the current General Kuzan, Huang Yuan, and many lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters. In addition, Zifa has already had, even though he is more than 70 years old, he still stands on the side of justice. And no matter if he is an elder or a senior, Roja is still full of admiration for this kind of naval legend. General Zifa. Hello, I'm Roja, and I've heard about your name from Lieutenant General Garp a long time ago. Can we talk about it? I don't mean anything malicious, that there's no need to do it the first time we meet, right? Besides, I used to be in Navy, and I'm not the pirate you hate. What do you think, Admiral Zifa? Roja walked forward with a smile, greeted Zifa very politely, and made a request. Even though Zifa is no longer an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Roja will still respectfully call him an admiral. Moreover, as Roja said, most of the people Zifa hates are pirates. However, before Roja became a criminal, he was indeed a Navy or an admiral and even defeated the horror of Kaido. The Pirate King exists. Really? What Roja said really made Zifa let go of his vigilance, in addition to what Roja said made sense. More importantly, Zifa knew that Roja could defeat the 4 Emperor Kaido, and now he already old. If you really do it, you may not be Roja's opponent. Followed by Zifa took his disciple slowly to the front of Roja. Roja, I've heard about you many times at Carps too. It stands to reason that you should be a Navy with great potential. Why did you kill the Tianlong people and go on the road to criminals? Zifa was very straightforward and immediately started to question Roja. This is true. According to the ability and strength shown by Roja, he has already stood out in their new generation of Navy, and he has already taken the position of Admiral of the Navy headquarters at a young age. That in time, his achievements will definitely reach the level of the Warring States period. The position is even higher than the current position of Admiral in the Warring States period. No way. That useless Time Longren is too ignorant of good and bad, and I just took a small shot to teach him a little lesson, who knew he was so fragile and died. Roha's answer was very understated, and he didn't take the matter of killing the Time Longren to his heart at all. Zifa couldn't help frowning when he heard this. Not only Zifa, but also Ein, Binz, and Shiozwa besides Zifa were all shocked, and they all looked at each other. They had no way of imagining that someone would take the high-ranking Tianlong people say so worthless. Time Longren is currently the highest level figure in this world. Not to mention ordinary people, even some well-known big pirates may not dare to do anything to Time Longren, let alone kill a Time Longren. However, in the mouth of Roha, the former 4th General of the Navy, this Time Longren became a waste that is not even as good as a chicken. I set the world of the strong. But your boy's face is really big. I heard that Garp bowed his head to the 5 old stars of Marie Joya for the first time and begged them to let you go. I was terrified when I heard that news. Is that still Cap? But in the end, I also understand that maybe you are worth it to Garp. Zifa looked at Roha, and after thinking for a long time, he spoke earnestly at last. When Roha wanted to say something, Zifa glared at Roha viciously with his sharp eyes and said, "But you've escaped from prison now, and this is a more serious crime, do you know that? Really? The justice in Zifa's heart can still find out various problems for Roha after all. The most important of which is that Roha has indeed escaped from the City of Advancement. Of course, for this matter, Roha has already thought up his argument. In fact, the main thing is to thank Kaido and Blackbeard Tiki for messing up the entire city in advance." Theo put it bluntly, Roha is nothing more than it's just fishing in troubled waters and coming out of the promotion city. It's just that Magellan insists on staring at it. General Zifa. Actually, it's not like I escaped from prison. It's like this. Let me explain to you. Roha began to explain to Zifa the current situation of the city. Chapter 71 Meeting Zifa by chance, 10 minutes past. Roha told Zifa all about the situation in the city of Jinjin. Of course, there will be some fictional elements in it. For example, Roha didn't say anything about his victory over Magellan. After all, what to say? If it is said that he defeated Magellan, apart from the surprised reaction of everyone, the first thought is that Roha escaped from prison by himself. If he hadn't escaped from prison, how could he have fought with the Chief Magellan of the city? After listening, Zifa suddenly realized and nodded. I see. Wouldn't that mean that the City of Advancement is already in great chaos, and a large part of the pirates escaped in the chaos? It seems that the world will be in great turmoil in the future. Zifa continued, and at the same time his face was very bad, as if he was thinking about the future pattern of the whole world. This is true. Although there are countless casualties in the advancing city, many pirates must have escaped. The most important ones are the big pirates on the 6th floor of the basement. There will be very little left, and in addition to Blackbeard Titch, who took away Shirlue of the Rain and other vicious criminals, there are also big pirates like the Red Earl and Barrett who had their own unique dignity and did not participate in the fight of the Blackbeard Titch pirates, and Blackbeard Titch wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them either. However, because Magellan was still defeated by Roha, if legendary pirates like Barrett really wanted to leave, it would be easy. It's just that Roha still has a few doubts. That is why Zifa is here. It stands to reason that this is the timeline of the top war. Deploy nearby, instead of appearing in the sea area outside the city. More importantly, although Zifa is no longer an admiral of the Navy headquarters, according to his status is no lower than that of Sengoku Garp. It is reasonable to say that Zifa should know all these news, but now he wants to let Roha come tell him. This really made Roha a little strange. General Zifa, why did you appear here? You should have heard of these things too, right? Roha is also a straightforward person. He doesn't beat around the bush at all and asks whatever comes to mind. Tell me the truth, Roha. I've been out sailing with my students for some time now, and because of a certain incident, the connection between my side and the Navy headquarters has also been broken. As for why you came here, it can't be considered accidental. After all, the news of the Navy's public execution of Fire Fist Ace has spread all over the world. Zifa's answer shows that he is also a bold person. After getting this explanation, Roha understands it. No wonder Zifa, who has the identity of Zifa, can't know about the advancement of the city. As for the public execution of Ace in the top war, there is no doubt that everyone in the world knows about it. For a certain thing that Zifa said, Roha has already guessed it. General Zifa, I guess you left because when the Shichibukai candidates were reselected, a pirate was selected, and that pirate was Edward Weibel. Am I right? Roha said. The moment they heard the name Edward Weibel, and Binz and Shiozwa were all stunned at the same time, and even Zifa's eyes showed endless killing intent. That's right. A few years ago, the training ship I was leading was attacked by pirates. All my beloved students except Ein and Binz were killed, and their right arm was also severely injured. And the culprit of that incident is this Edward Weibel. It turns out that the world government wants such a heinous pirate like Zhaoen to be the king of the Seven Martial Seas. It is simply absurd. Zifa's attitude at this time was extremely angry, and even his huge mechanical arm couldn't help shaking. Perhaps if Edward Weibel was really at the scene, Zifa would definitely kill that guy with his own hands. As for Edward Weibel, this is the man called Whitebeard too. He can cut off Zifa's arm and kill the entire ship's trainee navy. It is conceivable that he still has some strength. It's just that according to Zifa's ability to become a general, in terms of heads-up, Edward Weibel really may not be his opponent. Maybe it was because the entire ship was a trainee navy at the beginning. In order to take care of Zifa, miscalculated and lost his arm for these trainee navy people. Of course, this is just Roja's guess. This is the pain in Zifa's heart, and they didn't mention it specifically, so Roja naturally didn't need to ask all of them. No way. To put it bluntly, the Navy is just a lackey of the world government. Why are you talking about naval justice? Roja said with a smile. The meaning is obvious, just to mock the so-called justice of the Navy. After all, he thought that at that time he was nothing more than killing a waste Tianlongren. As a result, the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters all shot at him at the same time, and the moves were fatal. If he was not strong enough, he would have been executed on the spot. They will also be imprisoned in Advanced City. For the same reason, the case of Zifa is the same. Back then, Edward Weibel killed so many Navy soldiers and even broke an arm of the admiral. Isn't this also a heinous crime? In the end, it was only because those people who thought they were superior in Marie Joya wanted to make Edward Weibel's on the legitimate King Shichibukai, but the Navy didn't dare to say anything, so they could only follow what they said implement. So this is why Roja wants to leave the Navy, because he doesn't want to be the lackey of the Tianlong people. No, Roja, you are wrong. It's true that the Navy obeys the orders of the world government, but not all of them are running dogs. The Navy represents justice. You must always understand that justice will always exist. I hope that I must firmly believe in my own justice. Whether it is a navy or not, I must attack those vicious pirates in this world. Zifa said to Roja very seriously. For Zifa, he is not a running dog of the world government, but he implements justice in his heart. But maybe in the future, Zifa's justice will slowly become sour due to hatred. Chapter 72. The situation in Marenvander is extremely tensioned. General Zifa, I understand. Roja nodded in agreement, followed by, That's right, Roja. Since you took advantage of the chaos and left the city, this is your own good luck. So where are you going next? Why are you still on a warship? Zifa asked. For Zifa, he is really curious about why Roja is still on the warship, and the sailors on this warship still respect Roja very much. It doesn't look like he just escaped from the prison of Push City. Look. Oh, so it is. I saw my old subordinates as soon as I walked out of the city, and they just happened to be willing to accept me. As for me, because I killed the Tianlong people, those people above Marie Joya will definitely not let me go easily. But anyway, I was once the 4th general of the Navy, so I was thinking, why should I be a human being? It started well and ended well. I will go back and personally resign with the warring states and the others. This could be regarded as my confession. Roja expressed his thoughts very simply. What a good start and end. Your boy is really good. Just like Garp said, I like you more and more now. Zifa laughed out loud, feeling deeply relieved by Roja's performance. Maybe he really hasn't seen a good seed like Roja, who is first class in terms of ideological awareness and strength for many years. Boy, it just so happened that your idea inspired me. Come on, I will go back to the Navy headquarters with you. Like you, I will also resign from the Navy. Zifa made a sudden decision. Subsequently, Zifa looked at Roja and extended a warm invitation. After I officially leave the Navy, I will set up a new force. I wonder if you would like to join us then? Heard here, Roja understood what Zifa meant, and he would soon set up a nascent naval force called Neo, and then hunt and kill pirates on a large scale in the New World. Now that Zifa met such a good seed as Roja, naturally he couldn't help but want to win him over. After all, what a terrifying existence it is to be able to make the 4 Emperors Kaido surrender. Once Roja joins, then Zifa believes that his naval forces will be able to compete with the big pirates in the New World. Even in the face of the highest combat power of the Shanghai Navy headquarters, is not in vain. Hearing that his teacher Zifa had sent an invitation to Roja, Einbins and Shiozwa were very excited. They especially hoped that Roja would agree to it immediately, seeing that their teacher will have an extra force stronger than the 4 emperors. Why not do it? However, for Roja, it is impossible for him to agree to Zifa's invitation. After all, he chose to leave the Navy because he wanted more freedom without restraint. I'm sorry, General Zifa. I'm afraid I can't promise you. Roja refused straightforwardly. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you don't have to reject me so quickly. There is plenty of time to think about it. As long as you want to join us, I'll welcome you any time. Zifa laughed and said it can be regarded as giving himself a step down, and at the same time, he still has a glimmer of hope for Roja's joining. Roja naturally understood Zifa's meaning, so he didn't say anything more, but smiled tactfully, rejecting this kind of thing. There is no need to be aggressive, since he has clearly rejected it just now. It is obvious that Zifa, it seems that this is just finding a way for himself. So Roja doesn't need to say anything more at all. Okay, then it's decided. Roja, we will go to the Navy headquarters with you. After Zifa finished speaking to Roja, he turned around and gave instructions to Iron Bins and Shiozwa. You guys make arrangements, and we will set off for the Navy headquarters immediately. His teacher, Iron Bins and Shiozwa answered at the same time. That's it. Roja once again embarked on the road back to the Navy headquarters, but this time there were a few more naval warships led by former Navy Admiral Zifa, dozens of naval warships sailing side by side on the sea at the same time. That scene can be described as extremely spectacular. Navy headquarters here is Marlon Vando, Marshal of the Warring States period, who had already communicated with the 5 old stars of Marie Joya, had been approved by Roja's amnesty. After all, the entire Navy headquarters is now leading the 3 emperors, and their terrifying power is self-evident. In addition, the Navy is the face of their world government. Once the Navy is really captured by these 4 emperors, then their world government will lose the prestige of the whole world. Therefore, the 5 old stars also knew which was more important. So after some negotiations in the Warring States period, they allowed an amnesty for Roja.tob. Honest, for high-ranking guys like Marie Joya, the reason for pardoning Roja is not because they have taken a fancy to Roja's power, but because they want to use him to save their face to ask for how to deal with it after using him. In the end, they still have the final say. Yes. Garp asked. I accepted. Sengoku nodded. Garp didn't continue talking, but kept his original expression very calmly. In fact, Garp also wanted to be happy, but when he thought that his godson, Huochuan Ace, was about to be executed, Garp felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, the battle situation in the entire Marin Vander was extremely chaotic. Under the impact of the pirates facing the 3 Imperial regiments, the lineup of naval soldiers summoned by the Navy is gradually losing the wind. After all, no one thought that they would face the 3 emperors at the same time. Royal Group. Even the 3 top Navy generals of the 4 emperors who were fighting against each other were all at a disadvantage and were completely at a disadvantage. If there is only Whitebeard alone, then the 3 generals will join forces to deal with Whitebeard at the same time. Even if they can't kill Whitebeard, they will definitely be able to suppress Whitebeard to a certain extent. However, now there are 2 more 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, who only know about constant destruction, which really makes their 3 generals helpless. Seeing that Palyasolino was the first to be sent flying by Kaido, followed by Kazan and Sakaski being sent flying by Big Mom and Whitebeard. Well. It seems that the strength of your navy is nothing more than this. Big Mom said arrogantly. It seems that you, Marlon Vander, are bound to sink into the sea today. Kaido also shouted arrogantly. Chapter 73, Big Mom and Kaido attack together. Can you 2 be quiet? Whitebeard cast a glance at the 2 of them and said angrily, Humph. Whitebeard, do you want to take care of me? Lingling, I haven't seen you for so long. I wonder if your strength has regressed. After Kaido snorted coldly at Whitebeard, he turned to look at Big Mom and said, Aha. Kaido, do you want to fight? Big Mom is very upset about Kaido's question. No, Lingling, I just want to compare with you to see who can destroy a Marin Fando the most. Kaido put his mace on his shoulder and laughed. Oh, really? Then you are going to lose. Big Mom grinned, and at the same time, he held Napoleon tightly with both hands and began to gather strength. Seeing this, Kaido's huge body soared into the air, and it turned into a huge green dragon hovering in midair in just an instant, and a powerful breath gradually gathered in his mouth. What are Kaido and Big Mom going to do? Couldn't they want to destroy Marin Fander directly? My God, can anyone stop them? Countless sailors panicked. As they said, if the 2 guys Big Mom and Kaido really want to move at the same time, it will definitely destroy the existence of the entire Marin Fando. Ouch, this is not good. General Karu Palyasolino, who has never been in a panic, frowned tightly at this moment. Even Kazan and Sokolsky have already had a bad feeling. Not only the generals, but even the Kawaii the kings couldn't stand up anymore. Hawkeye Mihawk drew out his black knife first and jumped out of the air after leaving a sentence. Hancock, if you don't want to die, then we have to take action too. Damn it, don't even think about ordering Ijia. Empress Boya Hancock scolded angrily, but she also jumped out on those slender high-heeled shoes. Even the tyrant bear took off his own gloves, and it seemed that he had to use his own ability of the meatball fruit. This. Only Moonlight Mariah was a little confused. He looked very nervous, but he finally mustered up the courage to stand up. After all, as Eagle-Eyed Mihawk said, if they don't want to die here, then they have to take action. Otherwise, if Big Mom and Kaido are allowed to make moves to destroy Marin Van Duo, then it will destroy the entire Marin Fando. Once Marin Fando is destroyed, they will all be sunk into the bottom of the sea. Even if they can't die, it will be enough to make them uncomfortable, die in an instant. Hot breath. Hegemony. Big Mom and Kaido have completed charging, and at the same time, two powerful and shocking forces rushed towards Marin Fando. Immediately, the entire Marin Van Duo shook, and even the waves in the surrounding sea area raged and surged. Its terrifying power is self-evident, but also at the same time, the three generals of the Navy headquarters jumped into the air, and at the same time used their fruit abilities to condense into moves to counter it. Eagle-Eyed Mihawk also waved the black knife in his hand and sent out a sharp sword aura. Even the Empress Boya Hancock used her big fragrant feet and covered them with arm domineering. Tyrant Bear and Moonlight Molly also used their own moves at the same time. As for Zhongguo and Garp, the two of them watched the battle calmly and had no intention of making a move yet. Run. If you don't run away, you will definitely be implicated. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates shouted in unison, and the Navy and pirates who were still fighting started to flee. Next second, rumbling. Deafening bangs resounded across the sky, and the power confrontation between the two sides also triggered a violent large-scale explosion. Although it is said that Big Mom and Kaido's attack was blocked so that the entire Marin Fondo would not sink into the sea, the powerful impact just now destroyed more than half of Marin Fondo. Really, the power of the two four emperors at the same time can really destroy the world. Well. You guys really have something. Big Mom laughed, then turned to look at Kaido and said, Kaido, why don't we try that combined technique? I want to see if these guys can stop it. Result. Not waiting for Kaido to respond to Big Mom's chants, Whitebeard, who had been unmoved, yelled at Marco, who was killing all directions on the battlefield, interrupting the conversation between Big Mom and Kaido. Marco, your next task is to spot the execution platform. You must save Ace from me. Whitebeard raised the big knife in his hand, pointed the sharp tip of the knife directly at the execution platform in front, and shouted domineeringly. The voice resounded throughout Marin Fando. Accompanied by this majestic voice resounding throughout Marin Van Duo, Whitebeard clenched his fist again and shattered the air, boom. After another violent shaking, the severely damaged Marin Van Duo square cracked again. That's right, Whitebeard made a move, his strongest superhuman fruit, the shocking fruit. What a terrifying power. Is this the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard? The strength of just one person has already reached the strength of the two four emperors just now. If Whitebeard had joined Big Mom and Kaido's power just now, I'm afraid the three generals and Shichibukai wouldn't be able to handle it. All eyes turned to Whitebeard, and they were all shocked by Whitebeard's power. Got it, Dad. Leave it to me. Marco looked back confidently and smiled. Marco can clearly understand the meaning of Whitebeard. After all, the current Marin Vander battlefield is in chaos. If he really wants to rescue Ace from this chaotic battlefield, then it must be the ability to fly in order to break into the pass smoothly and easily. Calm down. The entire Whitebeard pirates are so big, Marco is not the only one who has the ability to fly. The reason why Whitebeard chose Marco is also subsequently. Marco immediately unfolded. His blue flame transformed into the form of a phoenix in an instant, flew across the air, and flew directly towards the execution platform. Ace, here I come. At the same time, Marco shouted confidently. Chapter 74 Not good. We must not let him rescue Fire Fist Ace. Sakaski's expression froze, and he activated his Magma Fruit ability again to stop Marco. Seeing that Sakaski was about to make a move, a figure accompanied by countless petals quickly passed by, and two blades of light pierced Sakaski's magma body across the air. That's right. It is the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Vista. Admiral, Dad gave Marco an order. You can't disturb him. Foil Vista said. Although Vista had already used domineering with a knife just now, it was still elementalized by Sokolsky. After all, domineering is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. Anyway, for Bista, he didn't think about being able to defeat the general, he just wanted to contain the general. Same. Diamond Jaws also slammed into Kazan directly, and even Pausalino was restrained by the other team leaders. Although they cannot be the opponents of the three generals, once the three generals are involved by them, it is not easy to escape in a short time. After all, The three generals are facing the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, therefore. The three generals who were pinned down didn't have time to stop Marco, and they asked for the Shichibukai. They didn't make a move either. Tio helped the Navy finish this war. In this way, Marco flew towards the execution platform smoothly. Marco. Everyone. When Fire Fist Ace saw this, he didn't know what to say. Maybe for him, the only thing left was to be moved. Also standing on the execution platform in the Warring States period, watching Marco approaching gradually, his fists were clenched tightly, as if he was about to make a move. After all, if Marco really rescued Ace in front of him, where is the face of the Admiral of the Navy? Suddenly, the moment when Marco was about to reach the execution platform, boom, a heavy fist hit Marco's face directly, and then Marco's whole body fell heavily from the sky to the ground, and there was a deep pit where countless thick smoke flashed. But soon Marco stood up again. Although his Phoenix Fruit has super self-healing ability, there are still embarrassing scars on his face. Damn it! Marco looked forward, very dissatisfied. He really wanted to know who hit him. After all, the speed of the other party was so fast that he didn't see who the other party was at all. Result: Marco was stunned suddenly. Naval Hero Vice Admiral Garp? This is the strength of the Naval Hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Shooting away Marco, the first captain of the Whitebeard pirates, is really powerful. Not only Marco, but also the countless pirates below all showed terrified expressions and were still talking about it. That's right, it was Garp who stopped Marco just now. At this time, Garp quickly came to the position of the three generals using the 6-style navy and sat down. Garp, you bastard, I didn't let you make a move. Zhangguo looked at Garp below. His expression seemed a little complicated. Even Fire Fist Ace couldn't help frowning. Old man, don't forget. The old man is also a sailor. It is also my responsibility to protect Marin Vander. Cap said solemnly. It's Garp. Lieutenant General Garp has made a move. Our naval heroes have all shot. The Navy will win. Everyone cheer up. Keep down all the pirates in one go. Seeing the hero Lieutenant Admiral Garp shot, countless naval soldiers cheered up as if they had been on stimulants. Even the three generals were a little surprised. Oh, Lieutenant General Garp actually made a move. I really didn't expect it. Palyasalino the Yellow Ape said leisurely. Garp, have you finally made a move? Whitebeard laughed, which was obviously a kind of respect for the strong. Well. Unexpectedly, Garp actually made a move. It looks like Warring States is about to make a move, Big Mom said with a smile. But there was no fear in the words, but provocation or even disdain. Humph. Cap. It's just an old man from the remnant party in the old days. What's there to be afraid of? Little ones, keep killing me. Kaido's tone was even more arrogant. After all, when he was causing trouble at the Navy headquarters not long ago, it was useless for the two legends Sengoku and Garp to attack him at the same time. In the end, it was Roha who took the shot to defeat him. So now Kaido is not afraid of Garp and Sengoku at all. Hearing what his boss Kaido said, the pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates were also excited, and countless pirates with man-made devil fruit abilities launched an attack again. Similarly, members of the Big Mom Pirates also refused to admit defeat and continued to attack. That's it. There is once again chaos in Marin Vanduo Square. Hateful. Why did Big Mom and Kaido suddenly appear? At this time, Warring States looked at the current battle situation and frowned. Originally, according to his plan, he only dealt with the Whitebeard Pirates, but with the strength of their navy, he still felt that the victory was certain. But now that there are more Big Mom and Kaido's pirates, the battle situation has completely become a form of being crushed by the opponent. Warring States. If Rona Kid hasn't arrived yet, I'm afraid we two old guys are going to make the first move. This time, Garp even took the initiative to tell Zhangguo that he wanted to make a move. Zhangguo nodded solemnly in agreement. This is true. Facing such an embarrassing situation for their navy, if neither of them makes a move, it is only a matter of time before the entire Marin Fando sinks into the sea under the attack of the 3 and 4 emperors. Of course, whether it was Garp or Warring States, they knew very well that even if they made a move, it would definitely not change the result. Therefore, for Sengoku and Garp, the only person who can really help the Navy win the victory is Roha. At least, if they really want to make a move, they will delay until Roha's arrival. Just at this time, several naval soldiers shouted, Marshal Warring States, Lieutenant General Garp, look quickly. There are a few of our warships coming in from outside. It seems to be the ship of Instructor Zifa. Chapter 75 Overlord like domineering power is superb again. Hear this. Sengoku was stunned for a moment. Zephyr's ship? That guy has been unable to contact since he left. Why did you suddenly come back now? Sengoku was a little confused about Zifa's sudden return. Even Garp was stunned. After all, The two of them are very clear about the specific reason why Zifa chose to leave the Navy headquarters before. However, since Zifa is back now, it is not a bad thing for them. After all, Zifa is a former general of the Navy headquarters, and his strength is naturally unquestionable. At least his return can be regarded as giving the Navy added a powerful force, seeing that those naval warships were about to dock. All the pirates also found out. Humph. Navy support again. I will let you come and go. After Kaido snorted coldly, he began to give orders to Jack the Drought. Jack, go and destroy all these warships for me. Good boss. Drought Jack immediately responded excitedly, because he had already made a fool of himself once when he was with Doflamingo, and now that Kaido gives him a chance, he must show it, otherwise it will be a waste of his 3 disasters title. Then, after the Drought Jack roared, he transformed into a mammoth and rushed towards the warship that was about to dock. The huge ancient mammoth form made everyone present frightened. Master Jack, we are also here to help you. Some givers of the Beast Pirates also launched an attack with Jack. Teacher Zifa. It's not good. It's the Drought Jack under the 4 Emperors Kaido who brought the pirates. He seems to be rushing towards us. Bins, a disciple of Zifa, suddenly shouted, still deeply shocked by the 3 disasters under the 4 Emperor Kaido. What? Drought Jack? It seems that we can implement our justice in this war. And no matter who it is, as long as it is a pirate, we will not let it go and prepare to fight. Zifa waved the giant mechanical arm in his hand, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and began to command. Okay, we are willing to follow Teacher Zifa forever. Einbin Shiozwa and the soldiers on the warship all shouted, and at the same time, they all got ready for the battle. Kaido the 4 Emperors? Big Mom? How could these 2 guys appear on Marin Fando's side? Roha was dumbfounded all of a sudden, because according to the original timeline, only the Whitebeard pirates and one of the 4 Emperors came to rescue Ace at the time of the Top War. And now 4 Emperors appear directly. Could it be because of myself that the entire timeline has been changed? This was Roha's first thought. Soon Roha figured it out, and it must have been Kaido who was rescued by Big Mom before advancing to the city, and maybe because Kaido wanted revenge to save face, so he came here together with Big Mom. However, this has nothing to do with Roha. When he comes back, he just wants to resign from the post of Admiral, and other things have nothing to do with him. Of course, if some ignorant guys want to attack him, then Roha doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. General Zifa. It's just a little Drought Jack. There's no need to be so nervous. Roha said with a smile. Oh, boy, Roha, are you going to make a move? Zifa asked. To be honest, Zifa still wants to see Roha's strength, followed by, Roha slowly walked towards the bow of the warship. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. Roha didn't talk nonsense to them and stared fiercely with fierce eyes, and a domineering look like a god of death burst out towards Marin Fando in an instant. Countless pirates and even Navy soldiers rolled their eyes and passed out in just a split second. Roha. Drought Jack's sharp eyes immediately spotted Roha as the opponent's defeated opponent. His fear of Roha was already deeply imprinted in his heart. However, facing Roha's domineering Drought, Jack couldn't bear it at all. The powerful domineering coercion deeply restricted his actions. Not only could he not move freely, but he fell to his knees with a plop on the ground. Not only Drought Jack, but even Jin in the distance, Katakuri, and Marco, who were strong pirates at the vice-level were deeply shocked by Roha's overbearing arrogance. What kind of terrifying power is this? Has this power surpassed Mother's arrogance? Katakuri said, frowning tightly. Even Marco of the Whitebeard group was equally surprised. This arrogance is even more terrifying than the arrogance of the old man in the red hair. Who is this? Same. Those who deeply felt the domineering power of this domineering look were Whitebeard and Kaido, and even Big Mom was stunned. Although their 4 Emperors were not completely suppressed like Katakuri, their arms trembled deeply because of this domineering shock. This guy. Whitebeard was a little surprised. The same is true for Big Mom. This guy's Roha, right? Interesting. Only Kaido. He's most familiar with Roha, who released the domineering look in front of him. Roha. And your strength seems to be stronger than last time. And you never thought you would come here. Don't you still refuse to give up your old identity? Kaido, who was defeated by Roha, can clearly feel that Roha's strength is now even higher than last time. As for why Roha came out of the promotion city, Kaido was not surprised at all. After all, even Kaido himself, the promotion city could not really hold him, let alone someone stronger than himself. What about Roha? What Kaido didn't expect was that Roha, who had been deprived of the status of the Navy Award and was also imprisoned as a criminal, chose to return to the Navy headquarters after he came out of the city. After all, if Roha still helps the Navy, it will be a very difficult existence for Kaido and the others. It's General Roha. How could it be him? Didn't Roja be imprisoned in Advanced City because he killed the Tianlong people? Also, isn't that Mr. Zifa's boat? How could Roja be with Mr. Zifa? The lieutenant generals of the Flying Squirrel and the Ghost Spider started talking about it. Chapter 76, Resignation as Admiral of the Navy. Roja, why is he here? Akainu Sakaski said, very unhappy. After all, he has been targeting Roja, and Roja's identity is indeed a criminal according to the current situation. Oh, things don't seem to be that simple anymore. The yellow ape Polysolino said, only Kazan focused on Zifa. Teacher Zifa, why is he back? Perhaps Kuzan, as a disciple, understands Zifa's psychology best. At the same time, in the Chambord Islands in the distance, all the civilians who were watching the battlefield on the big screen were amazed. They also knew that Roja, the original 4th General of the Navy, was already a criminal. After all, Roja was the celestial dragon who killed on the Chambord Islands at that time, and he fought with the 3 grand prizes and even destroyed several small islands. Now that Roja appears again, they are naturally terrified and surprised. In the Chambord Islands among the crowd, Hades Rayleigh was also in the crowd, looking at the big screen with a wine jug, and said with a smile, Roja, it's interesting. However, on the battlefield, Carp and Sengoku looked at each other and laughed together understandingly. I didn't expect it. Roja's mastery of domineering power is even more exquisite. Carp couldn't help admiring the domineering Roja release just now. Wait, Lieutenant General Carp, Marshal of the Warring States period, don't forget that Roja is a criminal now. You don't want to borrow the power of criminals, do you? Sakaski immediately saw that Sengoku and Kapu-Pu's thoughts, immediately raised a question. Sengoku and Garp ignored Sakaski's questioning. Garp made a look at Sengoku, who immediately nodded knowingly, followed by the Warring States Marshal picked up the phone bug that could notify the whole square. Roja, welcome back to our Navy headquarters. You have seen the situation of Marin Vanduo at present, and I have already communicated with the people of Marie Joya. If you can help the Navy to destroy these pirates this time, then you can be amnesty and restore your Navy's first rank. The identity of the 4 generals. The Warring States Marshal shouted with the help of the phone bug, and the sound rang in the audience along with the horns in Marin Vanduo Square. What? Amnesty for him? What a joke. He killed the Tianlong people. It was Sakaski who was most excited, and he had extremely doubts about this decision of the Warring States period. Not only Sakaski, but also the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters and the Navy soldiers were amazed. As the Navy, they knew better than anyone what kind of heinous crime it was to kill the Tianlong people, not to mention killing Tianlong people. Even those who offended Tianlong people and were identified as criminals are absolutely impossible to get amnesty, even Whitebeard. And Kaido, the 3-4 emperors, are a little unbelievable. After all, at present, those who stand at the top of the world are these Tianlong people who think they are superior. Even if they are the 4 emperors, they will fight with the Navy, but they may not necessarily fight with the guys like Mary Joya, because they know very well that it will be very troublesome to get entangled with those Tianlong people. Let alone the power of the Navy, they may have more mysterious powers, such as ancient weapons. Therefore, they were still very surprised that those Tianlong people agreed to give Roja an amnesty, not to mention their Navy government. Civilians all over the world who are watching this live broadcast at this time are already shocked. Well. Have your Navy and the world government been reduced to such a point? I need to curry favor with someone you consider a world criminal to win for you. Isn't it funny to say it? Big Mom laughed and mocked. That's right, Warring States. Are you cornered? Even Kaido laughed. Whitebeard also frowned for Whitebeard, although Roja's amnesty or not has nothing to do with him, but he knows that with the domineering arrogance released by Roja just now, coupled with the fact that he was able to defeat Kaido before, if Roja really agrees if you get the amnesty of the Warring States period, then it will definitely become your most powerful resistance, and no matter what Whitebeard and the others think. Anyway, the current appearance of the Warring States period is high-spirited and full of self-confidence, because he believes that Roja will definitely agree. Once Roja agrees, plus the return of Zifa now, so even if the entire Navy headquarters is now facing Whitebeard and the other 3 emperors, it is already full of confidence. Boy, you are really a unique exception. Those Tianlong people would allow you an amnesty, which is simply unprecedented. As a former admiral of the Navy, Zifa naturally knew something about the Tianlong people. How about it, Roja boy? What do you mean? Zifa asked Roja. Result. Roja shook his head and sneered and said to the Navy soldiers below, bring me a megaphone. His attitude has actually given Zifa an obvious answer to how to say. On this condition, for ordinary people, they might really agree without hesitation, but for Roja, Is this necessary? The reason why those Tianlong people agreed to amnesty Roja was nothing more than fancy Roja's power, and wanted to use Roja's power to let their navy and the world government win the victory of this top war. So what about after this matter? Even if Roja's status as the fourth general is restored, isn't it completely confirmed that he is the lackey of the Tianlong people? This is the last thing Roja wants to see. Soon the loudspeakers that Roja needed were delivered. Marshal of the Warring States, thank you for your kindness, but I refuse this matter. And when I come back this time, I mainly come back to tell you that from now on, I will resign as Admiral of the Navy. Next, whether you think I'm a criminal or not, I want to survive in my own way. Roja, who was holding a megaphone in his hand, began to shout and directly responded to Sengoku, expressing his true inner thoughts. Sengoku, who received Roja's response, was immediately dumbfounded because the result was different from what he expected. Not just Sengoku. Even Garp was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't figure out what Roja was thinking in his heart. Chapter 77 Kaido. Do you deserve its aim? Everyone present exclaimed. Whether it is a Navy soldier or a pirate, why didn't they think that Roja would refuse the world conquest amnesty? You must know that killing Tianlongren itself is a capital crime, and Roja now has an extra crime of escaping from prison. If this happens, he will become a heinous criminal. If the amnesty can be agreed, then all these charges will no longer exist. Though they were surprised why Roja's choice was rejection. Humph. Sure enough, a person like him has no justice in his heart. You even applied for amnesty. Sakazuki began to mock Sengoku and Garp. Yo, it's really interesting. The Yellow Ape Palusolino said. Kazan was very calm, however, those Kawaii Kings couldn't sit still anymore. This guy, what exactly does he want to do? Hawkeye Mihawk said, "S a strong man. He naturally paid a lot of attention to a strong man like Roja. Is this the man who killed the Tianlong people? He even directly rejected the Tianlong people's amnesty. The Empress Boya Hancock is actually a bit of a nympho. After all, she has hated the Tianlong people for so long, and Luoya actually dared to kill Tianlongren, which was something she dared not even think about. At this time, both Sengoku and Garp's expressions changed drastically, and they didn't even bother to care about what this guy Sakazuki was talking about. However, this is not over yet. Zifa next to Roja snatched the megaphone. Warring States. And me too. I came back today to take me and my current students to formally resign from you all the affairs of the Navy. Whether you agree or not, I have already decided on this matter, and I will use my own way to enforce justice in the future. Zifa yelled through the loudspeaker and directly said that he would lead the team to resign. This time, the Navy soldiers in the audience were completely dumbfounded. What happened? Mr. Zifa actually wants to resign and quit the Navy. What the hell happened here? No one knows Zifa, who is a former admiral of the Navy, and he is also a current naval instructor. Unexpectedly, Zifa also directly proposed to resign, which is undoubtedly a huge shock to the Navy. However, Zhangguo was even more confused, thinking in his heart, now he is dealing with Roja's matter. Why did this Zifa jump out and add to the chaos? Because the sudden decision of Roja and Zifa completely disrupted their Navy's position. At present, the entire Marin Vanduo is facing the oppression of the 3 and 4 emperors, and he is already extremely nervous. Originally, Roja's return gave him an amnesty so that his side will have an extra powerful force. As a result, who would have thought that Roja refused directly? It's fine for Roja to refuse. This Zifa also came to add to the chaos. Therefore, the Navy, which is already at a disadvantage, is even worse in terms of face. Roa, Zifa, are you sure you've all thought it through? If you have any requests, you can ask me. There is no way even Sengoku, who is the Admiral of the Navy, can only find a way to try to keep him. After all, the current situation is indeed very tense. Roja and Zifa looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. We have already decided. Then the two said in unison. At this moment, the face of the Warring States was green with anger, and he was an admiral of the Navy, and now he lost all face. Roa, Zifa, you two guys, what do you want to do? Garp's face was also very ugly. He couldn't figure out what these two guys are going to do. Roja's actions made everyone in the Navy worry. On the contrary, the pirates cheered, especially Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Roja, I told you before, the Navy is not a good thing. Now you've finally figured it out. How about it? Anyway, you are already the most troublesome of the world government now. Do you want to join my 100 Beast Pirates? With your joining, with the strength of the two of us, we will definitely be able to win the final big secret treasure and eventually dominate the world. The 4 Emperors. Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed. The original body in the form of a dragon had fallen to the ground and changed back to a human form, and he boldly extended a warm invitation to Roja. The reason why Kaido surrendered to Roha last time was actually a conspiracy. After all, even if he was seriously injured and wanted to escape, he naturally had his own way. Kaido didn't do that at the time. The purpose was to wait for today's situation. He believed that Big Mom and members of his pirate group would come to rescue him, plus the matter of Fire Fist Ace Whitebeard would definitely be there. So all of this is Kaido's plot to figure out how to destroy the entire navy. Moreover, the highest concern for Kaido was still Roha. He was waiting for an opportunity, and that was the opportunity for Roha to leave the navy. Once Roha is out of the navy, Kaido will invite him to as long as Roha agrees to join. It is really like what he said, conquering the world is just around the corner. This moment, the Marines, including Sengoku and Garp, held their breath and looked extremely nervous. Maybe they were really worried that Roha would agree to Kaido's invitation. However, facing Kaido's gracious invitation, Roha glanced at him with disdain and sneered, "Kaido, it's you. Are you worthy?" To put it bluntly, in Roha's eyes, Kaido has no such qualifications at all. "Roha, what do you mean? How dare you speak to our boss like that?" Drought Jack started his reckless behavior again, standing up in mammoth form, as if planning to attack Roha. As for the reckless man Jack the Drought, Roha didn't even take a look to Boom. Just one breath. Roha once again unleashed his domineering arrogance, and this time his target was only Drought Jack. Immediately, suffering from Roha's domineering Drought Jack, he suddenly felt tens of hundreds of tons of weight pressing down on him. With a loud bang, the huge mammoth-shaped Drought Jack fell directly to the ground, and the ground numerous cracks also appeared, and the entire huge body sank into the ground. This power is too terrifying. Everyone present was amazed. Chapter 78. His strength has become stronger again. Even Zifa next to Roha couldn't help but sigh what kind of power Roha is. After all, the other party is a big pirate with a reward of 1 billion. However, in front of Roha, he was like an ant at his mercy. Even if he was young and full of strength, he might not be able to achieve such a level, right? It is precisely because of this I in Zifa's heart. He wants to have Roha in his pocket even more, and in this way, the new force he will build next will definitely be able to compete with all the forces today. Even the world government. Same, the Marshal of the Warring States was also shocked. Perhaps at this time, the Warring States was full of fear, because just before, Roha rejected the amnesty and announced that he would resign as Admiral of the Navy. Then it also means that such a powerful combat power has been lost for the Navy. A teammate even become the most powerful enemy of their Navy. Roya, what on earth do you guys want to do? Zhongwu clenched his fists tightly, clenched his teeth, and his face was extremely ugly. As for Garp, he was relieved after being surprised. He said not long ago that he respected Roha's choice, but at that time Roha refused. The most important thing is that Garp told him not to forget his original intention of justice no matter what. However, judging from the present, although Roha's decision was to leave the Navy, the fact that he still attacked the Drought Jack just now at least proves that Roha has not forgotten the original intention of justice. Bang. After a loud bang, Drought Jack fell into the black hole completely, and Roha restrained his domineering arrogance. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but frown and said, "Has this guy's strength reached such a level?" "Roha, what the hell do you mean? Didn't you say you left the Navy? Are you still attacking us?" Kaido questioned Roha very unhappily. "Kaido, I am now deeply suspicious of how you became the 4 emperors based on your IQ. Whether I leave the Navy or not is none of your business. Could it be that I can't take action against you pirates after I leave the Navy?" Roha mocked disdainfully. Then Roha straightened his back and expressed his attitude to everyone in Marlin Fando. Although I quit the Navy, I still won't give any pirate a chance, no matter who the pirate is." Heard here, Garp finally smiled with relief. Sure enough, just as he thought, Roha really did not give up his original intention of justice in his heart. Similarly, Sengoku, who received Roha's affirmative answer, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, this speech naturally made some people happy and others worried. The Navy is naturally happy, at least in this way. It is impossible for Roha to be an enemy of their Navy for the time being. But for all the pirates present, that was not good news, especially for Whitebeard. In itself, he brought all his men to Marlin Vander just to save Fire Fist Ace in a desperate attempt. It's just that things backfired. He never expected that the appearance of Kaido and Big Mom really surprised him, but at least he also knew that if the two of them joined forces, then the rescue of Ace would naturally be more effective. Result: who knew that there was another Roha with such a powerful strength? Now it seems that things have entered a serious state of affairs. Damn it. If that's the case, then this time, I'll kill you. Kaido couldn't bear it anymore, waved the mace in his hand and pointed at Roha viciously, and the domineering energy on his body suddenly began to be released, and Roha began to confront him tit for tat. "Is it? Do you think you have the chance? Roha will not let Kaido be so arrogant. All of a sudden, his eyes froze, and he once again released his arrogance. Just like that, the two domineering auras collided with each other. Countless Navy soldiers and pirates rolled their eyes and fell down because they couldn't bear the power of these two powerful overlords at the same time. There is also a feeling that the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking, and even a slight change has taken place in the sky. The sky is cracked. It's exactly the same scene as the old man and the redhead. No, it's even scarier than the scene where Dad was at that time. Marco looked up at the changes in the sky. He was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear, and his words were a little restless. Gradually, in this domineering confrontation, Kaido has already lost the wind, and cold sweat has begun to break out on his forehead. Looking carefully, he seems to be struggling and embarrassed. Kaido, is that all your strength is? Roha said something mockingly with a sneer. Afterwards, Roha directly strengthened his strength, and the range of the blood-red overlord-colored arrogance was wider, and its power had been reduced and spread even larger. This time, it's not just those Navy soldiers and pirate minions who can't bear it anymore. At this moment, even powerhouses like Yujin and Katakuri couldn't help trembling. Big Mom even opened his mouth wide and stared at his eyes, and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Kaido really lost to this kid?" Although Big Mom heard that Roha defeated Kaido, she thought it must be because Kaido drank too much that day, and his strength was not good. It was given to him by Big Mom, so Big Mom naturally knows best about Kaido's strength. But as far as the current situation is concerned, Roha's power is far superior to Kaido and even Big Mom herself. "Who do you think I am, Kaido?" After Kaido roared, he was still holding on. It seems that the reckless behavior of the beast pirates is really innate. After all, everyone can see what their captain looks like. It's no wonder that Drought Jack is so stubborn. "Kaido, do you need me to take action?" Big Mom asked. "Ling Ling, don't make trouble. Today I must kill this guy," Kaido said angrily, directly rejecting Big Mom. However, Big Mom didn't make a move, but another person made a move on Roha. Chapter 79 moment. An extremely sharp big knife hit Roha's body, and that sharp blade is actually covered with a layer of transparent balls. This is the shaking fruit ability. That's right. The Whitebeard, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shot at that moment. The whole huge body jumped up, and the huge Zongyunxia in his hand cut down towards Roha. And the most important thing was that he directly used Jinjin fruit capacity. And it's also wrapped around the arm domineering color. Not only is it powerful, but it is also extremely fast. If you get hit by this thing, you will probably be smashed to pieces. It seems that the guy with white beard has affirmed Roha's strength, so he just used the killer move directly and really didn't intend to leave any room for Roha. Unfortunately, Roha, who possesses the domineering aura of knowledge, has already reacted and predicted Whitebeard's attack immediately. Sizzle, Whitebeard's Zongyunxia actually swung at a bolt of lightning. No, to be precise, at that moment, Roha used the Thunder Fruit ability to elementalize and successfully escaped Whitebeard's attack. Don't underestimate Whitebeard's huge body, even with his old body now. But the speed is not invincible to ordinary people. If Roha doesn't use the Thunder Fruit to elementalize his body in advance, just use the 6th form of the Navy. Even the 6th form of the Navy that has been cultivated to the top level still may not be able to avoid Whitebeard's attack, but Roha is not. Indifferent, after he escaped the attack with the elementalization of the Thunderous Fruit, he immediately counterattacked, and countless thunderbolts quickly condensed in his hands and attacked toward Whitebeard's chest. However, the Whitebeard, who also possesses the aura of knowledge and arrogance, reacted very quickly and immediately evaded, after retreating 2 steps quickly. The big knife in his hand immediately came back and slashed at Roha's head. This time Roha did not use the Thunder Fruit ability to evade again, but drew out his saber to resist head-on. Clang, a crisp sound. Without exception, Roha blocked the swords and collided together. Although Whitebeard didn't use his shaking fruit ability this time, Roha could still clearly feel how strong Whitebeard's power was. Of course, surprise is surprise, but it is basically impossible to defeat Roha with just such power. Therefore, Roha also fought back again, and Whitebeard continued to wave the big knife in his hand, and the two began to fight. That's it. After Roha and Whitebeard fought back and forth for a few times, neither of them took advantage, and they retreated to their original positions. Sure enough, he's called the strongest man in the world. It seems that if you want to deal with him, it is really not that simple. "Whitebeard, who made you shoot?" Kaido asked. He didn't let Big Mom make a move, but he never thought that Whitebeard would make a move. Well. I didn't expect that, Whitebeard. You would take the initiative to make a move. This really doesn't look like you at all." Bigman was also a little surprised that Whitebeard would take the initiative, which didn't seem to fit Whitebeard's personality. It wasn't just Bigman and Kaido who were surprised by Whitebeard's shot. Even Warring States and Garp were also surprised. For them, they really couldn't figure out why Whitebeard would suddenly attack Roha. However, they were even more surprised when Roha and Whitebeard fought just now, several rounds, and many more. Garp was a little confused. Roha brat, did he use the power of a devil fruit just now? Zhangguo nodded. He saw clearly the process just now. It seems to be the power of the fruit of nature. If I remember correctly, Roha doesn't seem to have eaten any devil fruit, right? The same goes for Sakaski as well as Palyasalino and Kuzan. This guy is also a natural type devil fruit ability user. Sakaski was a little shocked because he himself is a natural type devil fruit ability user, so he is naturally a little sensitive. And the last time he was in Chambord Islands, Roha didn't use any devil fruit ability. I said intentional to keep a hand. Thinking of this, Sakaski's face really turned ugly. Roha, your swordsmanship power seems to have improved again. I don't know how many moves I can match with you. Eagle-eyed Mihawk has been paying attention to Roha's moves. He's also practicing swordsmanship. It can be seen that Roha's swordsmanship power is even stronger. After all, he was also here last time. Roha also used swordsmanship to fight against Kaido. At that time, Hawkeye Mihawk had already noticed Roha's swordsmanship. As for those Navy soldiers and pirates, they were all dumbfounded. They never expected that Whitebeard, the majestic emperor, would attack Roha even if he disagreed with him. Moreover, Roha didn't mind the attack of the strongest man in the world, Downwind. What? He actually blocked Dad's attack completely. Marco was the most surprised, although he also knew that Whitebeard and Roha were testing each other just now and didn't use all their strength. But what surprised Marco was that although it was a test, Roha was able to easily block all of Whitebeard's attacks. Recalling that he was able to block Whitebeard's attacks so easily, perhaps it was when he was still very young, a battle with Roger, right? Dad. And Fire Fist Ace, who was suppressed on the execution platform, couldn't help shouting when he saw this scene. Roha, why did Whitebeard attack you suddenly? Had you ever had a feud with him before? Zifa beside Roha asked suddenly. As a former admiral of the Navy, Zifa naturally knows Whitebeard's status and strength, so he still has a little understanding of Whitebeard. As for the fact that Kaido will attack Roha, it is not surprising. After all, Roha personally defeated Kaido and sent him to the City of Advancement. So according to the character of Kaido, I want him not to find him. Roha troubles that it is basically impossible. Roha didn't answer Zifa's question, but shook his head. Helplessly, actually, don't say it's them. It's just that Roha himself can't figure out why Whitebeard would suddenly attack him. Could it be that he was very upset because he forcibly suppressed Kaido and then wanted to help Kaido out? Impossible. Although Whitebeard and Kaido used to be partners on the same boat, the relationship was definitely not as good as imagined. And it was definitely impossible to attack Roha just because he wanted to help Kaido get ahead. Chapter 80 is expected of Whitebeard. Roha, your strength is indeed very strong. I don't care if you have any conspiracy to quit the Navy. But you also said just now that you will not let the pirates go. And I only have one goal today, and that is to rescue Ace. I hope you don't make a move. It was just a warning to you. If you try to stop me, I will definitely not let you go. Whitebeard opened his mouth, which could be regarded as the reason why he shot Roha. It turned out that Whitebeard was worried that Roha would make a move, because once Roha made a move, their plan to save Ace would be really difficult or even impossible to succeed. So Whitebeard took advantage of that opportunity to attack Roha, firstly to test Roha's strength, and secondly to warn Roha. However, Whitebeard's move was actually superfluous, because the reason why Roha came back here was not to stop them from fighting Fire Fist Ace, but simply to come back and resign from the position of general. As for the matter of Fire Fist Ace, he didn't want to take care of it at all. Result, the guy with the white beard was worrying unfoundedly, and he even took the lead in attacking Roha. Well, according to Roha's temper, he didn't want to meddle in his own business, but today he really decided to meddle. Whitebeard, I didn't intend to take care of your crap, but it's your fault that you suddenly attacked me. However, since you have started, don't stop. I want to see how strong the strongest man in the world is. Roha responded directly to Whitebeard. The moment the voice just fell, Roha clenched the sword in his hand and used the top Navy 6-style shaving. In just a blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of Whitebeard, and the sword he was waving in his hand was slashing towards Whitebeard. Facing such a strong attack from Roha, Whitebeard reacted immediately, and once again raised the big knife in his hand to resist Roha's attack. Roha, it seems that you must stop me, right? Whitebeard glared at Roha viciously and said mercilessly, It wasn't originally, but now it is. Roha said with a smile. and then burst out his domineering power to suppress Whitebeard. Humph! Accompanied by Whitebeard's cold snort, Whitebeard also released his overbearing arrogance. Immediately, the entire sky was full of wind and clouds, and the originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, at the same time. In the middle of the collision of two violent domineering auras, a powerful force seemed to form a blade and soared into the sky, instantly shattering the clouds in the sky, cut in half. The scene at this moment on IT is definitely more spectacular than the scene where Roha and Kaido's domineering collided. Two berserk overlord color domineering and domineering collide crazily, evenly matched, domineering side leakage, magnificent momentum, followed by, under the collision of these two domineering auras, the entire Marin Fando began to vibrate. With the scope of these two domineering colors gradually expanding, countless Navy soldiers and pirates fell down one after another. And the difference this time is that these two domineering auras not only deter them from fainting, but even their consciousness people who are both stronger and stronger feel that their entire bodies are no longer able to move freely. At this moment, the entire Marin Vanduo, as if two gods of death came and turned this into hell. These two domineering auras. Are we going through hell? It's too scary. Countless Navy soldiers and pirate minions began to discuss. Even Sengoku, Garp, the three generals, and the other Shichibukai all had a trace of cold sweat on their foreheads. It's been so many years, and the strength of this guy with white beard hasn't changed at all. Zhanghua couldn't help sighing, and Karp also nodded. Indeed, Sengoku, even if I fight with you, it may not be able to contend against such a force for a while, right? In fact, they are all rejoicing in their hearts. At least now Roha is still willing to deal with Whitebeard and the others. Otherwise, it will only be handed over to their navy. It's okay if they just face Whitebeard, but they really have to face Big Mom at the same time. And Kaido's words are really very weak. But now facing the two domineering Whitebeard and Roha, even Marco Katakuri, Jin, and other lieutenants felt an incomparable sense of oppression, as if they were out of control if they didn't pay attention. It even reminded Marco of the scene when Whitebeard fought Roger the Pirate King, maybe even more spectacular and terrifying than the scene back then. Hateful. Roha, Whitebeard. The strength of the two of you is stronger than mine, Kaido said, very dissatisfied, but he had to admit that whether it was Roha or Whitebeard, their strength was indeed higher than Kaido's. There was no doubt about it. Roha, this guy is really too strong. If you leave a descendant with him, wouldn't it be stronger? At this time, Big Mom seemed to have some strange ideas in his mind, and he was smiling sinisterly and planning. After a long time, bang, accompanied by a loud noise, the entire Marin Fando shook extremely violently, and all the ground cracked open. Simultaneously, Roha and Whitebeard also separated, but this does not mean that they have ceased fighting. On the contrary, this time it was replaced by Whitebeard, who took the initiative to attack, and this time Whitebeard directly used the power of the Jinjin fruit. The Jinjin fruit cut through the air like breaking glass. The entire Marin Vanduo shook again, followed by the air in front of Roha began to crack, and a strong vibration spread around Roha. Fortunately, Roha activated the armed arrogance to cover his whole body at the first time, relying on the powerful armed arrogance to resist Whitebeard's attack this time. Otherwise, relying on this attack with the ability of the shaking fruit, it would be enough to overwhelm him. Roha's internal organs were all shattered. As expected of Whitebeard, this Jinjin fruit really wasn't built. Roha couldn't help but praised, and at the same time, it aroused his desire to fight even more. After all, no powerful person would refuse to have an earth-shattering battle with others. Chapter 81. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? Roha's appreciation hasn't finished yet. Whitebeard slashed at him with a backhand, also using the ability of the Jinjin fruit, and this time he was also entwined with the arm domineering. The speed is so fast that ordinary people can't react. Of course, Roha, who has already cultivated the knowledge-colored arrogance to the highest level, can still clearly know the trajectory of Whitebeard's attack. It's just that, this time it is definitely not possible to use the arm domineering force to take it down directly. After all, Whitebeard is entwined with arm domineering this time. The Whitebeard, who can be called the strongest man in the world, his strength is naturally beyond doubt. Not to mention that he also has the strongest Superman's shocking fruit ability blessing. But if Roha is really just using his body to carry Whitebeard's attack, it's okay. It's just that Roha wants to play with Whitebeard, followed by facing the aggressive attacking Whitebeard. Roha once again displayed his thunder fruit ability. Seeing the moment when Whitebeard's big knife was about to hit him, Roha directly elementalized his whole body and transformed into a ball of lightning, successfully avoiding Whitebeard's attack. Immediately, Roha planned to use the thunder fruit ability to counterattack Whitebeard again. However, I saw that Whitebeard also had a premonition of Roja's next move for the first time, but instead of avoiding it, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard knew that it was impossible for him to hit Roja, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to attack and directly broke the air where Luoyang was just now with the power of his most popular shocking fruit. Click. There was only a crisp sound like broken glass coming from the air. Immediately, the whole piece of air shattered, and Roja, who originally wanted to attack Whitebeard, also felt a strong impact towards him, as if he wanted to force himself to suppress his next actions. It's a pity that it is impossible for Roja to rely on such a suppressive force. This power. Interesting. Roja laughed, and then he deliberately pretended to be suppressed, and the posture that was about to attack also stopped immediately. The main reason is that Roja wants to see the true power of the next Whitebeard shaking fruit. Next second, rumbling. The entire Marin Vanduo was like a distorted glass lens, and the ground began to shake and cracks began to appear on the ground, forming countless abysses. Many people who did not stand firm fell into the cracks and abysses. Even the seawater on the surface of the sea rolled up again, forming dozens of huge waves, which seemed to want to submerge the entire Marin Fando. The attack this time was even more violent than the power released by Whitebeard when he first entered Marin Vanduo not long ago. Sure enough, like the legend, if the Jinjin fruit is brought to the extreme, it is enough to destroy the whole world, let alone this little Marlin Vanduo. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? Run! You're still talking nonsense here. If you don't run, you will fall. Where are you going? Didn't you see those tsunamis? Even if you don't fall, you will probably be submerged in the sea later. Countless Navy soldiers and pirate minions all shouted. Some people still want to run for their lives, but some people seem to have accepted the state of waiting for death. Is the power of the white beard of the four emperors so terrifying? It seems that the Navy's winning rate this time is really bad. Even the civilians who were watching the live broadcast all over the world were amazed. At the same time, among the Chambord Islands, Pluto Rayleigh watched Whitebeard's actions on the live broadcast screen. He took a deep sip from the jug, and then slowly said, "Whitebeard, you want to treat this battle as a battle for us remnants of the old era, the last battle?" Rayleigh's words are very meaningful. Maybe others don't know, but for Raleigh, he seems to have understood the meaning of Whitebeard. On the battlefield of Marlin Vander, seeing this formation, Marco couldn't help but frown and said in surprise, "Father is actually serious." After all, Marco, who has been with Whitebeard for so many years, naturally knows what Whitebeard's real power is, but for Marco, what he was most worried about was Whitebeard's body. After all, Whitebeard is old now, and with some old injuries left over from before, it's really not sure that Whitebeard's body can support such a powerful force. Marco, with Dad's current body, are we really not going to stop him? Diamond Jaws was also worried about Whitebeard's body. It's too late, now Dad, no one can stop it. Marco shook his head. Whitebeard. For Roja, is it worth your seriousness? Garp frowned tightly and clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Whitebeard's current strength, the events on the Island of the Gods seemed to appear vividly in front of Garp. After all, Garp knows best about Whitebeard's destructive powers, saying that Big Mom and Kaido, who knew a lot about the power of Whitebeard, were stunned. Whitebeard is going to use his full strength when he comes up. Kaido said, very annoyed. Whitebeard, you bastard, do you want the sea to drown us? Big Mom shouted anxiously. These 3-4 emperors are all devil fruit-capable users. Once these tsunamis really completely submerge Marin Fando, it will not only be the Navy that will suffer, but the most important thing is their capable users. Not just them, even Roja, who saw the power of this shaking fruit, sighed. No wonder Blackbeard wanted to get the power of this shaking fruit so much later. It really deserves to be the strongest superhuman fruit. And Roja is also very clear. If I forcibly use my body to resist this attack just now, even though my arrogance and physique are considered very strong, if I was hit head-on, even if I couldn't die, it would be very uncomfortable, seeing that the tsunami rising into the sky is about to submerge the entire Marin Fando. But this is not worth mentioning to Roa anyway. The devil fruit ability he possesses is a system reward, and he will not become a landlubber. But as the Admiral of the Navy, how can Whitebeard drown their naval headquarters like this? This is related to the fact that their naval headquarters is in the whole world. Chapter 82 Inch Kuzan. It's your turn. Don't let the whole Marin Fando be submerged. And Sakaski Palyasalino, you too, stop Whitebeard. Martial warring states issued orders directly to the 3 generals, because in the face of these soaring tsunamis, currently the only thing that can stop them is to rely on Kazan's frozen fruit. And in order to prevent Whitebeard from continuing to destroy, then naturally the 2 generals Sakaski and Palyasalino need to take action. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States, period. Kazan responded immediately, followed by Kazan jumped up. Ice stage. Seeing that the tsunami was approaching after Kazan yelled, a strong chill erupted from his body instantly. Swish. The power of the coldness was instantly released everywhere, just like the previous situation. All these tsunamis were frozen into ice cubes in the blink of an eye, and a prehistoric disaster was successfully avoided, in addition to freezing the waves. Kazan also froze the cracked ground together in order to repair the cracks caused by the vibration and prevent more naval soldiers from being transferred into the abyss. In just a moment, Kazan Bien relied on his fruit ability to turn the entire Marin Fando into a icy and snowy battlefield. This is exactly what the Warring States Marshal wanted to see. At the same time, Sakaski and Palyasolino both responded to Warring States and then prepared to make a move. However, something unexpected happened before the two of them. Sakaski and Palyasolino shot. Hawkeye Mihawk, who was Shichibukai under the king, was ahead of them, holding the black sword tightly in his hand. He rushed towards Whitebeard. Let me experience the power of the strongest man in the world. Hawkeye Mihawk said something coldly, holding the black knife tightly with both hands, and slashed down suddenly, and then a sword energy as strong as lightning slashed in the direction of Whitebeard and Roja at the same time. What? The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, actually took the initiative to attack Whitebeard. The slash of the world's #1 swordsman might even cut a mountain in half, right? Seeing Hawkeye Mihawk shot, everyone was shocked. Even Julian, Warring States, was a little surprised. He never expected that Hawkeye Mihawk would take the initiative to help their navy. This guy is really weird. He shot without saying a word. Empress Boyahin Cook was powerless to complain. Just now, Hawkeye Mihawk was standing beside him, but in a blink of an eye, he jumped out and returned shot against Whitebeard. However, in Hawkeye Mihawk's thinking, there is no such thing as helping the Navy. Like the previous fight against Kaido, he simply wanted to compete with Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Eagle-eyed boy. Whitebeard turned his head and glanced at the sword energy that was coming towards him aggressively, without any panic at all, and even a trace of disdain. Oops, Hawkeye Mihawk actually attacked Dad. Instead, Marco shouted in a panic. Not just Marco, and Foil Vesta and Diamond Jaws, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, became nervous. Diamond Jaws even used his fruit ability to rush up to defend Whitebeard from the attack that hit. But this slash was extremely ferocious, but Diamond Jaws was naturally ready to sacrifice for his father, Whitebeard. Result, clang. There was no chance for Diamond Jaws to make a move at all, and a figure as fast as lightning passed by and faced the strongest slash of Hawkeye Mihawk. That's right, it was Roja, facing such a powerful slash. Roja held the sword in his hand and resisted it easily, and swung it vigorously towards the sky. A tiger-like slash soared into the sky and pierced the sky, and then there was a bang spread out. What kind of monster is this guy? The strongest slash of the world's greatest swordsman was easily blocked by him like this. How is this possible? Am I dazzled? Countless pirates all opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, but for those marine soldiers, they smiled and jumped up in joy. It's Admiral Roja. Admiral Roja has made a move. Was the strongest in the world. You have to stand aside. Although Roja has now resigned as admiral in front of everyone, in the hearts of these naval soldiers, Roja will always be their 4th admiral, and he is also proud of it. The same for Roja's performance. Sengoku, Garp, and Zifo were also surprised. Roja, what do you mean? Hawkeye Mihawk asked. Don't make trouble for those who are on horse. You want to fight Whitebeard. It's not your turn yet. Roja glared at Hawkeye Mihawk fiercely and gave a warning. When he felt the powerful power of Whitebeard, the desire to fight in Roja's heart had been aroused, and he really wanted to have a good fight with Whitebeard, so he didn't want anyone to intervene at all. However, seeing Roja's shot and the voices of so many naval soldiers chasing him, Akainu Sakaski was extremely upset and angrily released his magma fruit ability, shooting towards him like a rocket. Roja rushed over. Roja! Sakaski even roared aggressively. At the same time, the yellow ape Palyasolino also flashed over with photons, but his target was on Whitebeard's body. After all, he wanted to fulfill the order given by the Warring States Marshal just now to prevent Whitebeard from continuing to destroy. I said, don't come here to make trouble. Roja let out a roar and immediately released the powerful domineering arrogance, attacking Sakaski and Palyasolino. After a loud noise, Sakaski and Palyasolino both flew out and fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Your domineering look can attack our elemental entities. Sakaski asked in disbelief. Oh, Ra, you are really scary. Palyasolino was also a little curious. Even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were stunned. Only Sengoku and Garp stared at each other with wide-eyed eyes, because they knew exactly what happened just now, and they knew better what kind of power Roja was. Chapter 83, The Battle Begins. The armed color is wrapped around the domineering color? Roja, have you already reached this point? You know, there are only a few people in this world who can master this kind of power. Garp said with a look of disbelief. Damn it, Ro, why did you quit the Navy? Sengoku's words seemed very angry, but more regretful about Roja's decision to quit the Navy. After all, this is the loss of an unprecedented strongest combat power for the entire Navy. That's right, the power that Roja used just now is the armed overlord color domineering. The well-informed Karp has naturally seen this kind of power, and as he said, there are only a few people in this world who can master this kind of power. At least Garp knows. It may also be the top powerhouses like Roxanne. Roger. Roja, you are really extraordinary. Whitebeard couldn't help but admire Roja. Humph. How can it be so simple for a man who can defeat me? Although Kaido was still very unconvinced that he lost to Roja, it was indeed the truth, and he had the courage to admit it. Well. Roja, it's really interesting. I must take you down. Big Mom once again released bold words. Come on, Whitebeard, let's fight. Also want to see how far your strongest strength can go. Roja looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile, Ha 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 ha. Okay, I want to see your strength too. Whitebeard even laughed out loud, as if these strong men all had the desire to fight against someone stronger than themselves. Hateful. Roja, Whitebeard, don't think about continuing to destroy Marlin Vander. Sakaski said viciously, and once again used his magma fruit ability to prepare for another attack. After all, if Roja and Whitebeard are allowed to fight, then with the strength of these two people, it will only be a matter of time before the entire Marin Fando is destroyed, even if the Marshal of the Warring States period does not order Sakaski as the Admiral of the Navy. Will definitely not allow someone to sabotage their Navy headquarters. However, the Big Mom jumped straight down, holding Napoleon in his hand, followed by Zeus and Prometheus, and blocked Sakaski directly. I really want to see who is stronger between the two of them. You better not mess with me. Big Mom issued a warning to Sakaski. Immediately afterwards, Kaido also jumped over and also said harsh words. Yes, I see who in your Navy dares to make trouble, and Lingling and I will be your opponents. For Big Mom and Kaido, their strength is not as good as Whitebeard, but now there is another Roja, so they all wanted to see who was stronger between Roja and Whitebeard. Big Mom, Kaido. Facing the obstruction of these two four emperors, Sakaski blackened his face and was very angry, but he did not dare to act. After all, with his strength, it is quite difficult to deal with the two four emperors at the same time. Even with the three generals of Kazan and Palyasolino, it is not necessarily possible to entangle with the two four emperors at the same time. There will be a winner, however. Because of the appearance of Big Mom and Kaido, enough time has been created for Roja and Whitebeard at this moment. In an instant, Roja didn't talk too much nonsense. He directly used the Navy 6-style shave and flashed in front of Whitebeard, waving the sword in his hand and slashed at Whitebeard. Clang. Whitebeard's reaction was also very quick. Facing Roja's attack, he reacted quickly and held his big knife with his backhand to block Roja's attack. A dull, muffled sound came out, followed by a powerful aura gushing out, directly impacting everyone around. So strong. What power is this? Obviously, they didn't use the domineering look. Why do they have such a strong coercion? Countless people were amazed. This is true. Both Roja and Whitebeard did not use the domineering aura. It is really surprising that they can form such a coercion just by fighting with the arrogance of the armed aura. Even Garp, Sengoku, and Kaido couldn't help sighing at the battle between Roja and Whitebeard. But for Whitebeard, he was actually not surprised that Roja's strength could do this after all. Roja is a man who can wrap his armed arrogance on top of his overlord arrogance. If his own armed arrogance doesn't have such a certain strength, how could he be able to achieve this level? To be honest, the two people, Roja and Whitebeard, were just testing each other at the same time. Boy, your strength is really strong. But even so, there is absolutely no way you can stop me from rescuing Ace. Although Whitebeard gave Roja a very high evaluation, but the strong desire to rescue Fire Fist Ace has never faded away. In fact, Roja was afraid that Whitebeard would speak. After all, this guy always wanted to accept others as his son. Followed by Whitebeard attacked again. This time, it will no longer be a test of the opponent's strength, but a real use of strength. I saw Whitebeard using the ability of the shaking fruit to make a fist with one hand, and a white ball cover appeared, and he directly and quickly hit Roja. This white dome is capable of shattering targets it touches. Boom. Roja raised the sword in his hand and abruptly followed Whitebeard's punch. Result. The air around Roja vibrated accordingly, and even his own body was vibrating, and even Roja felt that his body and internal organs were about to be shattered. even if Roha used the arm domineering, but it's still the same. Is this the power of the shaking fruit? Roha couldn't help sighing, and then Roha's whole body turned into a thunderbolt and directly avoided the range of the vibration. Then he used the Navy 6 style shave again to flash behind Whitebeard, 3,000 million volt Thunderbird. Roha, who appeared behind Whitebeard, used the Thunderbolt fruit ability again without a word, turning the lightning he created into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird and flying towards Whitebeard at high speed. Chapter 84 The Law of No Harm with Smoke. Because it is the reason of thunder and lightning, therefore, the speed of the Thunderbird created by Roha using the ability of the Thunder Fruit is very fast. Although Whitebeard reacted quickly, relying on his knowledge and arrogance, the moment he turned around to avoid it, the Thunderbird had already hit Whitebeard. Shoot a sizzle. Moment. Whitebeard's body was completely covered by lightning, and he couldn't move his whole body. Even Whitebeard showed a painful expression. Dad. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, such as Marco, Diamond Jazzy, and Foil Vista, all shouted. Even Fire Fist Ace, who was restrained on the execution platform in the distance, shouted, Daddy. Even everyone present was amazed. Of course, Roha knew very well that the one in front of him was Whitebeard. How could he be so easily subdued by himself with one move? Same up. Big Mom and Kaido waited and watched, smiling calmly. After all, they knew very well what kind of terrifying strength Whitebeard possessed. Even more, Warring States Capsifa and the others didn't say much in their eyes. After all, how could Whitebeard, who was known as the strongest man in the world, fall down just because of such an attack? So Roha's attack did not stop, but continued to attack Whitebeard. This time, Roha was still using the ability of the Thunder Fruit, but the difference was that he did not use any moves related to lightning. Instead, he covered his sword with the lightning produced by the ability of the Thunder Fruit, and at the same time surrounded by arm-domineering colors. Seeing that the tip of Roha's sword reaches the position of Whitebeard's heart when it is about to stab in suddenly, air around Whitebeard and the ground vibrated accordingly. Moreover, there is also a strong domineering arrogance coming towards Roha, followed by all the lightning that had been wrapped around Whitebeard's body was shattered, and Whitebeard turned the big knife in his hand to resist Roha's sword. Boom. The swords collided again. It was still a collision between the arm domineering of the two sides. However, this time, the impact force was even greater, and even the captains of the nearby Whitebeard pirates couldn't bear it and were crushed to the ground, and the ground that had been covered in ice and snow by Kazan cracked again, little by little. Even the warships and pirate ships docked on the shore not far away couldn't bear such a strong pressure, and they began to break apart. There was no time for everyone to react. Whitebeard actually picked up the sword in Roha's hand vigorously, and then threw the big knife in his hand into the air. The strong arm began to clench into fist, and the muscles visible to the naked eye began to expand rapidly. The white ball shield created by the ability appeared on Whitebeard's fist again. At this time, Roha is very close to the position of the Whitebeard, accompanied by howling winds. Whitebeard's fist covered in a white dome slammed down on Roha's head. Not good. Roha, this guy may not be able to escape. Garp, who has experienced many battles, saw Whitebeard's offensive at a glance from a distance. Maybe Garp thought that in this situation, even he himself might not be able to fight against Whitebeard's attack. The whole body retreated in the fist. Marco and the others became even more excited and said, Great, this guy will definitely not be able to avoid Dad's punch. As long as Dad's punch goes down, this guy will definitely die. When seeing this scene, everyone present held their breath. Perhaps they were all worried about Roha. Even their princess Kuei couldn't help frowning. Roha, I really want to see what you are going to do. Hawkeye Mihawk said indifferently. Only Zifa, who was not far away, shouted, Roha, get out of the way. It's kind of interesting. The fist is wrapped around a high-level armed color by Kisakura, and then the ability to use the shaking fruit. Facing the offensive of Whitebeard's fist, Roha didn't panic at all, but sneered instead. Indeed, as Roha said, Whitebeard's fist is wrapped around a high-level armed color by Yuzakura, which can already cause internal damage, and then add his shaking fruit ability. It is conceivable that this guy Whitebeard, it was intended to shatter all of Roha's internal organs. According to the normal situation, Roha should really listen to Zifa's suggestion and get out of the way. But well, Roha didn't want to go according to the normal situation and even look down on Whitebeard's punch. Iron block. Roha directly used the iron block of one of the 6 naval styles, and at the same time wrapped his whole body with arm domineering. Bang. Whitebeard's fist hit Roha without any deviation. Immediately, the entire Marin Van Duo began to shake, and a huge deep pit appeared in Roha's position. In an instant, there was a burst of thick smoke, and everyone around couldn't see what Roha's situation was like. Nope, that in a way. Has General Roha been defeated? How is this possible? General Roha defeated Kaido of the 4 Emperors before. Could it be that Whitebeard is dozens of times stronger than Kaido of the Four Emperors? Countless Navy soldiers stared wide-eyed, unbelievable, and began to discuss. Dad succeeded. This guy was defeated by Dad. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, shouted excitedly. Roha, this guy, can't he avoid it? Impossible. According to his speed, he will definitely be able to dodge. What is he doing? Zifa gritted his teeth and clenched his fist even more tightly. Well. Is it really that simple? Big Mom laughed strangely, as if he had already seen through everything. Humph. It can't be that simple. That guy Roha doesn't even have that weird ability yet. Kaido snorted coldly, remembering how terrifying Roha was when Tensiken was turned on. As for Warring States and Garp, although they were a little worried, they knew that Roha would definitely not be that simple. After all, Roha had created countless miracles for them. Gradually, wait until the smoke clears. Roha leaped from the deep pit and jumped up directly, according to the law of smoke without injury. Roha's body was unscathed, and he even reached out to pat the dust on his body, which was somewhat provocative. Chapter 85. See Roha in this unscathed state. Whitebeard was a little surprised, because he knew that with his attack, there were really only a handful of people who could really force nothing to happen. On the contrary, he never expected that Roha would be able to follow up, and it looked so relaxed now, which really made Whitebeard a little unexpected. How is this possible? This guy actually forcibly took down the punch of the old man Jinjin Fruit. It shouldn't be. Dad Jinjin Fruit should destroy all his internal organs. Even if he can use arm domineering, it's useless. Marco couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he has been fighting with Whitebeard for many years, and he is very familiar with Whitebeard's moves and strength. Not only Marco was shocked, but everyone present was shocked. This guy. I would have known he was fine, but I didn't expect him to be unscathed. It's amazing. This is even more so for Big Mom. Even with such a hard body, it would be very uncomfortable to bear the punch that Whitebeard just gave. Instead, Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed meaningfully, because this result was completely within Kaido's expectations. Although Kaido also acknowledged Whitebeard's powerful strength, he recognized Roha's strength even more. After all, his strongest move, which was no less than Whitebeard's, was like scratching an itch for Roha, but now seeing this scene as if the scene reappeared. This stinky boy. Garp also smiled with relief, because he knew very well that Roha would not fight an unsure battle. How? Is this guy really that strong? Isn't that obvious? Can you take a punch from Whitebeard? It's too scary, this guy named Roha. Countless pirates started to say with wide eyes in surprise that countless pirates were already afraid of Roha. However, for naval soldiers, this incident is worth celebrating and can successfully boost morale. After all, Roha is also the former 4th General of their Navy headquarters, even if Roha has already said that he will resign as Admiral, at least for now. Roha is still Admiral Roha in the eyes of these naval soldiers and civilian audiences all over the world who watched the battle of. Marin Fanduo also lamented Roha's terrifying strength, but seriously, the Whitebeard's strength is really strong. If ordinary people endured the blow just now, even if they couldn't die, they would be in a terrible state of embarrassment. It's a pity that Whitebeard is facing Roha. Just now Roha directly strengthened his body with iron blocks, and at the same time wrapped it with arm domineering, which is enough to make Roha's defense ability reach an extreme. What's more, Roha's training items also include physical fitness training, which has also been cultivated to the intermediate level. Although it is still a little bit compared with the powerful defense of the strongest creature Kaido, it is also comparable, so Roha can block Whitebeard's attack, followed by Roha didn't procrastinate at all. While Whitebeard and everyone were in a daze, Roha strode forward with lightning speed, clenched his fist with one hand, and immediately wrapped his arm domineering and patted Whitebeard's abdomen. The punch hit the pasta boom with a muffled sound. Whitebeard's eyes widened, his entire huge body arched, and the intense pain made his expression extremely embarrassing. In fact, Roha didn't use all his strength for this punch. The reason why Whitebeard behaved like this is actually because Whitebeard is too old now, and his body is somewhat unable to keep up. Dad. Marco and the others shouted anxiously. Even Fire Fist Ace on the execution platform panicked and shouted, Father. Perhaps in Fire Fist Ace's heart, he blamed himself deeply. If it wasn't for his willful insistence on hunting down Blackbeard Tiki, he wouldn't be in such a mess. Maybe at this time, the Whitebeard pirates are still there, galloping happily on the sea. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world, so even if Fire Fist Ace understands it now, so what, he can't change anything. Even though he saw Beard being beaten, he really wanted to help, but his hands and feet were bound with Hailu stone chains, so he could only do so helplessly. It's just that Marco and the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help it hateful. This guy actually dared to sneak up on Dad. We will never bypass him. The captain of the first team, Marco, took the lead in launching the attack and directly changed into the form of Blue Phoenix and rushed towards Roja. Immediately afterwards, Diamond Jaws and Foil Vista followed closely behind. Haha. Say I'm a sneak attack because I'm inferior to others. Whitebeard, you really have a group of big dutiful sons. Roja lowered his head and sneered. Ein and Binz, who were not far away from Zifa. These disciples had a bad feeling and quickly asked their own Zifa. Teacher, no, the Whitebeard pirates are going to besiege Roja. Dio, we need to help? Need not. Roja will find a way. And even if you go to help, you can't be opponents of them. Zifa shook his head in reply. What he said is indeed correct. Ein and Binz are just young students, and their strength is definitely not enough at present, let alone let them face the captains of the 4 Emperor Pirate. If they are really asked to make a move, it is not so much helping Roja, but adding chaos to Roja. And in terms of the strength Roja showed just now, Zifa still believes that it is very easy for him to deal with these guys. Sure enough, the next second I saw Roja raise his head. Abruptly, and his fierce eyes directly exuded a strong killing intent. A tyrannical, blood-red, domineering arrogance burst out and directly hit Marco and the others. Marco, Diamond Josie, Foil Vista, and others were all restrained by Roja's domineering arrogance. Not only them, but also everyone present felt the fear of Roja's powerful domineering look. When he was deeply domineering, many people who couldn't bear such a powerful force fainted directly. Why? Why can he cultivate the domineering look to such an extent? Marco regained his human form, resisting the oppression of the domineering look, gritted his teeth, and said very dissatisfied. Chapter 86. Whitebeard must be serious, but what's the use of being unconvinced? The difference in strength lies here. Enough. Stop me. Whitebeard suddenly roared angrily. Roja, your opponent is me, and I won't allow you to attack them. Whitebeard continued at the same time. Whitebeard also released a domineering look to compete with it as expected. He was a well-known calf protector. Roja sneered and stopped his domineering look. Subsequently, Whitebeard looked at Marco and the others. Marco, don't make any more moves. You can't possibly be this man's opponent. Your priority today is to rescue Ace, and you don't need to worry about other things. Whitebeard directly issued the majestic order as the captain. Indeed, as Whitebeard said, Marco and the others could never be Roja's opponents, so all of them rushing up like this would only increase the number of injuries in vain. What's more, the purpose of Whitebeard's coming here today is actually very simple, and that is to save Fire Fist Ace. Father, but your body, Marco said worriedly. I'm fine. Before Marco could finish speaking, Whitebeard interrupted his words directly and said majestically, I have already decided on this matter. And no matter what the situation is, your first task is to rescue Ace. Then, from now on, you stay away from me and save Ace when you find a chance. Whitebeard left the last sentence. Looking at it like this, Whitebeard has indeed fully felt the aura of a real strong man for Roja's strength. Roja, do you think you can knock me down with that punch you just made? In that case, then let me show you what the real shaking fruit ability is. After Whitebeard yelled, he put the big knife in his hand firmly on the ground with a bang, and then his entire huge body moved, and the domineering white cloak fluttered along with it, and at the same time, the symbol, there was a confident smile on the corner of the mouth with a Whitebeard. Oh, is this going to be serious? Roja smiled, knowing that Whitebeard, the title of the strongest man in the world, was about to make a real move, but he still didn't take it seriously, and his performance was still so calm. Roja really wanted to see the power of Whitebeard's real shaking fruit. After all, he hadn't fully used his full strength yet. Of course, the main reason was that Roja didn't want to kill Whitebeard. After all, as a generation of heroes, he had no grievances with him, so why did he kill him? Oops. This guy with Whitebeard is getting serious. Garp, tell me, what will we face if Roja fails to stop him? Seeing Whitebeard make such a move, Sengoku frowned and asked, if Roja can't stop him, then the entire Marin Van Duo will sink into the sea and become a history. If it's Whitebeard in his youthful peak state, let alone Marin Fand, even the islands and the waters near our Marin Fand will all be sunk by Whitebeard. Garp's answer was very calm, as if he was ready to resign himself to fate. After all, even at this moment, even if he and Sengoku both shot at the same time, they might not be able to stop Whitebeard, unless the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters also shot at the same time. It's a pity that Kaido and Big Mom are still obstructing them, which is even more difficult, because Cap was right. What kind of terrifying strength Whitebeard in his young peak state possesses may not be clear to others. But Garp definitely knows it. Even though Whitebeard is old now, his title of the strongest man in the world is not for nothing, and his strong strength still has enough power to destroy the world. So Garp's current state is not so much resigned to fate, but rather that he believes in Roha's power more. Garp, like Kaido, has also seen the terrifying power of Roha Tenseiken, but so far, Roha has never used that power. It is conceivable that Roha still retains his strength. Well. Is Whitebeard planning to kill us together? Big Mom knew what was going to happen next, but she didn't panic at all and even laughed. She didn't care about the Whitebeard, but put all her fiery eyes on Roha, because for Big Mom, he wants to know Roha's strength and his secret more the same. The same is true for Beast Kaido, but he did not speak, but stared at Roha and Whitebeard quietly. Regarding the gap between himself and Whitebeard, Kaido is very clear in his heart. After all, the time on the same boat before is still fresh in his memory even after so many years, but regarding the gap between himself and Roha, Kaido still couldn't figure it out, because the strange power that Roha used last time, he felt it was not Roha's real strength. So now Kaido really wants to see if Roha will show his true strength when facing Whitebeard. Dad, Diamond Jaws and the others hesitated. Go, get out of here, find a chance to save Ace, Marco said with a sigh. But Marco, are you sure that Dad's body can really release that kind of power? Izam, the captain of the 16th Division, finally couldn't help but speak. After all, as crew members on the same ship, they followed Whitebeard every day. Not long ago, Whitebeard had to rely on daily injections and medicines to get by. His old body could no longer support the injuries he had accumulated over the years. Likewise, the rest of the crew wanted to be persuaded. Stop talking, listen to Dad. Marco also understood everyone's meaning very well. Why didn't he think the same way himself? But he knew better that once Whitebeard decided something, no one could change it, so Marco could only obey Whitebeard's orders. In a way, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates began to spread out, leaving enough space for Whitebeard, seeing that his crew members had already moved away from him. Two white covers made by the shaking fruit ability appeared on Whitebeard's fists at the same time. Chapter 87. Is this your power? Whitebeard simultaneously. With a smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth, a strong breath began to erupt on Whitebeard's body and entangled. It is the powerful armed color domineering. For these powers, Roha can still feel very clearly. Even this powerful arm domineering force also produced an invisible sense of oppression on the surrounding Marin Fando. Look at this state. This Whitebeard is really going to use his real skills. As expected, he is the Whitebeard, who is called the strongest man. Even the arm domineering can achieve some effects like the domineering to form oppression. Good job, Whitebeard. Let me see how strong you are. Who is known as the strongest man in the pirate world and possesses the strongest superhuman type shaking fruit. Roha also raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, facing the serious Whitebeard without any panic, but even more interested. In an instant, Whitebeard started to move. I saw his huge body striding steadily, and as a crosswind hit, the white cloak on his body was blown up with the wind, and then the fists covered with the white ball cover were thrown heavily behind him. Smash it, click, immediately. The entire air behind Whitebeard froze instantly, and the place where the fist hit unexpectedly shattered like a piece of fragile glass. After a short second rumbling, the entire ground of Marin Fando began to vibrate crazily, and even the sea surface kept rolling. Gradually, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, covering the entire Marin Fando tightly, and the powerful vibration became stronger and stronger. Countless cracks also began to appear on the icy and snowy ground. Countless more powerful and penetrating forces erupted from Whitebeard's body and impacted the entire Marin Vanduo people. Even Roha's, after all, his position is the closest to Whitebeard's. When everyone was oppressed by this powerful force and couldn't move, the strong vibration was strengthened again, and the entire island of Marin Fando seemed to be tilted, making people restless, and even many people fell into the endless cracks and abyss of the ground again. In the restless tsunami, then they all attacked the entire Marin Fando. Even Kuzan, who was able to restrain these tsunamis, was powerless at this time. Could only watch those tsunami waves hit the coast with many Marins, and the naval warships on the coast were instantly submerged. Whitebeard's primary target is still Roha at the same time. All the powerful forces began to concentrate towards Roha and surrounded him. This power, it's really scary enough. Roha not only sighed, because Whitebeard's power was fully released on his body, even with the blessing of the Navy's 6-style iron block and arm domineering, Roha still felt that his body was being eroded by the powerful power of the shaking fruit. If it wasn't for his armed arrogance being strong enough, Roha's entire body would have been shattered by the powerful energy of the shaking fruit in just a few seconds. What kind of terrifying power is this? Oh my God. Is it true that the entire Marin Fando is going to sink into the sea? Run! Where are you going? How? At this time, people in Marin Vanduo Square were panicked, and countless Navy soldiers and even pirates began to panic and try to escape. Only the crew of the Whitebeard pirates remained indifferent, because they knew very well the power of their father Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard wanted to destroy this place, no matter how you escaped, it would be useless for Marco. He's not worried that he will sink all of them into the bottom of the sea with such a powerful force of Whitebeard, because he believed that Whitebeard will definitely keep a sense of proportion. After all, his crew members are still there here. However, Marco and the others were most worried about Whitebeard's body. They knew very well that to release such a powerful force, the damage to the body would be very serious. Damn it! Whitebeard really wants to destroy our Navy headquarters. Zhangguo clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and said very unhappily. Similarly, Carp clenched his fists tightly. If it really didn't work out, he had a fight with Sengoku. Otherwise, once the entire naval headquarters is destroyed by Whitebeard, it will be a small matter of face, but it will definitely cause countless innocent casualties. Whitebeard, it is absolutely impossible for you to destroy Marin Fanduo? Sakazuki roared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen the power of this guy with Whitebeard. I don't know how to deal with this, Roha. Big Mom sneered, watching the battle calmly, not panicking at all, and even hoped to see a miracle happen from Roha. Roha, now it's up to you how to deal with it. You should show your mysterious power, right? Beast Kaido's attention has always been on Roha because he hopes to see the power of Roha's Tenseiken again. After all, Kaido was defeated by that power back then, and he deeply knew the horror of that power. Because of the strong vibration caused by the Whitebeard, the live phone bug that was carrying out the battle in the entire Marin Vanduo Square did not know where it fell. Therefore, the screens all over the world that were supposed to be broadcasting the battle were already covered in snowflakes. What happened? What about the screen? What's going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that Marin Fando was really destroyed by Whitebeard? People all over the world started talking about it. There are all kinds of remarks, but as far as the current situation is concerned, more of their remarks are still biased towards the victory of the pirates. After all, countless people have just seen the powerful power released by Whitebeard. This side of the battlefield, the situation at this moment is already very serious. Almost half of the entire Marin Vanduo has been destroyed. Similarly, the suppression of the power of the shaking fruit on Roha's body has reached an extreme, and he has not continued to strengthen his power. Whitebeard, is this all your strength? If that's the only way, then it's up to me to do it. Roha began to sneer with his head down. Chapter 88, you just look down on me like this. Are you joking? Brat, your armed color is very domineering. But under my power, it won't take long for your armed arrogance to be exhausted, and you will be shattered later. Whitebeard is extremely confident in his own strength. This is true. Under normal circumstances, no matter how powerful a person with armed arrogance is, in the face of such a powerful force as Whitebeard, if he wants to use his armed arrogance to resist, he will naturally lose a lot of it. If you live, you will be eroded by the power of the shaking fruit. That's right. But it's a pity. You underestimate me too, don't you? Roha shook his head. Suddenly, Roha's sharp eyes burst out with a strong domineering look. This blood-red domineering look headed straight for Whitebeard, and it was obvious that Whitebeard couldn't stand up and began to take a few steps back. Humph. Domineering and domineering. Do you think you can forcibly suppress me with your domineering aura? Then you are too naive. After Whitebeard snorted coldly, he immediately strengthened his strength and continued to suppress Roha. It was obvious that he dismissed Roha's domineering arrogance and even felt that he had the chance to win next time. However, as Roha said, Whitebeard really underestimated his strength. After all, Roha and the power of Tenseiken have not yet been released. Only facing Whitebeard this time, Roha did not intend to release the power of Tenseiken. After all, the power of Tenseiken is a trump card. For Roha, of course, the main reason is that Tenseiken consumes a lot of energy for him, and he doesn't want to kill Whitebeard. What's more, he has to be careful at any time with the other two Four Emperors Kaido and Big Mom, because Kaido and Big Mom are the only ones who really know how to play dirty tricks and want to kill themselves. After all, the reason why Whitebeard came to Marlin Vander was to save Ace. This is also a matter of necessity, mainly because of the existence of Roha. The plan of their Whitebeard pirates to rescue Fire Fist Ace has been completely changed. However, facing the mighty Roha, the only one who can contend with him is Whitebeard himself. Just now, Whitebeard confidently believed that he had used all his strength, so Roha would definitely be knocked down by him. Ha ha. Indeed, Whitebeard, if it's just domineering, it really won't pose any threat to you. Roja first sneered, and in fact, Roja has already made plans for the next step. But, if so, I don't know if you can still stand it. The voice just fell. Roja releases power again, of course, not the power of Tenseiken, but the power of armed color domineering. At the same time, the domineering arrogance that had already rushed towards Whitebeard also continued to strengthen in an instant. The blood-red domineering arrogance was instantly covered by a dark black force, which quickly enveloped Whitebeard's entire huge body. And the countless powerful coercion made Whitebeard frown nervously. That's right, officially armed. With domineering color, immediately, Whitebeard's body began to tremble unexpectedly, and the power released by the shaking fruit ability dissipated instantly, followed by Whitebeard has already started to express pain. Obviously, Whitebeard has been suppressed by Roja's power. What? This guy actually suppressed Whitebeard. General Akainu Sakaski was the first to express his shock. You know, Whitebeard is such a powerful force, not to mention Sokolsky himself. Even if the three generals attack together, they may not be able to suppress Whitebeard forcibly. Yet now, Roja actually suppressed Whitebeard. Not only Sakaski, but even Sengoku were very surprised. This kid, it's really good enough. Only Garp showed a relieved smile. No way. General Roja actually suppressed Whitebeard, the four emperors who is titled the strongest man in the world. As expected, he is General Roja. General Roja is doing great. Countless Navy soldiers started clapping and applauding after seeing this scene. How is this possible? This guy actually suppressed Whitebeard. That's Whitebeard. His strength is too terrifying, right? Similarly, it has aroused the surprise of countless pirates. Dad, and Marco and the others shouted when they saw this. They have already seen that Whitebeard is at a disadvantage at this time. At the same time, Marco changed into a blue phoenix form again and swooped towards Roja angrily. It seemed that he wanted to attack Roja. Humph. The guy with the short memory. Roja snorted coldly at Marco and once again released a domineering look towards Marco. Facing Roja's arrogance, even Marco, who was a phoenix, still fell to the ground with a plop, unable to get close to Roja at all. Followed by Diamond Kayas and the others couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to rush up again. At the same time, seeing this scene, Whitebeard immediately became angry. What? Roja. With the roar of Whitebeard, he once again burst out with powerful strength and directly forced Roja to disperse the armed domineering arrogance that suppressed him. Then Whitebeard shouted, I told you, none of you should make a move. Hearing Whitebeard shout, Diamond Jaws and the others stopped slowly. Seriously, Whitebeard was right to stop them. After all, the man in front of him could suppress his own existence. If they were to charge up to deal with Roja, they would naturally not be his opponents, and they might even be in danger of their lives. At this time, Whitebeard's condition was obviously a little strenuous, and he was already panting for breath while standing still. They never expected that this guy Roja would be able to use the armed domineering look to such a degree. I don't know how many years have passed, and Whitebeard has never felt such a strong pressure. Roja. However, even so, Whitebeard still stared fiercely at Roja with angry eyes. Chapter 89 Roja Marry Me, Seem. Roja has thoroughly angered Whitebeard. Among them, the most surprising thing is Beast Kaido. His eyes widened in complete disbelief. How is this possible? This guy can suppress Whitebeard without that kind of strength. Kaido was surprised. After all, in Kaido's cognition, even he himself, facing the power of Whitebeard just now, couldn't suppress it just by relying on this level. Originally, Kaido thought that if Roja wanted to suppress Whitebeard, he would at least use the magical power that he used to deal with himself. However, Roja successfully suppressed Whitebeard without using that power at all. It is conceivable that Roja didn't use his full strength at all. So how terrifying is Roja's real power? The current Kaido even once thought that the power that Roja used to hurt him back then was not considered full strength. If Roja really used all his strength at that time, wouldn't he be about to die on the spot in Marlin Vander? Looking back now, Kaido couldn't help but sweat on his back, and there was already a fear of Roja in his heart, although Kaido has been trying every means to die for so many years. But that was when he knew very well that it was almost impossible for anyone in this world to break through his defense and kill him, so he acted crazily and without fear. Yet now, there has been an existence that can kill him, so naturally there is already some fear. No, this is impossible. Why does he have such great power? Sakaski looked unbelievable. He couldn't imagine that Roja would have such a powerful force to suppress Whitebeard. As the saying goes, jealousy changes people beyond recognition. This is the case with the current Akainu General Sakaski, and those Kuei-hai Wangxia who were watching the battle also couldn't bear it anymore. How terrifying is this man? No wonder he dared to kill the Tian Longren. The first to speak was the Empress Boya Hancock, and now she is becoming more and more incomprehensible to Roja. Roja, you are really strong, but this is not your full strength, right? Hawkeye Myhawk said. Roja, damn it. If I had such strength, how could I have lost to a guy like Kaido? Moonlight Moria is still staring at Beast Kaido. Although he's also surprised by Roja's strength, Kaido is more at his eyes. One can imagine how much the events of the year made him stay the hatred. As for the Tyrant Bear, looking at his face is very calm. In fact, the heart can no longer be calm suddenly. There was no time for Kaido to react. A huge figure quickly passed by and rushed directly to Roja. It turned out to be Big Mom. She rushed directly towards Roja. Roja also noticed that Big Mom was rushing towards him. The fat body moved so fast that others couldn't see Big Mom's actions clearly. What's going on? Is Big Mom going to do something to himself? Regarding Big Mom's behavior, Roja didn't panic at all. Anyway, since she wanted to do something, Roja didn't mind teaching her a lesson. Anyway, he taught more than one or two of the four emperors. Soon, Big Mom stopped directly in front of Roja, but did not make a move. Lingling, are you guys going to fight him? Kaido had already noticed Big Mom's actions and said something with a frown. What? Is the four emperors Big Mom going to attack Roja? Although this Roja is very strong, but facing the four emperors, Whitebeard and Big Mom, it is impossible for him to be an opponent. Don't forget, there is also a four emperor Kaido here. If even Kaido has taken action, then Roja will definitely not be able to withstand the power of the three emperors. Seeing that Big Mom was already standing in front of Roja, countless people began to discuss it. Even both Sengoku and Garp were surprised. Is Big Mom going to attack Roja too? Garp said with a frown. Although Garp believed that Roja's strength is very strong, after all, he has seen Roja's true power just now. But now it is not so simple to face two figures of the four emperors level at the same time. Well. Roja, your strength is really powerful. Big Mom stood in front of Roja, and when he said this, his eyes almost shone brightly, looking him up and down greedily. This guy, what do you mean by that? And what does that look mean? Roja couldn't help being puzzled because for now he didn't find that Big Mom had any intention of attacking him. The angry Whitebeard also scolded Big Mom. Charlotte Lingling, what are you doing here? You don't need to take action. However, Big Mom didn't pay attention to the Whitebeard, but kept looking at Roja greedily, revealing a sinister smile. Big Mom, what do you mean? Do you want to fight with me too? Roja was very direct and asked directly. Everyone held their breath, thinking that the two of them were about to start fighting. Well. Roja, your strength is really too strong. I like it so much. I want to propose to you. Marry Hui Wanghua with me, and then we will have a child. I believe that with your strength and mine combined, our child will definitely surpass us in the future. Big Mom laughed loudly, and at the same time issued a solemn invitation to Ro. Immediately, everyone present was dumbfounded. Proposal? Big Mom actually proposed to Roja. What kind of operation is this? Don't mention them. In fact, Roja himself is the most confused. I can't understand the magical brain circuit of Big Mom at all. However, only the Big Mom pirates, her children, and the crew were not surprised at all, as if they were used to this kind of thing. Looking at it like this, Big Mom should have made such miraculous moves before, right? At this moment, Roja was completely stunned. To be precise, he should have been frightened by the fat woman in front of him. Chapter 90. Others invite Roja to join the pirates on board. This Big Mom is amazing. Get someone to marry her and have a baby. In fact, this is not surprising. Otherwise, how do you think Big Mom's Wanghua came about? And Big Mom is to collect different bloodlines and races from all over the world. Now her entire Big Mom pirate group is almost all composed of his children. Even the remaining minions are all from Big Mom. Produced by the fruit ability, everyone knows this, that it's just that they never expected that this Big Mom would actually be eyeing Roja. But it's no exception. After all, with Roja's strength, how many people want to win Roja into his power? Of course, Big Mom is no exception, but her methods are a little disgusting to look at. Lingling, what do you mean? I was the one who invited Roja to join me first. Kaido yelled at Big Mom, very annoyed. I said just now, with Roja's strength, who wouldn't want to win him over? Well, how about it, Roja? Would you agree to my marriage proposal? When Big Mom saw that Roja had been silent for a long time, he asked questions again. He didn't care about Kaido's questions at all. However, seeing such a scene, Sengoku and Garp on the Navy's side became nervous. After all, now that Roja has clearly decided to quit the Navy, it means that he has no power now. Whether he really agreed to Big Mom or Kaido, so for their Navy, this is definitely a huge loss, and even reached an extremely dangerous existence. As for Katakuri and the children of Big Mom, they have long been accustomed to this kind of brain circuit behavior of Big Mom. Even if they are very unhappy with Big Mom's behavior, it's a pity that they can't refute Big Mom, not even Katakuri, who has cultivated his knowledge to that extent. Big Mom, are you sick? Do you think it's possible for me to promise you? Roja said with a dark face. The meaning is already obvious. That is to reject Big Mom, and it is a clear rejection of Big Mom. And you, Kaido, what are you arguing about? It's still the same sentence. Do you deserve it? After speaking to Big Mom, Roja turned his head and glared at Kaido again, and said viciously, well, Roja, I really like your strength and your character. You're not the first man who will reject me. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You man's old lady is going to be determined. If it's a big deal, just grab it. Big Mom said confidently that it seems that she has really done a lot of things to grab men by force, and she is so proficient. Haha. I said earlier that I would do it. Why bother? Roja lowered his head gloomily and sneered. For Roja, things that can be solved by hand are nothing, whether it is with Whitebeard or Kaido, or even the Big Mom in front of him now. If Roja is really in a hurry, he can't fight with all his strength and beat all three of them for emperors at the same time, and it's over. Well. Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. Big Mom has also noticed that if he wants to get Roja, then he must do it. Although Big Mom knew very well how terrifying Roja's power was just now, after all, he was able to forcibly suppress the man with the white beard. But for Big Mom, who is bound to win, as long as she gets Roja, she doesn't care so much. And no matter what result she pays or what method she uses, she must get Roja facing Big Mom. Roja is also a person who doesn't talk too much harshly and immediately unleashes a domineering. Domineering looked towards Big Mom. There was a loud bang. The blood-red domineering aura reappeared and rushed towards Big Mom. Aha! Overlord looked domineering. I will too. Big Mom sneered. Facing Roja's overbearing arrogance, Big Mom didn't panic at all and also released his own arrogance in the same way. That's it. It was another two powerful domineering forces attacking each other. Big Mom's overbearing arrogance is not inferior to the arrogance of Whitebeard just now. After all, they're all at the level of the four emperors, and basically they will not be inferior in terms of mastery of domineering. The collision of these two domineering auras once again caused a huge impact on the already dilapidated Marin Fando. Damn it! Domineering look again. Why are these four emperors all dead perverts? Countless Navy soldiers couldn't help complaining. After all, Whitebeard is also domineering, so is Kaido, and now even Big Mom is too. But this is not surprising. After all, dominance is the most basic condition for becoming a king. If they can't even reach this level, don't these four emperors have no level at all? Well. Roya, don't worry. You are the man my wife likes. I will not kill you. If you are injured, I will definitely take you back to Wangua and give you the best treatment. After all, you still want to have a baby with me. Big Mom said boldly. At the same time raised the Emperor's sword transformed by Napoleon. The huge body jumped forward and wanted to slash Roja. Humph. Tips for carving insects. Facing such a fierce attack from Big Mom, Roja didn't panic at all and even taunted him. Because with the blessing of his own knowledge and arrogance, Roja had already guessed Big Mom's attack, so he must have a way to deal with it. After all, in Roja's body, in addition to possessing the natural thunder fruit ability, there's also the dark fruit ability and poisonous fruit ability that have not been used. If you use any of these abilities, you can easily avoid Big Mom's attack. However, not waiting for Roja's shot to resist, Whitebeard, who had been resting silently since just now, made a move. Chapter 91, The Power of the Three Emperors and Four Emperors clang. A crisp sound rang out. What followed was a violent impact that almost knocked down the surrounding naval soldiers and pirates. That's right. It was Whitebeard who made the move. At the moment Big Mom made a move towards Roja, Whitebeard also made a move, holding the big knife in his hand to resist Big Mom. Everyone was dumbfounded. I don't know why Whitebeard wants to block Big Mom. It stands to reason that Roja is also his Whitebeard's enemy, so it is a good thing for him that Big Mom took action against him. After all, not long ago, Big Mom and Whitebeard also formed a temporary alliance. However, now Whitebeard actually defended Roja against Big Mom's attack, which is really hard to figure out. Whitebeard. Roja glanced at Whitebeard and sneered. In fact, Roja understand very well. Whitebeard didn't want to help himself, but because Roja suppressed his own strength just now, which made him deeply ashamed, and he wanted to get back his strength and dignity as the strongest man from Roja's hands. The reason why Whitebeard made the move was because he felt that Big Mom was hindering him. Whitebeard, what do you mean? Big Mom questioned Whitebeard loudly. Charlotte Lingling, this is a battle between me and Roja. It has nothing to do with your half a dime. Let me go as far as I can. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking care of you first. Whitebeard glared at Big Mom viciously. without giving him any face. Sure enough, as Roja guessed, the reason why Whitebeard made a move was nothing more than wanting to fight Roja again and defeat Roja, so as to regain his dignity. Damn it! This Whitebeard dares to attack Mother. Perispero, the eldest son of Big Mom Pirates, couldn't stand it any longer and activated his candy fruit ability to attack Whitebeard. Result. Boom. Marco's sudden appearance directly interrupted Perispero's attack, and the blue phoenix form also hit Perispero. But at the same time, Katakuri, one of the three generals of the big pirates, also made a move. The Nua fruit formed a barrier to block Marco's attack and directly sent Marco flying. Don't think about taking action against our people, Katakuri said indifferently. Because of Katakuri's shot, immediately, the members of the Big Mom Pirates rallied in no time, followed by the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates also stood beside Marco, ready for the battle. Seeing that these two Four Emperor Pirates are about to confront each other head-on, result Quinn, one of the three plagues of the Beast Pirates, also stood up. How could this kind of scene be without us? Quinn said arrogantly, and then changed into the form of an ancient Brachiosaurus, trampling crazily among the two pirate groups. Quinn, this guy. Is it crazy? Diamond Kayas yelled, and then the fruit ability strengthened his body and slammed into it. Seeing Quinn's shot, Jin and Jack couldn't bear it anymore and joined the battlefield. It's just that moment. The three big four pirate groups scuffled into one piece. Kaido, who saw this scene, was naturally eager to move. Whitebeard, how dare you do anything to Lingling? I will never forgive you. Kaido raised his head to the sky and roared. His huge body jumped up in the air and immediately changed into that terrifying green dragon form and rushed towards Whitebeard. See this scene. Ra didn't make a sound, but retreated a few steps back slightly. Since the three of them want to kill each other, Roa naturally wants to satisfy them. Well, Whitebeard, do you really think you are invincible? You can't even deal with Roha now. Do you think you can deal with me and Kaido? Big Mom said extremely arrogantly. That's right. Newgate. I thought we could really work together to destroy this naval headquarters at once. Sure enough, you are still not the same as us. If that's the case, then don't blame me and Lingling for attacking you and killing you. Kaido also uttered wild words, rushing towards Whitebeard with a strong dragon's breath in his mouth. This is true. According to Whitebeard's current aging body, his combat strength has indeed dropped a lot. If Roha is in the peak state of youth, if Roha wants to suppress Whitebeard just by relying on his arm-domineering aura, he may not be able to succeed. Let's not talk about whether the combination of Big Mom and Kaido will be Roha's opponent, but at least for now, if the two of them teamed up. To deal with Whitebeard, it would have caught Whitebeard by surprise. However, even so, naturally, Whitebeard couldn't have any reason to back down, seeing that Big Mom and Kaido are about to come to him. Humph. Kaido, Charlotte, Lingling. Just the two of you guys. I'm a Whitebeard. Whitebeard grinned confidently beneath his trademark white beard, followed by, he waved the big knife in his hand, and at the same time released the power of the shocking fruit to make a white ball cover and hit Kaido and Big Mom in the past. That's it. The attacks of the 3-4 emperors were all condensed together. Next second, the powerful impact force erupted directly from the middle of the three of them. The powerful impact force this time, coupled with the terrifying power of the white beard trembling fruit, the entire Marin Vander Island began to shake violently, and countless Navy soldiers were already unable to bear this powerful force. All the strength fell to the ground one after another, and even those who were close to the edge of the impact were already dead. Horror. Is this the power of the 3-4 emperors attacking at the same time? It seems. These guys who can be called the emperors of the sea are really good. If you add the red-haired Shanks, if these 4 emperors can clear up their suspicions, no one will have so much thought. Once they really join forces, it will really be a devastating existence for the whole world. Even Roha shook his head in admiration, because he knew very well that this was several times stronger than the impact between him and Whitebeard just now. Chapter 92 Live Screen restored again. That's it. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido fought frantically. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful forces of the 3 and 4 emperors are still constantly impacting. To this moment, Marin Fando is also in dilapidated condition. The power of the 3 emperors is really strong. I don't know if I don't use the power of Tensigan. Can I forcibly withstand the attacks of the 3-4 emperors? Even Roha couldn't help feeling it at the same time. There is also a feeling of eagerness to try. Of course, it is just an idea for Roha, although he really wanted to test his strength, but in more cases, it is really better to have one thing more than one thing less. But if the 3 of them insisted on doing something against him in the name of not being good at it, then he would not care about it and try their strength as well as his own, the power of their 3-4 emperors colliding with. Each other caused all kinds of huge damage to the surroundings, and the frantic fighting of the pirates of the 3-4 Emperor pirates has already caused countless naval soldiers to suffer. After all, although it is a battle between pirates, they can see that one navy is one after all. As long as they can do it, they will never miss any opportunity. In addition, the lunatic Kaido, relying on his huge green dragon form, continuously sprays out heat indiscriminately. As a result, countless naval soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. Whitebeard, are you going to spoil my old lady's good deeds? Then don't blame me for not thinking about the old relationship. Big Mom shouted at Whitebeard angrily. Old love. Charlotte Lingling, do you have some misunderstanding? Is there an old relationship between me and you? Whitebeard sneered. Without showing any face at all, he swung the big knife in his hand and chopped down again. And it is obvious that Whitebeard's power is obviously higher than that of Big Mom, but even so, in an instant, it is naturally impossible for Whitebeard to pose much threat to Big Mom. But Kaido, who saw this scene, naturally couldn't sit idly by. Whitebeard. After Kaido roared, the huge dragon shape directly changed into the strongest man. In beast form, the mace in his hand was covered with the strongest arm domineering color, and he faced Whitebeard and attacked. Humph! Facing Kaido's attack, Whitebeard snorted coldly in disdain, and then faced the attacks of Kaido and Big Mom at the same time. Whitebeard was not to be outdone, and used the power of the shaking fruit again, followed by, the air around Whitebeard shattered as fragile as glass again. Immediately, the entire Marin Van Duo once again shook violently. But Big Mom and Kaido have fought with Whitebeard on the same pirate ship, so they naturally know how to deal with Whitebeard's power. It's more this time it was Big Mom and Kaido who joined forces to attack, although it can't be done safely, but at least they can face it calmly. And the other side, the pirates of the 3 royal ranks are all fighting each other here. Among them, Marco, Katakuri, and Jin, the 3 powerhouses of the Emperor's deputy level, even scuffled into a ball, and they were in dire straits. The strength of the 3 is comparable, and the fight can be described as inseparable. Although Katakuri faced 2 guys who could fly in the sky, he was still not inferior in any way. As well as the use of the glutinous fruit, is still able to resist with ease. Damn it! What are these pirates doing in our Marin Fando? Aboard, all sailors! Don't let them destroy our Marlin Fander. At this time, a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters has already stood up and shouted, and those giant lieutenant generals also took the lead in launching the attack. Their huge bodies directly broke into the crowd of pirates, and they also started chasing and killing the pirates frantically. That's it. A 4-way battle was formed in the entire Marin Van Duo, and the whole scene was extremely spectacular. However, although there are a lot of soldiers assembled in the Navy headquarters after the consumption not long ago, and facing the pirate members of the last 3-4 emperors at the same time, is obviously beginning to be a little powerless. Gradually, the sailors at the Navy headquarters have obviously fallen behind. These pirates, Ein Ben Shiozwa. Don't be idle. Don't let these pirates get their feet wet. Zifa couldn't stand it anymore. Although he has quit the Navy, he has not lost his justice. It's just that he wants to implement his own justice in another way. Yes, teacher Zifa. After Ein Bins and Shios were responded, they led their own people into the battlefield. As for Roha, he still didn't make a move. After all, he is no longer an admiral, so naturally there is no special need to make a move. Not to mention, this is the battlefield. Life or death is just the fate of these Navy soldiers and pirate minions. For Roha, the most of his attention is still on Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, the 3-4 emperors, seeing their such formidable forces contend with each other. Roha is also a little ready to move. At this time, the live phone bug, which had lost connection with the whole world, gradually recovered. The entire scene of Marin Vander once again appeared on screens all over the world. What happened? Why did the 3-4 emperors fight? There are still 3 pirates from the 4 Emperors Regiment who are also fighting. Oh my god, Marin Fando has been destroyed like this. What happened during the time when the live broadcast was disconnected just now? The civilians who were watching the battle all over the world were amazed and began to talk about it. In their eyes, Marin Fanduo and the Navy headquarters has been destroyed in such a state, and more or less they already feel that the Navy is going to lose this time. 3 of them. If they are allowed to continue like this, then where do we put it in the Navy? At this time, Zhangguo gritted his teeth and said, after all, this war was broadcast live all over the world. Once the Navy loses, it will inevitably lose the Navy's face and prestige all over the world. Yes, that's it. Let's just destroy this entire Navy headquarters. Beast Kaido laughed wildly. Chapter 93: Kaido's indiscriminate killing. After Kaido's arrogant smile spread throughout the chaotic Marin Fando, Kaido, who was still fighting against Whitebeard with Big Mom, actually pulled out. He rushed straight towards a position of a large number of naval soldiers. Wielding the mace in his hand, he killed indiscriminately among the crowd of naval soldiers. Immediately, the crowd wailed everywhere, blood splattered, and countless navy soldiers and pirate minions fell down one after another. Kaido is such a lunatic. This is the evaluation of Kaido in the eyes of everyone. I thought he was only targeting the navy, but I never expected that Kaido would directly launch an indiscriminate attack. It doesn't matter what kind of navy you are or a pirate. Even some of the pirates of his own beast pirates were brutally murdered. Run. Leave here. Boss Kaido is going crazy. The pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates all shouted in horror and fled one after another. Look like this, it seems that these guys have long been accustomed to Kaido's behavior. Even the crew of the Whitebeard pirates suffered even more. Kaido, you lunatic. Whitebeard scolded Kaido viciously and even wanted to deal with Kaido. However, Big Mom stood in front of Whitebeard, using Prometheus and Zeus to form a wall barrier of flames and lightning to block Whitebeard's path. Well, Whitebeard, let you spoil my good deed. You can't ruin Kaido's good deeds, Big Mom said arrogantly. Although the probability that Big Mom really wants to kill Whitebeard is almost impossible, but if it's just procrastinating and disgusting Whitebeard, Big Mom can still do it completely. This Kaido, if you don't stop him, he will definitely destroy the entire Marin Vander. Garp clenched his fist tightly and said angrily, as if he was already planning to make a move. After all, Garp himself is also a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. If the entire Marin Vanduo is destroyed, then he will lose face as a lieutenant general. What's more, he is a legendary hero of the Navy, not just Garp. The state of the Warring States period is also unbearable. He is the admiral of the Navy, and he is also the one who broadcast the live broadcast with great fanfare to publicly execute Ace. However, he never thought that he would welcome the two shit sticks of Big Mom and Kaido at the same time. But now, if the entire Marin Vanduo is captured by these pirates, let alone his martial position is lost, his life may become a problem facing the Time Longerin and the others. However, IT didn't wait for the two of them to make a move. Kazan and Palyasolino, the two admirals, could no longer hold back. As an admiral, I have witnessed with my own eyes that the pirates in the headquarters of the Navy let the pirates do whatever they want, and even killed their own Navy soldiers. If they do not take action as admirals, it will be a waste of the Navy. General, followed by Kazan, spearheaded the attack. Kaido came directly in front of him at a speed that could not cover his ears. Ice Age. Without further ado, Kazan directly used his most powerful move, instantly freezing Kaido into an ice sculpture, successfully restraining Kaido's killing behavior. Same. Palyasolino also directly photonized and came to the side of Marco, Katakuri, and Jin, the three Emperor's lieutenants. Bachi Kyungyu. After Palyasolino photonized and flew into the air, he fired countless dazzling light bullets at the target, using this large-scale attack move to catch Marco and the others by surprise. The Yellow Ape. Have all the generals made a move? Marco frowned, and the Phoenix, whose whole body transformed into blue flames again, began to evade Palyasolino's attack. The same goes for Katakuri and Jin. It was precisely because of Palyasolino's shot that they successfully dispersed the melee of their pirates, leaving enough places for the naval soldiers. It's General Yellow Monkey. General Huang Yuan created an opportunity for me. All sailors charge. Don't let a single pirate go. Seeing this, a vice admiral had already begun to command, and in an instant the Navy regained some of the situation. But it's only for a short period of time. After all, there are really too many pirates nowadays. But on the other side, click, Kaido, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, broke free in an instant, and countless thick ice cubes scattered around, and then a mace came towards Kazan. Young pheasant kid, do you think you can limit me just by relying on your fruit ability? Then you are too naive, aren't you? While waving the mace, Kaido let out a roar. Okay. Kazan's eyes widened. His reaction was very quick, and he immediately made preparations for elementalization. After all, this is the four Emperors Kaido in front of him, and his arm domineering is very powerful. If he is really accidentally hit, he will definitely be injured. Therefore, the domineering Kazan, who has knowledge and knowledge, naturally reacted immediately. The huge mace hit Lai Kazan directly, but Kazan, who had already made elemental preparations, let the mace hit him like an ice sculpture, and countless ice cubes fell on the ground. In an instant, the ice cubes that fell to the ground quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, Kazan appeared in front of Kaido again. Ice cube, two thorny spears. Kazan quickly used his frozen fruit ability to create two ice spears and stabbed towards Kaido to result. With a click, the ice spear broke, and the ice cube fell directly to the ground. Facing Kazan's moves, Kaido didn't even hide for a moment, but directly used his body to forcibly shoulder the two ice spears. However, although these two ice spears have covered Kazan with arm domineering, but facing Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, he still couldn't break through his defense, followed by Kazan hadn't had time to react this time, and another stick hit him. Result: this stick directly sent Kazan flying a few meters away. Who else wants to come and stop me? Kaido looked up to the sky with a domineering appearance and laughed wildly, provocatively. Chapter 94. How dare you guys? Even Admiral Kazan couldn't break through Kaido's defense. See this scene. As for other Marine soldiers and even Vice Admirals, without exception, no one dared to deal with Kaido. After all, for Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, with her domineering strength, rushing up is just scraping Kaido. Not to mention, Kaido is crazy about killing now. If he doesn't have any skills, he will probably be killed if he gets close to him, so no one dared to take risks. But there is only one person who is not afraid of Kaido, and even wants to kill him in his dreams. That is Moonlight Maria. Taking advantage of when Kaido and Kazan were entangled just now, Moonlight Maria was already waiting for the opportunity to act, using the ability of the Shadow Fruit to cross the crowd in the battlefield and come directly to Kaido and follow Moonlight Moria and countless zombies. Because at this time, because of the rampant killings of the 4 emperors on Marin Vanduo, there were countless corpses, and while everyone was watching the battle, Moonlight Maria had already secretly started to make plans and started to go crazy. A collection of shadows. He even collected some of the Lieutenant General's shadows. Plus, there are so many corpses on the battlefield today, he can find suitable corpses and turn them into zombies at his mercy. Kaido, you die for me? I'm going to kill you today. After Moonlight Moria yelled, countless densely packed black bats appeared on that huge body and directly surrounded Kaido. The dense black bats blocked Kaido's sight, which really made Kaido a little nervous for a moment. After all, he couldn't see. However, it is in this moment of time, Moonlight Moria directly commanded and manipulated countless shadow zombies to rush towards Kaido. The zombies' crowd tactics wrapped Kaido tightly, severely restricting Kaido's ability to move. Does this work? Even Admiral Kazan's frozen fruit can't restrain Kaido, and these zombies basically won't have any practical effect. As predicted, just a few seconds, the powerful breath erupted from Kaido's body, and the group of zombies wrapped around him split apart in an instant. Those who were shaken and flew away were fine, and some zombies even lost their entire bodies after being shaken, leaving only some hands and feet flying around. The scene was once extremely spectacular. Molia, you guys really don't remember hitting. Kaido gave Moonlight Maria a vicious look. Kaido, today this place will be your grave. When you die, I will stuff someone else's shadow into your body, and you will become my puppet from now on. Moonlight Moria uttered wild words, and at the same time manipulated some of the zombies to attack Kaido, and he also used the Shadow Fruit ability to create countless black bats to attack Kaido. However, for Kaido, this kind of trick is simply a painless situation. Result: Beast Kaido was just an explosion of power, and these zombies and black bats disappeared into thin air again. Wait until Moonlight Maria reacts. This time, the mace in Kaido's hand had already hit him in the face. Bang! Moonlight Maria flew out of the sky. Who? Don't come to hinder me. Kaido even said disdainfully. This scene let Rohan not far away see clearly. I don't know how Moria fought back and forth with Kaido in Wano country. Could it be because Kaido released water to play with Moria on purpose? Roha smiled and shook his head and said, followed by, this guy's head is mine. Fart. It's obviously mine. Behind Roha appeared a few pirates holding big knives, looking like they wanted to take Roha's head. After all, Roha's performance is too good. If he can really win his head, whether it's Whitebeard or Kaido, they will definitely be rewarded heavily, and the idea of these pirate minions is simple. Although Roha's strength is very strong, but that's just a face-to-face battle. However, if you take advantage of Roha's unprepared time to attack him, you will definitely be able to catch him by surprise, and it is even possible to kill Roha Woolen Cloth. So, you are always you. How can such a simple idea come into being? Hey, if you have to come up to die, then I will do what I can to help you. Roha sighed and shook his head, and then suddenly a strong breath burst out. The whole person didn't even move. The pirates who wanted to attack him had already fallen to the ground and died. What a bunch of brainless guys. Not far away, Jack saw this scene and couldn't help complaining. After all, a reckless man like Jack no longer dares to attack Roha at this moment, let alone a sneak attack, because he knows very well that he will never be an opponent at all. Isn't it for nothing? Who would have thought that these pirate minions were so brainless? At this time, As the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu Sakaski has never done anything. Even Huang Yuan and Kuzan have joined the battlefield to start fighting, but only Sakaski did not make a move. Instead, Sakaski's eyes were not on any pirates, but kept staring at Roja. For Sakaski, maybe everyone present is not a danger, but Roja's degree of danger in Sakaski's eyes can already pose a threat to the whole world. So Sakaski kept staring at Roja all the time. Perhaps Sakaski is planning to fight Roja's rhythm. Result: it was too late and then fast. And Sakaski actually started to move. The next second, whoosh, Sakaski used his devil fruit ability to appear in front of Roja at once. Roja, your amnesty was already granted. But not only did you not accept it, you even resigned in front of everyone. This is a betrayal of our Navy, a betrayal of justice. Today I will get rid of you, a traitor, with my own hands, Sakaski said fiercely to Roja, full of anger. Chapter 95. Have fun with this red dog, really. Sakaski is specifically targeting Roja. His voice just fell. Big fire. Sakaski raised his fist, and the hot magma hit Roja in an instant. To be frank, facing the coming magma fist, Roja didn't panic at all, because long before Sokolsky made a move, Roja had already foreseen Sokolsky's next actions through his knowledge and arrogance. Roja also released his arm-domineering arrogance in that instant. The oncoming magma fist hit a powerful barrier directly, and it was immediately destroyed speechlessly and invisible. However, this barrier was formed by the armed, domineering aura released by Roja. It is precisely because of this that Sakaski's natural fruit attack can naturally be easily resolved by Roja. Simultaneously, after defusing the magma fist, Roja still chose to take advantage of the victory to chase after him, and released another domineering arrogance. He mercilessly sent Sakaski flying in front of him. Sakaski, are you brainless? I didn't betray the Navy. If you really want to say betrayal, that is the Navy betrayed me. Luoya retorted righteously and stared sharply at the Marshal of the Warring States period in the distance. Simultaneously, Roja shouted, how about it, Marshal of the Warring States period? Do you think I betrayed the Navy, or the Navy betrayed me? This shout resounded through the entire Marin Fando. Even though Marin Vanduo is now under fire, the Warring States in the distance can still be heard clearly. Looking at Roja's eyes and his questioning, Warring States in the distance did not speak. His expression was extremely ugly. Maybe Roja is right, or maybe his idea itself is wrong. However, no matter what, Sengoku, who is the Admiral of the Navy, cannot make any remarks. Once he speaks, no matter what kind of answer he gives, it will represent what the entire Navy is saying to the world. After all, it is now being broadcast live all over the world. Roja. Even Garp couldn't help but frown. Actually, Warring States and Garp are both thinking about it. Now Roja is still concerned about killing the Celestial Dragon and imprisoning him in the City of Advancement. Otherwise, why would Roja suddenly raise such a question? Therefore, Garp also understood that at this moment Zhanghua was very embarrassed and entangled. If Sengoku replied that Roja betrayed the Navy, then it means explaining to the whole world that the Navy is the running dog of the Tianlong people of the world government, and will successfully offend Roja. You must know that Roja has such a powerful strength. If he is offended, and now that Roja has announced his refusal of amnesty and quitting the Navy, if he is really offended, the entire Navy will have to face it in the future, with Roja such a powerful enemy. But Warring States now responded to Roja on the spot that the Navy had betrayed him. So it is not just telling people all over the world that the Tianlong people of the world government are nothing. If you kill them, you will kill them. If this is the case, then the whole world will definitely cause chaos, and the Warring States himself will face the most severe punishment from the Tianlong people, and it may even be a question of whether his life can be saved. Therefore, the Warring States period faced strong pressure from both sides. The current Warring States period is almost a dilemma. However, Sakaski doesn't care that much. For Sakaski, to put it bluntly, he just wanted to find an excuse to attack Roja. Of course, Warring States understood Sakaski's competitive psychology. Sakaski, you stop me. Today our target is those pirates. Sengoku began to reprimand Sakaski and gave orders. After all, in the current situation, the most important thing is to deal with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, the 3-4 emperors, and the countless pirates. Although Roja has made it clear that he wants to quit the Navy, but at least since he just attacked Whitebeard and the others and didn't attack the Navy soldiers, it means that Roja will at least not help these pirates. And it is more likely that Roja will also deal with these pirates if he has a chance. That in this case, under such circumstances, it is definitely not to provoke Roja to add another burden to the battle situation on the Navy side. However, Sakaski didn't intend to obey Marshal Sengoku's orders at all, and didn't even look at Sengoku. This guy's attitude is really extremely arrogant. It seems that Sakaski must be meeting Roja today. Humph. Roha, don't mess around here. No matter what, the old man will definitely get rid of you, a traitor, with his own hands today. Sakaski said solemnly, followed by Sokolsky made another shot. Meteor volcano. Sakaski's double fist produced a large number of huge lava fists in the form of lava and launched them into the air. And then the magma fists like meteor showers would continue to fall from the sky, and the countless meteor-like magma instantly turned the land of Marin Fando into a sea of lava and fire. Good guy. This is directly giving Roha a range of big moves. It seems that Sakaski really has a feeling of hatred for Roha, from denying Roha's identity as the fourth general at the beginning to insisting that Roha is a naval traitor. Sakaski has always wanted to kill Roha from the beginning to the end. Perhaps it was because the existence of Roha took away all the light that should have belonged to Sakaski, so Sakaski hated Roha so much. The already chaotic battlefield was completely ruined by Sokolsky's move. Not only that, what's more, countless pirates were burned to death by the magma before they had time to escape. But Sakaski's move is a wide-ranging and indiscriminate move apart from those pirate minions. There are also many naval soldiers who have suffered because of it. Damn it. This Sokolsky. Sengoku's behavior towards Akainu Sakaski is simply itching with hatred. Even Cap. This guy Sakaski, doesn't he do things without thinking? Garp clenched his fist tightly and said through gritted teeth, Tiono. Now the entire Marin Vanduo battlefield is being broadcast live to the whole world. As an admiral of the Navy, Sakaski's indiscriminate attack cleared up some pirates, but it also hurt his own Navy soldiers. Such behavior seems to be interpreting their Navy to violent. Chapter 96. Have fun with this, Red Dog. As predicted, the atrocities of Sokolsky's indiscriminate attack appeared on the big screens all over the world. All the audience watching in front of the big screen were shocked. Of course, the reaction of more people was quite angry. How can this Red Dog general do this? That's right, it's too much. It's fine to deal with pirates. Why don't they even let their own Navy soldiers go? Also, didn't General Roha help them deal with the 4 emperors just now? And now he's actually repaying his kindness. Is this the real face of the Navy? The angry crowd began to curse at Sokolsky on the big screen, but there are also some violent guys who express support for Sokolsky's behavior. I think Admiral Akainu did the right thing. Me too. Since it's a war, how could there be no sacrifices? That's right, what they said is absolutely right, not to mention that Admiral Roha has resigned from his position in the Navy. Don't forget, he is a great criminal who killed the Tianlong people. Because of the quarrel between the two different viewpoints and speeches, many civilians have even started to fight. Therefore, no matter in any world, there will always be two kinds of people with different ideas. Some people hope that things can be resolved peacefully, but some people will use extreme methods and means to solve things. Marin Vanduo battlefield here. Although Sakaski's move is very powerful, the countless meteor-like magma instantly turned the land of Marin Fando into a sea of lava, but it didn't hurt Roha at all. After all, Roha is so powerful now, coupled with the blessing of knowledge color domineering and armed color domineering 2 color domineering, Roha can easily deal with Sakaski's attack. However, Roha himself was able to deal with it easily. But beside him, there was a scene of wailing. Countless people were engulfed by the sea of lava and flames, and streams of blood rushed to the face with the sea breeze. The scene was very infiltrating at one time. Although Roha is not a nosy guy, and the life and death of these people has nothing to do with him, but facing Sakaski's constant pressure every time, Roha can't stand it anymore. Of Red Dog, I've really had enough of you. I didn't intend to get entangled with you, but who knew you were so annoying? Since you are looking for death, I will reluctantly accompany you to have fun. Roha suddenly became serious. What he said was not wrong at all. He really didn't want to fight Sokolsky. Not because Sokolsky was from the Navy. The main reason is that in Roha's view, Sakaski's strength is not as good as that of the 4 emperors, so he has no intention of doing anything. But this Sakaski was targeting him all the time, and Roha finally couldn't bear it anymore. Play? Humph. Roya, stop joking. Is this old man playing with you? The old man said, I will definitely kill you today. Carry out the true justice of our Navy. Sakaski said loudly in an arrogant tone. The voice just fell. This guy Sakaski directly took advantage of the victory to pursue and quickly extended his lava-like arm to attack Roha. This move not only has a very fast attack speed, but also has extraordinary power. It is the move Devil Dog that Sakaski is proud of. Have to say, Sakaski, who is now angry in his heart, is indeed much stronger than when he was in the Chambord Islands last time. Could it be that during the time when Roha was imprisoned in the city, Sakaski hid and strengthened his strength? But well, so what? Today's Roja is naturally not as strong as when he was in Chambord Islands. At that time, Roja was able to easily deal with the three admirals of the Navy with his own strength, so now he is only facing Akainu Sakaski, and Roja is naturally more confident. Anyway, I am idle now after all. Whitebeard is being restrained by Big Mom at this time. Even Kaido is being restrained by Kazan now. Naroya naturally has some free time, so use this time to spend time with Sakaski a moment. Boom. Facing Sakaski's devil dog, Roja drew out his sword again, and a simple domineering armed color wrapped around the sword body easily resisted it at the same time. Roja raised his leg and kicked Sakaski hard in the abdomen. His speed is extremely fast, and he is also entwined with powerful arm domineering, although Sakaski's reaction is very fast. And he made elementalization in time to deal with Roja's attack. Unfortunately, Sakaski still underestimated Roja's speed and domineering strength. Immediately afterwards, Sakaski was hit by Roja before he could fully use his natural fruit ability to fully elementalize. The strong pain made him take 2 steps back involuntarily. Damn it! Roja! Sakaski was obviously very unconvinced, frowning tightly and roaring immediately. The ground where Sakaski was located began to turn red rapidly. That's right, it was Sakaski who instantly burned the whole ground red with a magma fruit that exploded under his feet soon. Dozens of hot magma spewed out from the red-burned ground in an instant, hitting Roja directly. These dozens of gushing magma, like swimming dragons, are extremely turbulent, and Roja seems to be bitten by a dragon that barks its teeth and claws. Result of bam. It was just the release of domineering aura. Strong coercion erupted everywhere. In just a moment of breathing, the dragon shape transformed by the hot magma was directly washed away and fell to the ground. Sizzle, as expected of magma when it fell on the ground. It would emit terrifying thick smoke. If it was burned on a person's body, it would be really terrible. Even with this arm domineering look. Of course, unless your armed color domineering can already be as strong as Roja or the strength of the 4 emperors. After all, the one who used this magma ability was Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Red Dog, you really want to fight me? Then show your true strength. Otherwise, I don't think it's interesting for you as you are now. Roja began to mock at Sakaski. Chapter 97. This is true. Roja is very clear that Akainu Sakaski, who is the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, must have great strength, and before that, he hadn't fully exploded with all his strength. So what? Roja really wanted to see the strongest strength of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After all, as Roja said, if this guy didn't have to use all his strength to deal with him, it would be too boring. As predicted, Sakaski was really the one who got Roja's success. The main reason is that Sakaski's obsession with wanting to defeat and kill Roja is too deep. So knowing that this is Roja's aggressive method, Sakaski still chooses to slip Roja's aggressive method. Good, Roja. Don't be too arrogant. Since you choose to court death, the old man will fulfill you. Sakaski groaned, followed by Sakaski once again released his magma fruit ability to cover the entire ground. A moment, the ground where the 2 of them were was turned into a thick magma ground, which was the same as that of Kakuzan at that time, and it abruptly turned it into an elemental battlefield. Subsequently, in this magma battlefield, fist-like magma was continuously punched towards Roja, of course. Facing these magma fists, Roja still relied on his swordsmanship and arm domineering to resist them one by one. Okay. Awakening fruit ability. Interesting. Roja also said with a smile at the same time. This is true. According to this situation, it must be the level that can only be achieved by the awakening of the devil fruit ability. After all, Akainu Sakaski is the admiral with the highest combat power in the Navy. If he can't even awaken the devil fruit ability, then he is really a bad admiral. In an instant, Sakaski's whole body was also elementalized, and he fused directly with the magma on the ground. In just a moment of breathing, he had already appeared behind Roja. Roja, you die for me, Sakaski said viciously, and then the clenched magma fist hit Roja with a strong whistling wind. Sizzle. It is naturally impossible for Roja to let him do so, although he knew very well that if he really wanted to withstand the attack of this punch, it would be easy, but well, naturally, it was impossible for Roja to let Sakaski get what he wanted so easily. So, he immediately used the Thunder Fruit ability to elementalize, and easily escaped Sakaski's attack. However, Roja's move seems to have been expected by Sakaski, and even the position where Roja will appear after dodging is also predicted by Sakaski. It seems that Sakaski's knowledge domineering is also very powerful. I saw Sakaski hit the position where Roja appeared with another blow and a big flame, and Roja faced this blow, although he had already reacted, but it was too late to dodge. He could only raise the sword in his hand, wrapped around the arm domineering to resist it. Sakaski's offensive became more and more intense. His strength became even stronger. Zifa, who had just led the students to attack the pirates, was stunned when he saw this scene. Sakaski, does this guy really want to kill Roha? After all, Sakaski was once Zifa's own student, and he still has some understanding of the power of his students. Seeing this scene, Zifa also understood what Sakaski meant. Honestly, for Sakaski, Zifa is quite dissatisfied with his student, because Zifa thinks that he is a bit hostile, and he is a bit too extreme in the means of enforcing justice. But for Roha, Zifa is still satisfied, as so Zifa's first thought at the time was indeed that he wanted to help Roha. He just thought about it, and seeing this scene, he felt that there was no need for him to take action. After all, Roha was a man who could successfully suppress even the white beard of the four emperors. Therefore, Zifa believes that if he really wants to deal with Sakaski, Roha can still deal with it very easily. Watching Roha block the attack of his punch, Sakaski was not surprised. On the contrary, this was what he expected. Without giving Roha any chance to counterattack, Sakaski launched another offensive boom. One punch after another passed. It seemed that he didn't want to give Roha a chance to release his strength to resist. But Roha is quite cooperative with him, forcibly resisting Sokolski's attack like this, giving everyone a feeling that Roha is being suppressed by Sokolski. How is this possible? Look quickly. General Akainu actually suppressed General Roha. Isn't this impossible? Could it be that General Akainu's power has surpassed that of the four emperors? Countless Navy soldiers opened their mouths wide in surprise when they saw this scene. After all, in their cognition, Roha can suppress the existence of the whitebeard of the four emperors. So now that Akainu Sakaski has suppressed Roha, does it mean that Sakaski's power is also strong enough to suppress the four emperors? Countless people are guessing. Only the two old guys Warring States and Garp, who are near the execution platform, understand it in their hearts. Cap, what do you think of the situation between Sakaski and Roha? Sengoku asked calmly. Humph. Warring States, don't you, an old bastard, fail to see it? Roha is deliberately playing tricks on that guy Sakaski. Garp snorted coldly, cast a glance at Zhanghua, and said angrily, That's right, the two veterans of the rivers and lakes saw the clue at a glance. Roha is indeed playing with Sakaski. After all, for Roha, it is easy to solve the battle quickly, but that would be very boring, so he must play with him slowly. For the Warring States, what he needs to pay attention to is not Roha and Sakaski, it's Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, the four emperors. After all, these four emperors really want to destroy the existence of their navy headquarters. Interesting. Red Dog, is this your best effort? If your full strength is just like this, then I can only tell you that you are still far behind. Roha taunted while resisting Sakaski's attack. However, this time, when everyone is caught in the melee, not far away, a naval warship sailed quietly again. Chapter 98. It is quietly, because no one notices. Of course, not able to escape Roha's keen sight. At the same time, Roha immediately discovered who was on the quietly arriving naval warship. Huh? What's going on? Why did we come to the Navy headquarters? Wait, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, why are these four emperors here? There were bursts of terrified screams from the warship. That's right, that guy on a warship is the former apprentice of the Roger Pirates, Bucky the Clown. In fact, the Clown Bucky also ran out of the advancing city. The underground floor where the Clown Bucky is located is not so high as to be so vicious. But this guy has already reacted and pretended to be dead when Big Mom broke into the prison. After all, he is very aware of the power of the four emperors. Even after Roha defeated Magellan and went out, he was still pretending to be dead until Roha and the others left. The Clown Bucky grasped the opportunity. Because Roha severely injured Magellan and all the jailers in the advancing city at that time were all defeated by Big Mom, he immediately found the opportunity and pretended to be successful, leading a large number of prisoners who advanced the city launch a prison escape operation and successfully snatched a warship outside. The Clown Bucky, who thought he was free at this point, who would have thought that he would let this naval warship automatically navigate to Marlin Vando? Damn it. This situation is too chaotic. I'm afraid it's too late to sail away now. It seems that we need to find a place to hide first. The Clown Bucky began to plan in his heart and stare at a group of naval soldiers not far away. After all, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom are all here now. And there are also the Navy Headquarters Award, and so many Navy soldiers gather here. If they conflict, it is basically impossible for the opponent. Anyway, it's not a day or two for the Clown Bucky to get up. Roha here, facing Roha's ridicule. Sakaski still insisted on attacking. Do not make jokes. Roha, look at yourself. Can you fight back against my attack? Even if your defense ability is really strong, you will definitely not be able to resist the constant consumption like me. Sikorsky uttered wild words as if he was very confident in his own power. He didn't feel that Roja was playing with him, but felt that his own power should suppress Roja like this. It's ridiculous for Sikorsky to think so blindly and confidently, and even wants to send him 2 words, idiot, and Roja has also decided that he doesn't want to play with the Sikorsky anymore. And it seems that he has begun to feel that it is meaningless. Then, Roja planned to make a move. However, what I never expected was that just when Roja was about to make a move, Big Mom, who was still entangled with Whitebeard, became furious. Red Dog, how dare you do something to the man my mother likes? I think you are looking for death. Accompanied by Big Mom roaring to the sky, a powerful force erupted from Big Mom's body, directly impacting everyone in Marin Fando again. What's going on? Is this Big Mom crazy again? Oh my god, are the powers of these 4 emperors all so terrifying? Countless people were involuntarily shocked by the terrifying power erupted by Big Mom. Big Mom. Sikorsky also reacted, stopped attacking Roja, and looked at Big Mom with an extremely bad expression. Immediately, Prometheus, Zeus, come on, kill that guy. I want to get Roja with my own hands. Big Mom shouted again. Yes, Mom. Prometheus and Zeus, who received the shouting order, responded immediately, and at the same time enter the fighting state again. Sizzle, Zeus turned into a terrifying thundercloud and rushed towards Sikorsky first, attacking Sikorsky directly like 100,000 volts. Then Big Mom jumped up and gave up the fight with Whitebeard directly. The whole huge body stood on top of Prometheus in a state of flames, and the Emperor's sword, transformed from Napoleon in his hand, was also tightly let go. Big Mom holds. Well. Red Dog, my old lady must clean up you. Big Mom rushed towards Sikorsky angrily. The speed was extremely fast beyond imagination, and the Emperor's sword in his hand slashed at Sikorsky. Facing the onslaught of Big Mom, Sikorsky had no way to react and dodge in time. He could only stare wide-eyed and could only move slightly sideways. The Emperor's sword that was supposed to be chopped on the head also shifted its position, and it hit Sikorsky's shoulders. This knife down. A long crack had been cut off from Sikorsky's entire body, almost turning his body into 2 halves, but he was a little different from normal people, and that crack revealed countless thick magma. After all, as a natural fruit ability user, although he couldn't make an elemental reaction in time at that moment, he has been able to awaken the fruit ability, and he has already been able to integrate the fruit ability with his body. In fact, this is just a key to life-saving for those with natural fruit abilities. After all, among the powerhouses in the New World, there are as many top-notch arm domineering as a feather. If you can't elementalize in time, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Therefore, those with strong natural fruit abilities like them naturally have corresponding coping methods. Roja, who saw this scene, laughed for it and said quietly, so that's the case, it can still be like this. It seems that Roja also has some ideas in his heart. Gradually, Sikorsky's entire ferocious body also began to recover gradually, although he seemed to be fine. In fact, only Sikorsky himself knew very well that although his body could be restored to its original appearance, his whole body would still bring him severe pain. Damn it, Big Mom. Sikorsky glared fiercely at Big Mom with angry eyes. Chapter 99. Whitebeard find an opportunity. Well. Red Dog, don't want to hurt my man. Big Mom didn't give Sikorsky any chance to breathe, and after an extremely arrogant laugh, he attacked him again. Damn it. Facing the relentless pursuit of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, Sikorsky had no way to attack Roja, so he could only launch an offensive towards Big Mom. Seeing this scene, Roja naturally made room for the 2 of them to fight. He really wanted to see how big the gap between the Admiral and the 4 emperors was. Seeing Big Mom resolutely attack Sikorsky, Whitebeard was liberated at this time after all. Although Big Mom can't suppress him, it is also a troublesome thing to fight against Big Mom. Yet now that Big Mom stopped making trouble for him, Whitebeard also remembered his ultimate purpose of coming to Marin Fando this time. That's Ace on the execution platform. Not to mention, now there are Admirals Huang Yuan and Kuzan, both of whom are also restrained by Kaido and other pirates, for now, except for Shichibukai and some stronger Vice Admirals, this time. The combat effectiveness of the Navy has been greatly weakened, and this is undoubtedly the best time for Whitebeard's plan to rescue Ace. Marco, and everyone listen, don't continue to entangle with these guys. Our purpose is to rescue Ace. From now on, everyone will move towards the execution platform regardless of others. There is only one purpose: to rescue Ace. Whitebeard raised the big knife in his hand and began to command and shout. And Whitebeard was also the first to bear the brunt, and he was the first to rush towards the front when he was old and strong. Yes, Dad. Did everyone hear Dad's order? Come on, Dot. All the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were extremely excited when they heard Whitebeard's order, and they all aroused their fighting spirit again. Headed by Marco and other captains, all the crew followed Whitebeard's heroic steps and began to move towards the execution platform. It's Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates are coming towards the execution platform. All sailors, hold on. Absolutely don't let Whitebeard and the others get close. Looking at the menacing state of Whitebeard and the others, countless Navy soldiers were not to be outdone. They took up their weapons and rushed over to fight and try to stop Whitebeard and the others. Although these Navy soldiers are well aware of the terrifying strength of the Whitebeard pirates, but they didn't flinch in the slightest when they faced Whitebeard and the others. After all, they were all Navy soldiers, and dealing with pirates was their job. So instead of running away and living a meager life, it would be better to be vigorous, yes. Even if it is a sacrifice, it is worth it. If you can save your life, you can use it as your bragging capital in the future. After all, you have personally participated in the action to stop the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors, and you have directly confronted the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors. Of course, facing the swarming Navy soldiers, Whitebeard grinned. Waving the big knife in his hand, with a bang, the sword was immediately covered with a transparent cover formed by the power of the shaking fruit. Suddenly, Whitebeard waved forcefully at random, and a powerful force gushed out, directly attacking the Navy soldiers rushing towards him. Rumbling, after a loud noise, the road was torn apart, and countless naval soldiers were all impacted at that moment. Countless naval soldiers fell to the ground one after another, and there were even those who were in the middle of the attack. The sailors were even more bloody in just a split second. Corpses were scattered all over the place. Naturally, there were countless wailing sounds from the remaining Navy soldiers. The power of the shaking fruit. It's that scary. Because their father, Whitebeard, successfully opened a path for them, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates became even more fierce, and all of them charged again on the corpses of countless naval soldiers. And with Whitebeard as the vanguard, his crew members are even more motivated to kill. Looking at this situation, the lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters couldn't help it. Flying Squirrel and other well-known lieutenant generals directly killed Whitebeard. But facing several lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, Whitebeard didn't panic at all, but even sneered. It's just you. Don't try to stop me today. Accompanied by Whitebeard's roar, a powerful domineering air was released immediately, coupled with his powerful shaking fruit power. The oncoming lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters were all repulsed without even being able to survive a single move from Whitebeard's hands. Too horrible. Is this the real power of the Whitebeard of the Four Emperors? I can't figure out how Lieutenant General Garp and the others fought against this monster when Whitebeard was young. The Flying Squirrel and other lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters began to express their emotions. This is true. The old Whitebeards are all capable of exerting such powerful power. One can imagine that if it was the young Whitebeard who was at the peak back then, wouldn't it be true that he would kill all of them with one blow? Therefore, they can also imagine that Garp, the naval hero who is able to chase Roger and the others around the world, is also a monster-level existence. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Let me experience your strength. After being blocked by Roha, Hawkeye Mihawk finally found his chance. Holding his black knife tightly in his hand, the target had already spotted Whitebeard and swooped in with a flash. Seeing that Hawkeye Mihawk's black knife was about to hit Whitebeard, a figure flew past, and there were countless rose petals floating in the air. The two swords crossed together blocked Hawkeye Mihawk's black knife. That's right. It is the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates foil. Vista. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Every swordsman hopes to fight against you. So, I am your opponent. You must not hinder our father. Foil Vista said to Hawkeye Mihawk with a smile. Foil Vista, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hawkeye Mihawk glanced at him and said coldly, Chapter 100. Are the two of them finally going to make a move? A person who can be known by the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk can be imagined. Naturally, this Foil Vista still has considerable strength. If not, Hawkeye Mihawk doesn't bother to memorize the names of insignificant people. Dad, leave it to me here. Go save Ace, Foil Vista said to Whitebeard. Although he knows that his strength is definitely not as good as Hawkeye Mihawk, but he doesn't want to fight to the death with Hawkeye Mihawk. It's just to delay more time for Old Man Whitebeard and his partners. At least this Foil Vista is still relatively confident. Okay. Whitebeard is also very confident in Foil Vista, and nodded affirmatively. That's it. Eagle-eyed Mihawk began to face the frantic onslaught of Foil Vista. Even Hawkeye Mihawk, who is the world's #1 swordsman, could not easily deal with the attack of the Whitebeard Pirates leader Foil Vista in the first place. It is good. Foil Vista. Then let me see your strength. Hawkeye Mihawk also became interested in Foil Vista. AT, this time Whitebeard, who was no longer obstructed by anything, was gradually approaching the execution platform. Dad. Ace saw all this in his eyes, and he couldn't help shouting. A faint trace of tears appeared in his eyes, and he didn't know whether to say it was happiness or what the situation was. Damn it. Big Mom. Get out of the way. I absolutely can't let Whitebeard and the others get close to that. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sakaski quickly said to Big Mom viciously, Well. Do you tell me to get out of the way if I get out of the way? Although I am not interested in the actions of that old man with white beard, but you dare to do something to the man I like just now, then I must not let you go. Big Mom said aggressively. Facing the four emperors Big Mom, Sakaski wanted to stop Whitebeard's behavior, but he was powerless at same. The same is true for Kazan and Huang Yuan. You brat playing with ice. You want to go over and help, don't you? The old man just won't let you get what you want. Kaido laughed and said to Kazan, while attacking Kazan, there was no way for Kazan to escape. The same is true for the yellow ape. Oh yo, you guys join forces. It's really scary. It is also very difficult for Kazara to face Jin, Katakuri, and other members of the Emperor. Go ahead, Katakuri, and the others have no obligation to stop the general from helping Whitebeard and the others. To be honest, as pirates, they just see these navies unhappy. But Katakuri is fine, especially Jin of the Beast Pirates, who is also very energetic when fighting against General Kizaru. As for Roha, this guy has been watching all the battles here leisurely, as if it has nothing to do with him, but it really has nothing to do with him. After all, Roha is no longer an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Therefore, Whitebeard and the others seem to have been helped by a god, and they were about to reach the bottom of the execution platform. My God, is Whitebeard going to succeed? Is Ace, the son of the One Piece, really about to be rescued? People all over the world who are watching the big screen at this time are waiting with bated breath for the result of this time. Most people have already begun to believe that the Navy will lose this time, and it is very likely that it will lose LOT at last. The Marshal of the Warring States period was completely impatient and wanted to make a move, because he knew very well that this was about the face of his Navy headquarters, and if Whitebeard really succeeded, then his face as a marshal would really be lost. Followed by Warring States took off the white robe of justice on his body, and with the emergence of a dazzling golden light, his whole body began to grow into a giant Buddha fruit. Yes, the Warring States Marshal is ready to fight Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Looking at the Whitebeard who kept approaching, Garp also clenched his teeth and clenched his fists tightly, looking excited. However, Garp still turned his head and glanced at Ace on the execution platform, as if he had already started an ideological struggle. This ideological battle did not last too long. In the end, Garp had already made a decision in his heart. Garp jumped into the air resolutely in the next second, and at the same time threw his navy cloak aside, standing beside Sengoku. It also seems to be ready for battle. Cap, are you going to make a move? Had you decided for yourself? I didn't force you. Sengoku glanced at Garp and said, after all, with so many years of old comrades in arms and so many brothers, Warring States still knows Garp very well. Fire Fist Ace was adopted by Garp since he was a child. For Garp, this is simply his own grandson, and then Garp, this person himself, takes the emotions of his family very seriously, of course. Garp also attaches great importance to the work of the Navy, so now Garp is just making a choice. On the one hand, he is an emotional family member, and on the other hand, he is the rationality of the Navy's justice. I just didn't expect that Garp finally chose rationality over sensibility, and chose the justice of the Navy that he insisted on. Sengoku. Don't forget, this old man is also a sailor. Cap said with a firm look. Seeing Garp's choice, Sengoku was still very happy in his heart. Of course, even if Garp did not make such a choice, Warring States would not blame him either. After all, people always have their own right to choose. It's Marshal of the Warring States period, and Lieutenant General Garp. Are the two of them finally going to make a move? Countless Navy soldiers looked at Sengoku and Garp. After all, both of them are naval heroes and legends of the Navy, and their influence is even higher than that of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Seeing that the two of them are going to attack at the same time, the morale of the Navy soldiers has of course improved. Garp, Sengoku. Is it finally your two's turn to make a move? Whitebeard looked at the two of them, as if he was already ready to fight with them. Chapter 1013, Remnants of the Old Era. After all, the situation has become like this. Whitebeard had already planned a fight with Sengoku and Garp. Whitebeard, as long as the two of us are here, you don't want to take people away. The Marshal of the Warring States period spoke first and faced the white beard of the four emperors domineeringly, wanting to use that powerful aura to suppress the opponent. Sengoku Garp. So what if the two of you make a move? Is there a vigorous battle between our three remnants of the old era? How could the white beard of the four emperors be suppressed by the aura of the Warring States period so easily? And he also responded, this is true. What Whitebeard said was right. The three of them are indeed remnants of the old era. Oh, three remnants of the old era? Are you finally going to do it? Even Roja said so, because Roja knew that today's match would be the last battle of the three remnants of the old era. So Roja was looking forward to it. Of course, for the strength of Garp and Sengoku, Roja already has some understanding. After all, the last time Kaido made trouble with Marin Fander, the two of them personally joined forces to deal with the four Emperor Kaido. But they didn't achieve any actual results at that time. However, now it is also dealing with the white beard of the four emperors. I wonder if there will be any other surprises. Not just Roja. Even Big Mom and Kaido were a little surprised and looking forward to it. Even the three grand prizes of the Navy headquarters, Shichibukai, and all the Navy soldiers and pirates present were the same. Yeah. Mr. Karp and Mr. Sengoku are going to fight. Kuzan spoke first. Oh, yo. I don't know if I can defeat the terrifying Whitebeard. Huang Yuan also laughed. Only Sakaski just snorted coldly. Well. These three old fellows. Big Mom smiled meaningfully. Humph. Three remnants of the old era. Do you really think they can make any waves? Kaido snorted coldly. Even so, Kaido was still looking forward to this battle. The tacit understanding between the strong is needless to say, and in the limelight, Whitebeard resolutely chose to attack first. After a big drink, the broadsword that was covered with a transparent ball cover of the Junjin fruit suddenly attacked Sengoku and Garp at the same time. This guy with white beard actually has a domineering look. That's right, it is to wrap up the domineering look. Even though someone as strong as Whitebeard can't achieve the level of armed overlord color domineering, it is still possible to just wrap up the overlord color domineering and use it in battle. Not to mention, they're also remnants of the old era, and they fought more or less in the past. So Whitebeard naturally knows the strength of warring states and Garp. So naturally, Whitebeard didn't intend to keep his hand, but directly used all his strength. The purpose is actually very simple. That is to end the battle. Quickly, it's just that warring states and Garp are also veterans of the battle. How could it be so easy for Whitebeard to get his wish? At the same time, warring states and Garp also shot at the same time. Immediately, the whole sky seemed to change a color, and the whole Marin Fando began to tremble non-stop. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the three has back and forth. The speed is so fast that the general minions really can't see clearly. Only Roja and the others can clearly see it, and the impact of that eruption is indeed not something ordinary people can bear. Whitebeard. It's really old and strong. Ling, we can't stop either. Kaido laughed, and then swung the mace in his hand again to hit Kuzan. Well. That's right. Little ones, move for me, destroy this Marin Fando, and kill all the Navy. Big Mom also shouted directly, exactly because of Big Mom shouting. Not only the members of the Big Mom pirates, but even the crew members of the Beast pirates are passionate. Followed by, these pirates didn't care about watching the battle of the century with the three remnants of the old era and raised their weapons again to attack the Navy soldiers. Damn it. These pirates are too arrogant. No, all naval soldiers. We must not let them be so arrogant. Come on, catch all these pirates. Looking at the offensive of these pirates, it is naturally impossible for their Navy soldiers to admit their cowardice. After all, this is Marin Vander, the Navy headquarters, and their own home field. How can these pirates be allowed to run amok here? However, the Navy and the pirates scuffled once again. The scene became chaotic again. Of course, in this chaotic situation, naturally there will still be some unsightly pirates who want to take advantage of the chaos to attack Roja. Don't think about the result. These short-sighted pirates naturally let Roja solve them easily. However, there was another group of people who panicked. That's right, that is the clown Bucky and the others who escaped from the submarine prison Propel City. Because he wanted not to be beaten, Bucky the Clown managed to stun some Navy soldiers, and he and the personnel he brought changed into a lot of Navy soldier costumes after all. They all came here on warships, pretending at least they won't be targeted by the Navy. Otherwise, even if they don't get spotted by pirates, the Navy will sooner or later target them with their prisoner attire. Brother Bucky, what do we do now? Are we going to fight? One of the younger brothers asked. Participate in battle. What are you thinking? What kind of battle are we participating in this situation? Of course, I am waiting for the opportunity. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely take Whitebeard's head in one fell swoop. The clown Bucky said in a panic, pretending to be a jerk by the way. Wow. As expected of our boss Bucky. Thinking of taking Whitebeard's head, countless brain-dead fans began to praise Bucky. Maybe these people have been in the city for a long time, and their brains are no longer bright sudden. Just at this time, a younger brother hurried up with a phone bug in his hand and said, "Brother Bucky, look what I found." Chapter 102, Whitebeard launches powerful ability again. Is this a phone bug? The clown Bucky glanced at it, then froze and said with a frown, This phone bug seems not quite the same. Yes, boss Bucky. Looks like a live phone bug. We snatched this from those Navy soldiers just now. The younger brother said complacently. Yes. I just heard from them that this is a phone bug broadcast live to the whole world. The other younger brother also hurriedly explained. A phone bug that broadcasts live to the world. It seems that Uncle Bucky is going to be famous. The clown Bucky's face gradually became obscene, and an evil thought had already formed in his heart. Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Carp. The battle between the three remnants of the old era was very fierce, because they all knew each other's strength, so no one was slacking off, and they all used their true strength to contend against each other. Suffice it to say, the battle of these three guys can be said to be completely dark, and the entire sky seems to be split, although countless people are also participating in the battles they need to face. They are still very surprised by the battle situation here from time to time. Even Roha has been watching them all the time. Only seeing the end, Roha shook his head helplessly. It seems that Whitebeard's strength is still a bit weak because of his age. However, gradually, facing the great Buddha of the Warring States period and Carp's Iron Fist, Whitebeard really lost the wind. After retreating several steps, he clutched his chest and began to pant. Dad. Seeing this scene on the execution platform, Ace couldn't help shouting nervously, seeing that he really wanted to help, but the sea stone shackles on his body bound him severely, and he was powerless at all. Whitebeard, now you don't seem to be our opponent. Give up. Warring States said to Whitebeard. That's right, Whitebeard. Garp also said that I in fact, for the two of them, although the two of them have joined forces to suppress Whitebeard, but if they really want to kill Whitebeard, it is naturally not that simple. What's more, in the eyes of the two of them, Whitebeard can be regarded as a hero. Although as a pirate, he and the Navy are naturally at odds, but the respect for the strong is still reserved and Carp and Sengoku know that the reason why the two of them can suppress Whitebeard now is actually because Whitebeard is old now, and the injuries accumulated over the years also occurred at this time. It must not be able to suppress him now. Not good. Dad's injury has exploded. It must be that punch from Roha just now. Marco figured it out immediately. This is true. After all, when Roha fought Whitebeard just now, the punch he gave Whitebeard was directly attached with a domineering look of armed domineering. Although relying on Whitebeard's powerful body, it seems that there is no serious problem at first, but it can definitely cause internal injuries. In addition, the old Whitebeard has been using the power of the Jinjin fruit at full power since just now, so the load on the body must have increased to some extent. What's more, the current Whitebeard has to fight against two naval legends with 1-2. Sengoku Carp. You two old guys, don't say anything big. Do you think you can defeat me just like that? Whitebeard didn't mean to stop at all. After all, for him, his purpose was very obvious. At least he took action to delay the two of them, Sengoku and Garp, so that his other crew members could have more chance to get close to Ace and free AC. Therefore, anyway, it is impossible for Whitebeard to stop. After understanding what Whitebeard meant, Sengoku and Garp also enter the fighting state again. Followed by the battle of the three old remnants is once again on the verge of breaking out. It's just that Whitebeard, who was in a state of old age and injury, once again lost the wind. No, I'm going to help Dad. Go ahead and save Ace. Witnessing that his father Whitebeard has been at a disadvantage, Marco made a decision and gave orders to the other captains. Subsequently, Mal Sci-Fi turned into a blue phoenix and rushed over. Seeing that Whitebeard was about to receive Garp's Iron Fist, Marco arrived in time and used his phoenix body to forcibly take Garp's punch. Although Marco, who is a phoenix, is immune to most attacks and can quickly repair his injuries. But the attack he is receiving now is the attack from the legendary naval hero Carp. That top-notch armed arrogance can be said to completely ignore the ability of Marco, the phoenix. But well, it is precisely because Marco joined the battle suddenly and blocked the punch for Whitebeard, successfully creating enough opportunities for Whitebeard to counterattack. Whitebeard stared wide-eyed. The power in his body erupted again. The big knife in his hand was thrown into the sky immediately, and the rapidly expanding arm muscles moved again. Not good. This pose. Whitebeard is going to cause an earthquake again. Warring States frowned tightly and shouted, because in the time just now, under the suppression of Sengoku and Garp, Whitebeard has never had the opportunity to release the true power of the Jinjin fruit. Yet now, it is precisely because of Marco's sudden joining that successfully created enough opportunities for Whitebeard. Immediately, the entire air behind Whitebeard froze instantly. And the place where the fist hit unexpectedly shattered like a piece of fragile glass, a strong earth shaking. Earthquake erupted, and the entire island of Marin Fando seems to be tilted, making people restless, and the ground of Marin Fando has begun to split apart. Obviously, this is Whitebeard's full-power devil fruit ability. At this moment, even, both Sengoku and Garp have no way to stop Whitebeard. This situation is not good. Kazan, who was facing Kaido not far away, realized the danger and planned to get away to stop Whitebeard. However, he underestimated Kaido. Just when he was about to get away, Kaido hit him with another mace. Chapter 103, I don't need your help. Haha. Very good, Whitebeard. Just destroy the entire Navy headquarters. As for Kuzan, you stinky brat, don't think about it. Kaido laughed wildly. Facing Kaido's obstruction, Kuzan had no way to escape. Even Sokolsky's side. Damn Whitebeard. Do you really want to destroy our Navy headquarters? Big Mom, you damn old woman, get out of the way. Akainu Sakaski was extremely angry. The veins on his forehead were completely exposed, and the terrifying magma fruit ability was constantly released. What? You bastard, how dare you call me an old woman? Big Mom was completely irritated by Sokolsky's old woman's voice, and his huge body rushed directly towards Sakolsk. In the face of Big Mom's onslaught, Sakaski didn't have any chance to escape. At this moment, the powerful vibration became more and more intense, and almost no place in the entire Marin Fando was intact. As for Roha, he has been watching quietly, and has no intention of making a move at all. Anyway, he is no longer the 4th General of the Navy headquarters, and he really wants to see if he can compete with the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, with the power of the Navy. After all, even if the entire Marin Fando collapsed and sank to the bottom of the sea, Roha would not die, no. Warring States, Whitebeard must be stopped. Cap yelled nervously. Warring States also nodded in a gesture. Result, just when Sengoku and Garp were planning to make a move, Marco the Phoenix stood in front of the two of them again. Don't even think about stopping our king, Marco said with a confident smile. Although he knew very well that Garp and Sengoku were very powerful, his purpose was only to contain them, at least to this extent, and he was quite confident. On the contrary, the only one who can stop Whitebeard is the Admiral of the Admiral, Pagliusolino the Yellow Ape. Regarding the current situation, Pagliusolino is also very clear that he must take action now. Although he would find it very difficult to face Katakuri and Jin, who are the vice-level figures of the Emperor, but with his own shining fruit ability, if he really wants to get away, there is still a relatively easy way. Followed by whoosh, Pagliusolino directly photonized and disappeared in front of Katakuri and Jin. Next second, Pagliusolino had already appeared in front of Whitebeard. Poor Solino. Whitebeard glared at Pagliusolino viciously. Oh yo, Whitebeard, the power of your Jinjin fruit is terrifying. But don't you want to destroy Marin Fando? Pagliusolino said something, and a beam of light shot out from his finger immediately. This beam of light was so fast that it directly penetrated Whitebeard's arm. Dad, Marco yelled. Because Pagliusolino's attack worked, when the light beam penetrated Whitebeard's body, the powerful shock ended immediately. Whitebeard, the old man can't let you go. Pagliusolino took advantage of the victory and pursued, launching 2 laser beams again. This time, Pagliusolino's attack directly pierced through Whitebeard's chest, causing Whitebeard to half-kneel on the ground in a moment of embarrassment. Cough, cough, cough. Whitebeard coughed twice, and a mouthful of thick blood fell directly from his mouth to the ground. It was obvious that Pagliusolino's attack had completely taken effect, which made Whitebeard's injury even worse. Dad, Marco yelled anxiously. It was precisely because of this time that Marco showed obvious flaws. Garp also seized the opportunity in that moment of opening time, wrapping his arm domineering force with one hand, and directly facing Marco's head, he pushed him down heavily on the ground, and the form of the blue phoenix was released immediately. Yes, it was also a mouthful of thick blood that was spat out on the ground. Dad, Marco, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted after seeing this scene, and all of them volunteered to support them. However, the Navy doesn't give them any chance. Several lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters and dozens of rear generals of the Navy headquarters also rushed up immediately to block all the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. Navy, stop them and create opportunities for Marshal Sengoku. Lieutenant General Garp and General Palyasolino. A leading admiral of the Admiralty gave morale a boost. Immediately, the Navy once again scuffled with the Whitebeard pirates. "Dad," Ace yelled and struggled frantically, but there was nothing he could do. "Whitebeard!" Ended. Palyasolino stood in front of Whitebeard, raised his hand again, and the Shining Fruit ability gathered light again to prepare to charge. And the target was Whitebeard's head. It seemed that he was going to give Whitebeard a final blow to attack. Is it really over? Not always. Roja smiled. Although he didn't intend to do anything, it seemed that he had seen through what was going to happen next. That guy with the white beard. Katakuri. Stop him. Whitebeard's life cannot die in his hands. Big Mom shouted. Yes, Mom. Katakuri nodded and immediately launched his Nanoa fruit and rushed straight towards the yellow ape Palyasolino. Even Kaido said, Jean, you do it too. I must personally take care of Whitebeard's life. No problem, Boss Kaido. After receiving Kaido's order, Jin also directly turned into a pterosaur state, rushing towards Palyasolino as fast as lightning. In an instant, Jin and Katakuri shot at the same time, and even knocked Palyasolino into the air at the same time, successfully saving Whitebeard. At the same time, it also created enough breathing opportunities for Whitebeard. Ling, Kaido, I don't need your help. Whitebeard had already stood up at this time, and the roaring voice resounded throughout Marin Vander, and he didn't appreciate the help of Kaido and Big Mom at all. After all, he is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Although the situation just now was very urgent, Katakuri and Jin helped a lot, but it made Whitebeard very embarrassed. Chapter 104, The Clown Bucky's Worldwide Live broadcast. For a generation of heroes like Whitebeard, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Face is very important. Well, this damn Whitebeard. It's still the same as back then, Big Mom said with a smile, not taking it seriously. Humph. If it wasn't for killing you with my own hands, I'm too lazy to care about you. Kaido's tone is also very unhappy as far as Big Mom and Kaido are concerned. They have no other ideas but want to kill Whitebeard with their own hands, so that their status and influence in the entire world can be further established. After all, Whitebeard's influence in the entire world is no less than that of Roger, the One Piece back then. Hateful. Big Mom and Kaido, these two guys. Marshal Warring States frowned, looking preoccupied, and seemed to have made a decision in his heart. That is to cut off the live broadcast of Marin Fando to the whole world. The main reason is that the current battle situation of Marin Fando has no advantage for their navy. After all, their original intention in the Warring States period was just to deal with a white beard of the four emperors. However, now there are two more four emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, and the entire Marin Fando has been ruined by them at this time, and not to mention, now facing the 3 and 4 emperors at the same time, the Navy has no advantage at all, and it will definitely be a long battle, let alone even now. In the Warring States period, he himself could not guarantee that the Navy would win a complete victory. If the live broadcast is to continue, wouldn't it make their Navy lose face in the whole world? Come on, cut off the live broadcast for me. Warring States issued an order directly. Result, a Navy soldier rushed over in a hurry. Report to the Warring States Marshal. Our live phone bug has been hijacked. The Marine reported. What? Abducted? Whitebeard, or Big Mom, or Kaido? Warring States was a little surprised. His first reaction was to ask who it was. After all, in this Marlin Vander, apart from Roja, the pirates are only from the 3 parties. Since it is said to be hijacked, then only pirates could do this kind of thing. However, the result was beyond the surprise of the Warring States period. No, not. It's the prisoners of Advanced City who just sneaked in. The leader of the team is a pirate named Bucky the Clown. The Navy soldier quickly explained. Prisoners in Advanced City. Bucky the Clown? What's going on here? Why are the prisoners from Advanced City appearing here? The Warring States Marshal was very angry, followed by, the Navy soldier began to explain to Warring States how the Clown Bucky took a warship and brought a group of prisoners from the city of Advance to Marin Fando. Damn it. No matter what method you use, you must get the live phone bug back for me. The Warring States Marshal directly issued a death order to the Navy soldiers. Yes, Marshal of the Warring States. The other side, Bucky the Clown here. He's wearing a Navy cape, and his trademark red nose is aimed at the camera of the live phone bug. I'm your pirate, Bucky. The next grand occasion of Marin Vanduo will be my Bucky's world. The Clown Bucky boasted wildly to the camera. The big screens all over the world are full of the appearance of Bucky the Clown, and there is no way to watch the live action of Marin Vanduo. Who is this? What Bucky the Clown? Get out of here. Who wants to watch you? We want to watch the battle. What's going on? Is the live broadcast of the Navy hijacked by pirates? Go away. We want to see the battle situation. For the audience who were nervously watching the Battle of Marlin Fander just now, they suddenly saw the face of Bucky the Clown and immediately began to curse in disgust. This is especially true of the masses in the Chambord Islands. Only an audience member among the Chambord Islands laughed. He took a sip of the wine glass with his vicissitudes of arms and couldn't help laughing. Bucky, long time no see. While smiling, a trace of tears welled up in the corner of his eyes as if he was remembering something. That's right. It was Rayleigh, the king of Pluto. The clown Bucky and the current four emperors, the red-haired Shanks, were both trainee crew members on the ship of One Piece Roger. Since Roger disbanded the pirate group and all the crew members went their separate ways, they have really been there for many years. Have never met. So when Raleigh saw the clown Bucky on the screen, he couldn't help but recall some memories in his heart. Maybe the one I met recently was the red-haired Shanks. For Rayleigh, I still miss it very much in the battlefield of Marin Fanduo. Because Katakuri and Jin blocked Palyasolino, Whitebeard also successfully seized the opportunity to rest for a while and rushed towards Garp with a big knife in his hand, and also killed Mao, who was suppressed by Carp. Ko was rescued. Marco, you don't need to act here. Remember your mission, save Ace. Whitebeard gave Marco an order, and then he was alone again to deal with Garp and Sengoku. Got it, Dad. Although Marco was a little reluctant, after all, he knew that the current Whitebeard was seriously injured, and it was definitely impossible to deal with Garp and Sengoku, the two legendary naval heroes, at the same time. Even if Marco himself helped him, he couldn't take it too cheap, but he didn't dare to disobey his father Whitebeard's order. So he could only obey Whitebeard's order to temporarily leave the battlefield here and go on the way to rescue Ace again. Whitebeard, stop struggling. The injuries on your body are no longer enough for you to continue fighting. Garp said to Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. Carp, are you pitying me? Whitebeard laughed loudly and then directly slashed at Garp's body with a knife in his hand, but was blocked by Garp's fist wrapped around the domineering armed color. Whitebeard, are you risking your own life to save Ace? Warring States said coldly. However, Whitebeard did not respond to Warring States, but continued to launch a fierce attack. That's it, Whitebeard, Garp, and the three remnants of the old era of the Warring States period once again wrestled together. Chapter 105, the live broadcast of Uncle Bucky the Clown. Although Whitebeard is now old and injured, but in the face of Cap and Sengoku, the two legendary naval heroes, he still showed his strongest strength. Of course, facing the most powerful Whitebeard, Carp and Sengoku naturally did not dare to relax, at least. Whitebeard's move did by Marco and the others enough time to get close to Ace, unfortunately. Palyasolino, who had been delayed by Katakuri and Jin, also got away and stopped them. Marco and the others. Oh yo-yo, Whitebeard's team leader. With this old man here, don't think about getting close to Fire Fist Ace so easily. Palyasolino stood in front of Marco, and in this case, Marco can only choose to fight Palyasolino. As for Big Mom and Kaido, the two four emperors have intensified. Obviously, they were all facing an admiral, but they were still suppressing them and killing the Navy soldiers at the same time. But now it is even more excessive, whether it was the warships parked on the coast, or some small buildings around Marin Fando. They were all destroyed by Big Mom and Kaido, coupled with a baptism of this Zinzengwo power that Whitebeard had used several times before. The current Marin Fando is already overwhelmed. If no one can control them firmly, then it is only a matter of time before the entire Marin Vanduo is completely destroyed. So this is exactly the reason why Marshal Warring States wanted to resolutely cut off the live broadcast to the whole world. After all, with such a scene, their Navy's live broadcast to the whole world would completely lose face. And according to this trend, the Navy represents the world government, so it would also lose face of the world government. Once this is the case, after this war is over, the world government is likely to vent all its anger on the Warring States and even the entire Navy. Big Mom, don't want to mess around with Marin Fander. The old man will deal with you first. Sakaski shouted arrogantly at Big Mom. It was terrifying to watch the magma fruit power erupted by Sakaski, but it didn't have the slightest effect in front of Big Mom. Well, Red Dog, just because you want to stop my old lady. Big Mom began to mock Sakaski. The same goes for Kaido and Kazan on the other side. This time, Kaido has transformed into a huge green dragon form, hovering in the air, constantly using the dragon breath spit out from his mouth to cause various damages to Marin Fando. Kazan naturally wanted to stop him, but the face of Kaido, the four emperors known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Kazan's attack could not break through his defense at all. This is really a headache. Kazan couldn't help complaining. After all, facing Kaido's attack is really a headache. However, Sengoku and Garp really wanted to stop Big Mom and Kaido. But even if they face the old and injured Whitebeard of the Four Emperors, although they can temporarily suppress him from time to time, it is basically impossible to completely defeat Whitebeard, so the two of them individuals are also lacking skills. Roha. From time to time, Warring States will pay attention to Roha, who is leisurely in the battlefield. Although he really hoped that Roha could help, but he knew very well that it was almost impossible to really want Roha to help. After all, Roha is no longer a member of their navy, and in terms of orders, why should others listen to you, even if it's out of worldly ways to help? It doesn't seem to be a very good relationship with you, right? What's more, because of the occurrence of the Tien Longren incident. At that time, Roha was imprisoned in the prison of Jinjin City, which completely broke Roha's heart. So what kind of favor can this talk about? There might still be some chances, though, if Cap spoke. But for Garp's character, others don't know. But he knows the Warring States best, so he concluded that Garp will definitely not speak. The most important thing is, once Garp speaks, what if Roha refuses? So where is Garp's face going for so many years? So what Warring States is the admiral of the navy? What he has to rely on is not relying on others, but to find a way by himself. Therefore, in the angry Warring States period, the Buddha form attacked Whitebeard even more violently. And the other side, the clown Bucky, who is in charge of the Marlon Vander Battlefield Live phone bug, has finished a series of pretentious self-introductions, and now he has begun to serve as the narrator of this war. Although the Warring States period issued an order that the Navy soldiers must snatch the live phone bug back from the clown Bucky, but now the clown Bucky is surrounded by countless inmates of the Push City prison. Little ones, block these navies for me. Uncle Ben Baki absolutely does not allow others to disturb him. The attitude of Bucky the Clown is simply extremely arrogant. Those fans around him are really so obedient. Okay, Bucky, we will never let these sailors get close to you. All the prisoners in Advanced City became excited one after another, and they each took their weapons to attack the Navy soldiers. Although these prisoners chasing the clown Bucky are not considered to be the ranks of big pirates, they were all once vicious pirates and criminals, and they are still somewhat powerful in terms of strength, coupled with the grievances that have been endured in the city for so many years. When facing the upper Navy soldiers, it really exploded all at once. How could those Navy soldiers who came to snatch the phone bug be their opponents? But it is also because of this move of the clown Bucky. On the big screens all over the world, the live action of the Marin Vander battlefield was broadcast again. Although the clown Bucky is talking too much and occasionally showing his disgusting face, audiences all over the world are gradually getting used to it. If there is no clown Bucky, this live broadcast will be nothing. Don't cut it off. After all, for them, they are more concerned about the dignified situation on the battlefield. You know, the final victory of Marin Fondo's battlefield is a battle that determines the change of the whole world. Chapter 106, Pluto Rayleigh's explanation of the situation, and the audience watching the battle on the big screen began to discuss. Of course, more discussions are still about whether the Navy headquarters can keep it this time. Do you think the Navy headquarters can be kept this time? I think so too. After all, Marshal Warring States and Lieutenant Admiral Garp, the two naval legends, have shot, and they can't completely defeat Whitebeard. That's right, look at the other two admirals too. They are completely restrained by Big Mom and Kaido, and there is no way to escape. The most important thing is the sudden appearance of the two Four Emperors, Big Mom and Kaido. Otherwise, the Navy can still deal with it with just a Whitebeard. No matter what, at least this time the Navy may really lose. As far as the current battle situation is concerned, countless viewers have already favored the defeat of the Navy. After all, in the current situation, the entire Marin Fando has been destroyed. In such a situation, it is indeed difficult for them to believe that the Navy can turn defeat into victory. Of course, in the current situation, there is nothing to discuss. However, the audience on the Chambord Islands, their main topic was still about why the 3 and 4 emperors appeared in Marin Fando, one after another, and wanted to destroy all the Navy headquarters. You said that the appearance of the 3 emperors one after another is because of the 4th General Roha, who killed the Tien Longren. Some of them raised questions. After all, judging from Roha's performance not long ago, he was able to forcibly suppress Whitebeard with his own strength, and Kaido also threatened to let Roha join him, and even Big Mom directly wanted to ask Roha in public. Asia proposes. For these reasons, it is hard to imagine that these 4 emperors are all going to Roha. Correct. I feel so too. It must be because of General Roha that these 4 emperors attacked Marin Fando. Many people agree with this question. Since there are those who agree with the statement, there will definitely be rebuttals. I don't think so. As we all know, Whitebeard went to Marlon Vander to rescue Fire Fist Ace. And when Whitebeard fought Roha, it was obvious that the two of them didn't know each other. As for Big Mom and Kaido, they are also Malinfando who will arrive before Roha. So I don't think they are going after Roha. Another group of people has already started to refute their own ideas. Yup. His analysis is also correct. So that's it. The two groups of people began to quarrel with each other. Sudden point, one of them spoke. That's right. Whitebeard is here to save Ace. As for Big Mom and Kaido, there's nothing wrong with that. They're going after Roha. It's just that Big Mom and Kaido have other ideas. That is to destroy the entire Navy headquarters. When everyone heard these remarks, they all turned their heads and looked to the past. Result: they found it turned out to be a white-haired old man with an obvious scar on his face, and he was drinking leisurely with a flagon in his hand. What did you say? Wait. He's Pluto Rayleigh. What? One Piece Rogers vice captain, Hades Rayleigh. That's right, the one who said those words was none other than Pluto Rayleigh. At first, some people wanted to question him, but many people recognized him. Isn't this the Hades Raleigh? So what? After discovering that the remark came from the mouth of Pluto Rayleigh, everyone was speechless and did not continue to refute. After all, in this world, strength is the most important thing, since even Rayleigh, the former vice captain of One Piece, said so. His analysis must be correct. Relying on one's own powerful strength, that is the persuasion in the right to speak. Pluto Raleigh, you are right. I don't know what kind of situation changes will be caused by your behavior of Roha's withdrawal from the Navy. Someone asked a question again. Go ahead. Regarding Roha's withdrawal from the Navy, it has nothing to do with them, but people always have a strong curiosity. However, didn't wait for Pluto Rayleigh's answer. Some smart guys have already started to answer. What can change the situation? Although this Roha is really strong, there have been too many admirals over the years. Look at that old Zifa. So, the Sea Gun lost a general. It is true that it lacks a strong force to support it, but it really doesn't matter what kind of impact it will cause on the situation. Actually, according to the topic this person said, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. However, Pluto Rayleigh smiled, then raised his glass again and drank it down in one gulp. Roha's power, enough to change the whole world. The Navy's loss of such a power as Roha is definitely the biggest loss in the history of the Navy, It can be said to be their so-called world's largest loss. Pluto Raleigh said slowly. After all, Pluto Rayleigh and Roha have fought against each other before. Pluto Raleigh is very clear about what kind of terrifying power Roha possesses. Although Roha didn't use any real strength when he was fighting Pluto Raleigh, but from the perspective of Pluto Raleigh, who has been fighting for many years, Roha's hidden power is very terrifying. At least on the battlefield of Marinvanduo just now, judging from the fact that Roha beat Whitebeard, he could already clearly know Roha's strength clearly. In this world, there are very few Whitebeard powers that could be completely suppressed. Even if Carp and Sengoku shot at the same time, it would only be able to suppress the old, sick, and injured Whitebeard, and so Pluto Raleigh said that Aloha's power is enough to change the whole world, and that is not impossible. Hear what Raleigh the Pluto said. The people of the entire Chambord Islands took a sharp breath, followed by Pluto Raleigh continued. The current battle of Marinvanduo, whether the Navy or the pirates won, to be honest, neither the Navy nor the pirates are qualified to think about it. The only thing that can control this battle is that guy, Roha. Chapter 107, Another Uninvited Guest. This is true. Hades Rayleigh was right. Apart from Roha, there is no other person who can really decide the victory of Marinvanduo in this top war. All the people in the Chambord Islands became nervous involuntarily after hearing this. Since Pluto Rayleigh has said so, then this matter must be beyond doubt. Whitebeard, are you really ready to end the last era of our old remnants? Pluto Rayleigh looked at the Whitebeard on the screen and said something earnestly. Among the battlefield of Marinvanduo this moment, IT has completely allowed Big Mom and the pirate group led by Kaido to occupy an absolute advantage. Even Carp and Sengoku couldn't completely suppress Whitebeard. Hateful. Hasn't our live phone bug been taken back yet? The current warring states is already in a state of desperation. The three generals were delayed by Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard's cadres at the same time, and the vice admirals and rear admirals also had to face countless pirates, and now in the warring states period, he and Garp also have to keep Whitebeard in check. The whole situation is that their navy has no advantage at all. If there is no way to win back the live broadcast rights, then their navy has already lost face all over the world. But right, if they want to snatch the live phone bug back from the Clown Bucky, unless they send out general-level figures, otherwise, under the cover of the group of advanced city prisoners, only naval soldiers will not be able to get close to the Clown Bucky. But how can there be a general who can do everything at once? Akainu Sakazuki is busy dealing with Big Mom, while Kuzan has been restricting Kaido's non-stop destruction. and Kizuru was also trying to stop Marco and the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates from rescuing Fire Fist, Ace, so there's no way at all. As for Ro, on the other hand, he has been watching the battle between Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku. The power of this shaking fruit is really strong. Even now, the Whitebeard, who is still old and injured all over his body, is not at all inferior to Garp and the two legends of the Warring States period. If this is really the young Whitebeard, maybe even me, without using the power of Tensiken, I guess there is no way to cause any harm to Whitebeard at all. Roha couldn't help sighing. Compared with the current battle between Whitebeard and Garp in the Sengoku Warring States period, the power of the Zhenjin fruit really deserves to be called the strongest superhuman fruit. The most important thing is to count Whitebeard's physical fitness. His defensive ability is no worse than Kaido's. This waste is really placed at the peak of Whitebeard's youth. It is estimated that he can destroy the entire Marin Vatican is gone suddenly. Just when Warring States was distracted to think about the live phone bug, Whitebeard directly hit Zhanghua with the power to cover Shangjin Zhen fruit with his backhand. Even if the Warring States period had already been wrapped in armed domineering, coupled with his defensive power in the state of a Buddha, he was still shaken by the Whitebeard's knife for several steps. Warring States, you are somewhat contemptuous of people. How dare you be distracted when facing me? Whitebeard actually had the heart to mock Warring States. Warring States, this is not like you. Garp even sneered. However, next second, Garp clenched his domineering fist wrapped around the strongest armed color and went straight to Whitebeard. At the same time, Garp shouted, "Whitebeard, don't underestimate the old man's fist." Really, Garp's fist really cannot be underestimated. The fist with the sound of whistling wind directly and quickly hit Whitebeard's body, causing Whitebeard's injured body to take a few steps back involuntarily. Cap. Whitebeard glared at Garp viciously and then attacked again. That's it. The three of them continue to wrestle together. The other side, Big Mom and Kaido are on their side, although Big Mom was not able to seriously injure Sakazuki when she faced Sakazuki, but in the same way, Sakazuki couldn't stop her from wreaking havoc. Red Dog. You people with natural fruit abilities are really annoying. Big Mom has become very impatient with Sakazuki. After all, it is precisely because of his natural magma fruit ability that this Sakazuki makes this Big Mom's attacks on him ineffective in many cases, cleave Sakazuki's body, which can also allow him to elementalize in advance so as to restore his body again. Big Mom, you bloody old woman is annoying. Quickly get out of the way. When I kill Roha, I'll kill you next. Sakazuki still uttered wild words, and in his eyes, the main target was still on Roha. How much hatred and resentment towards Roha. Aha. You still dare to call me an old woman. You still want to hit on the man my wife likes. Big Mom really went crazy this time. As for Kazan and Kaido, Kaido's purpose is very clear, which is to destroy the entire Navy headquarters, and Kazan can only keep following Kaido to use his frozen fruit to see if he can be restrained a little bit, but in the end it is still a bit futile, because more than half of the entire Marin Duo has been destroyed by Kaido now, and even many naval soldiers have died under Kaido's attack. This is going to be troublesome. Kazan looked at everything that happened in front of him, and he already felt a bad premonition. After all, this situation was caused by his own failure to contain Kaido. However, just at this time, behind the almost destroyed Navy headquarters building, a huge black figure was looming. It seems that this time, those uninvited guests will be ushered in again. But none of the people who were participating in the fierce battle noticed it. The only one who observed this scene was Roha. It looks like the guy who should come. It's coming after all. Roha smiled coldly, because he knew exactly who the unexpected visitor was. Chapter 108 Blackbeard Titch joins the battlefield accompanied by the appearance of that huge black figure. The location in front of the Navy headquarters building, several figures also appeared. This is how the same thing. How come Kaido and Big Mom are also here? The leader of the group laughed sinisterly and cunningly. That's right. It was Blackbeard Tiki who most hoped that this top war would happen, and those who followed him were all old and new members of his Blackbeard pirates, in addition to the fighting champion Giza's Badgers, Van Oka, Ghost Security Officer Lafitte, Death Poison Q, and other members who originally followed Blackbeard Tiki. There are even more vicious criminals in the city, such as Shirlu of the Rain, Abelo Pizarro, the Evil King, Katrin Daime, the Hunter of the Mysterious Moon, and Bastchote, the Big Wine. Among them, the black shadow behind the Navy headquarters building is the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. That's right. Blackbeard has completed his first step plan, which is to use Shichibukai's identity to enter the city and successfully recruit these vicious criminals. In fact, it was mainly thanks to Big Mom's robbery of the prison at that time, and successfully allowed Blackbeard Tiki and the others to enter the City of Advancement without anyone noticing later because Roja defeated Magellan. Blackbeard and the others came here effortlessly, and now coming to Marin Fonda's side is naturally to complete his second step plan, that is Whitebeard, Captain. The scene is so chaotic now. Big Mom and Kaido are here. It seems that it is not within our plan. Should we continue? Baggies looked at Blackbeard Titch and asked, Of course the plan will continue, but the existence of Big Mom and Kaido makes our performance even more exciting. What's more, the more chaotic the situation here, the better it is for us. Blackbeard Titch laughed arrogantly, as if all these things had already come to fruition for him. As Blackbeard Titch said, the more chaotic the situation of Marin Fando, the better it is for him. After all, in this case, the Navy has no powerful force to stop him. So what? The appearance of Big Mom and Kaido is really like a godsend to Blackbeard Tiki. Result, Blackbeard Titch noticed Roja not far away, and suddenly froze for a moment. What happened? This guy is here. Seeing Roja's first reaction, Blackbeard Tiki couldn't help becoming nervous. After all, he has personally seen Roja's terrifying power. If Roja really wants to attack him in a while, then his plan may really come to naught. All of you listen to me. No matter what happens, you must keep an eye on that guy. Blackbeard Titch issued a death order to his crew. For Blackbeard Titch, today is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once he misses this opportunity, he will not have any chance to realize his plan from now on. Don't worry, Captain. A man who can completely defeat Magellan, if he really makes a move, it will be very difficult. Shirley of the Rain was the first to respond. He had a cigar in his mouth, and his hands had already begun to hold the long sword tightly at tea this time. Everyone in Marin Fanduo noticed the arrival of Blackbeard Titch and the others. Blackbeard Titch. There are people like Shirley. What's the situation? Why are these guys with Blackbeard Titch? The Warring States Marshal recognized those guys around Blackbeard Titch at a glance. He was really curious about how these people got together with Blackbeard Titch. You know, these guys are all vicious criminals, and all of them are rebellious, so how could they get along with Blackbeard Titch? Cheat together, of course. The most important thing is that the Marshal of the Warring States period has completely believed that the Advanced City has completely fallen. Similarly, Garp frowned tightly, looking worried. First, Big Mom escaped from prison and rescued Kaido, and then to Roja's arrival. Both of these guys were imprisoned in Jinjin City. When seeing them two guys, Sengoku had already guessed that Jinjin City had fallen, but he didn't care too much at that time. After all, he believed that with Magellan's strength, he would soon can suppress other criminals as a result. Now these vicious criminals were brought out one after another by Blackbeard Tiki. Then there is only one saying, and that is that Magellan was defeated. As for who defeated Magellan, there is only one candidate in Sengoku and Garp's hearts, and that was Roja. Now, I just hope that those guys who pushed the 6th floor of the city don't all run out. Zhangguo frowned and whispered to himself. He hoped that the situation he was most worried about would never happen. Otherwise, the world would really be in chaos. You know, those who pushed the 6th basement of the city are all extremely vicious, even big pirates who once made the world tremble. Titch. When Marco saw Blackbeard Titch for the first time, he was almost angry and wanted to rush up and shoot at Blackbeard Titch. Still, reason overwhelmed him. After all, even Ace is not this guy's opponent, not to mention that Blackbeard Titch is surrounded by people who seem to be capable. If he rushes up now, wouldn't he just give it away for nothing? So Marco still has this basic sanity at tea this time. Big Mom and Kaido also noticed this. Well, how did these guys get brought out? It seems that this place is getting more and more interesting. Naturally, Big Mom can recognize these vicious criminals at a glance. Same, so does Kaido. This guy. It actually brought out all these troublesome guys. Isn't this trying to ruin my good deed purely? Kaido was a little angry. After all, he was also imprisoned under the City of Advancement. He had been in contact with him for a while. Although there was no intersection, he also knew how troublesome these guys brought out by Blackbeard Tiki were. So when Big Mom saved himself, even though he had a fight with Big Mom, he never thought about letting these guys go. After all, these guys are really troublesome. And they are also very tricky. However, only Whitebeard, when he saw Blackbeard Tiki, his eyes were full of anger. Titch, how dare you show up? Whitebeard's roar resounded throughout Marin Vanduo, and with Whitebeard's roar, there was a strong shock. Chapter 109 Whitebeard vs. Blackbeard 1 can be imagined. How big is this Whitebeard's anger towards Blackbeard Titch? After all, Blackbeard Titch committed a taboo on the Whitebeard pirate ship and killed his partner. And the reason why Ace was arrested was also thanks to Blackbeard Titch. Suffice it to say, if it weren't for what Blackbeard Titch did, Whitebeard is still galloping on the sea with all his family members. And maybe he can help Ace become the new One Piece and spend his old age. peacefully. However, it is precisely because of the incident of having a Blackbeard Tiki, everything changed. Therefore, Whitebeard's anger towards Blackbeard Tiki could no longer be described in words. Dad, it's been a while since I saw you. I miss you so much. Blackbeard Titch spread out his jeweled hands and grinned loudly with a mouth missing a few teeth. What he said from his face was more or less full of provocation. After all, it seemed really too insignificant. Perhaps it can be seen from the face of Blackbeard Tiki that this guy doesn't look like a good person at all. Anyway, Roja really doesn't like this Blackbeard, of course, except Roja. There are many more people who don't like this guy, such as warring states. In fact, when the Ghost Security Officer Lafitte broke into the Navy headquarters privately and recommended Blackbeard Tichi to Sengoku and the others as the new Shichibukai. Sengoku didn't intend to agree. After all, their Navy headquarters already had a favorite candidate. However, who would have thought that this guy actually used Fire Fist Ace to make a deal directly? And at that time, he also directly stated that Fire Fist Ace was the orphan of One Piece. This was indeed something that shocked the Navy and the world government. Therefore, warring states was also under the pressure of the world government above, and had to obey the order and agreed to the request of Blackbeard Tiki, perhaps. If there hadn't been the fact that Blackbeard had become Kawaii, it would be impossible for the city to become like this, and Shirlu of the Rain, the prisoners who have been imprisoned for many years, cannot escape from the city. The most important is, although only Shirlu of the Rain and the others can be seen now, the real situation must be that more big pirates have escaped from the advancing city. Once this is the case, even if the battle on the top side of the war is over, then the whole world will definitely have another storm in the future, thought here. As the Admiral of the Navy, warring states couldn't help feeling a headache. Suddenly, Whitebeard got rid of Sengoku and Garp directly and faced Blackbeard Tiki. The huge body kept trembling, and the big knife in his hand was raised high and spun around. Then there was a loud bang, and the whole Marin Fando trembled again. Titch, do you know what you did wrong? Whitebeard roared majestically at Blackbeard Tiki. It was precisely because of this roar that Blackbeard Titch was taken aback, and he froze for a moment, feeling his legs go weak. It's not just Blackbeard Tiki's performance. Even the crew members around him felt a sense of terror deeply. That's right. The Whitebeard who was angry just now also released the domineering aura at the same time to frighten the Blackbeard and the others, facing the wrath of the strongest man in the world. Even though they are quite a powerful group of people, they will still be deeply shocked. Even everyone present, including Garp, Sengoku, and even Big Mom and Kaido, they were all deeply shocked by the power of Whitebeard. Only Roja, feeling the power of Whitebeard, Roja just smiled lightly. The power of Whitebeard. It seems to have weakened a lot. Roja shook his head and said, this is true. After all, just now Roja has personally experienced the strongest power of Whitebeard. Compared with the current situation, is indeed not interesting. Perhaps the current Whitebeard is really unable to fully exert his full strength because of physical reasons. Fear. Is this the power of the strongest man in the world? Shirlu of the Rain frowned and said something. Captain, are you sure we want to fight a guy like this? Champion Giza's Badgers seemed to be backing off a bit. As a result, Blackbeard Titch turned his head and gave him a fierce look and cursed. Shut your mouth quickly. Don't forget what we are here for today. After being scolded by Blackbeard, Badgers didn't dare to say anything, and the others naturally didn't dare to say anything. Humph. The current Whitebeard is old, weak, sick, and disabled. What are you afraid of him doing? We will go up together in a while, and we will definitely kill him. Then it's time for our Blackbeard pirates to perform, Blackbeard Titch said confidently, and as soon as he finished speaking, he showed his wretched smile again. But when Blackbeard Titch said these words, he turned his head and glanced at Roja from time to time. To be honest, he was really going to attack Whitebeard. In the process of shooting, he was not worried about Big Mom or Kaido's shooting, and he was not even worried about Garp and Sengoku after all. Now that he has Shirlu of the Rain and others by his side, he naturally has some confidence to be able to delay them a bit. Only Roja, in case Roja made a move against him, then Blackbeard Titch believed that even if all of them did it, it might not be able to delay Roja. If there is no way to delay it, then his plan would not be successful. However, for Roja, he is very clear about what Blackbeard's so-called plan is, but he doesn't intend to meddle in other people's business after all. As a remnant of the old era, Whitebeard really should end the curtain, and since Whitebeard himself chose to come to Marlin Vander to fight the top war, in fact, he had already prepared for the worst. Followed by whoosh whoosh, several figures flew past. All of Blackbeard and the others actually came to Whitebeard right away. Hateful. What does Tiki want to do near Dad? Marco couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to rush over directly. Result. But it was blocked by the yellow ape. Oh yo. It looks like fun over there. Marco, don't bother me. The yellow monkey stood in front of Marco and said with a smile, "The yellow ape." Facing the yellow ape, Marco gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 110, Whitebeard versus Blackbeard 2. Ha ha. Dad, since we haven't seen each other for so long, shouldn't you be happy for my results today? Blackbeard Titch even brazenly claimed credit in front of Whitebeard. For this behavior, IT can only be described as smelly and shameless. However, before Whitebeard could speak, Zhengguo on the side gritted his teeth and shouted, "Blackbeard, is this why you want to become Shichibukai? Just to go to Advanced City to release these guys?" Warring States directly questioned Blackbeard Tiki. If you are hostile to the Navy as a pirate, then it is impossible to sneak into the City of Advancement. Let me tell you the truth, Sengoku. I accept the name of Kawaii for this reason. It's just that I don't need this title anymore, and you will understand it soon. Oh no. It should mean that the whole world will understand immediately. Blackbeard spread his hands. That insidious smile coupled with that tone was simply extremely arrogant, and he didn't take Sengoku seriously at all. Heard here, Warring States was so angry, staring at Blackbeard Tiki with vicious eyes trembling constantly. Even Garp, who was standing aside, couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, as if given the chance, he would rush up and give Blackbeard Titch a fat beating. And the people watching the battle from all over the world also heard what Blackbeard Titch said very clearly, and they all started discussing it one after another. This Blackbeard Titch, what is he talking about? Let us understand what? He actually gave up Chi Wuhai's position. What does this guy want to do? Countless spectators panicked and speculated what Blackbeard Titch was going to do. Shut up, you guys. It doesn't matter what you do. Whitebeard directly interrupted the conversation between them. At the same time, he steadied his horse and made his signature gesture, facing Blackbeard Tiki and his group not far away from him. Titch. Next second, Whitebeard shouted angrily. The fist that pierced through the air directly smashed into the air in front of him. Immediately, the transparent air was like a piece of fragile glass, and it immediately split into pieces, followed by a huge transparent sphere appeared. It was the masterpiece of Jinjin Fruit's ability. The huge transparent ball directly charged towards Blackbeard and his group. Blackbeard Titch and the others stared blankly, but before they had time to react, the transparent ball directly hit them. In an instant, the buildings and the ground around them began to collapse, followed by a burst of thick smoke. See this scene. All the Navy soldiers and pirate minions present were stunned. This is even more so for the people watching the battle on the big screen all over the world. A simple blow from the world's strongest man. It was able to produce such a terrifying power. Whitebeard. Warring States and Garp both frowned and glanced at Whitebeard. Oh yo. It's scary. Whitebeard. Marco's yellow ape, who was blocking him, also stopped to watch. Really? Whitebeard's power has been reduced a lot. It looks like he won't last long. Roha shook his head. Not only Roha saw it, even Big Mom and Kaido, the two old friends of Whitebeard, can clearly see that Whitebeard's power has really weakened a lot now. Even Raleigh the Hades, who was watching the situation on the screen in the Chambord Islands, was touched. He said to himself indifferently, "Newgate, are we really going to get there?" However, the thick smoke faded, and the law of smoke without injury was displayed again. Blackbeard Titch and his group stood in front of Whitebeard. And the others intact. Dad, you really don't care about friendship. This shot is merciless at all. Blackbeard grinned and said to Whitebeard, "Titch, you are not worthy to be my son. You violated the only iron rule on my ship. You killed your companion. I'll take your bastard's life today." Whitebeard roared angrily. Suddenly, Whitebeard's body trembled, and Whitebeard bowed his waist and coughed twice. Obviously, Whitebeard's body really couldn't hold it anymore. The original injured body plus the injuries left in the battle just now made Whitebeard's body completely overwhelmed. Dad. Because of the yellow ape's distraction, Marco found an opportunity and immediately turned into a blue phoenix form to rush towards Whitebeard. Result, Whitebeard shouted, "Marco, no one is allowed to shoot. Do you understand everything? This is an order. The only thing you have to do is rescue Ace." Whitebeard gasped for breath, although Marco and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were worried and anxious, but they didn't dare to disobey the order of the old man Whitebeard, so they could only watch with gritted teeth. In fact, at this time, Whitebeard had already made plans to die, and he is also very clear that even if Marco and the others help, there is no way to change the situation. Because before that red-haired Shanks once met Whitebeard and talked about Blackbeard Tiki, so white. Beard knows that there are still many secrets and hidden strengths in Blackbeard Titch, not to mention, even the guys around Blackbeard are not so fuel efficient. Rather than letting them come over and fight Blackbeard Titch and his gang to the death, it is better to let them find a way to rescue Ace as soon as possible and then retreat to this Marlin Vander. Titch, let's make a break. Whitebeard endured the pain on his body and once again waved the big knife in his hand, pointing at Blackbeard Tiki and said viciously. Whitebeard knew best about his own body condition. Although his current strength has indeed been weakened a lot, he believed that no matter what kind of power this Blackbeard Titch still hides for him, he only needs a quick battle to kill Blackbeard Titch up. Ha, very good. Exactly what I want. It's just right to show you the ability of the devil fruit I snatched after killing Sarge. Blackbeard smiled sinisterly, and then spread his hands. A thick dark substance gradually leaked out from his body. Chapter 111 Whitebeard vs. Blackbeard 3. Just a time to breathe, the dark matter released from Blackbeard Titch instantly covered the ground where he and Whitebeard were. The turbulent dark matter flowed continuously like a river. Whitebeard was a little surprised. Not just Whitebeards, even everyone present was surprised. This Blackbeard, what kind of power is this? It looks scary. Countless Navy soldiers and pirate minions began to discuss it one after another. Not just them, even Big Mom was a little surprised. Well, this guy's devil fruit. Big Mom said something with a half-smile. However, Kaido was not too surprised. After all, he had already seen the power of Blackbeard when he came to the Navy headquarters to make trouble last time. In front of him, it was simply vulnerable. My devil fruit power is the strongest power in this world, the power of darkness. Just taste its power. Blackbeard Titch seemed to have the winning ticket in his hands, and he said arrogantly to Whitebeard with a sinister smile, after all, in Blackbeard Titch's understanding, his dark fruit ability is the heart of all capable people, and Whitebeard is one of those with the fruit ability, followed by as soon as Blackbeard Titch finished speaking. The river-like dark matter quickly covered Whitebeard completely in the ground covered by this dark matter. There are some firearms and weapons and some gravel slag swallowed by this dark matter. Even Whitebeard's huge body began to sink continuously. Okay, this power. Whitebeard couldn't help being curious. Dad, although I used to admire you from the bottom of my heart, you are already old now. So old that he can't even save a subordinate who is about to be executed. Facing the majestic Whitebeard, Blackbeard Tiki was still talking insidiously, trying to stir up the anger in Whitebeard's heart again. As predicted, once again, Whitebeard was completely irritated by Blackbeard Tiki. The same signature move was performed again, and the ability of the shaking fruit was released immediately, and the fist wrapped in a transparent glass cover hit Blackbeard Tiki. It's useless. All abilities are useless in front of me, Blackbeard Titch said confidently. Similarly, Blackbeard Titch also opened his hand, and a dark substance covered his hand, and directly took it towards Whitebeard's huge fist. Dark water. With a loud shout from Blackbeard Tiki, Whitebeard's fist had also directly hit Blackbeard Tiki's palm. Just when everyone thought that Blackbeard Tiki was about to be shattered by the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit, the result was beyond everyone's expectations, because Blackbeard Titch's dark matter directly absorbed Whitebeard's ability of the shaking fruit, and instantly made the glass cover made by the shaking fruit disappear in smoke. This scene, everyone present was shocked to see. It, especially the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. What's going on? Dad's attack is actually ineffective against that guy Tiki, Marco said in surprise. Blackbeard Titch. I haven't seen it for a while. The ability of this dark fruit can be improved. But if you rely too much on the fruit ability, you will still be beaten by Whitebeard. Roha looked at the power displayed by Blackbeard Titch and couldn't help but sneered and commented on Blackbeard Titch's strength. After all, Roha abused Blackbeard Tiki back then, so he's naturally qualified to judge him like this. Well, Dad, this is my darkness. All devil fruit abilities can be absorbed and rendered powerless. That is to say, in front of me, you can no longer cause earthquakes. Blackbeard Titch boasted domineeringly, followed by Boom. Blackbeard Titch unexpectedly stretched out his other hand to clench his fist and hit Whitebeard heavily. The Whitebeard, who was already full of scars, widened his eyes and his whole body trembled after Blackbeard Tiki's punch. But it's not over yet. Blackbeard Titch once again took advantage of the victory and chased after him, hitting Whitebeard directly with an uppercut. Nonetheless, after enduring 2 attacks from Blackbeard Tiki, Whitebeard didn't intend to give up. He raised his hand and once again released the power of the shaking fruit result. Without any accidents, Blackbeard Tiki's dark fruit power was once again absorbed. It's useless, don't you understand? In the face of my darkness, it is impossible for your fruit ability to play any role. After Blackbeard Titch finished speaking, he hit Whitebeard with another fist. This punch, the Whitebeard who hit him retreated steadily, and the big knife in his hand was thrown into the sky. Can be imagined. The strength of this Blackbeard Tiki is not weak. It is not bad to be able to beat Whitebeard to such an extent. Immediately, everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. How can that be? Whitebeard was actually beaten by him. Everyone present was amazed. Even more, the same is true for Sengoku and Garp. Although they don't know what kind of powerful power Blackbeard Titch possesses, they can clearly know the strength of Whitebeard. According to Whitebeard's strength, how could it be so easy for Blackbeard Tiki to hit him? Impossible. Whitebeard. How could it be possible to be hit by this guy? Kaido also roared angrily. After all, he has always regarded Whitebeard as an opponent, not to mention that he also recognized Blackbeard Tiki. The guy who was shot flying by himself last time must not be enough for him in terms of strength. Fearful. However, now this guy who was once tortured by his own blood actually hit Whitebeard. So Kaido naturally couldn't accept this reality. However, of course, the most excited will not be Kaido. It was Marco and the others. Dad. Damn it. This guy Tiki actually hit Dad so hard. Marco led the crew of the Whitebeard pirates to prepare for the attack. Result. Whitebeard actually shouted again. Marco, all of you don't do anything. Chapter 112 Whitebeard versus Blackbeard. For hearing Whitebeard shout, Marco and the others naturally could only obediently stand by. Dad, do you still want to hold on? Blackbeard Titch even taunted directly. However, Whitebeard didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he punched Blackbeard Tiki again. The result was still the same, still being absorbed by Blackbeard Tiki's dark fruit ability. I've said it all. It's useless. Blackbeard Titch still wanted to continue acting aggressive. Before he could finish speaking, the big knife that was thrown into the sky had already fallen slowly, and Whitebeard managed to reach out and grab it. Next second, with a loud shout, Whitebeard swung the big knife in his hand and slashed straight at Blackbeard. With such a close distance, coupled with Whitebeard's extremely fast speed, Blackbeard Tiki simply has no way to have enough time to dodge. That's it, Whitebeard's big knife directly hit Blackbeard Tiki's chest fiercely. Swish, blood splattered, and Blackbeard Tiki also fell to the ground. It hurts. Damn it. At this time, the Blackbeard fell to the ground, clutching his bloody chest and rolling continuously, because the side effect of the dark fruit doubled the pain, making it even more unbearable for him. But this time, it was Whitebeard's turn not to give Blackbeard Titch any chance and went straight up to hold Blackbeard Titch's head with one hand. Conceit, recklessness. This is your weakness, Titchy. Do you really think that your strength is really invincible? Whitebeard taught Blackbeard Tiki angrily. See the situation in this scene. Marco and the others were all excited. Father, hurry up and kill him. That's right, hurry up and kill the traitor Tiki. Everyone shouted crazily. It is conceivable that Tiki's behavior completely angered the entire Whitebeard pirates, and it has reached the point where both humans and gods are angry. After all, Blackbeard Titch first killed his partner, then personally sent Eskin to advance to the city, and now he dared to do anything to their father Whitebeard with all these crimes. Could the members of the Whitebeard pirates feel pity for Blackbeard Tiki? Same. Whitebeard didn't seem to intend to talk nonsense to Blackbeard Takedo either. Immediately, he released the power of the shaking fruit again, wanting to smash Blackbeard Tiki's head directly. Seeing the situation is not good, Blackbeard Titch's eyes were full of fear, and he even started begging for mercy. No, father. I'm your son, Dad. Are you really going to kill me? Blackbeard stared wide-eyed in horror and shamelessly began to play the so-called emotional card disgustingly. Keep pretending when you have the advantage. When he was at a disadvantage and kept calling his father for mercy, this kind of thing really only Blackbeard Tiki could do. By a loud bang, the place where Whitebeard and Blackbeard Titch were located was filled with thick smoke. That's right. Whitebeard immediately activated the power of the shaking fruit, and the ground where Blackbeard Tiki fell was torn apart. Good old Dad. That guy Tiki is finally dead. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates began to cheer. After all, he had accepted the power of the Whitebeard's vibrating fruit head-on, so it was naturally impossible for Blackbeard Tiki to live again. But Roha laughed. Whitebeard, is your body really unable to handle it anymore? Because he has seen through everything. Wait until the smoke clears. Blackbeard Titch lay on the ground in a state of embarrassment. Although it looked like he was seriously injured, it was not enough to kill him. Slowly, Blackbeard stood up from the ground. The double pain on his body made him he gritted his teeth tightly and held on. What happened? What kind of vitality is this guy? So tenacious. That's right, facing the power of the Whitebeard Jinjin fruit, this guy can still stand up. Including Marco and Diamond Jaws, they couldn't believe the result. After all, they are the ones who know the power of their father Whitebeard best. How could anyone stand up to the blow of Whitebeard's shaking fruit ability? But soon Marco and the others discovered the clue. In fact, it was the same as what Rojas saw through. At this time, Whitebeard's physical condition was deteriorating continuously. Coupled with the injuries in this war, Whitebeard's body could no longer hold on, though the power used by Blackbeard Titch just now may not even be 10% of Whitebeard's true strength. Tio no. When Whitebeard first appeared in Marin Fando, he could shake the whole Marin Fando with a single hit of the shaking fruit, and it could even cause a huge tsunami. But the blow just cracked the ground. There is no other power coming out at all from this. It can be seen whether the power of Whitebeard has been exerted. Could it be that the Whitebeard has kept his hand? Do not Whitebeard hated Blackbeard very much. How could he keep his hand? If he wanted to keep his hand, he could have stopped just now, and he would never have done so. Though there is only one explanation. That is, Whitebeard's body is no longer able to support him to exert that formidable strength. Whitebeard. Both Sengoku and Garp frowned at the same time. Although their navy and pirates are hostile, they are all remnants of the old era. Seeing Whitebeard's current appearance, they are somewhat touched, followed by, without waiting for Blackbeard Titch's chance to catch his breath, Whitebeard still dragged his scarred and exhausted body towards Blackbeard Titch step by step. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of anger. It seemed that next, I really want to give Blackbeard Titch a final blow and finish him off completely. You monster. Obviously, I'm going to die. Can't I die quietly? Facing Whitebeard's aggressive state, Blackbeard Titch's whole body trembled. Fear was written on his face, and he began to roar unwillingly. At the same time, Blackbeard Titch directly pulled out a gun from his trouser pocket. Boom, boom, boom. Without further ado, Blackbeard Titch directly pulled the trigger and shot Whitebeard directly in the chest several times in a row. Immediately, blood splattered all over Whitebeard's body. Chapter 113 Whitebeard's Last Breath. It was also because of these few shots from Blackbeard Titch Whitebeard, who was supposed to attack Blackbeard Tiki, stopped immediately. See this scene? Dad. Marco and the others couldn't help shouting anxiously. Same. The terrified and angry Blackbeard Titch didn't intend to miss any chance. Come here all. Let's kill him together. You guys. At this time, Blackbeard didn't care so much, and he directly issued orders to Shirley of the Rain behind him. Of course, Shirley of the Rain and the others did not refute. After all, under normal circumstances, Blackbeard Titch is indeed their captain. Naturally, he must follow the orders of his own captain. In an instant, several members of the Blackbeard pirates also swarmed up, each with their own weapons in their hands. Boom, boom, boom. Brush, brush, brush. The sound of countless guns and swords sounded. All the attacks hit Whitebeard's body. In an instant, Whitebeard stood still without moving, using his body to forcibly withstand all the attacks of Blackbeard Titch and the others. Soon, the blood flowing down from Whitebeard's body has stained the ground red. Dad. This time Marco and the others couldn't bear it anymore. Even if it was against Whitebeard's wishes, they would attack. Even Ace, who was still on the execution platform, had tears in his eyes. His agitated and trembling heart made him constantly struggle with the shackles on his body. At that moment, he really wanted to die. After all, his father, Whitebeard, whom he admired the most in his life, was suffering from such injuries. Of course, for Ace, more regrets in his heart. I regretted why I had to go after Blackbeard Titch on my own will. If he hadn't hunted down Blackbeard Titch back then, the following things would not have happened, let alone the current scene. So, there were tears of regret in the corner of his eyes. Bachi Kyungyu. But at the moment when all of them were about to make a move, General Orizumi Borisolino's whole body photonized and flew into the air, and once again used his big move within a range to directly block Marco's path. Because of Borisolino's shot, it was difficult for Marco and the others to resist for a while, so they could only stop to resist Borisolino's attack. Damn it! Are they going to kill that guy with Whitebeard? No. Even if you want to kill him, I will kill him with my own hands. Kaido in the distance looked at Whitebeard, who was about to be killed by Blackbeard Tiki and the others, and became mad with anger, followed by Kaido, who was still entangled with General Kazan, threw off Kazan directly, holding the mace tightly in his hand, and began to rush in the direction of Whitebeard desperately. The Navy soldiers blocking the road were not so lucky, facing the crazy Kaido, let alone blocking them. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't escape the indiscriminate attack launched by the angry Kaido. A large number of naval soldiers died tragically at Kaido's hands. Kaido. You bastard. Sakazuki definitely couldn't stand it and directly magmaed his body, wanting to rush over to stop Kaido from killing more marine soldiers. After all, he is an admiral-level figure, even though he clearly knows that there will inevitably be sacrifices in war. But seeing Kaido killing naval soldiers on such a large scale, Sakazuki naturally couldn't bear it. However, but don't forget, the one standing in front of Sakazuki is the Four Emperors Big Mom. Seeing that Sakazuki wanted to stop Kaido in the past, Big Mom, the strongest old woman, struck out again and directly beat Sakazuki back to his original form. Well, well, well. Although I really want to go and kill Whitebeard with my own hands. But since Kaido is already gone, I don't care. You are not allowed to make trouble for my old lady. Big Mom warned Sakazuki in a threatening tone. Facing Big Mo, Sakazuki naturally had no way to escape, but well, someone will stop Kaido's behavior. That is Marshal Warring States and Lieutenant General Garp. That's right, the two of them directly stood in front of Kaido. Kaido, stop. Don't even think about killing more sailors. Warring States directly gave a warning. Only Garp, who has a bad temper, just punched Kaido directly when he went up and didn't talk nonsense to him. But well, Garp's punch is very powerful, but is not enough to completely break Kaido's defense. You two old bastards. Get out of the way for Lao Tzu. Whitebeard's life can only be taken by me. Kaido growled angrily, but no matter how loud you yell, how could Garp and Sengoku talk to you? That's it. The three of them wrestled together. As for Roha, he was unmoved, because he knew exactly what the result would be. So if he helped Whitebeard, could it change anything? No, does not. At this point, no matter whether he sells it or not, there is no way to change any of the situation. The scene of Whitebeard being besieged by the Blackbeard pirates was broadcast on big screens all over the world. No way. Is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, really about to die at the hands of that guy? That guy named Blackbeard. Who is this guy on their boat? He's so ruthless. Countless people started discussing in panic. Although they hate pirates, they would feel sorry if Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, really died. Not to mention, there are also vicious pirates like Blackbeard Tiki. If Blackbeard Tich really killed Whitebeard, wouldn't the world go crazy in the future? On the Chambord Island side, Newgate. Pluto Rayleigh looked at this scene on the screen, and there was a trace of tears in the corner of his eyes. He just called Whitebeard's name and didn't say anything. It seemed that in his eyes, he already knew the result. On the battlefield, Blackbeard Tich and his group are still attacking Whitebeard crazily. As for Whitebeard's huge body, no matter how much he was attacked, he still stood firm. Chapter 114 Whitebeard dies in battle. Now the appearance of the Whitebeard, just illustrates the posture of a strong man, clearly knowing that his body could no longer bear it, but facing the crazy attack of Blackbeard Tich and his group, knowing that he had no strength to fight back, Whitebeard still chose to stand so majestically with numerous bullets bombarded and swords swept across the way. Countless blood spewed out of the continuously rising smoke. Little ones. Get rid of him, beat him into a hornet's nest. During this process, Blackbeard Tich kept laughing and shouting. However, Whitebeard knew that his death was a done deal, and he didn't think about fighting back. A smile appeared under the iconic Whitebeard. In that moment of time, Whitebeard seemed to recall the memory of his last meeting with Roger during his lifetime. Back then, Roger once told Whitebeard about the D-clan in the world, and there was a reason why Roger chose to surrender himself and start the era of great pirates, and Whitebeard has already figured it out since Roger used his last life to create the era of great pirates. Then he, the strongest man, Whitebeard, also wants to say goodbye to his old era with his life, and also use his life to create a new era. That's right, this is exactly the reason why Whitebeard resolutely chose to come to Marin Fando. After all, even if this war hadn't happened, his injured body wouldn't be able to last long, so it would be better to do something meaningful at the last moment of his life. At this time, click, click, the gun in Blackbeard Tich's hand was out of bullets. Okay. I ran out of bullets. Quickly change the gun for me. Blackbeard Tich put aside the gun that had run out of bullets, wanting to continue attacking Whitebeard. This is no longer necessary. This Whitebeard has no consciousness. He is dead. He is just standing instinctively now. If you push him casually, he will fall to the ground. Shirley of the Rain, who was beside Blackbeard Tichy, withdrew the sword in his hand and said calmly. Hearing Shirley of the Rain's words, Blackbeard Tiki breathed a sigh of relief. Result. Tich. Whitebeard actually opened his eyes again and said something majestic. This monster. He's still alive. Blackbeard Tich was also taken aback by this, and likewise, everyone around him was like this, and they were all dumbfounded by fright, followed by, although I have no interest. But when that treasure is discovered by someone, the world will be turned upside down. Someone will find it, and that day will come. Whitebeard smiled and said slowly. When hearing his words, the faces of all the people present changed drastically. Among them are Sengoku, Garp, Big Mom, and Kaido, and even Blackbeard Tiki. All of them were shocked. Only Roja, he just smiled and said silently, "Whitebeard, are you finally going to say it?" After all, he knew exactly what Whitebeard was going to say, for what else could there be about the treasure Whitebeard spoke of is nothing more than the great secret treasure that everyone in the world wants to get now, One Piece. This guy, what is he going to do? Big Mom froze for a moment. Damn it. Whitebeard, you bastard. Kaido is even more angry. After all, the two of them naturally knew what Whitebeard was going to say, and they also knew what Whitebeard's purpose was. Honestly, the two four emperors really didn't want Whitebeard to speak out. After all, both of them are eyeing the secret treasure of One Piece. Whitebeard, you bastard. Shut up, don't say anything. Same, both Sengoku and Garp are already gnashing their teeth, and Sengoku also wanted to use words to try to stop Whitebeard. The current live broadcast of the whole world is controlled by the clown Bucky, and the signal has not been cut off. In other words, the words of Whitebeard will be seen and heard by people all over the world. In this way, what Warring States and Garp worried about the most will happen. That is just like the words Roger left behind before his execution started the era of great pirates, as predicted. Whitebeard's trembling body took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and then roared with his last breath. One Piece, it's real. This sentence thoroughly resounded through the entire Marinvanduo. Oh no, precisely. It should have resounded throughout the world, because at this time, people all over the world are watching this live broadcast. Immediately, in the entire Marinvanduo and all over the world, it seemed that the air had frozen and everyone was dumbfounded. Just a few seconds, people all over the world began to seething. Did you hear that? Even Whitebeard said it. One Piece is real. Great. I want to go to sea too. The fire in the hearts of some passionate youths all over the world was completely ignited by Whitebeard's last words in an instant. However, when finishing this last sentence, Whitebeard completely closed his eyes. This moment, the old era of Whitebeard has come to an end. Similarly, because of Whitebeard's last words, a new era has opened up again. Dad. When seeing this scene, all the Whitebeard crew members, including Marco Ace, burst into tears because they can no longer feel the breath of their father Whitebeard. That is to say, the current Whitebeard has really sacrificed heroically. Whitebeard, your life is mine. How could you just die like this? Also, what do you mean by that last sentence? At this time, Kaido had completely gone berserk, and he seemed unable to accept that the opponent he wanted to kill the most was killed by Blackbeard, Tiki, and the others. Most importantly, he was very upset with Whitebeard's last words. After all, if this is the case, it will open a new era of pirates again, and more people will be interested in One Piece. Even if Kaido and the others are four emperors, the obstacles they will encounter in the future will also so more and more. So Kaido was very upset and directly turned on the runaway mode. Chapter 115 Blackbeard's performance begins, of course. The runaway Kaido is still restricted by Sengoku and Garp, two naval legends. Similarly, even Kazan joined the battle, although they were all very shocked by Whitebeard's last words. It's just that their naval obligations don't allow them to let Kaido, who ran away, leave him alone. After all, the entire Marinvanduo is now in dilapidated condition, and even the Navy soldiers have suffered countless casualties. Kaido was allowed to run away. Again, it is unknown how many people will die next. Although the Warring States period was very angry with Whitebeard's last words, there was no other way. After everything was said, there was no way to change it. The only thing they can do now is to end this war as soon as possible. That's it. Sengoku, Garp, and Kazan once again wrestled with the runaway Kaido among the Shamboard Islands. Hearing Whitebeard's last words, some people were happy while others were worried. After all, this news is quite unfair to those who yearn for peace. Just because of Whitebeard's words, how many pirates will appear in this world? Once more pirates appear, all kinds of burning, killing, and looting are indispensable, which is not a good thing for their civilians at all. But these are actually not that important to a certain person. That is Raleigh the Hades. At this moment, Pluto Lely had tears in his eyes. Looking at the majestic figure of Whitebeard on the screen, he reached out his hand to wipe away the tear from the corner of his eyes, gradually gathered a smile, and said, "Whitebeard, you still go." On the battlefield of Marlin Vander. Whitebeard, you really left an incredible last word. You really deserve to be a generation of heroes. Rojas sincerely admires Whitebeard's last words, because although Whitebeard died, his body was unyielding, and his majestic figure full of scars and fighting against the enemy can be called a monster. The injuries suffered in this battle are already countless, but despite this, his back is still full of dignity, strictly speaking. It should be that Whitebeard has never left any shame of running away during his career as a pirate. He is definitely a man worthy of respect. Just at this time, the long Lost system sound actually sounded, ding, feeling the host's deep admiration and stimulation for Whitebeard's last words. It triggered the shocking fruit ability to vote for it. Congratulations to the host for starting the automatic cultivation project of the shaking fruit ability. What? Shaking fruit ability? He even came here to cast himself on him because of his fame? Roja was immediately surprised and began to feel the circulation of the power of the shaking fruit in his body. To know, as the strongest superhuman fruit, the Jinjin fruit is enough to destroy the entire world once it is cultivated to the extreme and exerts its full power. And in addition to the now obtained shaking fruit ability, at this time, Roja has 4 kinds of fruit abilities, including the dark fruit ability, poisonous fruit ability, thunder fruit ability, and shaking fruit ability. It can be said, if Roja can cultivate these fruit abilities to the extreme and can awaken all of them, then just relying on these fruit abilities can sweep the entire pirate world. Just when Roja was still complacent, Blackbeard Teach laughed. Whitebeard. It really is the last words of pride and ambition. But it's useless, you're dead now. Blackbeard Teach began to taunt Whitebeard's standing corpse non-stop. To be frank, this kind of action by Blackbeard Teach is indeed quite hateful. After all, Whitebeard is a hero of the generation. Although it is true that he died at his hands, the dead are the most important. He still mocked Whitebeard's corpse like this. This kind of behavior is indeed quite hateful. This guy. I really want to beat him up. Big Mom looked at the disgusting face of Blackbeard Tiki and couldn't help but want to go up and beat him up. It's just that. This guy Sakaski is also insidious enough. He directly sent a ghost dog while Big Mom was distracted. Okay, you bastard. How dare you sneak up on my old lady? Big Mom was also immediately enraged by Sokolsky's behavior, and after a direct curse, he led Prometheus and Zeus to attack Sokolsky. Facing the strength of this strongest old woman, Sakaski's eyes widened, as if he was a little scared, feeling that he shouldn't have attacked her just now. But now he can only be beaten innocently like this. As for Marco. Although Whitebeard's death in battle left the crew of the Whitebeard pirates hit hard, but it's not time for them to give up now because they still have to fulfill Whitebeard's last wish, which is to rescue Ace. Then, all the captains headed by Marco attack General Huang Yuan at the same time. Oh yo. It's scary, so many captains. Huang Yuan shook his head and said, on the other side, Blackbeard Teach's side, Captain, so far it seems like everything is going according to our plan. So, Captain, are you going to start? Lafitte said to Blackbeard Teach. Of course. The show is ready to begin. Blackbeard Tiki laughed arrogantly, followed by the other crew members of the Blackbeard pirates quickly took out a black cloth from nowhere. Several of them jumped up at the same time, and the black cloth fell from the sky and covered Whitebeard's body directly. Soon, Whitebeard's body was covered by the black cloth. Those guys. What the hell are you going to do? Part of the vice admirals saw this scene and couldn't help shouting in surprise. That guy Tiki. What else do you want to do with Dad's body? There are quite a few crew members of the Whitebeard pirates shouting. Not just them, even Sengoku, Garp, Big Mom, and Kaido didn't understand what this Blackbeard wanted to do. Warring states. What do you think Blackbeard wants to do? Carp asked. Do not know. It's definitely not a good thing. Warring States shook his head. Damn it. This Blackbeard. I must kill him. Kaido growled again. I'll let you guys see it next. The ultimate show that will shock the world. Blackbeard Teach said sinisterly, then lifted the black cloth and got in.